He pretended to be Lochter, who didn't know anything about the current world, with a slightly trembling voice. The white blood religion's leader rested her chin on her hand and stared at him. The gaze coming from behind the curtain almost felt hot as it pierced into Rayon. How ambiguous. What do you mean, ambiguous? The fragrance of the helmet's demon is too faint. Did you actually overcome it? Even though her gaze had to pass through the red curtain, it pierced into Rayon's soul like a sharp spearhead. What are you even talking about? Rayon bit the inside of his cheek to the brim in order to avoid showing his agitation. Damn it, how was she able to tell? Even Eden's demons were deceived by his perfect control of his aura and acting, but it wasn't working against that monster. She said it was ambiguous, but her voice was telling him that she was certain about it. It doesn't matter whether you were devoured or not. The white blood religion's leader gently bobbed her finger. Come with me, I'll show you a new world. His head became fuzzy as he watched the finger's shadow reflected on the curtain, but he made the rings of fire resonate and awaken his mind. It's rare to find such willpower. I'm liking you even more. The white blood religion's leader smiled in satisfaction. She seemed to be rejoicing at the fact that her sorcery didn't work on him. I'm not going to leave since I have my family here. Rayon grasped the hilt of his new sword while trying to sound like Lochter. In that case, I just need to kill that family of yours. What kind of bullshit is that? There was no emphasis nor emotion in her voice. She was simply voicing her will, as if it were a natural course of action. She can't be considered sane either. There was not a single sane person among the white blood religion and Eden, as if they were gatherings of lunatics. Wrath. Rayon secretly lowered his eyes to look at Wrath inside the ice flower bracelet. Can you fight against her if you enter my body? He would have believed in his victory in normal circumstances, but Wrath had exhausted his power doing useless things. He needed Wrath's answer first, because he couldn't tell how the situation was going to unfold. What a useless question. Wrath frowned in displeasure because of the reason he asked the question. Oh, of course he can destroy her. Then please get ready. His voice was trembling slightly, but letting Wrath control his body was the only solution he had left. Everyone in the area was his enemy, so it was fine even if Wrath went out of control and ended up killing them. Don't cross the line. As Rayon was calmly catching his breath, Unfaceable Snake stepped up. This is Eden's domain. Even though you are the head of the white blood religion, there are things that should not be done. You are as bold as the number of your heads. I like it. Unfaceable Snake widened his eyes upon hearing her response. However, what you said is wrong. What? Wherever I am is the white blood religion. She stretched out her hand. That single movement caused a red stream to emerge from the white blood fanatic's gazes next to her. Bring Rayon Sieghart to me. You can kill whoever tries to stop you. Even though the white blood fanatics approached with a murderous aura around them, Eden's demons were unable to move. It was because the mysterious and pure energy coming from the white blood religion's leader was encircling them. Rumble. The first ones who prepared for a clash were the 10th Apostle and Soul-Severing Sword. The powerful energies soaring on top of their sword and spear were the manifestation of their murderous intent towards each other. Whap! The moment the two Grandmasters' swords were about to clash, the sky split wide open. The sun setting at the western mountains started to rise once again, and a bright light spread throughout the world. A single man appeared in the midst of that majestic brilliance. He was wearing a young man's mask that almost looked dazzling from how handsome it was, and the lips curved smoothly into a smile as if it were a real face. An angel's wing and a demon's horn were engraved on the gray outfit that he was wearing, and a halo was floating on his head with sun and moon's emblems mixed together. It was a sacred sight, yet profane at the same time. The heavens were singing a hymn for him, while the land revealed its spite as it remembered him. Ah. Rayon bit his lip tightly while listening to the grotesque sound, similar to the wailing of an angel and a devil. The fallen, the monster clad in holy and demonic aura at the same time, was one of the two pillars of Eden, who the outsiders had named the Fallen. The Fallen slowly descended with a majestic wave that didn't even lose to the white blood religion's leader. Rayon clenched his fist. This is a favorable opportunity for me. The Fallen's appearance fixed the balance between Eden and the white blood religion. He figured he might be able to escape without having to use Wrath, that guy. As he was planning his escape, Wrath furrowed his brows so intensely to a point where his eyes looked distorted. He's a mixture. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. The Fallen slowly descended, as if he were walking down the stairs from the sky. The holy and demonic aura emanating from his body gave off a strange impression, as if chaos and order were mixed together into his body. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the Fallen, who was spreading an inhuman presence. So the Fallen is the one who came. Although there were two people among Eden who were capable of stopping the white blood religion's leader, only one of them was active. That was why the Fallen was the only one who could help them. I can't even feel his presence. Because the Fallen's mana was too massive, he couldn't even feel his energy. It felt like he was facing an endless ocean. So, Rayon forced himself to lower his gaze and tap on Wrath. What did you mean when you said he's a mixture? He meant what he said. Wrath responded without taking his eyes off the fallen. The power of one of the demon kings is dwelling inside him, a demon king. As soon as he mentioned a demon king, Rayon thought about Sloth, who he'd encountered at Habon Castle. His overwhelming energy wave seemed capable of destroying heaven. Even though he'd become an intermediate master, he had the feeling he would still be unable to stand in front of Sloth. And the interesting part is the fact that half of him still has holy power of highest purity. Was he called the Fallen? That's such a suitable name for him. Wrath sneered while looking up to the Fallen. There's only one existence in the world crazy enough to do something like that. And who is such a crazy existence? Pride. Wrath wrinkled his nose while glaring at the Fallen. He continued with an extremely irritated expression on his face, one that Rayon had never seen before. He's the monarch of pride. Pride, Rayon swallowed nervously while mumbling the word pride. A chill ran down his spine just from hearing the name. Now that I think about it, he mentioned that name pretty often. Wrath had spoken about pride multiple times in the past, but he didn't seem happy about him whenever he did. Considering his personality, pride must have been as powerful as Wrath as a demon king. Does that mean that pride is bound to his body just like you and me? That's not the case. I can't feel pride's existence in him. Wrath shook his head in dissatisfaction. Rayon's hand holding the sword started to tremble. Eden's head is related to a demon king. Since it was completely unexpected, it was even more surprising than the appearance of the White Blood Religion's leader. Then how about that woman? He pointed at the White Blood Religion's leader, who was leisurely staring at the Fallen from her sedan chair. The King of Essence can't tell. She's thoroughly concealing her power. It normally wouldn't be like this, but he's running out of power and he can't check what's lying behind it. Wrath shook his head with a depressed expression on his face. He was just useless when it counted. Thud. The Fallen descended on the land with a noble appearance. His entire existence was sparkling to the point that his face almost looked like it was glowing. Rayon thought that he would have believed it was a god's descent if he was an ignorant and ordinary person. Rayon exhaled the impurities from his lungs. I have no choice at this point. It would be pointless to be intimidated by them. What he needed was to use the situation as an opportunity to somehow think of a way to escape. It's been a long time, White Blood Religion's leader. The Fallen walked up to the sedan chair that the White Blood Religion's leader was riding. A gentle expression was formed on the handsome man's mask. You've once again changed your appearance in that time. He slightly tilted his head while looking at the White Blood Religion's leader over the red curtain. It was about time. Even though she was facing the Fallen, the White Blood Religion's leader didn't seem flustered at all, and disinterested laughter could be heard from behind the curtains. Is this the first time we've seen each other since the establishment of the Five Demons Convention? No, we met one more time after that. That's true. The nice atmosphere around them made it seem like they were meeting an acquaintance that they hadn't seen in a long time. However, the cold pressures deep inside their voices was frightening enough to freeze the blood of those who listened. I would have visited you if you asked. What has brought you all the way here? The Fallen took a step towards the sedan chair and smoothed down his sleeve. Every single one of his movements was brimming with elegance, either because of his mask or the atmosphere around him. There was something I wanted to have. What would that be? That boy. The White Blood Religion's leader extended her finger outside the red curtain to point at Rayon. I want to take him with me. The Fallen turned his head to look at Rayon. The mouth of his mask formed a strange curve that looked like a smile. Unfortunately, I won't be able to grant that request. Why not? The White Blood Religion's leader confidently asked once again, as if he belonged to her to begin with. Everyone in Eden has gathered for the sake of restoration. Abandoning our members is one thing that we won't do. The Fallen gave her the same response as Unfaceable Snake, and that helmet is special. How is it special? That blue dragon helmet wasn't made by me. Merlin crafted it all the way from the beginning. Both the helmet and the one wearing the helmet do not belong to me, so there's no way I can decide to give him to you. He responded as politely as possible before shaking his head. Rayon bit his lip. This is so nerve-wracking. The two monsters were being too composed despite what he expected, giving him no room to interfere. He cleared his head by controlling the Ring of Fire and waited for an opportunity. Merlin, you say. The White Blood Religion's leader smiled while caressing her lips with her thin fingers. That makes me want to return empty-handed even less. She was the one who suddenly barged into our plan and snatched Rayon away. Something like that happened, I see. The Fallen briefly licked his lips, showing that he didn't know about that. However, his expression remained unchanged, as if he were asking, so what? It's unfortunate, but he's already wearing the helmet. I repeat, Eden never abandons our companions. Rayon huffed when he heard he was being called a companion. He wasn't sure whether he should be thanking him or calling him crazy for saying that to the White Blood Religion's leader. Then let's make a bet. The White Blood Religion's leader raised her finger. What kind of bet would that be? Since you mentioned that the boy was a member of Eden, it's going to be a bet about that. She continued while telling him that it's going to be simple and fun at the same time. The Fallen turned to look at Rayon. He smoothed down his mask slightly in contemplation. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the white blood religion's leader and the fallen. This is my chance. It was more advantageous for him that the fallen accepted the bet, since that would make it easier to provoke a fight between them. He wanted to make him accept it at all costs. I don't belong to you. The princess is the only person who can order me around, he roughly declared to grate on his nerves. I hope it works. Since his power was supposedly bestowed by pride, he must have had an arrogant personality despite his polite appearance. Considering the fact that he wasn't yielding anything against the white blood religion's leader, he wasn't the type of person who would stay unprovoked after hearing that. I have a responsibility to protect my companions, however that. The fallen slightly narrowed his eyes. Only applies if he's one of us who has the restoration as his objective. He turned his head to look at the white blood religion's leader. Please tell me, what kind of bet are you suggesting? It's simple. I'll take my hands off if the helmet's soul has already devoured that boy. However, I'll take him with me if he managed to overcome the helmet's soul. The white blood religion's leader leisurely shook her hand. After all, it shouldn't matter that I take him in that case, since he's not one of you. And how are you planning to determine whether the helmet's soul has devoured him or not? There's a way I can tell. She smiled while saying that she had the perfect way to determine it. All right, I accept. However, I have one condition. A condition? Yes. If Merlin acknowledges it after testing your method, I'll allow him to be taken away. Fine. The white blood religion's leader nodded confidently. Then please show me how you're planning to determine whether he was devoured by the helmet or not. The fallen opened his arms, telling her to try whatever she wanted. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at the white blood religion's leader and the fallen. They are both certain of their victory. Neither of them had the slightest intention of losing, regardless of the outcome of the bet. They were both completely confident that they would have Rayon in their possession no matter what. This makes it easier. He had already fully memorized Lochter's behavior patterns. Since he'd already absorbed his soul, there was no way his speech or behavior would give away his identity. The best outcome was for a war to break out between Eden and the white blood religion. He calmed himself down while reminding himself of that objective. Good. The white blood religion's leader nodded in satisfaction. She looked aside, and the fifth apostle stepped up. The fifth apostle controlled his bloody energy, and a gray puddle appeared under his feet. A man surrounded in gray energy popped out from it. Whoosh, the bloody energy scattered, and his appearance was revealed. The fluttering green hair and innocent, puppy-like eyes could be seen. There was no way Rayon wouldn't recognize them. Why is he here? Dorian. Rayon's heart skipped a beat upon seeing his unfocused eyes. His appearance was completely unexpected for him. Rayon crushed his tongue with his teeth in order to hide his surprise. What? Why is your pocket over there? It must have been from back then. He remembered Dorian throwing something at him when he was getting sucked into Merlin's box. He must have gotten caught by the 10th apostle after that. The white blood religion's leader caressed Dorian's head. His hair, which was protruding like an antenna, was tidied up. Continent chaser fragrance. That was what happened. The 10th apostle must have found out that he spread it on me. The white blood religion must have found Eden's base by using Dorian's continent chaser fragrance. It's getting so complicated. Dorian must have used the continent chaser fragrance in order to save him, but the situation was turning into the worst-case scenario. He couldn't think straight because it was a completely unexpected turn of events. That's a great feat that he's achieved. Even though the fallen realized the situation, he didn't lose his composure as he nodded. Pride. Rayon could realize once again that he'd been bestowed the power from pride. You should have realized by now what kind of bet I'm about to suggest. The white blood religion's leader pointed with her finger, and the fifth apostle brought Dorian in front of Rayon. If Rayon kills this boy, I'll admit my defeat. However, I'll be taking him with me if he doesn't kill him. She smiled, convinced of her victory. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Damn it, Rayon could feel the cold sweat flowing down his back. The fact that he was wearing a helmet was a relief, because they would have found him out already if they could see his expression. There's no way out. With Dorian there, he couldn't exactly let wrath take over his body. It was obvious that he was going to kill Dorian before anyone else once he went out of control. It's not bad, but it's still a bit uncertain. The fallen tilted his head while looking at Dorian. Even if his soul was devoured, he wouldn't immediately turn into a different person. It was only yesterday that he put on the helmet. The soul and body must not have reached a perfect harmony yet. I have to take action right now. Rayon bit his lip tightly while looking at the fallen, who was expressing his dissatisfaction about the bet. Regardless of that, why do I even have to kill him? He glared at Dorian, telling them that he couldn't understand why he had to do that. I'm a knight. I don't swing my sword at anyone for no reason. He shook his head while voicing something that Lochter would have said. Please, he was maintaining a casual expression, but his thoughts were completely different. He clenched his fist while hoping that the fallen would refuse the bet. Don't you think he's acting right now? The eyes of the white blood religion's leader sparkled from behind the red curtain. It looks like I'm the winner of this bet. No, the fallen shook his head. The soul of that helmet is the draconian knight captain, Lochter de Fort. It's not strange for a knight to be saying something like that. That's why we need to properly explain it to him. He went next to Dorian. He pointed at the reverse sword emblem on his uniform. Can you see this? This reverse sword is the emblem of our biggest enemy. It means that he's the enemy of Merlin, who is your master. The Fallen smiled while touching Sieghart's emblem. Merlin recently received a heavy injury on her chest, and that was also their doing. Ha. Rayon quietly exhaled, pretending to be enraged. He's not lying about that. He remembered Cheryl striking Merlin with her twin swords when she chased her away. The Fallen was talking about that incident. That swordsman is our enemy and one of the perpetrators who hurt Merlin. That should be enough reason, right? It was enough. Lochter would have already cut Dorian off since his whole world revolved around Merlin. However, he wasn't actually Lochter. As Rayon Sieghart, there was no way he could slay Dorian. Shall I make it easier for you? The White Blood Religion's leader snapped her fingers. As the snapping sound resounded throughout the air, light returned to Dorian's large eyes. Where am I, Yua? Dorian gasped upon noticing the strange sedan chair, the white blood fanatics surrounding it, and the demons wearing helmets. He saw the 10th apostle in the end, and his chin started to tremble violently from remembering how he got kidnapped. She's so obstinate. She wasn't helping him. She was pretty much stabbing him with a sword. The White Blood Religion's leader was definitely aware of the fact that he wasn't devoured by the helmet. Dorian kept rolling his eyes from anxiety, and eventually stopped upon noticing Rayon. His eyes widened upon seeing the blue dragon helmet with his uniform and sword. Vice Squad leader. Goosebumps appeared all over Rayon's body upon hearing his innocent voice. His sense of crisis was warning him of the incoming danger. Everyone could end up dying if he made a wrong move. Let me tell you one more time. This man belongs to one of our worst enemies, Sieghart. Slaying him would be helping Merlin, I see. Rayon grasped his sword and looked at Dorian. Dorian shut his mouth upon seeing his eyes under the helmet. His terrified eyes were trembling violently. He noticed me. Probably because they'd been together for such a long time, he seemed to have noticed that he wasn't devoured by the helmet. So you're taking the bet, right? The White Blood Religion's leader waved at the Fallen with a grin on her face. Yes, just like I said before, I'll send him off after getting Merlin's consent. However, he doesn't look like he's about to move anytime soon. We didn't set a time limit, did we? The Fallen faintly smiled and shook his head. I'd rather have it decided quickly. The White Blood Religion's leader turned her head to the right, and the old man who'd been carrying the sedan chair stepped forward. Even though only 3 people were carrying the chair, it didn't tremble in the slightest. The old man stomped on the ground, and a long passage of bloody energy opened up on the ground. 10 people of different genders appeared from the obscure bloody energy, and none of their eyes had focus, just like Dorian's used to be. I heard a knight doesn't overlook injustice. It will be 1 person per minute. As soon as her laughing voice ended, the old man sank his teeth into the flesh of the young man who was closest to Rayon, starting to devour his flesh. Crack, the blood gushing from the beheaded corpse fell upon Rayon's shoulders. The religious leader hasn't changed at all. Well, I guess ending this quickly isn't a bad deal for me. The Fallen smiled as innocently as a child while looking at the red blood covering the ground. Dorian's lips trembled violently as he saw the person next to him lose his head in an instant. His eyes kept wavering endlessly. Clench. Rayon grasped Heavenly Drive's blade to the point that it seemed like it would break. He also knows. The Fallen was also aware of the fact that he wasn't devoured by the helmet. He knew, and he was making fun of him. He was just enjoying the situation. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Ha-ha-ha. The laughter coming from the 2 monsters didn't sound human at all. Rayon's heart tightened upon seeing the smiles of the fiends, who considered humans as nothing but food. He could sense the scent of death from his inhaled breath. It would make it easier for him to escape if a fight broke out between them, but that would only be the case if they were trying to keep him alive. The White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen were both the type of people who would rather kill him if they couldn't have him for themselves. It was the worst situation he could be in, and one that he wasn't expecting at all. Rayon violently exhaled while looking at the terrified Dorian and the 9 people who were completely ignorant of the situation one after the other. What are you doing? 1 minute's almost up. Please slay Merlin's enemy like a knight you are. The White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen quietly urged him on, showing that they were getting bored. PSH, even though 1 minute hadn't even passed, the old man smashed the second woman's heart. The woman collapsed, unaware of her own death. That's 2. I wonder how long it's going to last. They were crazy bastards. Even if he included his previous life, he'd never seen anyone as crazy as them before. Even though they were trying to bring him with them, they weren't even considering what he would do afterwards. It was a terrifying amount of arrogance. However, he wasn't allowed to resist. The atmosphere was telling him that he would end up dying if he tried anything funny. The hair all over his body stood on end from the formless pressure coming from the supreme beings. Some thoughts started to appear in his head one by one, trying to comfort him. They were going to die anyway. It's not my fault. The White Blood Religion was going to feed on them regardless. I have something I need to achieve. I can't end up dying here for their sake. and Dorian. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Dorian. He'd spent the longest amount of time with Dorian outside of his family, and he was the one he'd revealed his heart to the most. He couldn't say that he would abandon him, even if he tried to lie to himself. I need a way to escape this situation. If he didn't kill Dorian, he would be killed by the Fallen, and if he didn't kill Dorian, he would become the white blood religion's leader's target. Dorian would end up dying even if he decided to have wrath take over his body. He felt like he was standing at the crossroad of death with no escape available. Rayon Sieghart. Dorian glared at Rayon. You idiot. He chewed on his lip while screaming. The blood flowing from his lip dripped on the ground. I didn't like you from the first time I saw you. I knew you would end up like this with how much you've been boasting. I've never ever been happy while I've been with you, not a single day. Dorian's wavering eyes looked almost distorted. Remember this. It's not just Menno one likes an arrogant bastard like you. Why aren't you saying anything? Kill me. All you can do is run your mouth. Run your mouth right now and kill me. Rayon grasped the hilt of his sword even more tightly. Dorian's eyes weren't wavering anymore. He was prepared to die. That stupid coward was asking him to kill him by mustering the courage that he didn't have. Instead of the resentment or insults that a dying person would usually speak, all he said were criticisms towards him. He was worried about him until the last moment. Ha. Rayon exclaimed and lowered his head. He doesn't even know how to insult people properly. But he's a brave one, a lot braver than me. He was a lot more amazing than him since he was trying to find a way to escape while giving dirty excuses. It's meaningless to survive by kissing the ground. He'd already lived long enough as a mean rat in his previous life. He didn't want to finish his current life the same way. This is getting interesting. This is why humans are interesting. The white blood religion's leader and the Fallen smiled at the same time. Their evil smiles revealed their confidence that they could deal with any kind of development. Rayon wasn't looking at them anymore. He started walking towards Dorian and the hostages and wielded heavenly drive. Wrath, I'll take your wrath, even for an instant. It's unnecessary. The King of Essence is also enraged. Wrath frowned while looking at Dorian, who was on the verge of tears. He's still the King of Essence's subordinate, no matter how stupid and slow he is. The King of Essence will help you as much as he can. Rayon nodded and stood in between Dorian and the hostages. An idiot, you said. Dorian braced for death and closed his eyes. Ha! Rayon unsheathed his two swords at the same time. The Blizzard sword art stormed from the blade of Requiem in his right hand, and the fangs of insanity bared its teeth from heavenly drive in his left. The blade of Requiem slammed into the fifth apostle's neck, who was holding Dorian, and heavenly drive pierced through the old man's chest. PSSH. He pulled out the two swords at the same time, and a deadly amount of blood gushed from the fifth apostle's neck, while the old man went to his knees before he collapsed. If I have to survive through dirty means. Rayon took off the blue dragon helmet. His eyes were shining bright red, not losing their color despite facing absolute beings. I'd rather die right here and now. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Wow. Dorian's chin trembled violently as he watched Rayon slay the fifth apostle and the chair-carrier old man. What do you think you're doing right now? He was hoping for Rayon to survive in his stead, yet he ended up doing something unimaginable. You idiot, stupid. He couldn't even speak properly at that point, surprised at the way Rayon kicked away his only chance to survive. You are still so bad at insulting people. Rayon chuckled at Dorian. Are you laughing right now? You won't be able to survive anymore, young master. We are all going to die. Dorian called him young master, which he hadn't done in a long time, with trembling eyes. It's meaningless to survive by begging for life. But the young master is different from. I'm the same. Rayon slowly shook his head. I only have one life, just like you and everyone else. That's. People always judge from the results. They rank people by their prowess, from how old they were when they became an expert and to started using their aura blade. He'd been accumulating results in his previous life in order to survive, and he'd been creating results in order to advance in his current life. However, there is something more important than results. Rayon straightened his back. He bit his lip while meeting the eyes of the white blood religion's leader and the Fallen, who were at the peak of the continent. I won't achieve happiness even if I manage to create the same results as them through dirty means. Even if he became a grandmaster or reached an even higher realm by having Dorian and the hostages killed, he wouldn't be able to forget about what happened that day for the rest of his life. If he had to survive with such regret in his heart, he preferred death instead. I won't leave any regrets anymore. I don't need another life full of mistakes. He wasn't alone in his life. Since there were people who believed in him, he was going to achieve results through means that he could be proud of, no matter what you try. He controlled the Ring of Fire and increased his soul level. His determination started to dwell in his voice. I won't be defeated. As warm blood flew down from heavenly drive and the blade of Requiem, Rayon pointed them at the white blood religion's leader and the Fallen. However, the two monsters' reactions were completely different from his expectations. They are smiling. They were smiling as if they were enjoying the situation. They didn't even care about the fifth apostle and the old man who had collapsed on the ground instead. They kept staring at him. I'm a bit disappointed because I think results are everything that counts. The white blood religion's leader shook her hand lightly. I like him even more. An excellent result can't be created without a good process after all. The fallen nodded, saying that he had heard something nice. How about withdrawing now if you didn't like what he said? I can't do that. He's already killed two of our apostles. It's a huge loss. If that's how you want to count, we've suffered an even bigger loss. We've already lost 4 masters. They were still trying to judge him. Crazy wasn't even enough to describe them anymore. By the way, it looks like you were aware of it all along. The white blood religion's leader drew a circle with her finger while looking at the fallen. You must be underestimating me too much. There's no way I wouldn't notice when you also realized it. The fallen smiled faintly and nodded. Why did you accept the bet despite knowing about it? I wanted to see what kind of person he was since Merlin kept saying that she wanted to have him. So what was your impression? The fervent gaze of the white blood religion's leader pierced into the fallen through the red curtain. He has an excellent talent in swordsmanship, with extraordinary guts, and I also liked the righteous spirit he showed at the end. I agree with Merlin that it's worth bringing him to our side even if we have to make sacrifices. The eyes behind the fallen's mask glowed intensely. His eyes were brimming with desire, unlike before. It's too late, as the bet is already over. That boy is part of our religion now. The white blood religion's leader leaned back in the sedan chair and raised her chin. That's not true, as Merlin hasn't given her consent yet. Do you believe that Merlin would forgive him when he devoured her precious soul? I think she would try to kill him instead. I wonder. The fallen shook his head, saying that he wasn't sure about that. Then how about making a second bet? You really love to bet. Betting is the best way to resolve such a complicated situation. The white blood religion's leader nodded casually, looking at the fifth apostle and the old man who were working hard on their recovery. I have never seen Rayon's swordsmanship. Let's send out one person from each side and see which one manages to neutralize him first. How about it? Don't you think it'll be interesting? That's not a bad idea, since we only saw his surprise attack. Come here, both of you. The fifth apostle and the old man walked up to the sedan chair to heed her call. The old man with a hole in his chest remained composed, but the fifth apostle was giving Rayon a murderous glare because his throat had been ripped into by the blade of Requiem. That's a severe wound. The white blood religion's leader casually stroked the fifth apostle's neck, and the blood suddenly stopped gushing out. The injury started to heal up as if it were being scorched by fire. Rayon swallowed nervously upon witnessing that scene. Did she really manage to immediately heal that wound? Considering the fact that she was capable of healing a wound filled with ghastly energy, which was the worst opponent for the bloody energy, the white blood religion's leader had more than prowess to her. She was a monster who could even use mysterious abilities. Since you've been attacked, it would be only natural to return the favor. The white blood religion's leader raised her finger to point at Rayon. He will be your junior in the future. Don't be too rough with him. Understood. Despite his answer, a powerful murderous intent was emerging from the fifth apostle, considering his level. The fallen looked to his left and signaled with his eyes. Unfaceable Snake stepped up. You can do it, right? Of course. Unfaceable Snake bowed at the fallen before standing next to the fifth apostle. The first one to inflict a critical wound on Rayon will be the winner. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't kill Heir. Can I join that bet? Rayon stepped up and cut her words off. What? The white blood religion's leader and the fallen turned their heads towards him instead of refusing. This is an opportunity. They were still looking at the situation as entertainment. The basis for that was obviously their might. They could maintain their confidence because they believed their advantage couldn't be lost no matter what he tried, and I need to use that fact. The bet was nothing but a show to witness his might. It was necessary to make use of that carelessness of theirs. Wrath, can you break through that barrier? It should be possible to create a hole in his current condition. Shall he do it now? No, please keep your power for now. They underestimated me and gave me some time. I can't waste it. They were right in front of Cameloon, and Owen and Balkar were also located nearby. Their chance of survival would become a lot higher as long as they could break out of the barrier. It's still extremely small, though. Rayon erased his hasty emotions and calmly pulled himself together. How are you planning to participate? The white blood religion's leader nodded, telling him to continue. You will withdraw if I manage to defeat both of them. Rayon was currently at the intermediate level of master, while the fifth apostle and unfaceable Snake were at the advanced level. They likely believed that there was no way they could lose. The white blood religion's leader slowly turned her head. What do you think? I said this before, but I took a liking to his guts. I'm going to accept. In that case, I'm also okay with it. They nodded at the same time. I can't trust their words. Even though they were the monsters at the peak of the white blood religion in Eden, they were also evil enough to break their promises if they wanted. Rayon was certain that they wouldn't keep their promises even if he won the bet. The reason he volunteered to join the bet was in order to carve a path for his escape. Dorian. Rayon gave the sword that he got from the treasury to Dorian. What about this? You should protect them. He pointed at the people who were starting to regain consciousness. Show your determination as a Sieghart swordsman. You understood. Dorian took the sword despite his surprise. He tried hiding his fear as much as possible and went in front of them, drawing his sword. I made you wait. Rayon stood in front of the fifth apostle, an unfaceable snake, fixing his grip on his sword. You deceived me perfectly. How cute of you. Unfaceable snake narrowed his eyes. I told you that I would be back. HMPH. No one would believe something like that. Shut up. He ground his teeth, his eyes filled with irritation. Yes, you should talk while you can. The fifth apostle interfered between unfaceable snake and Rayon while spreading bloody energy around him. The powerful bloody energy was engulfing his fist, which looked as stout as a boulder. I'll destroy both of you once we start fighting. His powerful energy wave was also directed at unfaceable snake in addition to Rayon. I'd rather have a duel against you at this point. Unfaceable snake spat on the ground and frowned. Begin now. The white blood religion's leader gestured with her hand and unfaceable snake, and the fifth apostle kicked the ground at the same time. The powerful energy bursting from their sword and fist showed that they had no intention of going easy on him. Rayon licked his lips while looking at the blade piercing toward him like an awl and the fist charging at him like a hammer. This fight is just a process. The fight was a small part of the plan. He could afford to injure his body, but he needed to quickly finish the fight in order to maintain his aura's integrity as much as possible. Thud, Rayon stomped the ground. He controlled 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier at the same time to deflect unfaceable snake's strike with heavenly drive and sever the fifth apostle's punch with the blade of requiem. Rumble. The clash between the swords and fist created a huge shockwave, strong enough to make the land tremble. HMPH. The fifth apostle snorted and started a rotational force from his shoulder to incorporate in his fist. The astral fist, imbued with a tremendous coiling power, was thrust at his chest. Tusk. Unfaceable snake briefly clicked his tongue and slammed down his sword, which he had swirled upwards. The strike was surrounded by blade-sharp combative energy as it fell onto Rayon's head. Now, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps. The moment his left foot was pushed into the ground, his vision instantly changed. He leaped through the space and gained distance from them. It was the Supreme Harmony steps utilization that was further improved from his mental world. The fifth apostle and unfaceable snake clashed against each other instead of hitting Rayon as they were attacking him from both sides at the same time. Clang, they were equal in might. They both withdrew 10 steps back. The deep footprints carved onto the ground showed just how fierce their clash was. You bastard, watch who you are. As soon as they stopped moving, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's second step. Just like an arrow that left the bowstring, he pierced into unfaceable snake in an instant. Are you looking down on me? I'm just more used to you. Rayon bit his lip and thrust the blade of requiem. The flame bursting from the short blade rotated violently towards unfaceable snake's shoulder. I've already analyzed that technique. Unfaceable snake slashed down diagonally. His combative energy spread out like a wave to erase the revolving sky's flame. However, that was just a feint. The real one came after. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Thud, he gathered his energy from his energy center and shot it out from his right hand. Blue light flickered on Heavenly Drive's blade as it lunged into unfaceable snake's chest. Rayon Sieghart-style technique. First form, Frost Pond. I've already seen that too. Unfaceable snake lowered his center of gravity. He raised his sword from the bottom to lower it back from mid-height. The two strikes surrounded by combative energy stopped. Frost Pond's first blade. Clang, the clash between the swords created a tremendous impact. Unfaceable snake's widened eyes looked like they would pop out. His sword was unable to withstand the first strike and was bounced back instead. How? It's simple. Rayon clenched his teeth and unleashed the second strike of Frost Pond. I've gotten stronger than before. Arg. Unfaceable snake gathered his combative energy to try defending against it, but the second blade was faster than him. Glacier's coldness, which had become even stronger than before from absorbing Lochter's soul, pierced through his red combative energy and stabbed his chest. It was a direct hit. It was the result of unleashing the technique he knew at a speed and power surpassing his expectations. The fight wouldn't have ended so easily if Unfaceable Snake weren't so careless about it. Kua, Unfaceable Snake stepped backwards with the blade of coldness stabbing him and collapsed on the ground. Thud, without having time to rejoice over his victory against Unfaceable Snake, he immediately turned around. You arrogant bastard. The fifth apostle was punching him while catching up to him like a shadow. Gray stream was bursting from his fist, targeting his heart. Kring. Rayon used the momentum from turning to strike the blade of Requiem upwards. The 10,000 flames cultivations, fire harmonized with the ghastly energy to increase the heat. Clang, it was a powerful impact. However, it wasn't over yet. The fifth apostle was punching him once again with his left fist. I need to see the flow, he made the ring of fire resonate as fast as possible. The approaching fifth apostle's fist slowed down gradually. He could see the wrinkles and scars covering the fist and the flow of bloody energy following it. Power, variety, and speed. The fifth apostle's fist incorporated power, speed, and variety. The fist multiplied into 10 to hit the vitals all over his body. I can't dodge all of them. It was impossible to dodge all of those fists in his current condition. He gave up on evasion. Since his decision was fast, the movement of his aura was also extremely swift. Whap, Rayon swirled heavenly drive to unleash the firewall of the 10,000 flames cultivation. Rumble, the impact from the fifth apostle's fist hitting the firewall was transferred throughout his body. Rayon held back his nausea and advanced to bend the blade of Requiem. Whop, the flame blooming from the red blade was even redder than the blade itself. The flame petals leaving the flower bud turned into a violent firestorm to attack the fifth apostle's neck. You won't get me a second time. The fifth apostle didn't waver even though the firestorm was charging at him in a straight line. He thrust a powerful punch to the front to erase the 10,000 flames cultivation's flame spirit in an instant. Thud, the moment the fifth apostle's fist neutralized the flame spirit, Rayon took another step forward. Kring, he drew the blade of Requiem that he'd sheathed after using the flame spirit. The principles of illusion seeped into the red blade to burst out the melody of resentment and despair. Rayon Sieghart-style technique. Third form, Sword's silvery dream. The fifth apostle's senses were extremely reduced, and the blade of Requiem incorporated the principles of Sword's silvery dream to advance towards his neck. The fifth apostle snapped out of it in an instant and defended his neck with his left hand while punching with his right. It was an astonishing reaction. He wasn't at the advanced level of master for no reason, since he was capable of defending and attacking at the same time in that short instant. However, that reaction is going to get you killed, because I'm not currently targeting your neck. Since he'd been continuously targeting his neck, during his surprise attack and during the fight itself, the fifth apostle could only think about defending his neck. His current attack was an illusory sword that was baiting him into defending his neck. Kring, the sword's silvery dream strike hiding behind the fake blade was charging towards the fifth apostle's heart. Arg, the fifth apostle hurriedly canceled his punch, but it was already too late. The blade of Requiem was already about to crunch its prey with its jaws. Crack, the blade of Requiem cut through the bloody energy and pierced into the left side of the fifth apostle. Just as Rayon was about to destroy his heart with ghastly energy, his hand suddenly lost its strength. What's going on? That's enough. The white blood religion's leader was extending her hand towards him. Rayon couldn't understand how she was stopping his body since she wasn't even using her bloody energy. I'd like to avoid having any more apostles die on me. She casually waved her hand, and the fifth apostle with a hole in his chest was dragged towards the sedan chair. He's really more powerful than his realm, just like the evil goat demon told me. The fallen applauded him without even looking at unfaceable Snake, who was collapsed on the ground. The desire dwelling in his eyes was burning even more powerfully than before. Sir Rayon has won the bet. Are you planning to let him go? His question was directed at the white blood religion's leader. No, the white blood religion's leader immediately shook her head without even considering it in the slightest. There's no way I would do that. Her gaze could be felt from behind the red curtain. The desire surrounding her eyes was even more powerful than the fallen's as her gaze pierced into Rayon's heart. I can't possibly miss out on such a gem, don't you think? I expected no less. I agree with you. The fallen nodded in agreement. What kind of bullshit is that? Rayon ground his teeth violently while looking at the white blood religion's leader and the fallen. You said you'd let me go if I won. A promise doesn't need to be kept. Promises actually exist to be broken. Are you still calling yourselves the heads of 5 demons? This is why we could be the heads of 5 demons. The fallen curved his lips into a smile as he made fun of Rayon. It would be awkward to say this in return, but I'll be giving you a choice. He bobbed his finger. You should choose yourself which one to join, Eden or the white blood religion. That was also bullshit. It was obvious that the other side was going to attack with everything they had if he chose one of them. Damn it. Rayon bit his lip and knelt on the ground. Despite the despair that he was pretending to feel on the outside, his mind was calmer than ever. Wrath, give me your power and let me use that one. That one, you know, the first technique you used after returning to your original form. It was the large-scale ice skill that managed to freeze everything he could see in an instant. Rayon figured he would be able to stop those two temporarily if he used that technique. Are you talking about the frozen world? If that's the technique you used to freeze the mental world in an instant, then that's the correct one. There's something called causality in the world. There has to be a cause for an effect to be created. You can't achieve anything just because you want it to happen. Are you saying that it's impossible? It would be difficult. Wrath briefly sighed. There's a clear limit to the amount of energy the King of Essence can give to you, but that's going to be enough to destroy your body. You might end up fainting from the extreme pain. It's okay. I can endure it, Tusk, seriously. Wrath clicked his tongue and stuck to his wrist. Leave your body to the King of Essence. He's not telling you to give up your body. Follow the flow that the King of Essence is about to create. As soon as he finished speaking, a tremendous amount of energy entered him like a rising tide through the wrath in his soul. Do it now. Wrath opened a new path through the coldness circulating in his mana circuits. Rayon followed the flow to control Wrath's energy that was filling his body. He was also controlling his aura at the same time. He could only grit his teeth. His entire body ached from the tremendous amount of energy passing through his mana circuits, and the splashing energy center felt like it was about to explode. You must continue, I know. His vision went red, implying that his blood vessels had ruptured, and extreme pain coursed through his body, but Rayon endured everything to keep controlling the energy until the end. Imagine it now. All of them will freeze. Rayon closed his eyes while listening to Wrath's voice resounding in his ears. He imagined the frozen world that he'd performed in his main body and exploded all of the energy he'd gathered in his hands. Whoosh, everything fell completely silent. The coldness burst out while ignoring even time and space to freeze every single powerhouse from the white blood religion, and Eden including the religious leader and the fallen. You imagined it right. Dorian. Rayon stood up while coughing up blood. He was severely injured inside because of using a huge amount of power in an instant, but he didn't have time to tend to his wound. Bring them. Ah, yes, he walked up to the barrier with heavy steps. He still had some aura left. He needed to use the coldness that Wrath would send him afterwards to destroy the barrier. Wrath, next up is that wave. All right. He followed Wrath and stretched his hand. An extremely cold tidal wave was created from his hand to strike the barrier. Creak. A blue fissure was created along with the sound of the land being destroyed. However, he didn't manage to completely destroy it. Even Wrath's power wasn't enough. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching the recovering barrier. Because Wrath's judgment had never been wrong, it was completely unexpected that he didn't even manage to create a hole in the barrier. You must be disappointed. Rayon hurriedly turned his head upon hearing a gentle voice coming from behind him. The huge glaciers covering the white blood religion's leader and the fallen had melted down in an instant. The barrier fortifies even further whenever I'm inside. I can confidently say that no one should be able to destroy it in its current state. The fallen smiled kindly. I didn't expect you to be hiding so much power. Even I could have turned completely immobile if I had been careless. I'm really curious about how an intermediate master managed to unleash power that even surpasses a grandmaster. The red lips of his mask curved up in a strange manner. I thought you were a diamond in the rough, but I was wrong. The white blood religion's leader raised her chin. She lifted the curtain slightly and looked at him directly. Rayon's heart skipped a beat once he faced her eyes that looked like black pearls. Rayon gritted his teeth. He looked around and he could see Dorian and the hostages kneeling on the ground with their eyes filled with sadness. Is it over? All of his plans had been shattered. It was apparently impossible to stop them with his current body and aura despite Wrath's help. Gambling is the only solution left now. There was only one solution left. It was to risk his life and give his body to Wrath. Wrath, the King of Essence shall try since his subordinate is here. An unusual nervousness could be heard in his voice. You are mine. That can't be allowed to happen. I'm never letting him go after seeing what he did just now. The white blood religion's leader and the fallen's eyes were glowing in an evil light. It was as if their desires had materialized. The two monsters were extending their huge hands towards Rayon while saying that he had to become theirs. Huff. Rayon clenched his fist as tightly as he could while looking at the two monsters' hands as they tried to grasp his head. Wrath, I'll give you. Just as he was about to give his body to Wrath, the white blood religion's leader and the fallen suddenly stopped. Don't tell me. Oh no, their eyes widened and they looked up at the sky. Rayon had never seen their surprised expressions before. What's happening? Rayon raised his trembling head to follow their gazes. A golden star was shining from the dark night sky. A golden star. The moment he met the red eyes of the star, the entire world turned crimson. Translator Kyungi. Proofreader Harley. The red lightning covered the extent of the dark sky. As if the lightning dragon of the sky had descended on the world, the entire world sparked red. The lightning energy, which was spreading out like a spider's web, gathered on top of the barrier to create a majestic line. Rumble. Even before the tremendous sound of thunder faded away, the lightning strikes twisted with each other like a chain to pierce through the lunar barrier. Wham. The lunar barrier that he claimed to be invincible was shredded as easily as a piece of paper. The moon and star emblems that previously managed to withstand Wrath's coldness were shattered into pieces and slammed onto the ground. A lone man descended upon the destroyed barrier. His red eyes, looking down on the whole world, crushed the surrounding area. The balance of the world, twisted by the demonic power, was being fixed by a single person's presence, Glenn Sieghart. The white blood religion's leader ground her teeth while looking at the man who was overwhelming the entire world with his presence. How could you appear without any sign? Did you even bend the laws of nature? The fallen's eyes were trembling as he looked up at the red sky, which was still sparkling. What the hell, Glenn Sieghart? Is that truly the destructive king of the north? I never imagined that this would happen. The white blood religion and Eden officers were crushed under Glenn's destructive pressure, unable to even straighten their backs. Human scum has crossed the line. Glenn's quiet voice drove away the darkness from the land. You will die if you move. His voice became a declaration that resounded throughout the land. The fifth apostle groaned, unable to endure the pain in his chest caused by the blade of Requiem, and a red line was created on his face. PSSH, the line widened to the sides and the fifth apostle's body split in half. His regeneration ability didn't even have time to be activated. He instantly died. He didn't even swing his sword or use his aura. Even though there was no cause, the result still existed, which was that the fifth apostle had been slain. Rayon swallowed nervously while watching Glenn's back. This is the destructive king of the north. He was the man who dominated the Continental War and was called the Lightning God as a result. His reputation as the closest swordsman to being the strongest man on the continent wasn't for naught. Is he even stronger than him? He hadn't seen Darius Robert for over 20 years, but he couldn't imagine him being stronger than Glenn, as expected of the King of Essence's rival. Wrath nodded with an enervated voice. He would have put up a good fight if only he could bring his main body here. He frowned, saying that it was regrettable that he couldn't use his main body, Rayon Sieghart. While Rayon was ignoring the bluffing Wrath, Glenn's voice could be heard. You've been kidnapped despite wearing Sieghart's name. That's so pathetic of you. However, he continued without looking back. It should have been a mistake that Glenn's voice sounded like it was trembling. Good job on holding out until now. His voice seeped into his heart. His nose was tingling, likely because it was the first bit of warmth he'd felt from him. Rayon bit his lip to prevent his vision from turning blurry with tears. How dare you come here when you are just an old man who doesn't even have the strength to wield a sword? The white blood religion's leader raised her upper body. Formless energy spread out from her on top of the mysterious presence she had. Your grandson must be pretty important for you to bring you all the way here. However, the fallen raised his hand and narrowed his eyes. His energy wave engulfed the entire area in an instant. It looks like you are on your own. The fallen's lips rolled up into a thin smile upon realizing that Glenn didn't bring anyone with him. So what? Glenn raised his chin slightly. His extremely arrogant expression gave the impression that he was the one who received the demon king of pride's power instead of the fallen. Since you came to your grave on your accord, I shall treat you accordingly. The fallen opened his hands and looked at the sedan chair of the white blood religion's leader. Fine, let's work together for the time being. The sedan chair's curtain was gently lifted and her face was revealed. She was a peerless beauty with black eyes and black hair, and her skin was as transparent as the first snow. She was wearing a blood-red dress that revealed the line of her body, and a sweet fragrance coming from her tickled the nose. That's the white blood religion's leader. Despite how she acted, she looked like she was only in her mid-20s. Rayon's head felt dizzy just from looking at her. It felt like she was spreading a charming spell just by existing there. But have I seen her before? He couldn't pinpoint why, but her appearance felt familiar somehow. It's extremely painful to see the branch being destroyed, but it will be worth it if I can take the life of the destructive king of the north. The fallen's murderous intent was dripping from his quiet voice. Light and darkness crawled from his hands. You would have been able to die from old age if you stayed in your hole in the north. White energy spread from the white blood religion's leader. The peak of bloody energy bursting towards the sky had an even higher purity than nature's mana. Rayon went to his knees while grasping his chest. Even though he was using the ring of fire, he couldn't even breathe because of the white blood religion's leader and the fallen's pressures. He felt like his throat was completely blocked by wet paper. Glenn looked completely unaffected despite being the sole target of the white blood religion's leader and the fallen's pressures. He was simply looking down on everything in front of him, just like when he was sitting on the audience chamber's throne. Huff. Rayon barely managed to open his mouth to continue his weak breathing. I have to watch this fight even if I end up dying as a result. Glenn Sieghart, the white blood religion's leader, and the fallen were some of the strongest people of the continent as the heads of the 6 kings and 5 demons. Witnessing the fight until the end to make it into his own was bound to allow him to progress even further. Stay back. Glenn slightly tilted his chin and spoke to him. And watch carefully. As soon as his voice reached him, the pressures coming from the white blood religion's leader and the fallen became weaker, and it became a lot easier to breathe. Is he helping me? He thought Glenn would have left him to survive on his own considering his usual demeanor, but it wasn't the case. Rayon felt like the Glen he was watching was slightly different from the one he'd been seeing in the audience chamber, 2 of the 5 demons. Glen pointed at the white blood religion's leader and the fallen with his chin while looking at them with icy cold eyes. Not too bad for a warm-up. Come at me, you old man. The white blood religion's leader and the fallen frowned at the same time upon hearing Glen's arrogant voice. You haven't changed at all. The fallen's mouth curved into a thin smile. His prideful smile was brimming with murderous intent. His murderous aura manifested in the world by turning the land completely dark. You shouldn't believe that it will be the same as 30 years ago. You've gotten older, and we've gotten stronger since then. White blood spread around the white blood religion's leader. The land melted down and the sky started to scream. Rumble, the entire world trembled from the clash of power between the 3 supreme beings. It almost felt like the whole world was about to collapse. Whap, the white blood religion's leader signaled the start of the battle. The moment her hands touched each other, her bloody energy created a flame that burst from the ground. The firepower that engulfed Glen's body was something that Rayon had never seen before. Swoosh, the fallen stretched his hands forward. The holy and demonic powers, the light and darkness, crossed each other as they advanced towards Glen's upper body. The white blood religion's leader and the fallen's attacks were activated in an instant, just like wraths. Frozen world, it felt like their energies had already reached Glen's body the moment they appeared. Glen's expression didn't even change as he faced the 2 monsters' attacks, which were targeting his lower and upper body at the same time. It felt like his serene expression was telling them that their attacks were unworthy of his emotions as he stomped the ground. Thud, the entire land trembled from the simple step as red lightning appeared. The sky looked distorted from the powerful lightning, and the fire and light created by the white blood religion's leader and the fallen dissipated from it. Warming up is unnecessary. Glen bobbed his hand while looking down on the white blood religion's leader and the fallen. Come at me with everything you have. Blood explosion, the white blood religion's leader gathered her hands once again. The bloody energy blazing around her expanded in size and changed its shape. Snap, the land split apart, and a white tidal wave was created to engulf the entire branch. Every single one of the bloody waves was more powerful than an astral sphere. Rayon never thought it was possible to create such a phenomenon with bloody energy. Even though she was an enemy, her prowess was worthy of admiration. Kring. The fallen raised his hand. The white sphere rising from his hand spread around to materialize thousands of swords of light. They were holy swords. Every single one of them was an extremely powerful sword and magic at the same time. 1,000 blades fell upon him, and the bloody tidal wave flooded onto him. Rayon couldn't see any way to dodge the attack. Even though Glen was facing a fearsome attack that had surpassed the boundaries of reality, he slowly raised his sword. Lightning quake, a red light glimmered on heavenly tremor as if the lightning were dwelling inside, and Glen used the sword to sever the sky and the land. Crack, the holy swords dominating the sky and the blood explosion crushing the land clashed against the blade, capable of slaying everything in the world. The clash of power crushed Eden's buildings into powder, and the surface of the land revealed its interior. Wham! The majestic sound of an explosion engulfed the world. The lightning spread out like a flame to make the bloody wave disappear and shatter the swords of light. The absolute power was capable of dealing with the white blood religion's leader and the fallen at the same time. Glen's title as the strongest in the continent wasn't excessive at all. Is that all you have after acting all high and mighty? Glen scornfully narrowed his eyes. You are jumping to conclusions. We are only getting started. The fallen and the white blood religion's leader laughed coldly and gathered the black light and the bloody energy. Their power only grew stronger. They weren't using their full strength in their previous attack. I shall be on offense this time. Glen's left foot crushed the land, and his body appeared in front of the fallen at the same time. It was the completed version of the Supreme Harmony steps capable of leaping through space. Kring, Glen looked like he was simply getting rid of a hindrance as he slashed down with heavenly tremor. It was a fast yet simple strike, and that made it extremely powerful. The blade stretched out like a ray of light, and the darkness appeared the moment it reached the fallen's neck. Growl, the darkness grabbed heavenly tremor as if it were a living creature and refused to let it go. Hold it tightly. A huge whip in the shape of a dragon's tail was in the white blood religion's leader's grasp. It was a bloody whip created with white blood energy. Kring, the falling whip multiplied into hundreds to coil around Glen's body. Whap, even though it was a crisis, Glen's composed eyes weren't wavering in the slightest. Heavenly tremor started to incorporate the intense red light of the sun to push the darkness back. The demonic power is getting pushed back. The fallen stepped back with a frown on his face, and Glen's sword created a long, elliptical trajectory. Zap! A powerful lightning strike was created at the same time as the blade's trajectory to dash through the land like the distant horizon. Wham! The lightning slash severed the hundreds of bloody whips and even managed to cut through the fallen's darkness. Bomb! Eden's entire branch started to collapse from the tremendous shockwave, and cracks appeared on the land like the earth during a drought. Glenn clicked his tongue while looking at the land being split apart. It's too narrow. He extended his right foot and slashed upwards with heavenly tremor. The storming lightning and tempest pushed back the white blood religion's leader and the fallen. Thud, Glenn used the supreme harmony steps once again to appear in front of the white blood religion's leader. Wham! The white blood religion's leader noticed his move and defended herself by turning her bloody energy into a sword. The fallen licked his lips and created darkness to interfere between them. Slam! A magnificent radiance spread out to the surroundings from the endless clashes between the white, red, and black lights. The three supreme beings gradually moved away from the branch and started to show their prowess in the sky over an empty field. Rumble. Even though Rayon was at a significant distance away from them, it was difficult to stay standing because of the shockwave coming from their powers. Bang! The sound of an explosion could be heard from the collapsed building. Translator Kyungi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon turned around while breathing roughly. Merlin was looking at him with widened eyes. What's happening here? The destructive king of the north personally came to attack us because of the man you kidnapped, you bitch. Ack. Unfaceable Snake ground his teeth while trying to stop his bleeding after escaping the ice pillar. And the reason you kidnapped him was all for naught as well. He raised his finger to point at Rayon's face. That bastard managed to devour your dragon instead. What? Merlin turned her head around, as stiff as a machine. Her eyes became extremely distorted upon noticing that Rayon wasn't wearing the helmet. Locked. I'm sorry about that. Rayon frowned while grasping his stomach to hold back his nausea. I can't lie to her. Taking advantage of her would have made it easier to escape the situation, but he couldn't lie to her probably because Lochter's soul was absorbed into his own. I won the duel in the mental world. Ah. Merlin sank to the ground. Her eyes behind the mask lost focus. She looked like she was completely out of her mind. Arg, the 10th apostle who'd been crushed under Glenn's pressure managed to snap out of it from Merlin's scream and stood up. Now is the time. Capture Rayon Sieghart. As soon as he gave the order, the 4 people who were carrying the white blood religion's leader's sedan chair moved at the same time. Soul's severing sword stretched out his hand from the other side, and Eden's officers also started running at him. Damn it. Rayon bit his lip. I don't have any strength left to resist. His body was completely messed up from spending Wrath's energy. He wasn't even able to lift Heavenly Drive, but I shouldn't be a hindrance to him. Since Glenn was currently fighting against 2 of the 5 demons' heads, he couldn't allow himself to be a burden to him. He resonated the Ring of Fire. He lifted his 2 swords while enduring the throbbing pain in his heart. I'll resist until the last moment, even if I have to die. It was as he was about to force himself to swing his sword at the old man running from the right and the black orc helmet approaching from the left side that it happened. The wind started to blow. With emerald wind ruffling his hair, a tall elf appeared in front of him. Slam. The familiar swordsmanship performed from his hand turned into green wind to fend off the old man and the black orc helmet at the same time. Ah. Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at the fluttering red hair. You look miserable right now. Rimmer turned around with a gentle smile on his face. His smile expressed his worries and anger at the same time. Sieghart's sword of light. The 10th apostle and Soul's severing sword moved at once to attack Rimmer. I'm not the only one who came here, though. The moment Rimmer shrugged his shoulders, a blade as thin as an awl pierced into the 10th apostle's neck. The 10th apostle hurriedly swung his spear to defend himself, but blood was flowing down from his neck. I was planning to finish him off in a single strike. A man holding a blue rapier somersaulted before landing on the ground. It was Roan, the old butler, with his hair neatly combed back. My skills must have gotten rusty. The assassin king. 10th apostle violently ground his teeth while covering his neck. Whack! Rayon turned his head to the right upon hearing a boulder-shattering sound. A purple-haired woman was holding twin swords of different colors in her hands, stopping Soul's severing sword head-on. Rumble. Even though Soul's severing sword was at least twice as big as her, the way she was pushing him back with sheer strength almost looked like a miracle. Rayon, the Heavenly Blade Division leader, Cheryl, lowered her swords and turned her head. I'm glad you are safe. Her lips slightly curved upwards into a faint smile. Rayon's chin trembled as he watched the 3 people who came to help him. His heart was pounding violently. It felt like his turbulent emotions, which he'd been trying to hold back after hearing Glenn's voice, were about to explode. Rayon Sieghart can't even move a single finger right now. Capture him at all costs. The 10th apostle ordered everyone before grasping his spear to charge at Roan. The same went for Soul's severing sword as he narrowed his eyes slightly before gathering his aura of death and combative energy to attack Cheryl with his sword. My bad, I misspoke. Rimmer snickered and pointed at the sky. I should have said that we aren't the only ones who came here. At the same time as he sneered, dozens of dimensional gates opened up in the air. swordsmen wearing Zekart's emblem came running out from every single one of the dimensional rifts. The Heavenly Blade Division, the White Lotus Division, the Void Sword Division, the Crimson Ultimate Division, the Tiger Strike Squad. The armed groups that he'd frequently interacted with weren't the only ones there, and even the swordsmen who were on a mission outside the house had gathered in the same place. Rumble. The swordsmen surrounded Eden's branch with an icy cold gaze in their eyes. A blockade was formed in no time, where not a single person would be able to escape. Familiar people came out from the last dimensional rift that appeared: Burin, Martha, and Runnan. The Light Wind Squad looked a lot more mature than before as they came running at him. Light Wind Squad, protect the Vice Squad leader, Rimmer shouted, and the Light Wind Squad formed the Light Wind formation to stand in front of Rayon. They didn't say anything about how worried they were, how relieved they were, or how glad they were to see him safe. Their voices were replaced by the unshakable determination to protect him no matter what, visible in the lines of their backs. Rumble. The auras bursting from hundreds of Zekart swordsmen merged into one and engulfed the world. Rayon clenched the hilt of his sword to the point that his hand started to bleed. Am I not alone anymore? Unlike his previous life, where his head was cut off at the same time as his collar, people were currently standing next to him. They were together with him in his life and his sword. Rayon. Rimmer grabbed his trembling right hand to make him point at the enemy. Since you went through so much hardship, I'll let you have the most delicious part. He grinned. Every other swordsman, including Shirl and Roan, was looking at him as they fixed their grips on their swords. Destroy. Rayon swallowed nervously. He shouted out the exalted feeling surging from his mind. Zekart's enemy. At Rayon's silvery voice, Zekart started to move. Translator Kyangyi. Proofreader Harley. The Fallen raised his left hand. The night sky was dragged into his hand, then turned into an enormous darkness. Screech. The grotesque darkness stretched out dozens of long and elastic legs to surround Glenn from every direction he could potentially move. Whoosh. An inhuman language was coming from the White Blood Religion's leader at an extreme speed. The strands of bloody energy flowing around her tangled with each other over and over until a white spear was created. The condensed white blood energy on the spearhead was huge, sharp enough to even slay a god. Dark Enigma. The Fallen clenched his left hand into a fist. The darkness surrounding Glenn gathered on him to become a prison meant to confine him. Zap. Once. Dark Enigma started to constrict Glenn. The bloody spear created by the White Blood Religion's leader dashed at him like a ray of light. Smack. The bloody spear smashed into the direct center of the Dark Enigma. Rumble. A powerful shockwave spread inside the Dark Enigma. The darkness split apart and the bloody spear was pushed out alongside red sparks. Rumble. Glenn was pushing the wall of darkness and the bloody spear back at the same time with a single thin sword. It was truly a shocking sight to behold. Crack. The huge bloody spear split in half and fell to the ground, and the prison of darkness was also split in half and scattered into the air. That damn lightning. This isn't going to be easy. The White Blood Religion's leader clicked her tongue and the Fallen twisted his lips. Their expressions revealed their dissatisfaction with the situation. It looks like you've both gotten worse than before. Glenn tilted his head while looking down on the White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen. There's no need to drag this out. He used the Supreme Harmony steps. He advanced by folding the space to reach the area in front of the Fallen. Whoosh. The Fallen's eyes widened and Glenn's heavenly tremor slashed at him. The Fallen's body split into half in an instant, as if he were struck by lightning. You are faster than I thought. Even though the Fallen's body was divided in two, he was still alive. He fluttered like a ripped piece of paper before merging with the darkness and returning to his original shape. Is that magic? There's a little bit of that. Of course, it wasn't just me, and the moment the Fallen's eyes rolled to the left, a bloody fog emerged behind Glenn. Whoosh, blood gushed from Glenn's back. He immediately parried it with heavenly tremor, but the bloody fog didn't disappear and remained floating in place. I'll slowly kill you after toying with you. The White Blood Religion's leader's voice could be heard from the fog. It was similar to a vampire's ability to turn into mist, but the sorcery she was using was far more advanced than that, considering the fact that even his sword was unable to cut it despite his will dwelling inside of it, so that the grandson you came to save would be able to admire your corpse. Death, you say. Glenn laughed coldly as he raised heavenly tremor over his head. That doesn't sound too bad if you can do it. The lightning from heavenly tremor spread around in a cone shape to create majestic lightning all over the sky. Zap. The lightning strikes covering the sky interlocked with each other like a web to fall to the ground. Just like the saying that the dense and vast web on the sky wouldn't miss a single bit of prey, Glenn's lightning web didn't miss the White Blood Religion's leader, who had turned into fog, nor the Fallen, who was hiding inside the darkness. A celestial web. The White Blood Religion's leader put her hands together with a frown on her face. An advanced sorcery was completed in the blink of an eye, and a wall burst out from the ground, made from her bloody energy. Oh no! The fallen clicked his tongue and turned his right hand clockwise. The white light emerging from his hand turned into a huge sphere similar to the sun and surrounded his body. Clong. A tremendous explosion occurred as the lightning strike which had turned into a web destroyed the bloody wall and the white light. Arg. The white blood religion's leader and the fallen weren't looking optimistic anymore, even though the lightning didn't directly touch them. Their intense frowns showed that they'd received a significant amount of damage. It looks like it's unnecessary to save our power. Light and darkness floated at once from the fallen's hands. The huge power rampaging in the air looked like it were the manifestation of the day and night. Indeed, there's no point in dragging this on. The white blood religion's leader gave him a small nod before gathering her hands in front of her. The white bloody energy bursting from her shoulders became fainter and eventually turned as transparent as water. The supreme energy wave created by the white blood religion's leader, and the fallen started to distort the space as a warped fissure appeared in the air. Rumble. Glen raised heavenly tremor and stomped the ground. Red lightning burst from the trampled land to engulf the surrounding area in all directions. Rumble. A tremendous mana storm was created from the clash of their power. The moment the storm soaring from the land reached the sky, the three people's shapes moved at once. Slam. Rayon clenched his teeth. He looked forward after raising his right arm all the way over his head despite how it was screaming to let it down already. Those fiends don't deserve to live. Kill them all. White Lotus Division, charge. Tomorrow's training will be twice as hard if you lose to the White Lotus Division. Void Sword Division, attack. Zieghart's swordsmen were charging at Eden's demons, and the white blood fanatics with intense flames bursting from their eyes. Damn it. The 10th apostle fended off Roan's blow before stretching out his hand. He pointed at the Zieghart swordsmen with completely irritated eyes. Kill them all. The white blood fanatics withdrew and lined up for battle upon hearing his order. They drew their weapons as dreary bloody energy emerged from them. Clang. Soul's severing sword and Shurl were fighting head-to-head at the center of the battlefield. The entire land trembled from the violent clash between the combative energy and aura of death against the white and black twin swords. Ack. Unfaceable Snake stood up while covering his stomach, which Rayon had injured. Since Soul's severing sword was being stopped by the Heavenly Blade Division leader, he was the next in command. You will die the moment you try to run away. Fight to the bitter end. Eden's demons spread their combative energies around upon hearing his shout. The crimson combative energy soared into the sky to create the shape of a devil. Wham! The warriors of Zieghart, Eden, and the white blood religion clashed at the center. The competing aura, bloody energy, and combative energy created endless sparks and shockwaves. Arg, what's wrong with those bastards? Hold your ground. Withdrawing would be even more dangerous. Are they wild boars or something? Even though their powers were pretty much equal, the white blood fanatics and the bloody demons lost their heads every time the blades flashed on the battlefield. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the battlefield. What's going on? Why are they also looking so motivated? It wasn't just the armed organization that he was already acquainted with. Even the direct line swordsmen who despised him so much looked extremely angry as they swung their swords at the enemies. Rayon couldn't understand why they were doing that, as they ignored him whenever he saw them in the house. Are you wondering why they are fighting so hard? The reason is simple. Rimmer smiled while glancing at the back. It's because we belong to the same house. The same house. That reason confused him even more. The direct line swordsman had always pretended that he never existed after all. Even though we are wary of each other and fight amongst ourselves, we wield our swords as one upon facing an external enemy. That's what it means to be a house, and that's how Zieghart is. Rimmer narrowed his eyes while watching the Void Sword Division push the white blood fanatics into a corner. Moreover, the white blood religion and Eden were looking down on Zieghart. Honor is even more important than life for swordsmen. Since the honor of the house was trampled upon, it's only natural for everyone to be enraged. He clenched his teeth, showing that he was also angry himself. House. Rayon bit his lip and watched the battlefield. The word was full of vanity in his previous life, yet the same word was warming his heart. Hey. Burns slowly turned his head around. His eyes were trembling as his lips parted. Are you okay? Yes, I'm okay. Rayon nodded. Why you are okay? There's no way that would be true. He widened his mouth, saying that it was impossible. Say that again after checking what you look like. You are bleeding everywhere from head to toe, you idiot. Martha frowned after examining Rayon's body. Rayon checked his own body. His entire body was covered in blood because his blood vessels and skin had ruptured from utilizing Wrath's energy. Rayon. Run-On bit her lip tightly and walked up to him. Her blank stare wasn't there anymore, and her purple eyes were wavering with sadness and anger. I'm sorry I couldn't save you. She kept apologizing to him while wiping off his blood with her handkerchief. I'm sorry for being so late, it's Oka. Sniff. As he was trying to tell her it was okay, Dorian crawled up to him with teary eyes. I seriously thought I was going to die. He slammed the fissured ground with his fist and violently shook his head. Why were you so late? I even left the Continent Chaser fragrance behind. It took some time to find this place because it was completely shrouded from the detection. Rimmer shook his head, ashamed to admit their incapability. He smiled while caressing Dorian's head. You did a great job. Wah. Dorian buried his face on the ground and started wailing. Rayon smiled while watching the crying Dorian. This is how he should be. Watching Dorian's cowardly and crying facade was finally making him feel comfortable. Yes, that's how he should be. Wrath also chuckled, saying that he knew he was going to do that. Vice Squad Leader, I'm relieved that we get to see each other again. I've really wanted to see you. Welcome back. The Light Wind members also turned around while maintaining formation with relieved smiles on their faces. Same. His heart pounded upon hearing the Light Wind Squad's voices. The pleasant throbbing felt like he was riding a cloud. The same goes for me. He nodded while meeting everyone's gazes. I never thought I would say something like this. He never thought he would tell anyone that he wanted to meet them. Rayon felt like a drastic change in his life was occurring. Hey, the battle isn't over yet. Rimmer lightly clapped his hands, ready to defend. We are going to defend Rayon, Dorian, and the hostages until the end. Yes, once the swordsman focused on the light wind formation once again, a powerful energy wave appeared from 3 different directions. Thud, a black orc helmet from the right side, the sedan chair's old man from the center, and a bison helmet from the left side were coming towards them. They are coming to capture me, Rayon frowned. They were trying to get him as a hostage, even if they had to sacrifice their subordinates. Protective formation. The light wind swordsman gathered to the center upon hearing Burin's shout, and an unshakable aura blade burst from them. You are being annoying. Rimmer lightly kicked the ground to advance and deflected the bloody energy and combative energy coming from the sedan chair's old man and the bison helmet warrior. Clang. The Light Wind Squad focused on defending the center of the formation and fending off the black orc helmet's blade. Rumble. The swordsmen were faltering from the powerful impact, but not a single one of them collapsed. Rayon narrowed his eyes. They are different from before. Even though the strike was powerful enough to destroy the formation, the swordsmen managed to endure the strike with sheer determination. Their prowess had also become stronger, but their willpower felt as sturdy as a boulder. Whoosh! In the middle of Rayon's admiration, a wretched pressure emerged from behind him. He hurriedly turned around, and a child with gray eyes jumped out of his shadow. He was the bloody demon with a child's appearance who used to carry the religious leader's sedan chair. PSSH. He must have been hiding in his shadow to wait for an opportunity, even though the white blood fanatics and Eden's demons were dying all over the place. He's dangerous. The bloody energy bursting from his hand was extremely powerful. His might was at the highest level of master, and it would have been difficult to defend against his attacks even without the injuries. Oh no, arg. Rimmer, Shirl, and Roan widened their eyes at once while looking back at the kid. I need to do it somehow. As Rayon tried to wield his sword while enduring the pain of his skin being split apart, a blue wall emerged in front of him. Clang! The wall managed to stop the kid's hand and he bounced back. What do you think you're doing? He ground his teeth while looking to his right. Merlin. Merlin had been sitting on the ground like a dead person, but she slowly stood up. The madness in her eyes was glowing even more intensely than before. You are Rayon, not Lochter. Her eyes widened to the brim as she looked at him. You are Lochter, not Rayon. It doesn't matter either way. You are now Lochter since he's dwelling in you. Murmuring that it had to be the case, Merlin released her mana. Powerful spells rained down like a shower from the dozens of magic circles floating in the air. That crazy bitch. The bloody demon used both his hands to create an astral barrier, but he couldn't avoid being pushed back by Merlin's endless barrage of magic. Why, young Master Rayon? What's happening right now? Why is that crazy bitch? Rimmer, Roan, and Shirl's jaws dropped while watching Merlin and Rayon. I don't know either. Rayon shook his head. She's really crazy. Wrath was right. Merlin's insanity was truly extraordinary, as she was protecting him when she should have been trying to take revenge on him. Merlin, you shouldn't be doing that right now. We need to change the situation somehow. As Unfaceable Snake was trying to give an order to Merlin since he was the one commanding Eden's demons, a bolt of majestic lightning fell from the turbulent sky. Wham! The lightning strike pierced through the sky and the land, and Glenn, the White Blood Religion's leader, and the Fallen landed on the ground at the same time. Rumble, transcendental pressures were emerging from them as they stood in front of the armies of Sieghart, the White Blood Religion, and Eden respectively. Rayon's chin trembled as he watched Glenn. This is not good. Glenn's uniform was tattered, and black blood was flowing down from the wounds on his shoulder, waist, and back. Apparently, even the destructive King of the North couldn't deal with the White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen at the same time. Huh, Martha suddenly dropped the sword from her hand and sank to the ground. Martha, it's about time we finish off this fight. When Rayan was trying to go to Martha, the white blood religion's leader gathered her hands in front of her. The sorcery spread out from her red lips to create a magnificent white light. A goddess's figure appeared equal behind her. The goddess with 44 arms, 3 eyes, and white skin slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were different colors, and red blood was flowing down from them. The goddess of blood devouring anguish. It was the manifestation of the enigma that was also called the blood god. Wham! The fallen blasted the white bead and the black bead from his grasp at the same time, and 8 wings grew from his back. The wings on the right side had white feathers like an angel, and the sharp black wings on the left side looked like a demon's wings. A majestic halo appeared from behind the wings. The sun and moon shining upon him were showing that yin and yang were on his side. Rumble, the pressure spreading from the 2 supreme beings was making people cough blood and collapse. Even the masters were unable to stand straight upon facing the fearsome energy wave. Rayan's chin was trembling as he dropped to his knees. He couldn't raise his eyes or breathe. He felt like a huge hammer was crushing his body. Damn it, the others were also unable to stand on their own 2 feet. They were panting for breath as they knelt and slammed their heads on the ground. That's impossible to stop. Because the 2 supreme beings' attacks seemed capable of destroying heaven, it seemed completely impossible to stop them. Rayan had the feeling that even Glenn wouldn't be able to win against their combined attack. Raise your heads. Glenn took a step forward. The warm energy emerging from his feet drove away the white blood religion's leader and the fallen's energy waves that were crushing their souls. A swordsman should look at the sky instead of the ground. Sieghart's swordsmen clenched their teeth and raised themselves up upon hearing his voice. Their eyes were brimming with pride as they looked at Glenn. His broad and trustworthy back seemed to be telling them to follow him. That's how it should be. Glenn smiled faintly and raised heavenly tremor. The lightning aura bursting from his blade spread throughout the world to create a red aurora. Sword field creation. His quiet voice became a line to connect the sky to the ground. Seamless perfection. Translator Kyungi. Proofreader Harley. Glenn's sword field wasn't a vacuum area like Rimmer's, nor a dark room like the gambling monsters. He was just standing in the same spot. Nothing had changed except for one thing. Heavenly tremor had turned into a sword of light, engulfed in lightning energy. Rayan narrowed his eyes while watching Glenn's back. What's happening? I can't feel anything special from him, even though he had used the sword field creation. Rayan couldn't notice any change at all. Is it because my realm is too low? He slowly raised his head to look at the white blood religion's leader and the fallen. Even though the entire world was trembling from their presence, their eyes widened as they stared at Glenn below them. This confirms that something must have changed in him. Yes, he's changed. So damn much. Wrath's chin was trembling slightly. He was an even bigger monster than the King of Essence's expectation. He couldn't take his eyes off Glenn's back as he voiced his surprise. I knew it. There was no way Glenn would have made a mistake. He must have achieved some kind of change with his sword field. Rayan controlled the ring of fire. Resonating the rings already made him feel like he was about to faint because of his miserable condition, but he bit his tongue to endure it. As the rings rotated, he started to see the flow of mana. A single sword could be seen through Glenn. He had turned into a sword himself. What is that sword? It was completely different from the way proficient swordsmen could become one with their swords. Glenn had turned into a sword himself. He was fast, light, powerful, flexible, variable, profound, slow, heavy, straight, sharp, and firm at the same time. All of the swordsmanship principles that he'd learned before were dwelling in Glenn, and principles that he'd never seen before could also be found in him. Is this the head of House's sword field? Seamless perfection signified that perfect clothes didn't even have visible seams. Just like the name implied, Glenn had turned into a perfect sword. Tixing. The fallen raised his hand, and the sun sparkled from his back and spread around its majestic light. Countless flashes reached Glenn's heart in an instant. The flashes were extremely fast and were powerful enough to pierce through anything. Just as they were about to pierce into him, Glenn's sword of light slashed. Whoosh! The arrow of light disappeared from the simple swing of his sword. His sword didn't cut, it didn't even collide against it. It simply dissipated. Arg. The white blood religion's leader twisted her lips and gathered her hands. Along with a chant performed at an extreme speed, weapons of bloody energy burst from the blood god's palm. Rumble. Sword, saber, spear, scimitar, bow, axe, hammer, javelin, whip, shield, flail, and more. All kinds of weapons came into her grasp while spreading an extremely powerful bloody energy. The white blood religion's leader unleashed a second chant, and the blood god's 3 eyes sparkled in different colors and threw the weapons from her hands. Rumble. The 44 arms were moving at the same time, and each of them showed the ultimate way of handling each weapon. The blood god's attack was powerful enough to crumble the entire land, but Glenn responded with a simple rising slash. Whoosh! The blood god's destructive attack completely disappeared upon facing the lightning blade rising from the floor. It was just a simple swing, yet both the bloody energy and the physical momentum had completely disappeared. Rayon bit his lip tightly while watching Glenn's sword. This is the ultimate swordsman, the White Blood Religion's leader, and the Fallen's attacks were both powerful enough to single-handedly slay everyone in the area. However, Glenn's simple swing was enough to dissipate the power that could destroy the entire area. The way the opponent's attack completely disappeared from his sword gave the impression that his swordsmanship was capable of erasing the phenomenon itself. It was truly prowess befitting a sword god. It felt like nothing was impossible for him in his current state. Is that all? Glenn tilted his chin and smiled coldly. I'm sure I told you this already. You should attack with everything you have. Arg. The wrinkles on the Fallen and the White Blood Religion's leaders' faces deepened like crumpled paper upon hearing his sneer. This geezer must have been practicing running his mouth. The White Blood Religion's leader ground her teeth and quickly chanted a different type of sorcery. As she revealed her true power, an old droplet necklace came up from her red dress. Rumble, the blood god removed the weapon in her hand and gathered her hands just like the White Blood Religion's leader. Once she put the 44 hands together, the entire world was covered in bloody light. He should have been here instead of me today. We are going to suffer a great loss. The Fallen briefly clicked his tongue and stretched his arms. While the sun's halo spread its bright light, the moon's halo covered the world in darkness. TSSH, the light and darkness mingled with each other into a whirlwind. The endless mixture of white and black created a purple-colored chaos. There was no sound or wave. The Fallen's chaos had already engulfed the world. Ah, Rayon's eyes widened. This is the same as my previous life. The fragrance of death he was feeling was the exact same as the one he felt right before Darius Robert cut his head off. 1 second, no, not even a quarter of a second was enough to make everyone in the area lose their lives. Zap, when the inevitable death was about to fall upon them, Glenn's lightning sword sparked. Storm of life, Glenn's strike spread out diagonally alongside his calm voice. The sword of his soul stretched out like a flying eagle's wings to completely erase the Fallen's chaos. Disappear. The White Blood Religion's leader lowered her gathered hands, and the tremendous amount of bloody energy that the blood god had been gathering fell to the ground and amplified even further. Rumble. The bloody energy kept expanding over and over and engulfed the entire sky and the land. She must have been trying to destroy the entire area. Land slash. Glenn's lightning sword dashed through the horizon, and the bloody pillar that was trying to devour the entire land was severed into half. Smash. Even though the bloody pillar was powerful enough to completely destroy the merchant city Cameloon, it dissipated in an instant like the dust in the wind. Red blood was flowing from Glenn's lips as he raised his sword. He's getting tired. Finish him off. I know. The White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen mustered all of their remaining power. The bloody energy and radiance of chaos burst from the two monsters' hands and dashed towards Glenn. Wham! Because they had simply condensed their power, their attacks had surpassed any other moves in terms of power alone. The bloody energy and the chaos twisted with each other in a spiral to radiate a strange light. Whir. Glenn wiped away the blood flowing from his lips and held his sword with both hands to raise it above his head. Heavenly blade, heaven turned into a sword to descend upon the land. Along with the tremendous sound of an explosion splitting the continent, the entire world turned red once again. Rumble. By the time the red light covering the entire world subsided, there was nothing left in front of his eyes. The White Blood Religion's leader, the Fallen, the Eden, and the White Blood Religion. Everything around him was gone. All he could see was a majestic trace that looked like a heavenly god's sword strike. Glenn slowly raised his head. His radiating red eyes seemed to be asking whether he could follow. Rayon was unable to respond to his question as he closed his eyes. He couldn't maintain his senses because he was far too exhausted. The 3 strikes that Glenn had shown him appeared in his mind as his vision went dark. I'll never be able to forget this. Rayon smiled in satisfaction and fell asleep. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. When Rayon started to collapse, Glenn was already next to him, catching his shoulder. Even though his blood was overflowing from his throat, he simply gulped it down and examined Rayon's condition. This is not good. Yes, when I examined him earlier, his blood vessels were torn apart and his mana circuits were ruptured. Rimmer nodded while looking at Rayon. I couldn't touch him at all because he was too focused on your fight, my lord. Glenn took medicine from his pocket and fed it to Rayon before using his aura to loosen his insides. Color slowly started to return to Rayon's pale face. Are you all right, my lord? Roan's eyes were full of worry as he approached. His clothes were also tattered, showing that he'd gone through a violent battle. I'm fine. Glenn responded and shook his head. He seemed as composed as always. Is that so? Rimmer smiled faintly while looking at Glenn and Rayon. They are the exact same. Rayon was telling him he was fine even though his blood vessels and muscles were ripped apart and his mana circuits were ruptured, and Glenn said the exact same when he'd just received a serious internal injury from fighting the white blood religion's leader and the Fallen at the same time. Their similarity brought a smile to his face. Even though others might call them completely different, the grandfather and the grandson were the exact same both in terms of appearance and personality. It would be nice if they could get closer to each other through this occasion. He couldn't say anything further because there were too many people around him, but he was wishing for Glenn and Rayon to open their hearts to each other through that occasion. Tusk. Glenn briefly clocked his tongue while looking down on the scene he'd created. He seemed dissatisfied about something. Did they manage to escape? Cheryl walked up to him while returning her twin swords to their scabbards. I'm not sure. I certainly felt the cut, but they possess so many strange powers. Glenn narrowed his eyes. He definitely would have managed to finish them off in a one-on-one battle, but he couldn't be sure because it was a two-on-one fight. He stared at the sky for a moment before he turned around. He faced the fervent gazes of the Sieghart swordsmen and nodded his head. Good job, everyone. Whoa, we won. Cheers for Sieghart. Their voices were loud enough to reach the sky. Since they had just witnessed Glenn removing Eden and the white blood religion's leaders at once from their sight, it was obvious that they would be extremely proud. Whoa, cheers for Sieghart. The swordsmen stabbed the sky with their swords while enjoying their pounding hearts. Rimmer was trying to carry Rayon on his back but suddenly stopped. Martha was kneeling on the ground and wasn't standing up. She moved to tears. Since she was extremely interested in might, she must have been moved to tears from seeing Glenn's sword. You will be able to achieve that realm one day, He was trying to encourage Martha but had to shut his mouth. Her expression was telling him she wasn't moved at all. She was shocked and she even seemed to be feeling despair. Martha, what even happened? Two people appeared on the hill located north of Cameloon after Sieghart left. One of them was the evil goat demon, who was wearing Baphomet's helmet, and the other person was wearing a dragon helmet similar to the one Rayon was forced to wear. Wow, I heard he turned senile from old age, but that was complete bullshit. The evil goat demon whistled while looking at the area that had been literally deleted from Glenn's sword. The destructive king of the north is truly the destructive king. He got even stronger than the rumors, it seems. Indeed, a hoarse voice came from the dragon helmet as if it were scratching through their throat. He's got incomparably stronger than before. Really, the evil goat demon's eyes widened and he turned around. The dragon helmet slowly nodded. Even though he didn't fight anyone after the Continental War, he managed to achieve that realm on his own. It's just ridiculous. He narrowed his eyes while saying that he couldn't understand how that happened. Then who do you think is going to win if he fights against you? The evil goat demon sat on the ground and threw a playful glance at the dragon helmet. The dragon helmet didn't respond, instead staring at the area Glenn's sword had severed. You must mean that you aren't going to lose at least. The evil goat demon chuckled and nodded his head. There are so many monsters in the world after all. He sighed deeply with his arms crossed. Those people should also be alive. Your junior is having such a hard time because he has a long way to go. You will get caught up from below if you keep looking up. What? I'm talking about the Sieghart's boy, the one who was the trigger of this incident. The man wearing the dragon helmet turned around. His slit-like reptilian pupils were radiating arrogance as he looked down upon the entire world. He will get even stronger in the future. No, I should say that he has no other choice but to get stronger. Rayon opened his eyes with a frown on his face. He could see a white ceiling above him. Is this the hospital? Because he had seen an unfamiliar ceiling too many times, he was starting to be able to tell which ceiling was which. His entire body was hurting. Skin, muscles, and even his bones were screaming with pain. It was difficult to find a place that didn't hurt. Damn it. An intense pain occurred even though he was just trying to move his finger. He could bear with it because he was used to the pain, but an ordinary person would have fainted once again. HMPH. Wrath popped up from the ice flower bracelet and wrinkled his nose. Considering the fact that he had turned into a slightly bigger cotton candy, he must have recovered his strength a little. You've used the King of Essence's power that you don't deserve. Even though it ended in failure, it's only natural that you are paying the price since you used an energy that surpasses your limits. I expected no less, Rayon nodded. He thought his body was going to explode when he was controlling Wrath's wrath and coldness. His energy was still too powerful for his current self. You are too pathetic. When are you planning to get stronger? Wrath clicked his tongue with his arms crossed. I'll get stronger eventually, I guess. Rayon chuckled. The simple act of smiling was hurting him, but he still felt happy. Are you really smiling right now? I am. There's no way I wouldn't smile. He could clearly remember if he closed his eyes. Glenn was descending from the sky by shattering the barrier, and Sieghart's swordsman majestically appeared by opening a dimensional gate. The house came to save me. There's no way I wouldn't be smiling after that. I won't be able to forget about that for the rest of my life. He was so thankful to the people who came running for his rescue that he felt like he could smile even if he died right there. That's the usual affection that humans show to each other. And it's especially true since you're related by blood. I didn't really know it existed. After all, I used to be a sacrificial pawn in my previous life. Even though he was called the leader of the shadows and all that, he was just a hunting dog that was slightly bigger and better than the other dogs. Because of those memories of his previous life, he wanted to achieve what he wanted and obtain what he needed before leaving the house. However, the previous day's incident changed his mind. Sieghart was his house and Sieghart's swordsmen were his companions. Once he realized that fact, his vision widened and the world became brighter. You are such a strange guy, and you too. Rayon looked at Wrath with a faint smile on his face. What's up with the King of Essence? Wrath tilted his head, asking what he was talking about. You gave me your power to save me and Dorian. Wrath normally would have given him the power and wrath at the same time, but he only gave him the power during the incident without asking for anything in return. I'm seeing you in a different light. Wrath was truly caring for his subordinates. Rayon had been considering him as a demon king of gluttony, an idiot, and a giving doormat, but that incident made him see him in a different light. HMPH. The King of Essence isn't happy at all even if a mere human compliments him. Wrath briskly turned his head away. The edges of his lips were slightly trembling. The King of Essence was just trying to save his subordinate. He doesn't care about you at all. I'll buy you everything you want as soon as I recover. Really? Rayon thanked him from the bottom of his heart and Wrath rolled his eyes. Yes, Actually, the King of Essence didn't dislike you so much during the last incident. Wrath cleared his throat and gave him a big nod. He looked extremely satisfied. You are a pretty decent human being, which makes it rather fun to watch. While he was rambling in excitement, messages appeared in front of his eyes. A transcended sword, all stats traces of the sword. Sword's properties, title. There were so many messages, probably because he maintained his focus while watching Glenn's swordsmanship in that extreme situation. Wow, he couldn't even feel the pain anymore because he was so excited to read all of the messages. It's not fun to watch at all. Wrath had been quietly speaking, but he suddenly shouted. He was grinding his teeth while looking at the messages. The King of Essence was the one who used his power, so why are you getting all the rewards? You damn thief, it can't be helped. Rayon had the feeling that the giving doormat title had to remain. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Even though the King of Essence is extremely merciful, he can't overlook this matter. You call yourself merciful, that's such bullshit. Rayon sighed. Wrath was flipping out and his rampage was about to start. Rayon ignored him and checked the messages that had appeared. You've witnessed a transcended sword. All stats have increased by 10. 3 traces of the sword have been engraved in the mental world. The proficiency has increased for the sword's properties. Type. The survivor has been created. Rayon couldn't stop his exclamation as he read the messages. There are so many rewards. No, this might be natural. He went through a fierce battle, utilized Wrath's power, and even watched a fight between the Transcenders. Considering what all he did, the number of rewards he received wasn't exactly strange. Damn it. Mr. Giving Doormat was screaming in denial though. Whap, the 10-point increase in all stats removed his pain as if he had been healed completely. Gaining stats always feels great. His injuries weren't actually healed, but the exhilaration from getting stats removed the pain. He felt like he could finally think straight. What are the 3 traces of the sword engraved in the mental world? It was telling him that 3 traces of sword were engraved in the space where he fought against Lochter and endured Wrath's assault, but he couldn't exactly understand what it meant. It is what it says. Wrath glared at him. It seemed to be an expression of his irritation, but he didn't look scary at all because he looked like cotton candy. It's not just the mental world. It means that the trace of the sword you've witnessed will be engraved in your brain. Trace of the sword. Does it mean you guessed right? The 3 techniques your head of house used after opening the sword field were engraved in your head. That's crazy. Rayon's chin trembled unconsciously. His techniques are being engraved in my head, those 3 strikes. He wasn't really aware of what kind of techniques they were, but he was aware that they were part of one of the few transcendental swordsmanship on the continent. His heart pounded like crazy from realizing that such a great swordsmanship was engraved in his head. Then can I also use those? You can't. Wrath shook his head firmly. This is your current realm. He raised his hand by the width of the pillow on the bed. Actually, I'm overestimating you a little, considering how fast you've grown so far. How about the head of house then? That old man. Wrath furrowed his brows and floated into the air to point at the ceiling. The ceiling. He already went through the roof and reached the sky. You are even weaker than one of that old man's fingers in your current state. He ground his teeth, telling him that he shouldn't even hope to achieve Glenn's level. I thought so. Rayon chuckled and nodded. Wrath had previously mentioned that he needed to exchange tens of thousands of blows to defeat Glenn, and he must have got even stronger since then. Rayon was too weak to look up to such a transcender. Does that mean that I'll realize what kind of swordsmanship that was once my realm becomes higher? Indeed, although that might never happen. Wrath told him that he might never be able to find out what kind of technique Glenn had used, as if he were making fun of him. That's fine then. Rayon was satisfied with that. He was fine as long as he could one day learn what kind of technique Glenn had used, because I have no intention of copying it as is. He wasn't going to copy Glenn's sword, just use it as a reference to create his own sword field. Copying other people's techniques wasn't going to allow him to ascend to a higher realm. I'll reach it eventually if I keep sucking the stats out of you. Rayon shook his hand with a snicker, and Wrath's eyes became distorted. Rayon couldn't understand why he kept provoking him with words when he should have learned by then that he couldn't possibly win. Rayon easily defeated Wrath and looked at the next message. The proficiency increased for the sword's properties. It was telling him that the proficiency of his swordsmanship principles had increased after watching Glenn's technique through the Ring of Fire, and the message implied that all of his swordsmanships had improved instead of a specific one. Rayon couldn't believe his eyes even though the message was right in front of him. They are both so. He couldn't tell whether he should be praising the Ring of Fire or Glenn, and finally, Rayon checked the title after seeing the message at the bottom. The Survivor. This title is given to the one who looked for a way to survive in a crisis instead of losing their calm. Effect all stats +5, the head cools down during a crisis. Judging from the description, he must have gotten the title because he took Eden's treasures to get stronger despite being kidnapped. This is pretty good. Even though he'd been an assassin, the crisis still managed to shock him sometimes. The title should be helpful if he had to face such dangerous situations. Rayon checked all of the messages before smiling in satisfaction. These are the best rewards so far. He especially liked the part where his swordsmanship had improved and Glenn's techniques had been engraved in his mental world. I've gotten closer to the sword field creation. Since the rewards had further developed his mental world, it wasn't an overstatement to say that he'd gotten closer to the sword field creation. I want to try moving my body already. His limbs were itching for action. He wanted to try swinging a sword already. Hey, are you still unhappy about it? Isn't it about time you stopped? That's not it, Rayon sighed in response, and Wrath shoved his face into him. The King of Essence has a question for you. Rayon narrowed his eyes. Despite his expectations, Wrath's face was completely calm. You mentioned that the halfling was one of the two heads of the helmet group, didn't you? Are you talking about the Fallen? That's right. You said that he was one of the two people who could deal with the bloody demon. I did. Who is the other one, and where are they? Wrath's face was completely stiff, which was rare coming from him. I don't really know either. You don't know? I said that there are two people in Eden who can deal with the white blood religion's leader, but only one of them is active. Are they inactive because of an injury? I don't know about that either. Rayon shook his head. What do you mean? There was a prestigious house called Rumen a few dozen years ago. They were famous for their spear techniques. Rumen, yes, they weren't as strong as the 6 kings and the 5 demons, but they were prominent enough to be ranked right under them. However, that house was ruined overnight. House Rumen's spearmanship was excellent enough to be considered the best in the continent. They would have become the 7th king if they'd kept accumulating power for dozens of years, yet the huge house had perished overnight. Eden's second head was the perpetrator of that incident. However, that's what Eden said, and no one survived or witnessed it. That's why no one knows whether he really exists or if he's just made up. Because House Rumen's sudden downfall was such shocking news, there were countless rumors about Eden's second head, but he had never appeared nor acted after that. Some people even started to believe that he never existed in the first place. But why are you asking? Don't tell me. Are you thinking that he must be another demon king? Indeed. Wrath nodded. He must be thinking that the other head must have been related to the demon king of pride, as the fallen had the power of the monarch of pride. What is his name? The heavenly demon. There was no way to know which helmet he wore, whether he was a man or a woman, or whether he really existed or not, but Eden's demons called him the heavenly demon, the fallen heaven and the heaven of demons. Wrath frowned. He looked like he realized something. Is that? Just as he was about to ask another question, the ward's door opened. Rayon. Runan had brought a wet towel and bandages for him, and her eyes turned round upon seeing him. Her surprised voice resounded, and people's screams followed right after. Gasp! Vice Squad leader, Sir Rayon, did you finally wake up? The Light Wind Squad gathered around Runan and completely covered the door. Rayon, you bastard. He's finally awake. Wow, Vice Squad leader. Starting with Runan, Burin, and Dorian, every member of the Light Wind Squad ran into the room. Whoa, Rayon tried to stop them with his hand, but the Light Wind Squad ran straight up to him and pounced on the bed like puppies welcoming their master. You are finally awake. It looks like there are no major problem. Sniff, I'm really glad. Runan pouted while holding his hand. Burin breathed out a sigh of relief, and Dorian sniffled with teary eyes. You took way too long to wake up. How are your injuries? Sir Rayon, Vice Squad leader. Everyone from the Light Wind Squad was crushing him on the bed. The pain was a secondary problem because he couldn't even breathe. What a heartwarming sight. Rimmer was there before he knew it, and grinned at him while saying that it must be nice to be young even though Rayon was running out of breath. Rayon realized once again that he was completely useless. "You bastards, I'm a patient right now." Rayon barely managed to move his finger with unfocused eyes. Moved back, everyone. Burin finally realized the situation and made everyone move away. However, Dorian and Runnon were determined to stay next to him. Ha. Rayon exhaled roughly and wiped off his cold sweat. "I almost died right there. A little bit longer and he would have become famous for suffocating to death at the hands of his companions after surviving Eden and the white blood religion. Still, it wasn't a bad feeling. It was because Rayon was aware that they were worrying about him from the bottom of their hearts. Sieghart had taken an important place in his heart through the incident, and he felt like the Light Wind Squad had become even more important to him. Rayon examined the Light Wind swordsmen one after the other with a faint smile on his face, but tilted his head upon noticing someone was missing. "Where's Martha? Was she injured or something?" "That's not the case." Rimmer shook his head in front of the door. "It's not because of an injury, but she looked shocked for some reason." "Shocked?" "I can't tell what the problem is because she refused to say anything, but she hasn't come out of her room for 2 days now." Burin shook his head, saying that it was an unusual behavior coming from her. Now that I think about it, Rayon remembered Martha dropping her sword upon seeing the White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen. Even though they were such powerful opponents, it was strange for her to do that considering her personality. Beef Girl indeed fell silent after seeing those two. Wrath also nodded, saying that it wasn't normal. The Fallen and the White Blood Religion's leader. Rayon narrowed his eyes while remembering their appearances. "I'm gonna need to visit her." Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon got up after the Light Wind Squad finally calmed down and left the room. Various parts of his body were still hurting, but it wasn't exactly unbearable. He wanted to visit Martha since he needed to exercise for rehabilitation anyway, but Runnon refused to leave his side. It looked like she wanted to guard him because she was too upset when he got kidnapped. "I'll be fine here, though, just in case." Runnon shook her head and looked around with her blank eyes. I'm still glad that her blank eyes returned. Runnon's eyes were extremely sharp and had even turned into a frightening red color during the incident, but they had returned to the blank purple color. Her slightly unfocused eyes gave him a sense of relief. "All right, please guide me to Martha's room." Runnon nodded and headed to Martha's room, which was located at the deepest part of the lodging area. "What's up with you? You normally prefer training over caring about her." Wrath approached him while floating in the air. "Is this another scheme of yours?" "How could this be a scheme?" Rayon laughed bitterly. Wrath apparently believed that he was planning something in every move he made. "I just wanted to check how she was doing." "Really, when you only care about something if there's something to gain. I used to do that, but it will be different in the future." Wrath was right. If the same thing had happened before the kidnapping event, he would have brushed it off as nothing special. However, everyone had come to save him, and Martha was one of them. That was why he wanted to check on her condition and help her if there was anything he could do. "It's here." Runnon pointed at the tightly closed door at the deepest part of the corridor. Untouched food was placed on a tray in front of the door. Rayon could guess that she hadn't eaten for the 2 days she had stayed in her room. Knock, knock. Rayon knocked lightly. Even though he could sense a person's presence inside the room, there was no reaction. Martha. He called her name and a small bit of movement was detected inside the room. However, the door still didn't open. "I'm entering. Tell me if you don't want me to." Rayon picked up the food tray and approached the door. "I don." "I'm entering because you didn't respond." He opened the door and entered before she could say no. Since the windows were covered by curtains, the room was completely dark. He couldn't find Martha on the bed or the chair. "Why did you enter?" A dry voice could be heard from a corner. Martha was crouching in a corner with a blanket covering her. "Is she really Beef Girl?" Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the depressed slant of Martha's shoulders. Her situation seemed more serious than he thought. "Because you didn't respond. Seriously, you bastard." "I'm turning the light on." He could still see Martha even without the magic lamp, but he decided to light it because he figured it would be better to have a bright room. Martha briefly groaned, as she hadn't seen the light for a long time. Rayon placed the food tray on the table before sitting on a chair. "That food is pretty good. Are you going to eat it? Are you serious about that?" Rayon decided to ignore Wrath since he was spouting nonsense, instead looking at Martha. "Did something happen?" "Nothing happened." "Leave already because I want to be alone right now." Martha helplessly shook her hand. "Ha." Rayon briefly sighed, as it was difficult to believe that such a weak gesture came from Martha. "You know, I always thought I was alone." "What?" "It was the same when Eden kidnapped me. I never thought someone was going to come to my rescue. I just braced myself to survive on my own." It was true. The reason he took the elixirs, sparred against unfaceable snake, and absorbed the helmet's soul was to catch the opportunity whenever one presented itself to him. The house coming for his rescue was beyond his imagination. Rayon lightly tapped on the table with his finger. "A pleasant sound resonated throughout the silent room. He looked at Martha before looking at Run-On standing behind him and nodded. He'd been treating them with a small amount of companionship and the intention of repaying his debt of gratitude, but it felt like that kind of calculation had completely disappeared. There are many problems in the world that can't be solved on my own. I should actually say that it's more improbable that I could solve anything on my own. We aren't the head of house, after all. Rayon smiled faintly and stood up from the chair. Since I just managed to realize I wasn't alone, I don't think I'm entitled to give any advice. However, you should still tell me if anything is worrying you, as I'll worry about it with you as if it's my business. Rayon was about to leave to give Martha some time to think about it when he could hear the sound of the blanket dropping onto the ground. My mom. Her wet voice echoed throughout the room. Rayon looked around, and dull light was radiating from the droplet necklace that she was holding onto tightly. My mom was there. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon's chin trembled as he met Martha's bloodshot eyes. You found your mom on that battlefield. Martha had never told him about her story. Rayon had only guessed that the 10th apostle had attacked her village from how things went. He thought it was a sad thing to happen because the white blood religion took people away to feed them to the bloody demons, and that's why it was completely unexpected for him that she'd seen her mother. Yes, Martha nodded. Her black eyes were trembling violently. My mom was there. Which one was she? Martha didn't respond, looking up at the magic lamp hanging on the ceiling. She's younger and prettier than before, but she was definitely my mom. There's no way I wouldn't recognize her. She bit her lip tightly, saying that there was no mistake about it. Martha, Rayon called her name and her gaze lowered. Her unfocused eyes were reflecting her despair and vanity. The white blood religion's leader. What? Rayon gasped. His mind went blank from the completely unexpected response and he couldn't think about anything at all. Run-On also stepped back in surprise. The water bottle on the ground was knocked over and created a blunt noise. The white blood religion's leader had my mom's appearance. Martha said it with certainty. Her dying eyes seemed to be screaming. Are you saying that she looked similar in appearance? She's not just similar. The white blood religion's leader is my mom. What do you mean? Rayon started shaking his head before looking at the droplet necklace in Martha's hand. It was the necklace that appeared around her neck when they went through a difficult training one summer when they were trainees. He'd seen her putting it back inside as soon as it came out, which showed how precious it was to her. I'm sure I've seen that somewhere. Rayon sank to the ground, unable to control his trembling legs. The white blood religion's leader. It's the same one she had. When the white blood religion's leader summoned the blood god and went all out against Glenn, a necklace came out from under her dress and swayed. The color was different, but the shape was exactly the same as the necklace that Martha was holding. Now that I think about it, she also looks similar. Both the white blood religion's leader and Martha had black hair and black eyes. Rayon finally remembered that he had the impression that she somehow looked familiar, and it was because she looked similar to Martha. Martha's appearance gave an elegant impression despite her personality, and Rayon figured that she would look similar to the white blood religion's leader once she gained some charm from getting older. Does that mean that the white blood religion's leader is really her mother? He was completely speechless. The feeling that her conviction was actually true was pounding violently in his brain. Rayon swallowed nervously. How is this? Even though he was supposed to console her, he was completely clueless about what to tell her. The fact that he hadn't led a normal life in his previous life was coming back to haunt him. Wrath, what shall I do? Do you have any good ideas on what I should tell her? Maybe we should feed her. Obviously, Wrath was also useless because his life wasn't normal either. Martha, the white blood religion's leader. She's not my mom. She hung her head once again after the sudden declaration. That face and body definitely belong to my mom, but the one inside is a different bitch. She clenched her fist while scratching the ground. My mom doesn't laugh in such a dirty way. She can't even insult people, let alone kill them. There's no way my mom would have become the head of the bloody demon bastards. Run-On went to Martha to grab her trembling hand. Martha would have normally pushed her away, but she quietly accepted Run-On's warmth instead. Rayon narrowed his eyes while brushing his neck. Does that mean that the soul of the white blood religion's leader is dwelling inside Martha's mother's body? That seemed completely possible after what happened from wearing Eden's helmet. A monster of her level would have made it possible to transfer her soul somehow, whether she used necromancy, blood magic, or sorcery. Indeed, that's not exactly a difficult task. Wrath clicked his tongue in displeasure. There are lots of parasites like her in Devildom. They are hungry demons who try to devour a healthy body with their dirty souls, but you also tried to take over my body just like them. Rayon licked his lips. Wrath wasn't any different from them when it came down to it. The King of Essence only came to you because of your wish. It's you who wanted it. I didn't though. You did, you damn fiend. Well, sure. Wrath grasped his head and started to scream. Can you move away? Rayon pushed Wrath away as he writhed in agony, then fiddled with his fingers. Is that why the white blood religion keeps abducting people? Whenever the white blood religion attacked a village or a city, they usually killed half of the people and took the other half to their base. Rayon had been thinking it must have been some kind of doctrine, but Martha's story was pointing at the possibility that it was to find a body for their religious leader's soul. Is there a way to revert it? It's normally impossible. However, it depends on the situation. Which situation is that? Rayon held on to Wrath since he was implying that it wasn't completely impossible. It depends on whether she devoured the original soul of the body or simply locked it up. Wrath continued while struggling to escape. You experienced it during the last incident. You absorbed the halfling dragon's soul, which means it can't be returned anymore, but you could have also locked him up in that mental world. When that happens, it's possible to recover the soul. That means that there's no way Martha's mother is still alive. Rayon frowned. There was no way the white blood religion's leader would have spared the soul considering how she treated other people as worthless worms. That's not exactly true. Do you remember what the King of Essence told you about the causality? Yes, it's the cause and effect relationship. A powerful ability is bound to have a recoil. You can't guarantee that she would have killed the soul just because she's evil, as we don't know what kind of contract and conditions she had. Wrath murmured that it could be either way while watching Martha's trembling neck. Rayon bit his lips slightly. He couldn't tell Martha about it because he didn't want to give her a futile hope. I wonder if there's anything that can confirm. He silently sighed and he noticed the necklace in Martha's hand. Wait, that's a bit strange. There was no way Martha's mom would still be wearing the necklace if the white blood religion's leader had completely taken over. It was a cheap and simple worn-out necklace. After all, it didn't even look pretty. Considering the fact that she was still wearing an old necklace that she shouldn't even care about, it seemed possible that Martha's mom was really locked up in the mental world after losing to the white blood religion's leader. The blade of Requiem hanging around his waist suddenly started to vibrate as if it were trying to confirm his guess. Martha. Rayon clenched his fist and stood up. It shouldn't be completely impossible to save her. What nonsense are you speaking? That necklace. He pointed at the droplet necklace in Martha's grip. The white blood religion's leader was also wearing that necklace. Martha slowly raised her head upon hearing that. A faint ray of light returned to her dying eyes. There would be no reason for her to be wearing that necklace if your mother's soul has been devoured by the white blood religion's leader. It's close to impossible, but the hope still exists. He told her about the conversation he had with Wrath, and Martha's eyes turned slightly brighter. Wait. Rayon averted his eyes from Martha and frowned. We don't even know whether the white blood religion's leader is still alive or not. She's still alive, Wrath casually responded. He sounded like he was simply stating the obvious. Both she and the halfling pride survived. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Merchant City Kamaloon. Outskirts. Many people had gathered in front of an antique and luxurious mansion. A merchant passing by the avenue tilted his head upon noticing the people around the mansion. He couldn't suppress his curiosity and turned to the old man who was right next to him. Wasn't this a vacant mansion? Why is everyone gathered here? The destructive king of the north is currently staying here. The old man briefly responded while looking up to the highest floor of the annex building. The destructive king of the north. You talking about Glenn Sieghart? The merchant was following the old man's gaze as he listened before he stepped back in surprise. Tusk, you shouldn't call his name so carelessly. Be more careful. I am sorry. It's because he's here that all those peddlers have gathered to get on his side. The old man chuckled, saying that it was pointless. But why did the destructive king of the north visit Kamaloon? Don't you even know about that? What have you even been doing so far? I just arrived here from Robert today. The merchant showed him the seasonings he brought from the south. That's understandable. The old man nodded and pointed at the west. Those Eden bastards had set up a branch at the west of Kamaloon. That's where. The old man told him about the rumor that had already spread throughout Kamaloon. Did he really fight the white blood religion's leader and the fallen on his own? The destructive king of the north did. The merchant's jaw dropped. Even though many people used to consider Glenn Sieghart the strongest in the continent, many started to think that the other supreme beings were stronger than him after Sieghart's activities came to a halt. Lots of people even considered the destructive king of the north a retired old man, which was why it was completely unexpected that he could fight 2 of the 5 demons' heads on his own. That's not all. The old man swirled his finger. His grandson, Rayon Sieghart's achievement doesn't lose to him either. Even though he was kidnapped, he killed the 5th apostle and cut down an advanced master swordsman called Unfaceable Snake to save the hostages. He even did that while the white blood religion's leader and the fallen were watching. He grinned, praising the young swordsman's amazing guts. I honestly think he's even more amazing. That's not something a warrior that hasn't even reached his 20s can achieve. That's true. The merchant nodded awkwardly. Zeekhart hadn't really been making a name for themselves recently, because they weren't really doing anything in the center of the continent. They were usually considered average among the six kings. However, the incident was bound to cause rumors that the northern sword had become even colder and stronger. Zeekhart's name couldn't be underestimated, after all. The merchant went to the back of the crowd and placed his bag down. Weren't you going somewhere? The old man narrowed his eyes while pointing at the merchant's bag. I realized while listening to your story that I have a more important thing to do than my business right now. The merchant chuckled and sat on the ground. Since the current strongest man of the continent and the future strongest man in the continent are staying in this mansion, I'd like to see their faces at least. An old woman was watching the crowd gathered around the mansion from the highest floor of the mansion. She turned towards the center of the room with a smile on her face. Everyone's so eager to meet the famous head of house. She smiled with her eyes while looking at Glenn, who was sitting at the center of the room. How about greeting them? I'm sure they would love it. They can turn their wings at any time like migrating birds. It's pointless. Glenn shook his head without standing up from his chair. There was no reason to meet people who only wanted to see him after what happened, as they could have visited him at any time if they wanted to trade with Zeekhart. There were countless people who could trade with him anyway, even if he refused them all. That's true. The old woman nodded with a faint smile on her face. So why did you come here, master of the black market? Glenn narrowed his eyes while looking at the old woman. That kind-looking old woman was the master of the black market, which was one of the best intelligence organizations in the continent. Although the black market's influence used to be limited to the center of the continent, that old woman had managed to expand it to their current state, which made it necessary to stay alert against her. Our trade should be over. The trade is over. However, the favor still remains. The black market's master walked up to Glenn and bowed to him. Her slightly trembling neck showed that she was struggling to do so, but she still lowered her head politely. Favor, yes, we've put a lot of effort into Grand Seville. We were planning on making it into the entertainment city Grand Seville, just like the merchant city Cameloon. So that's why we've dispatched many talented agents to Grand Seville. I've even sent one of my successors here. Are you talking about the girl wearing an eye patch? Glenn narrowed his eyes. He remembered the black market's branch manager who had earnestly helped him. Indeed, the black market's master nodded gently. She bowed at Glenn once again with a kind-hearted smile on her face. I'm thanking you once again for saving my daughter, esteemed destructive king of the north. She was really sincere, so much so that I'd like to thank her. However, Glenn tapped the armrest with his finger while staring at the black market's master. I can hardly accept the black market master's gratitude. I can't tell what you're thinking after all. You are being too cautious around me. I'm just thankful to you this time. Please don't doubt this maiden's feelings. Maiden, you say? Glenn chuckled and nodded. All right. However, I'm not the one you should be thanking, and the same goes for that girl. I know. She's also coming this way, so we will be greeting the Light Wind's vice squad leader together. The black market's master looked up to Glenn with a faint smile on her face. He cherishes the Light Wind's vice squad leader a lot more than I thought. People in Glenn's position tended to simply accept others' gratitude. The way he casually passed the glory on to Rayon implied that he truly cherished that boy named Rayon. I guess he wouldn't even be here to save him if that wasn't the case. Although he was acting under the pretext that they had underestimated Zeekhart, the fact that the head of house had personally made a move implied that the boy named Rayon was as important as a successor to him. It's understandable. Rayon Zeekhart had reached the intermediate level of master at the age of 19, and he was a monster that managed to kill 3 apostles and 5 master-tier demons. Even though he was still young, he was capable enough to stand at the end of the line of the successors. I have something to discuss with the head of house. The black market's master leaned forward to look at Glenn. What is it? I believe the black market will be antagonized by Eden and the white blood religion after this incident. That should be the case. I'd like to request a temporary alliance to fight the Eden and the white blood religion. Are you planning to borrow our might in exchange for information? Indeed. We will deal with whatever we can by ourselves, but we expect an extreme amount of casualties if we have to fight one of the strongest apostles. All right, Glenn nodded after closing his eyes for a moment. The black market's master bowed. Is this also because of Rayon? Since Glenn originally had a self-reliant personality, he wouldn't have accepted the alliance so easily. He must have been still angry at the white blood religion and Eden for kidnapping Rayon. I shall prepare a gift for Rayon. Since there was no disadvantage in getting on his good side in advance, she figured she should prepare a gift to improve his condition. I'll write up the paperwork and visit again with my 4th daughter. The black market's master bowed to him and left the room. That doesn't seem too bad. Cheryl, who'd been standing away from them, walked up to him with a subtle smile on her face. Since our information is limited to the north and the center, we should gain a lot from borrowing the black market's abilities. I agree. The war has already started, and it's better to annihilate them if we can't avoid it. Roan caressed the rapier hanging around his waist. Murderous intent was radiating from his usually gentle eyes. Please calm down. Cheryl chuckled and raised her hand. Please excuse me. Roan awkwardly scratched the back of his head. However, the murderous intent coming from his eyes didn't fade away. But I still can't forgive the bastards who dared to harm young Master Rayon. I'll have to warm myself up in preparation. He grabbed the hilt of his sword, saying that he was going to regain the abilities of his prime. I understand. I also would have searched throughout the continent for them if something bad happened to Rayon. Cheryl also clenched her fist with a frightening look in her eyes. Indeed. Glenn nodded. There's no reason to let such scum live. Make sure to kill them whenever you get a report. Yes, understood. Frightening gazes were radiating from them as they looked at each other. Rimmer exclaimed while looking at Roan, Cheryl, and Glenn. They always called me out for doting on him so much, but now they are even worse. They used to scold him for taking care of him so much, yet they looked like they were about to overthrow the continent because of Rayon. Rimmer couldn't understand how it even happened. It's really strange. Shirley didn't really like children, and Roan had an extremely cold-hearted personality despite his gentle appearance. It was a complete mystery that those two grew so fond of Rayon. I guess he's a charming boy. Despite being a child, Rayon had never acted spoiled or asked for help. It was probably because he was a hard worker who kept running towards the top instead of a simple genius that their hearts were attracted to him. When Rimmer was about to talk to Glenn, a knocking sound could be heard. I'm the Light Winds Vice Squad Leader, Rayon Zeeghart. I'm here because I'd like to see the head of house. Rayon's slightly nervous voice could be heard after the knocking. Roan and Cheryl's murderous auras disappeared at once like candlelight that had been smothered. I'll open the door. Wait, just as Roan was about to walk towards the door like always, Rimmer created an aura barrier to stop the sound from escaping. My lord. He narrowed his eyes while looking at Glenn. You are planning to act cold towards him once again, right? You must have realized from this incident that danger will happen countless times as long as he lives as a warrior. You might never be able to tell him your true feelings. Rimmer glared at Glenn with a serious gaze, which was rare coming from him. Please tell him your true feelings now. No one is going to criticize you for cherishing your grandson. Glenn shuddered for the first time against Rimmer. Well, I'd like to deny everything the drunkard says, but he's right this time. Cheryl gave a big nod. I also agree. Roan smiled gently from the door. I'm fully aware what kind of person you are, my lord. I'm not asking for much here. Rimmer sighed and raised his index finger. Worry, tell him that you were worried. You must say that to him at least. He clenched his fist to plead for it before walking up to the door. Wait, Glenn raised his hand. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan turned around to look at him at the same time. He cleared his throat with a completely nervous voice. Is my voice okay right now? I don't sound strange, do I? The three were frowning because they were expecting another excuse from him, but their faces all turned blank at the same time. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon narrowed his eyes while standing in front of the door to Glenn's room. Are they having a secret conversation? The noise had disappeared from inside the room. Rayon could guess that someone had created an aura barrier to remove the sound. Is it because of the person who left earlier? He met the eyes of an old woman who seemed to be a black market executive on the way to Glenn's room, and Rayon guessed that they must have blocked the sound to hide the conversation they had with her. Tap. While Rayon was making sure to remember the old woman's face, the door was opened and Roan appeared. The gentle smile on his face was the same as always. He's completely different from back then. The extremely cold-hearted assassin who pushed the 10th apostle back with a single rapier was no longer there. Instead, he looked like an average old man taking a walk in a village. How is your body? Rayon tried clenching his fist and nodded. That's a relief. Please enter. Roan stepped aside to make way. Rayon nodded and entered the room. Rimmer was leaning his back against the wall with a frown on his face, and Cheryl was looking at him with a subtle smile on hers. Greeting, my lord. He walked to the center and stood in front of Glenn. Glenn's inhospitable expression was the exact same as when they were in the audience chamber. No, his face was even stiffer than usual, and Rayon guessed that it must have been because the talk with the old woman didn't end up so well. What's wrong? Considering his slightly hoarse voice, his internal injury must not have been healed yet. I came to express my gratitude. Your gratitude. Rayon knelt and bowed to him. Since he wasn't expecting him to come to his rescue at all, he felt even more thankful to him. Seeing Glenn reminded him of the moment death was right in front of him, making him tremble in fear even though it was already over. It wasn't for your sake. Glenn's eyes turned as cold as the winter. I only made that scum pay the price for underestimating Zeeghart. Arg. Rayon couldn't understand why, but Rimmer smacked his own forehead as soon as Glenn spoke. Since Rayon had somewhat expected that answer, he smiled faintly and bowed once again. Rayon Zeeghart, you are too arrogant. Glenn narrowed his eyes. The sharp energy wave pierced into his chest like an aura blade. The might you've achieved at your age is certainly not bad. However, there are countless people stronger than you in the world. They won't go easy on you just because you are young and brimming with talent. He was right. He was too reckless because he was overconfident about his growth. I ended up running head first into danger. He thought he could win against an average apostle, and he did manage to slay the 7th apostle. However, the 10th apostle and Merlin's appearance that followed were completely beyond his expectations. It was necessary to create an escape path before he acted in order to shatter the plans of those monsters. I'm sorry. Rayon accepted Glenn's scolding and lowered his head. Ha. Cheryl gave an unusual sigh and turned around to look out the window. This kind of miracle is never going to happen ever again. Glenn frowned while resting his chin on his hand. His gaze turned even colder. Don't do anything that is out of line. Interference without might is a meaningless sacrifice. Hop. Roan covered his mouth with his hand and closed his eyes. Rayon had never seen him do that before, since he'd been treating Glenn like a god. He's right about that, too. He couldn't understand why the other three were acting like that, but Glenn was right. Jumping into danger to save others without having enough might was pretty much asking to be killed together. Motivation alone could never achieve anything after all. I'll carve your advice into my bones, my lord. Rayon closed his eyes while taking Glenn's advice from the bottom of his heart. By the way, is my lord okay right now? He saw him bleeding before, and his expression didn't seem so good. Rayon was slightly worried about him. My lord, how are your internal injuries? You don't need to worry about it. Glenn's face seriously stiffened like a dried-up leaf. His internal injury seemed to still be hurting him. How about you? I'm not doing too bad. I should be able to return to duty in about a week. Did you already forget what I told you just now? Dignity was weighing on him from his voice. Rayon's shoulders trembled from the intense pressure. I told you to stop being arrogant, not cross the line. You barely managed to escape death. You shall rest thoroughly until your body is completely recovered. Understood, but still. Glenn's lowered voice sounded like it was trembling slightly. I'm glad you are safe. Ah. Rayon briskly raised his head. His jaw dropped as he didn't expect Glenn to say something like that to him at all. However, Glenn's expression was as cold as before. He must have meant it as a simple formality, but Rayon's nose was tingling because it was his first time hearing Glenn say that he was worried about him. Rayon hung his head. Glenn cleared his throat and burrowed his back deep into the chair. Whoa. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan, been facing the other way around, looked at them at once and quietly exclaimed, If you have nothing else to say, then. I might be mistaken, but it looks like the White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen managed to escape alive. Since there was no way Wrath was lying about it, it must have been true that they were still alive. It was necessary to tell Glenn about them as fast as possible. I know. Glenn nodded without showing any sign of surprise. Trying to kill both of them at once was my mistake. I should have focused on the Fallen, but I was too greedy, and I ended up giving them an opening. Despite Rayon's expectation, he admitted his mistake and frowned. His irritation was directed at himself rather than other people. He's really different. People in important positions tend to avoid admitting their mistakes. Darius Robert was a narrow-minded man who always blamed his subordinates for his mistakes, but Glenn casually admitted his mistake despite standing above everyone. That fact was as surprising as his prowess. Is that what you wanted to talk about? No, there's one more thing. It's about Martha. Rayon told him what Martha had told him about the White Blood Religion's leader, as well as everything he had guessed from the story. What the hell, damn it. Rimmer was grinding his teeth violently, Cheryl's chin was trembling, and Roan closed his eyes. Everyone seemed shocked. Glenn's cold-hearted appearance was also gone as he groaned. How is Martha doing? She fell asleep after eating a meal. Once Martha heard that there was still hope, she had eaten the food before falling asleep. He slowly sighed and looked out the window, where the sunlight was entering the room. When I met the White Blood Religion's leader for the first time, she was a little girl with red hair and blue eyes, and she was a blonde, purple-eyed woman in her 20s on our second encounter. Just like you guessed, the White Blood Religion's leader is capable of using a soul transfer sorcery to change into a different body. I see. However, it's a bit different from the average soul transfer. What do you mean? Since the soul transfer consists of taking over another person's body, the user normally loses most of their powers and won't be able to use their physical abilities anymore. However, that monster's soul transfer doesn't have those drawbacks. Glenn's eyes became distorted. He was apparently getting angry at the White Blood Religion's leader. The White Blood Religion's leader is capable of using all of her powers and sorcery immediately after settling into a new body. The limitations don't apply at all to her. What? It's impossible to create results without any cause. The fact that she's wearing the same necklace as Martha must hold some kind of secret. He narrowed his eyes while mentioning causality, just like Wrath did. All of the powerful people were apparently aware of that law of nature. Is there any way to save Martha's mother, by any chance? It's normally impossible, however. Glenn calmly closed his eyes. If one can overwhelm the White Blood Religion's leader in terms of willpower on top of prowess, it shouldn't be completely impossible. I see. Rayon clenched his fist, since Glenn was saying that it definitely wasn't impossible. However, the possibility was extremely slim because it involved defeating the White Blood Religion's leader, Rayon Sieghart. Yes, excellent. Glenn suddenly praised him with a big nod. If we manage to unravel the secret behind the White Blood Religion's leader, half of it shall be your achievement. Good job. And no, I was just trying to help. He only racked his brain to comfort Martha and to understand the situation. That was an excessive compliment. Caring for your companions is always the right thing to do. You should never forget that mindset. I'll bear that in mind. Once Martha wakes up, you all should look after her. I'll call upon her after we return to the house. Yes, Rayon nodded. What a relief. He was worried that Glenn might have a bad opinion of Martha because she was the daughter of the White Blood Religion's leader, but he was worried about her instead. Even though he was cold-hearted, he still had a heart for other people. You should leave now. Glenn shook his hand as if he were trying to chase away a fly, just like he usually did. Yes, Rayon nodded and stood up. He wanted to say something to Glenn for giving him sharp yet humane advice, but nothing good came to his mind. The only thing he could think of was the blood flowing out of his mouth recently. Please live a long life. Rayon spat out those words and hurriedly left the room as if he were trying to run away. Oh my God, live a long life. Are you really supposed to say that right now? In my opinion, the problem also lies with him. Rimmer sighed while looking at the door that Rayon had left through. I hate to admit it, but I agree with you today. This is so annoying. Cheryl sighed deeply. They should get gradually better in the future. Roan patted Rimmer and Cheryl's shoulders, saying that they should be understanding. Arg. The three of them turned their heads upon hearing the groaning sound. Glenn was biting his lip tightly while grasping the left side of his chest. Gasp, my lord, is it because of the internal injury? Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan were extremely surprised and started to approach Glenn, and he turned his head around. His lips were trembling violently. He told me to live a long life. He was moved to tears as he stared at the door, and he even cared so much for Martha. He's such an innocent and kind-hearted boy. The three's gazes froze once again. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon took a seat and controlled the ring of fire after returning to his room. The resonance of the rings decreased the intense pain throughout his body and accelerated the recovery of his body. This is clearly different. The 10,000 Flames, Cultivation, and Glacier were both excellent cultivation techniques, but the Ring of Fire was even more special. He could even feel the slow recovery of his ruptured blood vessels and damaged skin. He even forgot the flow of time as he focused on cultivation, and by the time he managed to recover 4 lines of his mana circuits, he could hear people approaching his room. Knock, knock. After the footsteps, a knocking sound and Dorian's voice followed. Vice Squad Leader, you are having some visitors. Rayon opened his eyes upon hearing that someone had come to visit him. He could feel that 2 other people were standing behind Dorian. Who could they be? Rayon stood and opened the door. You look better than before. Dorian grinned and 2 women walked up to him from behind him. The one in front of him was the old woman who previously came out from Glenn's room, and the one standing next to her was Denning Rose, the branch manager of the black market in Grand Seville. Ha! Denning Rose covered her mouth, then bumped her shoulder onto the wall as she couldn't keep her balance. It's a relief. I'm really relieved. She bit her lip tightly while grasping her chest. Branch manager, don't worry. The strength left her body from witnessing the Vice Squad leader's survival. The old woman smiled gently while patting Denning Rose's back. Rayon slightly nodded while looking at Denning Rose, who was breathing faintly with her eyes closed. I heard she worked hard. He'd heard about Denning Rose when the Light Wind Squad told him what happened while he was gone. She'd apparently commanded the Black Market's agents all night long in order to find Eden's branch location, and the tension must have finally left her after seeing him. Rayon nodded courteously at Denning Rose. No, Denning Rose shook her head. Considering how quickly she regained her composure and her calm gaze, she was truly an extraordinary intelligence agent. I would have already died in humiliation at the 7th Apostle's hands if it wasn't for the Vice Squad leader. She smiled faintly, saying that she was only repaying the favor. But who is she? Rayon looked at the old woman who was holding Denning Rose's shoulder tightly. Considering the way she was treating the branch manager, she must have been an executive from the black market, just like he'd previously thought. My name is Rosalind, and I'm in charge of the black market. I'm glad to see you. The black market's master. She said that she was in charge of the black market, not a branch. It could only mean that she was the master of the black market, able to influence the entire continent. Yes, I'm currently managing the black market, even though I'm unworthy. She smiled as if it wasn't a big deal. I apologize for my late introduction. I'm the Light Wind's Vice Squad leader, Rayon Sieghart. Rayon bowed to Rosaline. Unworthy, there's no way that is true. The black market's current master was the one who expanded the black market to its current state, and that was the woman standing in front of him. She was simply acting humble because she held all of the power of the black market. Please enter for now. Since he couldn't keep them standing in front of the door, he brought them inside and let them sit in front of a table. Dorian, I'm sorry, but can you bring some tea? Yes, Dorian answered but didn't leave the room. Ah, it's here. He took 3 teacups and a teapot from his belly pocket. He put red tea leaves inside the pot, and the pot suddenly started to boil, steam coming from it. PSSH, the heavy yet clear fragrance of tea emerged from the pot and warmed up the room. Seriously, Rayon chuckled. His pocket and tools were always such a mystery, and they managed to surprise him once again. This is Benzar green tea. It should have a nice fragrance since it was dried properly. Dorian poured the tea into the 3 teacups with a smile on his face, as if he were a butler. The mister over here was also from an extraordinary house. Roseline was looking at Dorian's belly pocket with a subtle smile. She took a sip of the tea before placing a wooden box on the table. Is this? It's Yubo's panacea. Yubo's panacea. Why is it? This is my gift for the vice squad leader. Rayon's jaw dropped. Yubo was a master elixir craftsman, and people called him the medicine saint. They said that his panacea was even capable of reviving the dead, and Rayon didn't expect her to give him such a precious item as a gift at all. Why would you give this to me? We were partly responsible for the vice squad leader's kidnapping. We should have been helping you, but we only ended up being helped instead. That's why this much is necessary to show our gratitude. She pushed the panacea's wooden box towards him. Rayon was looking at Roseline instead of the panacea. Her peaceful eyes were clear enough, without a speck of ulterior motive, but he couldn't exactly trust that. He secretly flicked his eyes over to look at Denning Rose. She wasn't reacting at all despite seeing the panacea, as if it were only obvious that it would be given to him. Their reactions are slightly different. Roseline felt like he was giving Yubo's panacea because of the head of house instead of himself, while Denning Rose felt like she was giving it to him out of pure worry. However, they seemed to agree that it was an appropriate gift for him. Rayon lowered his head, picked up the wooden box, and brought it in front of him. It was light, but the warmth coming from inside felt rather heavy. This much is obvious. Roseline simply shook her hand and took a sip of the tea. This tea is nice. Dorian smiled while holding the teapot. So is it delicious? You should try it too. Wrath couldn't read the atmosphere and suddenly interfered to point at the teacup. You aren't going to like it. That's up to the King of Essence to decide. Rayon sighed and took a sip of the tea. Tusk, this is so bland. Wrath clicked his tongue and returned to the ice flower bracelet. Rayon was dumbfounded at his behavior. It almost felt like he was raising a child. Then let's proceed to the next topic. Roseline placed the teacup on the table and smiled. The next topic. You didn't tell her which rewards you wanted after completing the mission. I should actually say that you didn't have any opportunity for that. Since she said she'd do anything for you, we will keep that promise. She did say that before, and Rayon had a list of things to ask from her. However, he couldn't actually say that. It's fine. Rayon slowly shook his head. I heard that the entire black market worked hard on my rescue. I was already helped in return, so any further reward would be excessive. It was true. Too much greed would come back to bite him. Since everyone had survived, that was enough for him. It would be shameless to accept that reward. He would have taken the promised rewards and information if the incident ended after defeating the 7th Apostle at Grand Seville, but the situation went so wrong afterward, and the black market had helped him in return. Getting the original reward for the mission was fine, but making additional requests would have been unreasonable. This girl is the black market's branch manager, and one of my successors. Roseline caressed Denning Rose's head. Even though our history isn't as long as Sieghart, we can't exactly break a successor's promise. She stared at Rayon with a faint smile on her face. Please tell me what you want. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. The black market's master, Roseline, narrowed her eyes while watching Rayon as he considered her offer. Frostfire Sword of Valor. Such an honorable name wasn't always a good thing. The warriors with honorable aliases were usually merciless against the villains while being extremely merciful to the ordinary people. Fair and just would be the best description of their personalities. They looked cool and amazing, but they led the most uncomfortable lives. Because they need to keep thinking about how the people see them. The honorable warriors managed to gain their aliases by showing exemplary behavior, so they were bound to pay attention to their reputations. They had to be careful when drinking. They couldn't entertain themselves as much as they wanted, and the situations where they could use their powers were rather limited. Even if they had an urgent matter to attend to, they were sometimes forced to resolve the injustices in front of them instead. That was how difficult it was to have an honorable alias, specifically because of its impressive meaning. Of course, this boy is no different. She blatantly told him to make his request, and that had the effect of making it difficult to ask for anything. It's only natural. The black market had spent an astronomical amount of money in order to find Eden's branch. Since Rayon was obviously aware of that fact, as he was in charge of the finances of the Light Wind Squad, he couldn't easily ask for anything. A subtle smile appeared on Rosaline's face, and that's why I told him that I'd grant any of his requests. The black market master's promise was pretty much a vow made by the black market itself. She would need to grant anything he would ask for, but she still made such a suggestion because she expected Rayon to decline making any requests at all because had he gained such a great alias at a young age. This move only has advantages without any drawbacks. After all, it will allow me to gain the trust of the destructive king of the north. It was absolutely certain that Glenn Sieghart cherished Rayon. If the rumor spread that she suggested that she would grant Rayon anything that he wanted, the destructive king of the north would also be satisfied. She turned her head upon noticing a piercing gaze from the side, and Denning Rose was staring at her, blaming her for being so mean. It's exactly because I've been living this way that I can be the master of the black market. Rayon's mouth slowly opened. Yes, please tell me. Rosaline licked her lips slightly before smiling at him again. It's happening now. Since Rayon was obviously going to refuse, she just needed to praise him for that and casually get it over with. She was confident in doing that because she'd always done it before. You can ask later if you can't. I'm going to need information about the 6 kings and the 5 demons. Despite her expectations, he made his request with honest eyes. The 6 kings and the 5 demons. Yes, I need detailed information about them. Their members, locations, tendencies, and the level of their might. The information about every single powerful person above the realm of master must be included, as they are the most important members. Rayon declared his request clearly, without hesitating at all. The reason he stayed silent for a while seemed to be because he was thinking about the request. Please send the information to Sieghart's annex building instead of the main building. And Rosaline's lips parted. He's making another request. The information about the 6 kings and 5 demons was expensive enough that a single line would cost more than a gold coin. Moreover, Rayon was asking for information about powerful people, and that was extremely expensive. Actually, a lot of information couldn't even be bought with money. She couldn't even begin to guess about how she'd deal with his request. I'd like to find the location of the Phoenix. Phoenix. The Phoenix was a monster that actually existed, but encountering it was extremely rarito the point that people had begun to believe that they were myths. They were even more difficult to find than dragons in terms of rarity alone, and she couldn't understand how she was supposed to find something like that. Her heart suddenly started to tremble. Rosaline's chin was trembling as she met Rayon's glowing eyes. Is he really an honorable warrior? She realized her mistake. Rayon's eyes were glowing with greed. Rather than the Frostfire Sword of Valor, he should have been called the Frostfire Sword of Greed. And finally, another one. Rosaline barely managed to control her expression and turned her head. Denning Rose's eyes were also violently trembling, as she didn't expect that he would make so many requests either. I'd like to find a person and an object. Which person and object would that be? I'll write that down properly after I return to the house and send it to you. I see. Even though her face was still smiling, she couldn't stop her voice from trembling. That must be an extraordinary request as well. There was no way anything he was asking could be an easy task. It shouldn't be as bad as the information about the 6 kings and 5 demons, but it was clearly going to be a difficult task. Sip. Rosaline drank her tea because of the burning feeling in her throat. Even though the tea had such a clear taste until just a moment ago, it tasted extremely bitter instead. This is driving me nuts. She couldn't even estimate how much money she was going to lose because of the deal she made in that short time frame, and I can't cancel it now either. Since people saw her and Denning Rose entering Rayon's room, Glenn must have heard about it as well. If she tried to cancel her suggestion, the trust she managed to gain was bound to plummet. I have to do it. Since it was a declaration made under the name of the black market's master, instead of a mere branch manager, she had to grant his request no matter what. She felt like it was the end of the world because of the unexpected checkmate. I'll be counting on you. Rayon bowed with a smile on his face. Don't worry about it. Rosaline smiled awkwardly and racked her brain to think about how to make up for the astronomical amount of losses she just made. Obviously, there was no solution to it. Since I've heard the vice squad leader's request, I'll be leaving now. She smiled faintly and stood up. She needed to return to the main branch and make the calculations in order to come back to her senses. Vice squad leader, get well soon. Denning Rose also stood up after nodding at him. Her slightly trembling legs showed that she was also shocked by Rayon's requests. Black Market's master and branch manager. When those two were about to leave the room, Rayon's voice could be heard. Rosaline and Denning Rose slowly turned around. Rayon's red eyes were radiating with a dignified light from reflecting the sunlight entering through the window. While they were staring blankly at his eyes, which looked like rubies, his lips parted. You won't regret it. Rayon's voice was as quiet as Glenn Sieghart's, and their hearts tightened upon hearing it. Rosaline swept her disheveled hair up. I'll be looking forward to it. She lowered her head slightly with a faint smile on her face before leaving the room. Denning Rose must have also noticed something was different as she followed her with a stiff expression on her face. They didn't say anything until they got on the carriage and were leaving the mansion. It was only after the carriage's door was closed that Rosalind's lips twisted up. He got me good. Rayon didn't make that request out of sheer greed. He had perfectly understood her thought process before showing his blade that couldn't be refused. When was the last time I was thoroughly defeated like this? She didn't make proper preparations because she completely underestimated him, but it was still unexpected that such a young boy would seize her by her hair. She figured that his might wasn't the only thing she should be seeing in him. He was already a dangerous person with his might alone, and she felt the necessity to raise the rank one step higher. How was he in your eyes? Rosalind narrowed her eyes while looking at Denning Rose. He seemed to have matured even further during that short time period, both in martial arts and in mentality. I could see a composure and nervousness that he didn't have before. Denning Rose looked back at the mansion that was getting further away and narrowed her eyes. Are you saying that he matured even though he became nervous? Yes, she nodded without any hesitation. The Rayon Sieghart that I saw in the past was brimming with confidence. He believed that he could solve anything on his own. However, he looked different today. He seemed to have realized the possibility of failure and the fact that he can't solve everything on his own. I see. Rosalind caressed Denning Rose's head with a faint smile on her face. You've also matured just like him. Denning Rose originally had an indecisive personality, and she often postponed her judgment or left others to decide the outcome. The incident seemed to have matured her in that aspect. Then how do you like him as a man? What? Denning Rose's face froze. Appearance, might, house, personality, and insight. He isn't lacking in any aspect, so I'll be the matchmaker if you are interested. Rosalind stroked Denning Rose's hand while saying that she was serious. I need to serve my master. I have no intention of getting married until you retire, master. Denning Rose shook her head. Her entire face turned red except for her black eye patch. The ones who say that are usually the first ones to get married. Rosalind chuckled and shook her hand. You should say that again after hiding that plum color from your face. Master. Translator Kyunghee. Proofreader Harley. Rayon snickered while fiddling with the box containing Yubo's panacea. She couldn't have expected that she'd take a blow here. He was originally planning to refuse, as it was obviously the reasonable thing to do, but he changed his mind upon seeing Rosalind's eyes. She looked gentle and kind, but her eyes clearly said that she knew he was never going to ask anything from her. Since those were the eyes of an experienced merchant, Rayon decided to take advantage of her, and it ended up in a complete success. I gained way more than I thought. An astronomical sum of money was required to buy information about the 6 kings and the 5 demons, and a lot of top-secret information couldn't even be bought with money alone. Although he wasn't expecting to get all of it, he should be able to find out a decent amount about them, which was already a huge gain for him. HMPH. Wrath flowed from the ice flower bracelet and grinned. Even though you're such a fiend, you still must have some consideration in you. You decided to keep your promise already. Consideration? What are you talking about? You must have asked that granny about the phoenix's location in order to invigorate the King of Essence's body. You were trying to keep the promise that you made about feeding him something delicious. He licked his lips while looking into the air. Phoenix meat is tender and crispy at the same time, and it even increases your appetite. The King of Essence is looking forward to it, as he hasn't eaten anything invigorating for a while. Have you even eaten a phoenix before? But of course, I couldn't eat it that often, but it was one of my favorite special dishes. Rayon's jaw dropped while watching the grinning Wrath. It was a dragon last time and now a phoenix. The glutton must have really tasted all kinds of monsters before. I'm sorry, but I'm not planning to hunt down the phoenix. What? I'm looking for the phoenix's location rather than the phoenix itself. What do you mean? Why would you not eat the phoenix if you managed to find one? It's only natural to eat food if it's placed in front of you. Even though a phoenix was nothing short of being called legendary, the crazy Wrath was treating it as food. Dear customer, we don't sell phoenixes. Hey, you rascal. Wrath shoved his face into Rayon's, and Rayon shook his head while pushing him away. The reason he was looking for a phoenix was in order to get stronger instead of hunting it. He could end up killing the phoenix, but it was completely fine if he didn't. Munch. Rayon turned his head upon hearing the munching sound of some snack. Dorian was lying sideways on the bed, eating something that he took from his belly pocket. He'd been eating that snack, which looked like a potato chip, ever since he was a trainee, and Rayon started to wonder when he was ever going to stop. You won in psychological warfare against the black market's master. That was really amazing. Why are you still here? That's so mean. Dorian dropped the snack from his hand. I didn't exactly win against her, but you won everything you wanted, didn't you? It's because she underestimated me too much. If Rosalind was fully prepared before she visited him, he wouldn't have been able to make any kind of request. The gains were only possible because she considered him inexperienced and even misjudged his personality. Rather than that, aren't you going back home? What? You almost died this time. How about taking a vacation and visiting your home? Rayon tried asking him because he remembered how Roseline called him extraordinary after seeing Dorian's belly pocket. I am not sure. I don't think I really need to return. Dorian suddenly stood up while smiling awkwardly. I'll go there later, I guess. He scratched his head and quickly left the room. Does he have some circumstances? It was still difficult for Rayon to maintain the correct distance from the others. Since family situations needed to be dealt with using extreme caution, he couldn't stop Dorian from leaving. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Yubo's panacea in his hand. What should I do with this? He didn't really need to take the panacea because the Ring of Fire's recovery ability was enough. What else? You are planning to eat it anyway because you are such a greedy guy. How does it taste, by the way? Wrath became an even bigger glutton after he exhausted his power from manifesting into his main body. It almost felt like his gluttony was driving him mad. Yes, I guess I should do that. He suddenly had the urge to act against him because Wrath called him greedy. He went back upstairs with Yubo's panacea in his hand and knocked on the door to Glenn's room. Knock, knock. Roan opened the door even before the knocking sound ended, unlike the last time. You are back. I have a gift for the head of house. Please enter. His face was brimming with joy when he noticed the wooden box in his hand as he stepped aside. What are you giving him? Is it something good? Cheryl and Rimmer were also full of anticipation for some reason as they stared at him. Rayon walked ahead with the gazes of the three on him. What is it? Glenn looked down on him. He looked annoyed at his repeated visit. If I understood correctly, your internal injury hasn't been completely healed. Rayon offered Yubo's panacea. This is Yubo's panacea that the black market's master gave to me. I brought it for you because I figured it would be better for the head of house to take it rather than myself. Even though he was extremely strong, his internal injury must not have been healed yet. Since Glenn had helped him, it was only natural to return the favor. Rayon decided to give the panacea to Glenn. I have the Ring of Fire and Sloth anyway. He could heal himself through the Ring of Fire during the day, and Sloth's healing effect would automatically activate at night. Since 1 week was going to be enough to mostly recover his injuries, Yubo's panacea wasn't even needed. Ooh, Rayon, hoo-hoo. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan smiled brightly and gave him a thumbs up to compliment him. Rumble, however, Glenn's expression didn't look good at all even though Rayon offered him the panacea. He bit his lip tightly, his cold eyes brimming with anger. Rayon swallowed nervously. I have a bad feeling about this. He thought he would accept it because he felt rather nice during the previous visit, but it must have been his mistake. The atmosphere turned colder and colder. Didn't I just tell you to stop being arrogant? That's You arrogant brat, you still don't know your place. My internal injury. You are 100 years too early to worry about it. That's not what I meant. I can recover from my injuries, but my lords. I don't need it. Glenn shook his head with a cold gaze. You should put that panacea in your mouth right after you leave this room. I'll be punishing you the day we return to the house in 1 week if your recovery doesn't meet my standards. Understood. Rayon took Yubo's panacea and stood up. He bowed to him before leaving the room. Step. As soon as Rayon's footsteps faded away, the three people standing in front of the door briskly turned around. You damn geezer, how can you send him off like that? This is seriously annoying. Rimmer, Cheryl, and Roan screamed at Glenn one after the other. Seriously, our head of house. They were about to scold him even more, but their eyes turned round upon noticing that Glenn was grasping his forehead. Wow, how can he possibly be so kind-hearted? Glenn gritted his teeth, unable to control his overwhelming emotions. The energy waves spreading around him made the objects inside the room float into the air and vibrate. He is worried about me even though his own condition is worse. He really is an angel. I mean, if you know he is, then you should. I need to do something. He raised his finger. Golden light spread out from his hand. The room and even the entire building started to tremble. Gasp, why you shouldn't open the treasury here. Roan hurriedly ran up to him and held Glenn's arm. My lord, the building is going to collapse. Moreover, it will cause issues for the treasury's security. Cheryl also used footwork to stop Glenn's finger. Unhand me. I have to give Rayon a gift right now. You know better than anyone that opening the treasury from outside the house will cause issues. Sieghart's treasury was a magical storage designed in a way that it could only be opened from the domain. Opening it from another place could mess with the coordinates and cause security issues. It's fine. I just need to kill anyone who tries to steal from the treasury. Rayon is more important right now. Glenn stretched his hand, saying that it didn't matter. Rimmer sighed deeply while witnessing that scene. I don't even know anymore. I'm going to the gambling house since it's been a while. Hey, you should be stopping him. 1 week later, Rayon went outside the mansion. On top of the Light Wind Squad, the Heavenly Blade Division and the Void Sword Division were lined up as they hadn't returned to the house yet. He met Glenn's eyes as the man was standing in front of them. He stared at Rayon for a while before briskly turning his head. I guess I passed. What a relief. He quietly breathed out a sigh of relief. He'd been using the Ring of Fire. A fight against a warrior at a higher realm would have still been difficult, but his condition was good enough to easily deal with an average master. Let's return. Glenn shook his hand and the mansion's gate opened. As the Zeekhart swordsman went outside, loud cheers burst out from the surroundings. Woa, Zeekhart, Rayon, 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 Light Wind Squad, Light Wind Squad, Light Wind Squad. I'll be cheering for you for the rest of my life. The people gathered around the mansion yelled out a cheer upon seeing Rayon and the Light Wind Squad. Rayon narrowed his eyes. He thought they were merchants trying to get on Zeekhart's good side, but that wasn't the case. They were the people who were kept as hostages in Grand Seville and by the white blood religion inside the barrier. Wow. Oh man, I didn't do anything special. The light wind swordsmen looked awkward, but still happy about it as they waved their hands with grins on their faces. Rayon also realized he was clenching his fist. He'd never known in his previous life that the expression of gratitude could tug on his heartstrings so hard. Mother was right. A swordsman who made people follow from the heart. Rayon raised his head to look forward. Woo, destructive king of the north, destructive king of the north, Glenn Zeekhart. The cheers directed at Glenn were louder than anyone else, but he was simply riding the horse without responding to them. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt while watching Glenn's back. One day. Rayon closed his eyes upon seeing Zeekhart's walls from afar. I'm finally back. Watching the walls that managed to survive over countless years reminded him of the people's gazes he had met on the way back. Their gazes were different from before the incident. Their eyes were filled with admiration and awe as they stared at Zeekhart. Zeekhart was already a great house as one of the 6 kings and 5 demons, but their reputation wasn't that great. A sinking ship, the forgotten conqueror, the power in the ruins. A rusted sword, because their advance came to a halt a long time ago. People even called Zeekhart by names that would describe some of the ruined houses. However, the incident had changed everything. Everyone has begun looking up to us. Everyone he met on the way back was shouting and cheering that Zeekhart was the strongest house, their eyes sparkling with awe. Even though the 6 kings and the 5 demons were the peaks of the continent, Zeekhart was being called the top among them. And this is all. Rayon clenched his back teeth while looking at Glenn's back as he rode the horse in front of everyone. That was the only reason. The single transcender who managed to drive away the white blood religion's leader and the fallen on his own had made the Zeekhart name pierce through the stratosphere. He really is different. He was truly worthy of astonishment, as the entire continent was in tremor because of a single person's might. Rayon's current strength couldn't even reach the edge of his sleeves. Tusk, wrath popped up from the ice flower bracelet and clicked his tongue. You are just admiring that geezer instead of trying to be like him. You can't be any more unsightly. I'm not simply admiring him. What? I'm watching his back in order to catch up to him. Even though Glenn's level was as high as the sky, he wasn't planning to just look up to him forever. I will stretch my hand. I'm also changing now. He managed to perfectly reach the intermediate level of master. His swordsmanship and aura had gotten a lot better than before, and his physical abilities were incomparably stronger than before. I even got a hint for the sword field creation. He managed to find a clue on how to achieve the sword field creation by experiencing the mental world directly. Many things that had happened were beyond his abilities, but the rewards he received were even better and he was satisfied with the result. It still could have been better though. He wanted to train and spar once his body was somewhat recovered, but he couldn't exactly do anything because Glenn was going to scold him for that. It was regrettable that he couldn't spar or fight for a while. Greeting, my lord. While he was focused on his thoughts, they had already arrived at the gate. The swordsman guarding the gate shouted wildly as they opened the door. He entered through the gate after Glenn, and he noticed familiar faces from the left side. Rayon. Young Master, Sylvia, Helen, and the maids were waiting for him on the other side of the walls. Their eyes were completely red, and it looked like the smallest provocation would be enough to make them cry. His heart was throbbing as he saw them. He wanted to run up to them, but he couldn't exactly move out of his position since the return hadn't ended yet. Good job, everyone. Glenn stared at Sylvia for a moment before he coldly turned his head. Disband. He simply shook his head before heading to the main building. The house's swordsmen immediately dismounted from their horses and bowed to Glenn. Rayon also bowed to Glenn before running towards Sylvia and the maids. I'm back. Rayon, young master, young master. Everyone almost headbutted into him as they ran at him before he could even finish talking. Rayon, Rayon, Rayon. Sylvia kept calling his name while hugging his neck. Her hands were trembling violently. What a relief, I'm really glad. Helen was holding his hand tightly with tears flowing endlessly from her eyes. Rayon felt like it was his first time seeing Helen cry so much. Sir Rayon, sniff. Yua was crying loudly while holding onto his pants, and Julius was simply pouting while holding back his tears since he was a warrior after all. Young master, are you okay? You aren't hurt anywhere, right? Sniff. The maids also clung to him with tears dripping from their eyes. Rayon almost felt like all of his clothes were getting wet. Judah was the only one who wasn't crying as she silently stood in the back. What's happening? HNG. While Rayon was being flustered, Wrath sniffled and looked up to the sky. What's happening? Making people worry about you is a sin. Wrath frowned while saying something that a demon king shouldn't be saying. You should treat them better in the future. They are the only ones who care about you unconditionally. I know. Rayon bit his lip tightly. I was a fool. He simply thought that everyone was going to be happy about it since he managed to return alive. However, their worry had surpassed their joy. They couldn't control their own emotions because of the worry that kept getting worse had burst out at once. I returned too late. Rayon closed his eyes while embracing Sylvia, Helen, and the maids at once. He opened his mouth from the bottom of his throbbing heart. I'm sorry for worrying you. Rayon told Sylvia what happened up to that point while holding her hand in her bedroom. I am really glad. Clear water started to well up in her eyes. There was apparently still some moisture in her even though she cried so much. I should visit my father to express my gratitude. Sylvia wiped the tears away with the back of her hand and smiled happily. Are you visiting him? I still haven't managed to forget about your father and sister. I wasn't confident I could live on if Eden took you away from me. Please stop saying that. It felt like her words were stabbing his heart like a blade. He could understand a little how everyone felt when they were worried about him. All right. Sylvia patted the back of his hand to express her consent with a smile on her face. By the way, what kind of person was my dad? He'd never asked before because he wasn't interested in him, but he suddenly became curious after learning the meaning of a house during the last incident. Your dad was an idiot. An idiot. He wasn't good at anything. I guess he was tall at least. He was even taller than your current self. He almost looked like a pillar. Sylvia smiled faintly as she looked up at the ceiling. His swordsmanship was also pretty amazing if you looked at his skills alone. He had no talent at all in aura though, but wise. Are you curious why I married him? Yeah, even though she was treated as an outcast in the house, Sylvia was still a member of the direct line and a genius swordswoman with a beautiful appearance. Rayon couldn't understand why she went out with a man who had nothing good except for his swordsmanship skills. He was cool. He never stopped his efforts even though he was clearly aware of his own limits, and he wielded his sword for the sake of others instead of himself. He never stopped smiling, even though he kept losing his money instead of earning it. He was an interesting person. Sylvia's voice was filled with vigor and nostalgia at the same time. He's similar to you in a way. He would have been just like you if he were stronger. Rayon could feel that Sylvia's hand, the one holding the back of his, was trembling. I told you that I wanted you to understand other people's pain and live a life befitting a Sieghart swordsman, but I regretted it so much when I heard you were kidnapped. Sylvia apologized and exhaled faintly. I really am a sinful mother. No, Rayon clenched Sylvia's trembling hand as he shook his head. Sylvia's advice was extremely helpful in allowing him to become a real human being. He would have still been living a lonely life where he only cared about himself, just like his previous life if she hadn't told him about it. Rayon gently patted Sylvia's shoulder. However, she wasn't responding. She seemed to have fallen asleep because the tension had left her body. Rayon covered her with a blanket before leaving her bedroom. He returned to his room, filled with an unknown feeling of satisfaction. Probably because he was prepared for death, he felt like it had been years since the last time he'd been in his room. By the way, Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the ice flower bracelet around his wrist. Why are you so silent? He should have been shouting at him to feed him, and his unexpected silence felt rather surprising. The King of Essence is an aloof and beautiful monarch of Wrath who knows when to interfere. Wrath popped up on the bracelet with a frown on his face. Since he didn't break the atmosphere, you will eat whatever the King of Essence wants for dinner. I knew it. Wrath's dignified attitude despite a cotton candy appearance was making him laugh, but he was still thankful to him. Since the dinner was going to be massive anyway, Rayon decided to eat everything Wrath wanted. Knock, knock, knock. Rayon chuckled, and 3 knocking sounds could be heard when he took off his outer garment. It was Judil's signal, which he hadn't heard in a while. Enter. The door was opened, and Judil entered with the same facial expression as always. Dinner will be ready soon. All right. The mistress should be sleeping by now. How do you know? She has barely slept since she heard the news about the young master's kidnapping. It wasn't just Hirvrion in the annex building was the same. She seemed to be included in that, everyone. Rayon felt sorry for them, but he also felt slightly happy, which was a strange feeling. And Judil gave him a paper. What is this? It's a letter that Lady Encia left behind. She left it behind. She left before hearing the news about Sir Rayon's kidnapping. I see. Rayon nodded. He thought the annex building was unusually quiet, and it was because Encia wasn't there. Did I get used to her already? He chuckled and opened the letter. 3 letter papers were included in the envelope. Dear Sir Rayon, the damn handsome. I'm so sad that I can't witness that beautiful face before I leave. I'll be preparing some amazing expressions to describe your face. The entire first page was pretty much talking about his face. He immediately moved on to the next page. I've somewhat finished the blueprint for Lady Sylvia's artificial energy center. There's a problem though, which is that it requires a rather precious material, a dragon heart. Dragon heart, Rayon's jaw dropped at the mention of that ridiculous material. Would be too difficult to acquire, so I need a drake's heart and a sea serpent's heart. Connecting those two should create an energy center that can withstand a master tier aura. The end of the second page informed him that she returned to her house to perfect the blueprint and gather the materials. I feel so sad that I have to return now. I wanted to see Sir Rayon's freaking face before. The third page was also talking about his face. The second page was the only one that had decent contents. That's just like Lady Encia. Rayon chuckled and returned the letter to the envelope. Drake and Sea Serpent, they were both monsters of the highest rank, called flying dragons and ocean dragons, with a mana heart in their necks. They were both powerful and rare, but they weren't completely impossible to find. I should be able to do this. He clenched his fist, realizing that he should be able to create Sylvia's energy center, which felt like a dream. I have a report about the Central Martial Palace as well. Judil knelt and bowed to him. The Central Martial Palace Master Karun has returned, but he's not showing any particular movements. I'm assuming that he's being wary of the head of house. I suppose. The Central Martial Palace's sword division was also involved in the assault on Eden's branch despite being suspended. Since they would be trying to remove the suspension somehow, he shouldn't have any room to plot something else. I'll look into their activities in detail from now on. Yes, I'm counting on you. Yes, that's it for now. Wait, Rayon stopped Judil, who was about to leave the room. I'd like to request something. Please do. She nodded formally like an emotionless doll. The black market should send me information about the 6 kings and the 5 demons soon. I want you to analyze it to sort the necessary information from the unnecessary bits. The black market is sending information. Yes, what happened was. Rayon told Judil about the way he took advantage of the black market master's visit. How could you prevail against the black market's master in a battle of wits? I didn't do anything that great. She was just underestimating me too much and... He slowly shook his head as he continued. Tell me about your brother. What? Judil's eyes wavered visibly. Why would you ask that? I told the black market's master that I would ask her to find someone because I promised you before that I'd find your brother. Rayon sat on the bed and smiled at her. I thought you forgot about it. Of course not. He just couldn't help her because he didn't have an opportunity to do so, but he never forgot the promise he made about finding her little brother. Since it was a promise with the black market's master, it should be possible to determine his condition, at least. Judil's chin was trembling as she stared at Rayon. He was actually serious about it. Although Judil trusted Rayon, he wasn't showing any sign of starting to look for her brother. Since she was aware it was a difficult task to achieve, she had pretty much given up at that point. But Rayon had asked the black market's master for it, which was completely unexpected. He could have made a different request instead. Only the people from great houses and the highest executives of the kingdoms were allowed to meet the black market's master. She couldn't believe that Rayon had used the opportunity to make a request from such an amazing person for her sake. See, can I really use up that chance? A promise will be kept, eh? Rayon's nod didn't have any strings attached, and Judil felt nauseous, her head going blank upon realizing that fact. Her vision turned hazy, and she couldn't even see what was in front of her properly anymore. It's okay, just tell me about your brother. My brother's name is Juval. He should be 21 years old by now. He's from Tinker Village, and he has brown hair, blue eyes, and a small scar on his forehead. He was sold to the Central Martial Palace along with me, and I never saw him afterward. I see, Rayon nodded while remembering the information about Juval. He wanted to find her brother as soon as he had a chance when realized the importance of family, but he couldn't follow through with his promise before, and he was feeling sorry about it. Judil bowed, her face pale. Her true expression had surfaced, which hadn't happened in a long time, as tears dripped from her eyes. We should be able to find him. Rayon patted her shoulder with a faint smile on his face. In the midst of the heartwarming scene, Wrath suddenly sighed deeply. When are you planning to eat? Wrath started spinning in the air and expanded himself. He turned into a large cotton candy and shouted at him, "The food is getting cold." 1 week later, Rayon went to the 5th training ground after a long break. Because everyone was still supposed to be resting, there was no one in the training ground. However, it almost looked like someone had cleaned it up the day before because of how clean it was. Rayon slowly warmed himself up. His body felt light. He was perfectly recovered, and he didn't need to hide from Glenn or Sylvia anymore. He caught his breath and drew heavenly drive. Kring. The clear resonance of the sword was pulling at his heartstrings. Once he used the 10,000 Flames cultivation, the aura of raging fire dashed through his mana circuits and burst out explosively. crimson flame emerged upon Heavenly Drive's blade. The astral energy was arising as naturally as the flowing river. Its beautiful shape was as majestic as the dappling sunlight. It's clearly different. Even my martial arts realm has increased, on top of my swordsmanship. The increase in his swordsmanship's realm made him better at controlling the astral energy. Everything including power, durability, and sustainability far better than before. And the amount of aura has also increased drastically. It looked like the mana from Lochter, and the lava crocodile king's souls were finally finished being absorbed, as his energy centerand. Glacier and the 10,000 flames cultivation inside of it grew obviously larger than before. Kring, Rayon stepped forward with his left foot and unleashed the fangs of insanity. The blade pummeled the atmosphere as fiercely as a hungry beast's fangs piercing into its prey. Whoosh! The second strike following from the left side felt sharp enough to cut through the air itself. Every single strike of the fangs of insanity was thrashing with life. Rayon could clearly feel that he'd gotten better than before, but still it's going to take a while to regain my fighting senses. His martial arts including his swordsmanship and aura had clearly improved, but he spent too much time without swinging his sword. He needed plenty of hands-on experience to get perfectly accustomed to the improved stats and realm. I wonder if there's any good opponents for me. While Rayon started practicing. Lizard sword art once again after licking his lip, the training ground's door burst open. I knew you would be here. Rimmer chuckled and entered the training ground. You tenacious brat, I knew you would be doing this. Squad leader, you came at the perfect time. Rayon bowed at him with a smile on his face. Huh, your smile is ominous. I have a bad feeling about this. Rimmer narrowed his eyes and secretly moved away. He was so quick to notice something like that. Please have a spar with me, spar. I'd like to improve my senses as I haven't swung my sword in a long time. Fight me, fight you. Are you a gangster or something? His jaw dropped because of Rayon's ridiculous behavior. Please let me off the hook. I'm already getting beaten up by the higher-ups all the time, and my sanity won't last if even you end up beating me now. Rimmer shook his head, saying that he wasn't ready for a spar yet. Moreover, I'm still a patient. It's okay, Rayon twirled Heavenly Drive with a bright smile on his face. I'll be a very light spar. It might be light for you, but it's extremely heavy for others. Rimmer screamed. Since he had already witnessed him beating up the light wind squad all the time, he could guess he would be beaten into a pulp if he tried sparring with his current amount of aura. Please don't decline. You don't need to do that. A deep voice came from the door. The gambling monster was slowly entering the training ground. I know a place that has plenty of sparring partners for you instead of that wimp. What? The Conference of Six Kings. The gambling monster twisted his lips up while looking at Rayon. They are holding the Conference of Six Kings. Translator Kyangyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon's lips parted as he looked at the gambling monster. The Conference of the Six Kings would be. As the name implies, it's an occasion for the heads of the Six Kings to gather in one place to discuss the past and the future. The gambling monster slowly nodded. I see. The Conference of the Six Kings was held back when he was working under Darius Robert. Obviously, he wasn't allowed to get anywhere near the conference hall and had to stay underground, as he was a dweller of the underworld. But why are they suddenly holding the Conference of Six Kings? Rayon tilted his head. It shouldn't be time for it yet. He knew that the Conference of Six Kings took place periodically, and it wasn't time for it yet. Considering they broke that rule, something serious must have happened. Wait a second, could it be? As he was wondering about the Conference of the Six Kings, an appropriate reason came to his mind. You look like you've realized it. The gambling monster chuckled and raised his finger. His thick finger was directed at none other than Rayon. Yes, it's because of you. Because of Rayon. Rimmer narrowed his eyes, asking what the hell he was on about. The gambling monster clicked his tongue, complaining that he shouldn't need to explain the obvious details. The conference will be about how to deal with Eden and White Blood religion, who are getting more and more active and violent. Ah, I see. Rimmer grinned and nodded his head. But how did you find out about this, old man? You aren't usually interested in stuff like this. He murmured that it was unexpected while looking at the gambling monster. Guess why? It's because you've been playing around for a whole week without even leaving a message. That's why the news reached me. The gambling monster ground his teeth violently while glaring at Rimmer. You obviously didn't even realize what was happening with the Conference of the Six Kings because you don't care about your work. You stupid, long-eared bastard. Rayon sighed deeply while watching the gambling monster's fist tremble violently at Rimmer, who was going with a smile on his face. He's right about that. There was normally no way Rimmer would be unaware of the Conference of the Six Kings. He must have been too focused on playing around during his vacation. Ahahaha, I have no excuse. Rimmer smiled awkwardly while scratching the back of his head. He looked like a gambler whose cards were found out. I didn't even see you at the gambling house you usually frequent. Where the hell have you been? I don't have too much luck around here. He licked his lips while rubbing his fingers against each other. His eyes were halfway closed. Huh. Rayon sighed deeply. One day, Shitty Ears is going to either ruin the house or bring glory to the house. Crazy bastards like him never stay average, that might be true. However, he felt so peaceful as he watched Rimmer being scolded for gambling. He felt like he was finally back home. Let's save our talk for later. The gambling monster raised his fist towards Rimmer before turning his head towards Rayon. You said you wanted a sparring partner, right? Yes. The heads of respective factions aren't the only ones who participate in the conference of the Six Kings. The brats that have started getting famous will also be there. It's to allow the future prospects of the houses an opportunity to get to know each other. He didn't know about that because he wasn't really interested in the conference of the Six Kings. Even though it's supposed to be a social meeting, it's actually a bragging meeting. Rimmer snickered and shook his hand. The kids imitate the adults and say stuff like, I'm better than you are better than me. It's pretty fun to watch. Well, he's not exactly wrong. The gambling monster nodded in agreement even though he was still acting aggressively towards Rimmer. They even hold spars between the brats in the social meeting. It should be the perfect place for you to find sparring opponents, as they've learned the best martial arts properly despite being young. Moreover, guys usually like to show off because they want to look cool in front of the girls. They will start picking a fight on their own even if you don't do anything. That's true. Rayon nodded. I can already see it happening. Young warriors were usually impatient and didn't have many opportunities to use their skills. Since it was a gathering of young warriors from the strongest factions, 6 Kingsen men and women would be in the same place. They were bound to contend for supremacy for one reason or another. That sounds pretty good. Although he should have been far weaker than them, experiencing the best martial arts of the other 6 kings with his eyes and body should allow a drastic improvement to his realm. Actually, your participation is compulsory. Compulsory, yes. The Lord's Manor sent an official document stating that you must participate no matter what. You should get Redithi are departing in a week. The gambling monster murmured that he should complain to them if he wanted to refuse. Is the head of house also going there? The head of house has never personally attended the conference. He's always sent a proxy instead. That hoodlum has also acted as a proxy once. Ah, indeed. He pointed at Rimmer, and Rimmer waved his hand with a grin on his face. Where's the location? Owen. The name Owen reminded him of their third prince, Greer C. Owen, whom he met when he was a trainee. Since a long time had passed since they'd last met in Cameloon, Rayon guessed that he must have gotten a lot stronger since then. The conference of the 6 kings will be more helpful than you think. Rimmer chuckled and drew a small circle with his finger, because kids aren't the only ones who will be participating. He climbed the training grounds wall after telling him to look forward to it. Where do you think you're going? I told you we need to talk. Ah, let me go. Why do the old men love me so much? The gambling monster hurriedly chased after him when he realized he was running away, but Rimmer had already jumped under the wall. Arg. The gambling monster ground his teeth while glaring at the wall that Rimmer had climbed over. Why is he turning into a kid? Don't worry about him. He's always been like that. He's like a troublemaker brat. Then would you be my opponent instead of the brat, Sir Gambling Monster? Rayon smiled faintly and walked towards the gambling monster. I received some enlightenment when I was kidnapped. I'd like to piece it together. Seriously, the gambling monster exclaimed and furrowed his brows. I thought my eyes were playing a trick on me because of how much aura you had when I first saw you, but that wasn't the case. How did you get stronger than before when you were kidnapped by Eden out of all groups? I know it sounds strange, but it just happened. Rayon simply shrugged his shoulders. You must be aware that I've been craving revenge. The gambling monster smiled coldly and raised his sword. Of course. Rayon nodded and clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt. Come at me. As soon as the gambling monster bobbed his finger, Rayon stomped the ground. The 10,000 flames cultivation's heat dashed through his mana circuits, which had become even thicker and broader after recovering from his injuries. The powerful energy engulfed his entire body in an instant to create a crimson flame on Heavenly Drive. The gambling monster's pupils expanded upon witnessing how quickly he was controlling his aura. Rayon loosened his grip slightly and finished drawing Heavenly Drive. Kring. A clear sword resonance burst from the violent scratch of the blade on the scabbard. The Blue Rain's resonance dashed towards the gambling monster's eardrums, even more powerful than before. Clang, although the Blue Rain's speed and power were incomparable to the past. The gambling monster slashed the aura wave inside the sound with a simple swing of his sword. However, the gambling monster's face didn't look too good. His extremely distorted face revealed his feelings to witness something that shouldn't have been possible. It's not just your aura, but even your swordsmanship has improved. What did you even eat over there? It's too early to be surprised. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony steps to advance. When his diagonal slash was about to reach the gambling monster, blades rained down from the thin air. The energy spreading from the dark blades felt powerful enough to shatter the earth. Thud, Rayon regained his posture by using them. river footwork before slashing heavenly drive upwards. Fangs of Insanity's ferocious teeth dwelling on the silver blade roared violently. Clong, the earth-shattering strike from the gambling monster, and the sky-splitting strike from Rayon clashed in the middle. Clang. As soon as the two swords bounced away from each other, Rayon and the gambling monster used their footwork to advance once again. Whap! Rayon engulfed his blade with the rotating flame of the 10,000 flames cultivation and slashed downwards. It almost looked like the sun covering the entire sky after turning into a sword to fall upon him. The gambling monster frowned and swirled his sword. His blade multiplied in a conical shape to create dozens of black lines. Clong. Rayon and the gambling monster were pushed back at the same time from the frontal clash between the swords. PSSH. A long cut on the gambling monster's sleeve was making it flutter in the air. He frowned while looking at the large cut on his sleeve. Was it the same technique you used during our first fight? Yes, Rayon nodded. I chose it because that way I can show you how much stronger I've got. He used the exact same technique that he'd used during the Promise of Three. He wanted the gambling monster to witness his growth, and he looked even more surprised than he thought. It's ridiculous how much stronger you got. I almost want to pull your hair out in irritation. It's a relief that I have lots of hair, and your arrogance also became worse. The gambling monster smiled coldly as he pointed his sword forward. Let's begin the real fight. Sure. Rayon nodded and increased the 10,000 flames cultivation's output to the maximum. They kicked the ground at the same time, and the two swords showed their fangs against each other's necks. Clong. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Wow, Rimmer exclaimed while watching the fight between Rayon and the gambling monster from above a tree behind the 5th training ground. This is great. He took out the liquor bottle hanging around his waist and gulped it down. Drinking the cool and sweet liquor was awakening his mind. The liquor and weather were both great, and the fight was icing on the cake. By the way, Rimmer narrowed his eyes as he watched Rayon push the gambling monster back. He got stronger once again. He was surprised when he saw him at Eden's branch because he was already stronger than before, but he'd got even stronger than he was then. He couldn't understand how he managed to increase his realm when he'd been bedridden all along. Is he sucking away the powers of an extremely powerful existence or something? It was completely nonsensical, but he couldn't help imagining it. It was normally impossible to grow so quickly, after all. He should be able to defeat even an advanced master right now. Even though Rayon was an intermediate master, Rimmer had the feeling that he would be able to defeat an advanced master if he tried. This is terrifying. It was frightening to think that a 19-year-old monster who kept getting stronger all the time could even exist. Rimmer thought he would have nightmares every day if he were an enemy of such a person. That geezer must be feeling a chill running down his spine right now. It looked like the gambling monster was soon going to have to fight with his full power, considering the rate of Rayon's growth. Rimmer was relieved that he wasn't the one facing him. The Conference of the Six Kings. Rimmer licked his lips while watching Rayon control fire and ice at the same time. It's going to be interesting. The only reason Sieghart's reputation was piercing through the sky was the head of house. Although Rayon had shown his heroic side, he ended up getting kidnapped, and he only managed to escape through others' help, which means Rayon will be most likely looked down on during the conference. Rayon became famous throughout the continent until the incident because of his continuous victories against the Apostles and Eden's demons, but people completely stopped talking about his might after the kidnapping occurred. Glenn was all everyone was talking about, and no one even mentioned Rayon's might. Rimmer could guess that there would be enough people picking a fight with Rayon at the Conference of the Six Kings to fill a cart. Ah, this is going to be so fun. He couldn't hold back his smile in anticipation of the monster trampling over the arrogant children of the Six Kings. They are going to need at least the 12 stars of the continent if they want to stop Rayon. Even though the 12 stars of the continent were expected to become the supreme beings in the future, that was how strong they needed to be to stop Rayon. Someone with poor skills wouldn't even be able to swing their sword against him. Rimmer grinned and finished emptying the bottle. I need to follow him. Since Glenn wasn't going to participate in the Conference of the Six Kings anyway, he decided to follow Shirl, who should be acting as the proxy, to have some fun. He wanted to enjoy watching the great descendants of the Six Kings be trampled over by Rayon's feet. You damn bastard. Fine, let's see the bitter end. The gambling monster ground his teeth and lowered his finger. Black energy spread out from the ground under his feet to engulf Rayon's body. Even though Rayon was getting dragged into the gambling monster's sword field, he didn't seem surprised at all and watched him with sparkling eyes instead. It almost looked like he was probing something. Rimmer gasped while watching Rayon disappear into the dark sphere. Is he already probing into the sword field? In this case, he could even trample half of the 12 stars of the continent. Sieghart. Lord's Manor. Audience Chamber. Glenn's lips slowly parted as he looked at Martha, who was lowering her head. Are you all right? Yes. Martha slowly raised her head. Her eyes were clear and straight, without any sign of wavering. I'm fine now. The colors of her eyes and hair and even her appearance were extremely similar to the white blood religion's leader. Her body must have originally belonged to Martha's family, just as Rayon suspected. Are you sure? Yes. Martha nodded firmly. I heard that even the head of house mentioned that there should be an opportunity to save my mother. I have no time for sadness or despair when my mother is going through difficult times. Her eyes were frighteningly calm. She seemed to completely believe in what Glenn and Rayon had said. I'm relieved to hear that. Glenn smiled faintly. He was planning to scold her if she was depressed, but her clear eyes made him proud. I'd like to ask a question. I'm listening. What should I do to get stronger? Martha bit her lips tightly. You are already pretty strong, even if we don't consider your age. Trying to advance at a faster pace would turn you into a sandcastle with holes in it. But Rayon is incomparable to even myself in the past. His advance has a completely different pace, so you shouldn't try to catch up to him. Try to learn from behind him instead. Glenn slowly closed his eyes before opening them. Your strength is your instinct that allows you to notice the enemy's weakness, and your swordsmanship that combines attack and defense through Titan's aura. You are currently nurturing your power by focusing on that strength, but you should try a larger variety. You should watch the other martial arts and learn them to understand their pros and cons by yourself. You are still too young to narrow down your choice. You need to experience a larger variety if you want to reach higher and further. He smiled gently and raised his hand. The conference of the Six Kings will be held. You shall join it as well. Understood. May I ask another question? I'm listening. Glenn nodded, and Martha bit her lip tightly before she opened her mouth. Will I be able to use the Sword Field Creation? Sword Field Creation is a bloodline martial art that is only available to Sieghart's lineage. It's impossible for you to use it since there's not even a faint trace of Sieghart blood in you, was what I used to think. However, you must know that there's a man who broke that rule, the squad leader. He maximized the power of his affinity to make up for the flow dwelling in Sieghart's blood. You should be able to gain some hints if you ask him directly. However, I don't exactly recommend it. He nodded, telling her to ask Rimmer about it if she was really curious about it. Martha straightened her back and bowed confidently. You may leave. Yes. She turned around without hesitation and left the audience chamber. I like her confident behavior. A refreshing smile appeared on Cheryl's face as she looked at the door Martha had left through. Yes, I was worried about her, but she seems even more determined. Roan also smiled faintly as he nodded. Denier got himself a really nice daughter. I'm looking forward to her future. Glenn also nodded. He seemed satisfied with the conversation he had with Martha. Then how about you act the same way towards Rayon? It was perfect today. Ahem. Roan narrowed his eyes, and Glenn turned around while clearing his throat. I know I should, and he obviously wanted to do so. He wanted to be kind towards Rayon, but his body and face stiffened whenever he saw Rayon. My lord. Cheryl stepped forward and stood in front of Glenn. Shall I participate in the Conference of the Six Kings just like the last time? Glenn had never participated in the Conference of the Six Kings before. She figured he wasn't planning to participate like always and volunteered to go. Since we will be bringing Rayon and the children, I shall. No, Glenn slowly shook his head. I'll be going this time. What? Cheryl and Roan widened their eyes at the same time. Their faces were filled with astonishment because it was completely unexpected. Are you really planning to join the conference in person, my lord? Are you sure about it? It's about time I joined. Glenn closed his eyes as if it wasn't a big deal, and I could brag about him too. What, that's? Glenn shook his head towards those two and suddenly furrowed his brows. Cheryl, Roan. Glenn called their names with a serious face. Stay outside for a while. Yes. They stared at Glenn's stiffened expression before they nodded and left the audience chamber. Kring. Glenn raised his chin inside the audience chamber, which had been engulfed in silence. Come forward. As soon as his quiet voice faded away, a dimensional rift was created in front of the door. Kring. The space was torn apart like paper, and an old man with long blonde hair hanging down his back came walking out. A mysterious, otherworldly atmosphere and an overwhelming flow of mana surrounded him at the same time. It's been a long time. The old blonde man walked to the center of the audience chamber, supporting himself on a cane. The weak resonance of his voice felt like it was coming from an entirely different world. Yes, it's been a very long time. Glenn furrowed his brows while looking down on the old man. Lord. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Glenn Sieghart, the old blonde man called Lord, narrowed his eyes while looking up at Glenn. I shouldn't need to explain the reason for my visit, as you should already be aware of it. The reason, you say? Glenn shook his head slightly while looking down at the old man. The deal with the dragon should be already over. Are you playing with words even though you are already aware? This is not like you. The old man's gaze looked slightly angry as he scolded him. What is like me? Were we friendly enough to tell each other something like that? Glenn laughed coldly while supporting his chin on the back of his hand. What an annoying visitor. The old blonde man in front of his eyes was a dragon. Moreover, he was the dragon lord who commanded all other dragons. Because he always brought bad news with his visits, Glenn was getting irritated just from seeing his face. "Ha, fine. In that case, I'll tell you this personally." The dragon lord briefly clicked his tongue and straightened his back and neck. His elegant attitude seemed to be the definition of nobility itself. "As I mentioned before, your might is powerful enough to destroy the balance of the continent. You even surpass us, the mediators of the world." His eyes, directed at Glenn, looked slightly frustrated. It was the case for both the ancestor of Sieghart and you. "I don't understand how a human being managed to gain such power, but that power is wrong. Wrong. Your power is bound to destroy the heart of the world the more you use it. It's a power that even ignores causality. But the dragon's power also destroys the balance. It's laughable for the strongest race to say such a thing." Glenn snorted at the dragon lord. "We slowly accumulate our power over a long period of time. We are different from you, who managed to reach heaven in less than 100 years, which is an extremely short time in comparison." The dragon lord frowned slightly while making a long line with his finger. "Are you asking me to stay here doing nothing when my family is kidnapped? Even though I have the power to save him, you should look at the bigger picture. Even family is nothing but a speck compared to the world. Someone like you who managed to reach heaven should think about the great cause, the flow of the world, and the balance." "Bullshit. What did you just say?" "I said it was bullshit." Glenn's smile deepened, and a powerful murderous intent emerged from him to cover the room. "The dragons flock together to annihilate the race of those who harm your hatchlings whenever it happens, yet you speak such bullshit in front of me." Hatchling designated dragons who were less than 500 years old, and they were protected by every dragon in the world. Multiple kingdoms and houses had been annihilated by groups of dragons after attacking a hatchling. That's. The dragon lord was unable to respond and furrowed his brows. "We are different from humans. The dragons have the mission to protect the balance of the continent and mediate the distortions. In the end, you are applying a double standard where you are allowed to do anything you wish while we aren't. It's such a laughable thing to say for the ones who call themselves the protectors and the mediators of the continent. I guess that attitude is the very reason why you let him escape back then. No, it should be more correct to say that he managed to run away. Great cause, the balance of the continent, or whatever. I allowed myself to be tricked by that tongue of yours in the past, but this time will be different." Glenn's gaze couldn't be described as cold anymore as he glared at the dragon lord with a frightening gaze. "My grandson is more precious than hundreds of your hatchlings. I don't regret what I did, so you should shut your mouth and leave. You should already be aware." The dragon lord bit his lip instead of leaving. "You don't have much time left. This incident must have further shortened that short time you have. Glenn Sieghart, the cause you left behind will return as a greater result to engulf this house. It's not too late to reconcile." "Bullshit again." Glenn's dry voice blocked the dragon lord's throat. "I'll be bringing my karma with me. I won't be passing it to anyone else. If you do such a thing, even if it's you. I don't care if I can't ascend to heaven." His sedate eyes didn't show any sign of wavering. "Because I've never followed a given path. It was the case in the past, and it remains true in the present." Once more, Glenn's gaze was directed at the dragon lord. The energy wave emanating from his determined eyes was sharp enough to make a chill run down his spine. "You'd better have enough resolution if you try attacking my children. I'll cut down every single dragon's throat in the world, even if it results in the continent's collapse or annihilation." He brought his hand to the hilt of his sword, as if he would start fighting him at any moment. "Ha, it's come to this. We don't have any intention of fighting you." However, the dragon lord sighed and raised his finger. The space behind them split apart and opened a new dimension, just like when he first appeared. "You are definitely going to regret it if you disregard my advice, Glenn Sieghart." He shook his head and disappeared into the dimensional rift. "Regret?" Glenn laughed coldly while looking at the space where the dragon lord disappeared from. "I've always had regrets in my heart." Translator Kyunghee. Proofreader Harley. Kring, the dark sphere covering the entire training ground, split apart, and Rayon and the gambling monster jumped out at the same time. Ahem. The gambling monster frowned while looking at the disappearing sword field. "You got used to it even faster than before, even though I increased the number of dark blades." Even though he was more serious than the first time they fought, Rayon managed to break through the sword field a lot easier than before. It was so ridiculous that it only left the gambling monster with bitter laughter. He didn't just get stronger, he's getting closer to the sword field. Considering the fact that he even managed to determine the location of a blade that he had thoroughly hidden in a way that even sound wouldn't give away its location, Rayon must have taken a step towards the true meaning of the sword field creation instead of simply increasing his realm and amount of aura. I can only describe him as a madman. Rayon was nothing but a 19-year-old brat. Although it was an age where people could barely use their aura blade, that monstrous young man had not only reached the intermediate level of master, but had also got close to achieving the sword field. It felt like his soul was being pulled out of his body. You bastard, what did you even do in Eden? He couldn't believe he was simply kidnapped there no matter how he thought about it. He must have taken some elixirs and received some swordsmanship lessons from someone. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the gambling monster's surprise. I guess it can be called training. He'd gotten 2 elixirs out of Merlin, raised his fighting sense from sparring with unfaceable snake, and wore masks to absorb their souls. When he thought about it, it wasn't excessive to say that it was an even better training regimen than what he did in the house. I'm getting a headache. I'm so tired of you. The gambling monster murmured that he was going to need a drink and left the training ground. Rayon lowered Heavenly Drive inside. This feels a bit insufficient. He felt slightly bitter because the match ended when it was just getting interesting. He wanted to swing his sword a bit more. I should go around to look for the squad leader tomorrow. Shitty ears. Yes, I think he will serve as a warm-up if I tell him I'd like to check how much aura he's gained. He'll be wailing again tomorrow. Wrath slowly closed his eyes while saying, "Rest in peace, shitty ears. I'll go easy on him." The King of Essence guarantees that your definition of easy and shitty ears' definition of easy are as different as mint chocolate and cookie and cream. Cookie and cream is better, right? Bullshit. Mint chocolate is obviously way better. I don't think so. Just as he was about to start training on his own while talking about useless things with Wrath, the door was opened once again and the Shadow Agent's leader, Chad, entered the training ground. Shadow Agent's leader, Sir Rayon, it's been a long time. Chad walked up to him and smiled faintly. Yes, it's been a while. Rayon lowered his head and examined Chad's condition at the same time. He had an awkward expression on his face and he couldn't look straight at him. Now that I think about it, when Chad gave him the information about Grand Seville, it didn't mention anything about the 7th Apostle, let alone the 10th Apostle. He must have suffered a lot because of the kidnapping incident. Well, it's not exactly the Shadow Agent's fault. Even Denning Rose wasn't aware of the Apostles and Merlin's presence despite being the Black Market's branch manager for Grand Seville. It was only natural for the Shadow Agent's leader to be ignorant about them since he was far from there. But regardless of that, he still couldn't trust Chad. There were too many suspicious aspects of his behavior. I'm sorry. Chad immediately lowered his head despite his position. I should have investigated more thoroughly, but I made a mistake that ended up causing trouble for Sir Rayon. I'm really sorry, it's okay. Rayon shook his hand. He was somewhat expecting that he was going to apologize, but such a polite apology was beyond his expectations. Even the black market wasn't aware of them. It would have been impossible for the Shadow Agents to know about the 10th Apostle or Merlin's presence. Even then, I didn't do my job as the Shadow Agent's leader. Chad bowed at 90 degrees and lowered his head. I definitely can't leave a bad impression here. The incident confirmed Chad's suspicion. The person that the head of house cherished the most wasn't his son nor his daughter, but his youngest grandson, Rayon Zeekhart. If he ended up leaving a bad impression on him, his head would be separated from his body regardless of his position as the Shadow Agent's leader. Please don't do this. Rayon grabbed Chad's shoulder and forced him to stand. He's really strange. Just like Rayon mentioned, the Shadow Agents weren't at fault for the incident. It was understandable to apologize, but there was no reason for such an excessive apology. I think he's doing this to gain my trust. Chad's actions and words were excessive. That was the only conclusion he could make the more he thought about it. There was no way he wouldn't be suspicious. Is it Karun or Baldur's doing? No, it might be another one from the direct line. Since the war against the external threat had ended, it was totally possible that someone from inside would start picking a fight or causing trouble. Please accept this. Chad offered him a wooden box. What is this? It's a tonic. It can invigorate your stamina and willpower. I heard you were completely recovered, but I brought it for you just in case. He also brought a brochure from his inner pocket. I've written down here the list of people and circumstances you should watch out for during the conference of the 6 Kings. Please use it as a reference. I'll be leaving now. Chad lowered his head once again before he turned around. All right, perfect. The mistake couldn't be helped, but the cleanup was perfect. He had the feeling that it perfectly worked, considering Rayon's expression. Of course it would. Since he gave him an expensive tonic and information about the conference of the 6 Kings, he was bound to be happy about them. Chad was satisfied with the result as he left the 5th training ground. Rayon frowned while watching Chad's back as he got further away. He's strange, isn't it? Nothing is free in the world. The kindness coming from someone you aren't even close with holds the biggest potential danger. Wrath was also murmuring that something was wrong while looking at Chad. I see. Even the assassination lessons taught him to not trust any kindness without a proper reason. Rayon narrowed his eyes while fiddling with Chad's tonic. Chad, I need to be wary of him. 1 week later, countless swordsmen were lined up on both sides of Zeekhart's main gate. They were positioned there in order to send Glenn off to Owen. Rayon also finished his preparations and was looking at the light wind squad's back while standing at the center. Martha looks okay now. There was no sign of resignation nor despair in her, and the advice he gave Martha must have been helpful. She looked even more energetic than usual. Buran and Runnan are the same as always. The mere fact that Buran was participating in the conference of the Six Kings was enough to cover his face with a happy grin, and Runnan didn't have her sharp gaze anymore, once more staring blankly at the sky. Rayon felt relieved when he saw that she wasn't even moving when a butterfly flew over her to land on her head. But those guys, did they actually practice in the meantime? He thought they'd been idling around because he hadn't seen them in the training ground over the past 2 weeks, but that wasn't the case at all. The auras and realms of the light wind swordsmen had both increased in that short time period. Considering how apparent their improvement was, Rayon could guess that they kept practicing without even getting enough sleep. Amazing. He even started to think that he was the lazy one after witnessing their achievements. While he was surprised, he also felt proud of them at the same time. It's nothing special. Wrath shook his head while looking at the light wind squad from above his head. The ones who realize their own incompetence and resolve to overcome it are bound to get stronger. Incompetence. They were watching you get kidnapped right in front of their eyes. That despair became the driving force for them to act. I see. His heart felt like it was burning upon realizing why they kept swinging their swords even during the holiday. The head of house is coming out. Upon hearing the majestic voice coming from behind them, all of the swordsmen standing on the sides and the swordsmen who were waiting for departure went to their knees at once. Greeting my lord. Rise. Glenn mounted on his horse in front of everyone just like the last time. Rayon had the feeling once again that he must have been the type of leader who carved the path in front of his subordinates. He was the complete opposite of Darius Robert, who always sent his subordinates ahead of him. I'm not asking much from you. Glenn looked around. His red eyes reflected his composure. Just show them what is currently dwelling in Zeekhart. It was the only thing he said before he took the lead and advanced. Roan followed him from his left, and Shirl was moving on his right. The Heavenly Blade Division was protecting him with a tremendous amount of aura blades emanating from them. The way they followed Glenn unconditionally, without any sign of doubt, resembled the way the Light Wind Squad cared about Rayon. Rayon clenched his fist while looking at Glenn at the very front. I'm not planning to be the head of house, but I want to take after the head of house. It wasn't his absolute power that he wanted to take after. He wanted to become a man who fought in front of everyone to lead his companions with his back. Rayon advanced while engraving Glenn's back in his eyes and mind. Woa, all hail the Zeekhart, Glenn Zeekhart, destructive king of the north, destructive king of the north, destructive king of the north. When they reached Torton City in Owen Kingdom's vicinity, the citizens came out to shout Zeekhart's name, or, more specifically, Glenn Zeekhart's name. Countless people's gazes were all focused on Glenn. It was a natural outcome, as he managed to defeat the Fallen and the White Blood Religion's leaders who were pretty much catastrophes for ordinary people in his own. Zeekhart's swordsmen proudly crossed the city as if the compliment directed at Glenn was also a compliment to them. Woa, destructive king of the north, destructive king of the north, Glenn Zeekhart. Glenn turned around even though he was heading to the inn regardless of the people's cheers and waves. He waved his hand at Rayon to ask him to come forward. Yes, sir. Rayon stepped up next to Glenn and started walking at the same speed as him. Can you hear those cheers? Yes. The only reason they are currently shouting Zeekhart's name is me. Glenn's cold gaze looked around the people. They are cheering like that because I crushed the White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen. He was right, as most of the cheers were calling Glenn's name. Then what do you think would happen if I was gone? That's... Rayon avoided answering, as he wasn't sure what exactly he was asking. The cheers will be put in the dirt, and the malice that was being suppressed by Zeekhart or myself, more specifically, will arise like a raging fire. What are you going to do if they all start planning to attack Zeekhart? Rayon slowly closed his eyes. Glenn must have been thinking about what would happen after his death. He wasn't sure why he was asking him that question, but he tried imagining such a future, as it was a good opportunity to organize the recent thoughts he had. My previous self would have simply left. If it was before Eden had kidnapped him, he would have simply left the house along with the annex building's people. Zeekhart didn't hold any meaning to him back then, but it's different now. The incident drastically changed the meaning of Zeekhart in his head. Regardless of the house, people, and the annex building, he couldn't separate himself from Zeekhart's name anymore. If the house ended up disappointing him, he'd rather cut off the dirty parts than leave it. In that case, I shall do what I'm best at. He wanted to help the house no matter how small it would be. I'll work them to the bone. Work them to the bone. What do you mean? I'd make Zeekhart's swordsmen train so hard that they would rather die to make them stronger. I'd make people fear the Zeekhart name itself, rather than the single leader, Glenn Zeekhart. Rayon smiled faintly while looking at the setting sun. The sun rises again after it sets. I think the same goes for the house's name. The house might set for a moment after the head of house's disappearance, but I'll create an unbreakable solid foothold by working everyone to the bone so that the house can rise once again. Are you saying that you would become the head of house? I have no intention to do so. I'll be simply doing my job in my own position. He shook his head firmly, as he wasn't really interested in becoming the head of house. I see. After a somewhat stiff nod, Glenn averted his gaze. He didn't even seem interested in him anymore. Rayon licked his lip before returning to his position. Is he not satisfied with my answer? It couldn't be helped even if that was the case. It was his honest answer, and he didn't regret it. That night, a powerful tremor spread out from the mountains surrounding Torton City. Glenn exhaled faintly while leaning his back against the large boulder that was split in half. What an absurd amount of wisdom. When he asked Rayon about the future, he believed that there was only one possible answer. He thought Rayon would say that he would get stronger to become a wall to protect the house. It was a classic answer, but it was the most suitable one for that situation. Anyone would have said the same after all. However, Rayon was different. He said he'd work everyone to the bone. Instead of getting stronger by himself, he intended to get stronger alongside everyone. His will to grow as a house instead of an individual left a huge impression on his heart, because that has been my objective since I was enlightened. That was the true objective that he managed to reach after a long time of confusion, yet Rayon had already reached it. He couldn't suppress his smile because of how happy he was. He barely managed to stop his urge to hug Rayon tightly. Isn't he truly laudable? He is. Of course, Cheryl and Roan, standing next to Glenn, nodded at once to his question. Rayon seems to have realized the meaning of the house through this incident. A gentle smile appeared on Cheryl's face. Yes, his mind is maturing alongside his might. I'm looking forward to his future even more now. Roan also smiled happily while looking at Glenn. I'm not saying this because he's my grandson, but he will make it big. I wish everyone knew what kind of boy Rayon is. Glenn frowned in irritation. You should write down what he said today. It was an exemplary answer that everyone should follow. Rimmer sighed deeply at Glenn. Rather than that, you should first let him know that you cherish your grandson. I'm so sick of it. Rimmer shook his head while returning to his room. Why the hell can't he just say it? He could understand Glenn's determination to not hug Rayon with his hands full of regrets. However, he couldn't understand why he kept acting like a cold-hearted man. He loves him so much. Ultimately, Glenn made Roan write Rayon's words in a notebook. He was going as far as making an annulet for his grandson, and Rimmer was baffled at how he couldn't even express his love despite that. Rimmer sighed deeply and closed his eyes. He never listens even though I kept telling him. He told him to reveal his heart at least if he couldn't bring himself to approach, but Glenn refused to take his advice with his stubborn head and kept frowning at Rayon with a cold attitude. I don't even know anymore. His head hurt even more than when he forced himself to gamble. He wanted to just drink some sweet liquor and fall asleep. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain and was about to enter the city, he could feel multiple presences from the bushes. Come out. Rimmer narrowed his eyes and bobbed his fingers. With a rustling sound from the bushes on his right, Martha, her hair as dark as the night sky and flowing down on her shoulder, stepped out. You should have told me earlier if you knew I was here. That's not what you should be saying when you were the one hiding. Rimmer laughed bitterly with a sour expression on his face. What brought you here? I was trying to visit the squad leader, but you suddenly went outside the city. That's why I've been waiting here. Martha must have seen him climb the mountain after Glenn. You should have waited at the inn. I have a personal request. I'm listening. Rimmer created an aura barrier and leaned his back against a tree. I want to learn the sword field creation. An unwavering determination could be seen in Martha's black eyes as they stared at him. Sword field creation, I see. Rimmer licked his lips before looking at the bushes on his left. You should come out as well. Once he told them to come out, Run-On slowly crawled out from the bushes on the left, and Burin jumped down from the tree behind him. What? Were you here this whole time? Rimmer chuckled at Martha's surprise. She was apparently unaware that they'd been following her because she was too focused on trailing him. Sword field creation. Me too. Run-On quietly raised her hand. She apparently also wanted to learn the sword field creation. I'd also like to learn. Burin straightened his neck and shouted, What's wrong with you? This is so annoying. Rimmer slowly shook his hand at the three of them. I told you before, it's rare to find anyone at your level even among the 6 kings. No, there should be almost no one like that. He wasn't lying. Because they went through life and death crises multiple times alongside Rayon, the Light Wind Squad was pretty much the strongest among their age group. It just didn't feel like it because Rayon was far too strong. That said, they would be treated as future prospects wherever they went. That's not enough. Martha stepped up while biting his lip. The bastards that I need to slay are far above the sky. I won't be able to fight them as long as my feet remain on the ground. She wasn't exactly wrong. Martha's enemies were the 10th Apostle, and the White Blood Religion's leader, and the White Blood Religion's leader was a real monster that Rimmer himself wouldn't be a match against even if he regained his powers. How about you? Rayon and Martha are my companions. I don't want to stand and watch them being kidnapped or suffer anymore. Burin clenched his fist, saying that the enemies of his companions were also his enemies. I agree. Run-On was trying to say something, but she must have found it annoying since she simply gave a big nod in agreement. Shut up. It's my own business. You stay out of. As long as you belong to the Light Wind Squad, nothing is your own business. When Martha was trying to shake her hand, Rayon fell from the tree Burin had jumped down from. Huff, Rayon, what? How are you coming down from there? I'm sure no one was around me. Martha's eyes widened in surprise. Run-On's eyes were sparkling, and Burin looked like he'd just seen a ghost as he stepped back. I figured it'd be fun because I saw you moving one after the other. Rayon simply shrugged his shoulders. You've changed so much. Rimmer giggled while looking at the four of them. Martha, Rayon is right. He shook his head at Martha, who was frowning. No one in the Light Wind Squad currently considers a squad member's circumstance as none of their business. That is even more true after Rayon's kidnapping incident. You should know that better than anyone else. That's. If you're going to deal with them on your own because it's your own business, I'm also going to fight the white blood religion on my own accord. Rayon raised his chin after coming to stand next to Martha. Me too. Run-On came up to her from the other side and gave a small push to her shoulder with her own. She seemed slightly grumpy because of what Martha had said. And of course, I'm also with you. No, just like the squad leader said, the entire Light Wind Squad will be with you, even if we all end up dying together. Burin snorted with his arms crossed. He looked like he was never going to yield. Ooh. Martha clenched her teeth but was unable to keep talking and closed her mouth. Martha. Rimmer leaned forward slightly to meet Martha's eyes. I'm a bit embarrassed to advise you because I've almost never acted like a proper teacher, but the pain halves if you share it. Once you harden your heart, you should consider telling your companions about your circumstances. It should take a burden off your heart. Martha didn't respond, but she didn't seem to dislike the idea. Clap. Rimmer gathered everyone's attention with a loud clapping of his hands. Then let's talk about the main issue. You all want to learn the Swordfield creation, right? Yes, I do. I'm honestly annoyed by this, but you found the right person. Rimmer nodded confidently. Because I had to work so hard while shedding blood, sweat, and tears in order to create a sword field that was supposedly unique to Sieghart's bloodline. He sniffled while wiping his non-existent tears. In that case. But I can't simply give away the secret method that contains my tremendous amount of effort. He was going to tell them anyway, but he was planning to get back some of the money that Rayon had extorted from him. Rimmer curved his thumb and index finger to create a circle. The gesture signified gold coins. I'll explain everything to you if you give 50 of them. For instance. As soon as he said that, the sound of a heavy object falling on the ground could be heard. It was the gold pouch that Rayon immediately threw at him. You can start now. Rayon bobbed his finger, urging him to continue. That bastard. The fun part about such a deal was to start with a heavy call and increase the number of coins even further if they tried to negotiate. However, it was already over because the rich guy threw 50 gold coins down from the get-go. Damn it, I should have asked for 100 coins. You look frustrated even though I gave you the money. Just start already. Rayon snickered, showing that he knew everything Rimmer was thinking. I really can't win against you. Rimmer sighed deeply and pushed the gold pouch aside. Considering the weight, he figured that there were probably more than 50 coins inside. First of all, it's possible for all four of you to use the sword field creation. Rayon and Burin should be able to use the original version, and Run-On and Martha should use my method. What's the difference between the two? Martha swallowed nervously and walked up to him. Rayon and Burin's sword fields are going to be free. They can use an attribute or not, and they can use another method other than swordsmanship. They can develop it in any way they want. However, Run-On, Martha, and I have to rely on our own attributes. Which means. Yes, Run-On's must be of water attribute, and Martha's will be of earth attribute. And this can never be changed, because we are replacing the power dwelling in their blood with an extreme power of attribute. It should be called an attribute field rather than a sword field, to be exact. Rimmer smiled faintly and pointed at Run-On and Martha. And this is only possible because your affinities to your attributes are as high as an elf's. You should thank your inborn talent. He looked at all four of them once again. Because the sword field and the attribute field are different, you have to use different methods to create them. Martha and Run-On will go through training to increase the power of their attributes and mental image training starting today. This is separate from the basic training. You will have to do this on top of it. Of course, sure. They both nodded, saying it was the natural thing to do. Rayon and Burin, you should focus on your mental image. You will meditate to increase your imagination. This is also going to be additional training. Is it different from the mental image we used during the swordsmanship training? Burin tilted his head. Good question. A sword field is, in short, a barrier or a formation. This means that you are going to draw the enemies into your own space. What do you think you will need to achieve that? I need to know what I'm good at and what aspects I have the advantage in. It should be also important to know how the opponent sees me. Rayon responded without hesitation. Rimmer narrowed his eyes. I knew he already took a step inside. Considering what he said, Rayon had already stepped into the sword field, unlike the others. He barely managed to suppress his urge to scream in surprise, but it should still take a while. Since he was only getting started, Rimmer guessed that it would take at least 3 years for him to open an incomplete sword field. He figured it would be perfect if Rayon reached the sword field before the duel against the Axe King. Rayon is right. You need to keep imagining what you're good at and how your opponent sees you. How can you get stronger, and what do you need to do in order to defeat your enemies? You need to break through the limit of your imagination to advance even deeper and further. The most important part about the sword field was the experience they had so far and the imagination to utilize the experience. As long as they had those two qualities, all 4 of them were more than capable of using the sword field. Rimmer figured that it was time for the last piece of advice. What is that? Rimmer raised his finger to point at the moon. It's the moon. It's a red moon. Moon? No, I pointed at the sky. Rimmer smiled as if he was teasing them. What but? In the end, the moon is just floating in the sky. Burin and Martha tried to argue against him, while Rayon and Runnon remained still. There's the saying that people look at a person's finger like idiots when it's pointing at the moon. You need to focus on your swordsmanship and aura for now. As long as you don't improve the realm of your martial art, the sword field will never be as effective as you think, even if you manage to complete it. Rimmer's eyes sparkled seriously. Don't make the mistake of looking at the finger pointing at the moon instead. Focus on your martial arts and aura cultivation. Practice the sword field after that if you have spare time. You should be able to understand what it means. Yes. Rayon, Burin, Martha, and Runnon nodded at once. You should go now. Martha and Runnon should stay next to me tomorrow since I need to tell you the principles to enhance the attributes. All right, yes. Burin, Martha, and Runnon bowed at Rimmer before returning to their rooms. Squad leader. Rayon stood in front of Rimmer instead of following them. You are being a proper teacher today. I couldn't play any prank after seeing your eyes. He nodded politely before heading to his room. Rimmer smiled in satisfaction and picked up the gold coin pouch from the ground. It's clearly heavy. He already noticed it when he pushed it aside, but the weight was definitely more than 50 gold coins. It seemed to be at least 100 at a rough estimation. I guess he wouldn't be carrying 50 in a pouch. Rimmer murmured jackpot and opened the pouch. He froze. That's a lot. There's a lot, but... There was indeed a lot of money inside the pouch. However, the color wasn't that bright gold, it was a dull silver instead. Those are silver coins. Rimmer screamed and ran towards Rayon. You damn scammer. How dare you give me silver coins? Scammer, I even gave you 108 of them. Rayon's mouth turned round, as if he were the one who was surprised by his absurd behavior. 108 doesn't matter. These are silver coins instead of gold coins. I never mentioned I'd give gold coins, though. I'm sure I said gold. You never said gold coins, squad leader. Ah. Rimmer's eyes flicked to the side. It's true I didn't mention. It was his mistake for not specifying gold coins, because he didn't want to look greedy when the squad members had a nice ambience recently. However, no one should have taken it as silver coins. It should have been understood without saying that he was talking about gold coins. You obviously have to give gold coins for learning such a secret technique. Who would teach it for silver? Oh, you are even teaching me in this aspect. I wasn't aware because I haven't experienced many trades like this. Rayon scratched his head with a smile on his face. I'll be careful next time. It was the last thing he said before he left while waving his hand. Rimmer dropped the pouch from his hand. You damn fiend, he will make it big. So damn big, Rayon clicked his tongue while following the party as slowly as a zombie. This is not easy, because he had to consider different factors like which technique could reach the furthest, which technique he was best at, and which technique was the most effective at dealing with different types of enemies. He couldn't make any progress at all. This is endless. He could understand why Rimmer told them to keep doing basic training and only practice the sword field after everything else. But I should get better eventually. He didn't give up either in his previous life or his current life. Even if it took 10 years to achieve the sword field, he was determined to keep working on it to reach it. Hey, as Rayon was about to resume his sword training in his mental world, Wrath's head popped up from the ice flower bracelet. He's about to die. Wrath pointed at Rimmer, who was drooping on his horse. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Rimmer's lifeless eyes. He still hasn't recovered from that. He must have been extremely shocked by the fact that the gold coin pouch contained silver coins, as Rimmer was still out of his mind even though 4 days had passed. I should give him a bit more. He wasn't really trying to tease Rimmer. He just gave him whatever he had at that time, which happened to be the silver coins. Rayon decided that he would prepare enough lesson fees for him as soon as they returned. If you're taking care of shitty ears, you should also take care of the king of essence. What? 1 set of mint chocolate bead ice cream will be enough. Rayon was speechless at how shameless he was. He couldn't even understand how such a cotton candy came to exist. Seriously, when Rayon was about to push Wrath away, the ones at the forefront had stopped over the hill. He followed the fresh footsteps to advance, and he could see a huge silver castle under the hill. The royal castle was emanating a proud pressure like a warrior. It's different from Sieghart. If rough and violent were the correct words to describe Sieghart, Owen's royal castle was straight and sharp. Wrath exclaimed, his face pretty much crushed from being pushed away by Rayon's hand. There's a decent person in there as well. I can feel his power from all the way over here, I guess. Rayon clenched the hilt of his sword while looking at the center of the castle, because he's there. The third transcender of the 6 kings. It was time to meet the man called the Silent Sword Sovereign. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he observed the steep castle wall in front of his eyes. The Kingdom of Knights, Owen, it's a perfect name. Just like the name implied, the relentless pressure grew more powerful as they approached the beautiful castle. It wasn't the aura blade of an individual, but the aura of an entire army that was combined into one and spreading throughout the castle. They must have come out to greet us. Rimmer chuckled and pointed in front of the castle's gate. Rayon looked at where his hand was pointing, and he found a young man and a middle-aged man standing in front of a gate large enough for a giant to pass through it. He immediately remembered their names, because their faces hadn't changed that much. They were the ones who visited Sieghart 5 years prior, Third Prince, Greer de Owen, and Duke Tartan. Greeting the destructive king of the north, Prince Greer and Duke Tartan went down on one knee and lowered their heads as soon as Glenn reached the gate. It was the biggest courtesy they could show inside their own kingdom. It's been a while. Glenn nodded and told Duke Tartan to stand up with his hand. Since this is the first time we've seen one another since we visited Sieghart, it should have been 5 years. I can feel the flow of the time with how much you've grown. And no, I'm still a greenhorn compared to the swordsman Rayon. The third prince blushed upon hearing the sudden compliment and pointed at Rayon, who was behind Glenn. I see. Glenn cleared his throat and patted the third prince's shoulder. The strangely gentle and kind patting was different from Glenn's usual appearance. Yes, I think he didn't mention anything about it, but the swordsman Rayon even saved my life. The third prince told him about the battle they had against the white blood religion at the hill near Cameloon. It was the battle where the Blade of Requiem had shown its first performance. I didn't even know that happened. Glenn looked around and narrowed his eyes. It felt like he was scolding Rayon for not telling him about it, because he doesn't say anything unless it's absolutely necessary. I've gotten the impression that the swordsman Rayon is an exemplary warrior. He's different from those who only pretend to be humble on the outside. He's just a quiet one, but you can interpret it that way. Glenn cleared his throat a bit more loudly before massaging the third prince's shoulder more strongly than before. The third prince looked extremely happy, probably because he'd always looked up to Glenn. Rayon tilted his head while watching Glenn and the third prince smiling faintly at each other. They are hitting it off surprisingly well. It was so strange that they were getting along like old friends. It was such a mystery to Rayon. Rather than that, he's clearly gotten stronger than before. The third prince looked almost like a completely different person from when he saw him at Cameloon because of how much he'd improved. He was still far away from being a master, but he had already stepped into the highest level of sword expert. However, Rayon turned his head to look behind him. Burin was admiring the royal castle, Runnan was blankly staring at the sky, and Martha was focused on her mental image training. Rayon smiled while looking at them. Their growth is even more dazzling. Burin, Runnan, and Martha used to be below the third prince 5 years ago when they watched his fight, but their realm had surpassed him even though it was by a small margin. Moreover, they aren't planning to stop at all. For their own sake and the sake of their companions, Burin, Martha, and Runnan were still brimming with the desire to get stronger, since their passion wouldn't fade away until they achieved the Swordfield creation. The difference was bound to grow even further. I heard the destructive king of the north was also amazing. My blood boiled when I heard the story of defeating the white blood religion's leader and the fallen on your own. The third prince smiled brightly while mentioning Glenn's deed in order to continue the nice atmosphere they had. I see. However, Glenn's expression turned placid upon hearing the compliment about him. He took his hand off the third prince's shoulder and even averted his gaze. Let's enter instead of talking here. His Majesty is waiting. Indeed. Duke Tartan noticed that the atmosphere was hitting rock bottom and held the third prince's shoulder with a faint smile on his face. The third prince realized his mistake and stepped aside. Rumble, the huge gate split in half, opening up and allowing the pressure from the royal castle to emerge like a raging flame. It was the pressure of the knights standing in a line in front of the gate. Powerful. They must have been guarding the royal castle for a good reason, as every single one of them was powerful enough to be called a powerhouse. I'm glad I came. Rayon figured it would be already great enough if he could have a spar against them even if he couldn't fight the other descendants of the 6 kings. Swordsman Rayon. The third prince approached him from the side while he was licking his lips in anticipation. His gaze looked more mature than before, but the smile on his face remained the same. How is your body? I was extremely worried when I heard that you were kidnapped. Considering the fact that the first thing he mentioned was his worry about Rayon's condition, his personality also seemed unchanged. I'm fine, I was lucky. Luck, you say? I think others believe that, but I beg to differ. The third prince's blue eyes were glowing intensely like the deep sea. I'm aware of how powerful and wise the swordsman Rayon is, and how evil Eden and the white blood religion are. If luck was all there was to it, the swordsman Rayon wouldn't be standing here. It's a bit regrettable. Rayon furrowed his brow slightly. The third prince had an unfortunately good understanding of him. Why is it regrettable? Wrath tilted his head because he found it strange. Shouldn't you be happy that he's acknowledging you? I can't have an all-out fight against the prince like that. What? He should have learned Owen's secret technique by now, and I won't be able to witness it. The third prince already understood that he was no match for him. Because of that, he was most likely going to hide his secret technique, even if they ended up sparring. The best opponents to steal martial arts from are the ones who underestimate me. People had begun to underestimate him once again after the rumors spread from Eden's kidnapping incident, mentioning that the Frostfur Sword of Valor's reputation was nothing but bubbles. He was looking forward to trampling on the arrogant children of the six kings who picked a fight with him and stealing their martial arts, but the third prince's gaze was telling him that it would be difficult to do that against Owen. Did you grease your brain or something? How is it running so smoothly? Wrath sighed, saying that it was almost creepy. How have you been, your highness? I'd like to say that I've been doing well, but I had to face many dangerous situations. The white blood religion is truly everywhere. What happened last time was... The third prince must have been continuously fighting against the white blood religion, as he said that the mere sight of bloody energy disgusted him. As they continued making the small talk, they were already arriving at the center of the castle before he realized it. They went past the hallway with a noble red carpet covering the floor and stopped in front of an iron door decorated with a bunch of diagonal lines that looked like swords piled up on top of each other. This is His Majesty's audience chamber. Duke Tartan raised his hands to point at the door. His passionate eyes revealed how much respect he held for the king. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking up at the majestic iron door. He could feel a sharpness that felt like a blade horned for hundreds of years from beyond the door. His energy wave didn't even lose to Glenn's. Rumble after Duke Tartan knocked on it, the audience chamber's door was smoothly opened, and the interior was revealed. Knights were standing in front of brown pillars that gave off a warm impression, and their power was on a completely different level from the ones they'd seen so far. They were the strongest shield, meant to protect the king's royal guards of Owen. He went past the wall of knights clad in powerful energy, and a middle-aged man sitting on the throne at the center entered his sight. His blonde hair and blue eyes looked similar to the third prince, but he looked sharper than him. Wow. Rayon bit his lip tightly while looking at the middle-aged man. This is intense. Even though the middle-aged man wasn't spreading any pressure, goosebumps were appearing on his arms. The natural energy spreading out from him as he breathed was already reaching the sky. Those with a low realm wouldn't feel anything from him, but everyone above Master was swallowing nervously as they looked at the middle-aged man. Is this Owen's king? It should go without saying that the king wasn't always the strongest person in the kingdom. In fact, the kings from most kingdoms weren't powerful at all. However, Owen was different. Owen's kings had always been the strongest, and they wielded their swords at the forefront of the battlefield. The silent sword sovereign, Lekros, and the same went for the middle-aged man sitting on the throne. He was the current king of Owen, and the one holding the title of strongest knight, the silent sword sovereign, Lekros Albert de Owen. He doesn't betray my expectations. Wrath showed a toothy smile while looking at Lekros. He's not at your old man's level, but he's properly accumulated his martial art. Humans have progressed in their own way. He nodded in admiration. The fact that even Wrath was acknowledging him signified that Lekros's might was also reaching the sky. Welcome. Lekros stood up from the throne to come down from the platform. A king would have normally never done such a thing, but that was the respect he showed towards Glenn. It's been a long time, destructive king of the north. Indeed, it's been a really long time. This is the first time we've met since the war ended. Lekros and Glenn smiled faintly at each other. The rumors about Glenn and Lekros being the only ones to have a good relationship with each other must have been true. I heard you've slain the white blood religion's leader and the fallen at the same time, and I can see it was true. You seem to have reached a height that I can't even catch up to. Lekros's appearance and voice gave off a gentle impression despite his extremely sharp energy wave. Rayon was feeling comfortable as he watched him. I'm flattered. The Silent Sword Sovereign is also incomparable to before. Glenn gave a heavy nod to the Silent Sword Sovereign. It meant that he was impressed from the bottom of his heart. I'm the one who is flattered. My sword is working on its own because I've gotten too old. That's a new way of boasting about reaching another realm. The head of house is the only one who can understand something like this, after all. Lekros shook his head before looking behind Glenn. The first one his eyes got fixated on was Rayon, instead of Shirl, Roan, or Rimmer. Lekros's blue eyes curved. Are you Rayon Zeekhart? Pardon my late greetings. My name is Rayon Zeekhart, the Light Winds Vice Squad Leader, Your Majesty. Rayon placed his hand on his chest and politely bowed. I heard you were 1 year younger than my third son. Does that mean you are 19 years old right now? Indeed. I heard the rumors about the Frostfire Sword of Valor, but I can't believe you've already reached the level of intermediate master at the age of 19. No, that's not all you have. Your might could be even greater if you put your mind to it. Lekros was filled with amazement at the ridiculous sight he was witnessing. I was wondering how you managed to survive in Eden's Den, and there was a good reason behind it. An intermediate master. A 19-year-old intermediate master. How is that even possible? Even the royal guards standing in front of the pillars let out quiet groans, their straight faces broken from the surprise. I thought my third son wouldn't lose to anyone, but he's pretty much cheating at this point. Lekros gasped while looking at Glenn once again. It must be reassuring to have such a grandson. An envious smile appeared on his face. He's not that great, he's just a hardworking boy. Glenn shook his hand, brushing it off as nothing special. His voice had turned as gentle as when he first met the third prince. This is on a whole different level. Even the balance between the 6 kings and the 5 demons is going to break if he grows up at this rate. Reaching the level of intermediate master at the age of 19 must have surprised even the Silent Sword Sovereign, as he was unable to close his widened mouth. His cheerful gaze didn't contain any jealousy or envy. The way he rejoiced at how powerful he was despite being from a different faction showed his broad-minded personality, just like the rumors. Ahem. You should be aware that only a few of those future prospects actually get to shine. It's still a story of the far future for him. Glenn brought his fist to his mouth to clear his throat before he narrowed his eyes. Judging from his slightly trembling voice, he must have disliked the compliment about Rayon. You are as strict as before. That's probably why you managed to raise a boy like him. Lekros looked at Rayon with a gentle smile on his face, contrary to Glenn. You should keep devoting yourself to martial arts. Meeting an excellent warrior brings me great joy after all. Rayon bowed once again. Do you want some tea? I've got some excellent tea leaves imported from the west. All right. Glenn nodded gently to Lekros's suggestion. Greer, yes, your majesty. Show our Sieghart visitors the castle. Understood. The third prince turned around to look at the Sieghart party. Please come this way. Before Rayon followed the third prince, he turned around to look at Glenn and Lekros smiling at each other. He was curious because it was his first time seeing Glenn smile like that. They went down the hallway, and when they were about to leave, Wrath suddenly frowned. What's the matter? Another one is coming. He licked his lips while looking outside. He has a dreary nature despite his bright appearance. He's even stronger than the previous guy. Rayon was about to respond but suddenly stopped. His heart started pounding violently. Cold sweat was flowing down from his forehead and a chill ran down his spine. Step. A single footstep was the only thing that could be heard despite the large traffic in the hallway. The sound resounding in his ears was an extremely familiar one that he never wanted to hear. His chin trembled violently and his teeth frantically clattered. He clenched his fist to the brim, and blood started to drip from it. Rayon gritted his teeth and raised his head. A single man was approaching in the midst of swordsmen wearing blue uniforms. With silver hair that looked like combed ice, he was a man with extremely cold blue eyes and snow-white skin that looked like it had never been exposed to sunlight and steep and straight facial features. Darius Robert. The face he had never forgotten, even after his death and revival, was approaching him. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Thump thump, he could hear the sound of his pounding heart as soon as he saw Darius Robert. The heavy palpitations were resounding throughout his body as if dozens of people were drumming at the same time. Zip. Rayon bit the flesh inside of his cheek harshly. The metallic taste of the blood filled his mouth. His head refused to cool down despite the intense pain. His mind was heated, and his hands and feet were clenched powerfully. I need to suppress it. I have to suppress it at all costs. Darius Robert was the most skeptical and careful person he knew. Showing his murderous aura or wrath even by a small amount was bound to become troublesome. Please, please. Fortunately, Darius was still far away from him. He needed to regain his composure before he approached even closer. Damn it. He was trying so hard to suppress his emotions, but it was rising even more powerfully like a rebounding rubber. What are you doing right now? Wrath came up next to him and frowned. Why are you showing so much wrath after seeing that beanpole? Rayon couldn't even afford to play around with wrath. He focused solely on suppressing his emotions. Now that the King of Essence thinks about it, this is the same kind of wrath that you showed when you called him. Immediately after Wrath tilted his head, Rayon remembered the time when he first met him. Ring of Fire. Rayon briefly exhaled and controlled the Ring of Fire. The 7 rings resonated with each other to calm his boiling emotions. His head started to clear up as if a blue wave had swept past the red haze in his brain. I even forgot about the Ring of Fire. I was completely out of my mind. considering the fact that he was angry enough to even forget about using the Ring of Fire. His desire for revenge must have hardened even further. No, it was probably normal that I couldn't keep my sanity. Even though 20 years had passed, he still clearly remembered the way he lost his head at Darius Roberts' hand. His collapsing body, Darius's cold gaze looking at him as if he were a dirty worm, and the moon turning upside down. The memories of his death were still vividly engraved in his mind. No one would have been able to maintain their sanity upon seeing the archenemy who played with their lives before discarding them once they weren't useful anymore. Ha! Rayon slowly breathed and controlled the Ring of Fire to the best of his ability. The maximized resonance of the rings decreased his soul level. Unlike how he increased his soul during combat, he concealed everything about him, just like hiding in the shadows. He suppressed all of his energies so that Darius wouldn't notice anything more than his current strength. Hey, you're being strange today. Wrath narrowed his eyes, wondering what the hell was going on. It's not a big deal. Rayon shook his head at Wrath with a smile. It's a relief that Wrath is with me. Ring of Fire that he managed to suppress his explosion before their encounter. The giving Wrath's work even stretched to the Owen Kingdom, since he still managed to help him in that situation. Even the Sky Sword Saint is here. The third prince smiled at Darius, who was walking towards them. Sky Sword Saint. Yes, that was the damned bastard's alias. Sky Sword Saint signified that he was a saint of the sword that reached the sky. If people knew what kind of person Darius was, they would have called him trash rather than Sky Sword Saint, but he still managed to keep an alias with such a great meaning. Rayon swallowed nervously while looking at Darius, who was nearby. He might have noticed it a little. Judging from his memory, Darius might have noticed his violent emotion from a moment ago. Rayon calmed down his mind in order to retain his composure no matter what question he asked, greeting the Sky Sword Saint. The third prince walked up to Darius and went down on one knee. He was showing the same level of courtesy as when he greeted Glenn. Greeting the Sky Sword Saint, Cheryl and Rimmer simply lowered their heads without kneeling. Rayon pretended to be surprised and lowered his head just like them. You must be Mr. Greer and the heroes from Sieghart. It's been a while. Darius nodded with a gentle smile on his face. He was treating the third prince and the Sieghart swordsman with courtesy, even though they were far lower than him in terms of age and position. This is the disgusting part about him. Even though he commanded the assassins, spies, and slaves in the underworld, he always treated others with courtesy while pretending that human rights belonged to everyone. That aspect about him was extremely disgusting. I can't see the destructive king of the north here. He's currently enjoying tea with his majesty. The third prince smiled while looking back at the audience chamber. Tea time with the destructive king of the north and the silent sword sovereign. I can't possibly miss this chance. Darius smiled pleasantly. He started walking towards the audience chamber but met Rayon's eyes as he did so. Blonde hair and red eyes. Are you actually? My name is Rayon Sieghart. He held back his urge to throw up and lowered his head. The Frostfire Sword of Valor. Darius clapped his hands and gave him a deep nod. I've heard enough of the Frostfire Sword of Valor's fame. Even the South was in an uproar from the stories of the new hero. I'm so flattered. Now that I see you, I can tell that they weren't groundless rumors. Your achievement is truly outstanding. I believe no one around your age can match up to you. However, faint darkness spouted from his blue eyes. This bastard, the others wouldn't have noticed it, but Rayon could understand because he'd been rotting under his reign. His gaze signified that something was bothering him. You didn't seem to be in a good mood earlier. Did something happen? Darius's dreary gaze, the way he was looking down on him as he spoke, made his heart clench to the point it felt like it could explode. He noticed it after all. His turbulent emotions only lasted for an instant, but Darius hadn't missed that short moment. His eyes were full of suspicion as he looked at Rayon. It's a relief I did. It was a relief that he'd prepared for a situation like that. No. Rayon shook his head with a faint smile on his face. He settled his emotions to the best of his ability through the Ring of Fire. Nothing happened, but I was shocked when I saw the Silent Sword Sovereign because his pressure was a different type from the head of houses. Its sharpness felt like it could pierce through my heart, and I was so nervous that my emotions started to rampage before I knew it, I think. You can already feel what type of martial arts someone has. That's truly commendable, Darius exclaimed in surprise. Rayon examined Darius's gaze while maintaining his smile. Even though his face was smiling, his eyes weren't. The deepest part of his eyes glowed briefly. He could fool other people, but he would never be able to fool Rayon, since he used to serve him from right next to him. Rayon noticed that Darius's malice didn't come from what happened earlier, and he'd been holding a grudge against him even before they met. Has he been targeting me after all? A sense of crisis filled his head before he could feel a sense of relief for clearing up the suspicion. I guess it's understandable since I shattered his plans. Since he was the one who completely shattered Darius's long-awaited plan of taking over House Yan'an, his reaction was understandable. I bet he wants to kill me. Darius was smiling on the outside. He must have been holding back the urge to snap Rayon's neck immediately. No, maybe his plan is already ongoing. Since Rayon was the youngest master of a rival house that destroyed his plan, it was possible that he already started a plan to attack him. My youngest son is a big fan of you, the Frostfire Sword of Valor. I'd like you to have a simple conversation with him later on in the banquet. Darius drew a boy standing behind him forward. His silver hair and blue eyes were similar to Darius's, but his passionately sparkling eyes still retained his innocence. And my name is Lefun Robert. Rayon had never seen him in his previous life. His age suggested that he must have been born after he died. He's really amazing. The way he hid his murderous intent and introduced Rayon to his son with a gentle smile on his face made him look like a kind-hearted father. It was an attitude that Rayon had to learn, as he almost ruined everything a moment ago because of his exploding emotions. I'm Rayon Zeekhart. Rayon lowered his head with a faint smile, and Lefun's face turned red. Ooh, ever since that battle where you saved the Saint, no. Ever since the battle where you saved Habun Castle's soldiers, I've admired. Lefun, let's save the talk for later and greet the sword's sovereign for now. Ah yes, see you later. Lefun answered while chattering and followed Darius, who walked ahead. A young man who looked similar to Darius nodded at Rayon slightly after they passed. His eyes and mouth were curved into a sneer. He's also here. Rayon knew about him. He was the third son of Darius and one of the 12 stars of the continent, Caddy's Robert. After Robert's swordsman passed next to him, Rayon left the royal castle. Please come this way. I'll introduce you to the sword graveyard first, which is Owen Castle's pride. The third prince guided the Zeekhart party while smiling brightly. Rayon opened his fist while following them. Blood was flowing from the injury created by his nails digging into his skin. It's a relief. He smiled while looking back at the castle, because my desire for revenge still hasn't faded away, and because you've reached even higher than 20 years ago. He was worried that Darius might have ended up retiring or dying, but he didn't need to do that at all. Darius had become even stronger and was standing at an even higher position than before. Just wait a little longer. Rayon smiled while shaking the blood off his hand. I'll crush you into the ground from all the way in the sky. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Roan narrowed his eyes while watching Glenn enjoy the tea's bitter fragrance. He looks extremely pleased. Glenn was drinking tea with an expressionless face, but he was overwhelmed with joy on the inside, and that's because I used to believe that growing up healthy was all I wanted from the children, but the Light Winds Vice Squad leader changed my opinion a little. Lekros smiled after smoothly swallowing his tea. His might already surpasses that of an intermediate master at the age of 19. There's normally a huge difference between each stage of master, but it looks like he would put up a good fight even against an advanced master. He briefly exclaimed in surprise, "How did you even raise someone like him?" Please tell me your secret. Roan smiled faintly while listening to King Lekros. Not only the third Prince of Owen, but also King Lekros was complimenting Rayon. That was why Glenn's mood was already floating above the clouds. Considering the way his hands were trembling slightly, Roan expected him to start leaking laughter that he wouldn't be able to suppress anymore. He did all of that by himself. I didn't do anything special. Glenn covered his mouth and cleared his throat while shaking his hand. His gesture was brushing it off as nothing, but those who watched him from behind could see a deep cavity around his mouth. He's such a helpless, doting grandfather. It must have been a side effect of trying so hard to hide his emotions from his grandson that he couldn't hide his expression from others at all. Whenever anyone complimented Rayon, he cleared his throat and his lips curved into a smile. It was an automatic reflex at that point. It would be nice if he could be honest to him. It would have been nice if he opened his heart and showed his love for the grandson, but Roan could understand Glenn's reasoning because he'd been serving him right next to him. But I still want to see the three of them getting along. He used to think that he had no more regrets because he'd achieved everything he wanted, but he really wanted to see Glenn, Rayon, and Sylvia getting along with each other and eating together with smiles on their faces. While Roan was imagining Glenn and Rayon smiling at each other, the Grand Chamberlain entered the reception room. Your Majesty, the Skysword Saint and House Robert have arrived. They arrived faster than scheduled. King Lekros licked his lips and stood up. It looks like one more person will be added to this meeting. Are you fine with that? I don't mind it. Glenn nodded, telling him to do whatever he wanted. Please wait a moment. The king smiled faintly and left the reception room. The Sky Sword Saint. Roan briefly licked his lips while looking at the door of the reception room. I remember my lord mentioning that his talent was outstanding. He must have gone a lot better than before. Although the Sky Sword Saint, Darius Robert, was the youngest and weakest of the current heads of the 6 kings, Glenn had given the highest evaluation to him. Indeed, Glenn nodded slowly after putting down his empty teacup. However, my expectations turned out to be incorrect. What do you mean? His talent surpassed my expectations. He turned his head to look at the slowly opening door of the reception room. His lips curved into a cold smile while looking at Darius Robert's smile. The sword graveyard was a bright place despite its gloomy name. green trees were brimming with vitality, and all kinds of sword shards created an elegant atmosphere. It looked more like a properly tended garden than a graveyard. Rayon exclaimed while looking at the thickets groomed into the shape of a sword. It's not made by ordinary means. The thicket he was looking at wasn't groomed by gardening scissors. Judging from the rapier pressure emerging from the tip of the thicket, it must have been carved into the shape of a sword by a sword technique. This is amazing. Hey, while he was admiring the thicket, Wrath shoved his face into him. Who was that guy just now? What? The King of Essence is asking about your relationship with that sly-looking beanpole. Wrath's eyes were sparkling blue like melted ice. The emotion of wrath that came from you was almost the same as the one you had when you first summoned the King of Essence. Is he the target of your wrath? He's sharp at a time like this. Wrath's intuition was sharp when it concerned the emotion of wrath. It must have been the quality of the monarch of wrath. I can't tell him, though. Even though his relationship with Wrath had improved drastically, it was still too early to tell him about his reincarnation. I need to give an evasive answer. Rayon made up his mind and nodded slightly. He is my archenemy. He told him the truth, as that was a part that he couldn't lie about. I knew it, but that's rather strange. Wrath narrowed his eyes. It looked like it was his first time seeing you. Moreover, weren't you too young back then? How did you even develop a grudge against him? Say it. Rayon couldn't come up with anything no matter how he racked his brain, so he said a word that Wrath would believe. Food, you say. When I was small, that bastard took away the last dish of the stew I had. You know, people treated me as an invisible person back then, and he probably didn't realize that was me. Rayon bit his lip tightly. There's no way this is going to work. Rayon thought it was complete bullshit, even though he was the one who said it. No matter how stupid Wrath was, it crossed the line a bit too much. Even though Rayon was the one who said it, he was almost dumbfounded by how ridiculous that was. This bastard. And Wrath was confirming his suspicion. His mouth looked like it was about to yell at him. You should have said so already if that's what happened. Babies are more attached to food. Moreover, it was the last dish. I'm surprised you managed to suppress the urge to smash his head in. Rayon slowly closed his eyes. Wrath's foolishness about food had far surpassed his expectations. While he was thankful for that fact, he also felt sad at the same time. The King of Essence would have helped you if you said so earlier. You are such an inflexible guy. I see. A grudge over food is extremely deep, especially if it was the last dish. Even though he's rather strong for a human, you will carry out your vengeance no matter what. Wrath mumbled that Rayon should definitely take revenge on him since he was going to help him. He was even cheering for him. Ha. A deflating sound came from Rayon's laughter as he watched Wrath's trembling fist. Should I be thanking him for this? Arg, the King of Essence is so angry about this. If anyone took away the King of Essence's last mint chocolate, he would have smashed their head in and frozen them up to the last cell. That's true. Because Rayon felt thankful and sorry at the same time, he decided to fill Wrath's stomach to his heart's content during the banquet in the evening. Rayon shook his head and followed the others. As he followed the white road in the sword graveyard, a sword that had been slammed into the ground entered his vision. The rusted blade and the shattered hilt implied that it hadn't had an owner for a long time. It wasn't the only sword. Countless rusty swords were slammed into the ground all over the place. Some of them were noted swords that still hadn't lost their light, and a large number of them were low-end swords and were completely worn out. This is the real graveyard of swords. The third prince turned around and smiled brightly. All of these embedded swords belonged to the heroes who fought for Owen. Whether they were grandmasters or ordinary soldiers who couldn't use aura, everyone who wields their sword under Owen's flag is allowed to leave their sword in this place. His face was overflowing with pride. His eyes told that he was brimming with anticipation for the day his sword would be embedded in the graveyard. Creak. Rayon clenched his teeth. The memories of his previous life surfaced in his head like a kaleidoscope. They were hellish days where he devoted his entire life to Robert, yet he ended up cooking him like a dog in a pot. They are different. There was a tremendous difference between Owen and Robert, as even the ordinary soldiers could leave their names behind. His calmed wrath started to boil up again. It's a little early, but I should get started. Started on what? My revenge. Since it was impossible to immediately attack Darius himself, it was necessary to slowly encroach on him from his surroundings. And I shall start with, Rayon's lips rolled up into a smile while thinking about Caddies, who sneered while passing him by. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. The second location that the third prince guided them to was a training ground. However, it wasn't an ordinary training ground since the Silver Knights, who boasted the strongest offensive capabilities in the Owen Kingdom, were training there. Rayon narrowed his eyes and watched the Silver Knights. Their sharpness is almost frightening. If the royal guards could be compared to a sturdy pillar or shield, the Silver Knights looked like swords that had been polished endlessly. Their might was clearly different from the knights he saw on the way to the capital. The sharpness emerging from them almost gave him goosebumps. Nice. This is going to be pretty helpful. They weren't revealing all of their skills, but it was a good lesson for him because of how excellent the swordsmanship was. In particular, he looked at the young man on the right who was thrusting his sword at the slowest speed. The man with navy blue hair and brown eyes still looked young, but his energy was on a completely different level from the other knights. However, his energy felt familiar. He remembered detecting it, even though it was quite a long time ago. You really have a good insight. Rimmer came next to him with a grin on his face. That guy is Borini Kitten. Borini Kitten of the 12 Stars of the Continent. He's one of the geniuses of the previous generation. He pointed at the blue-haired young man who was spreading a proud pressure like a sword even though he was simply standing there. You knew him. The third prince smiled brightly and nodded. That's right. He is the Azure Razor Sword, Sir Borini Kitten. I didn't expect the Sword of Light to know about him. He smiled brightly. He looked like he was rejoicing over the fact that Rimmer recognized Borini Kitten. It's only natural that I know about the 12 stars of the continent. After all, people in pubs and gambling houses keep talking about which of the 12 stars of the continent is stronger. Rimmer blabbered that everyone who frequented the gambling houses were bound to know about them even if they didn't want to. Do you also want to try it out? I'll show you the world of adults. Shut your mouth already. Cheryl frowned and jabbed her elbow into Rimmer's side. Rimmer escaped to the back while grasping his side. Borini Kitten noticed their gazes and lowered his sword before coming towards them. Your Highness. The first thing he did was offer a polite bow to the third prince. I think you already know, but these are the guests from Sieghart. My name is Borini Kitten of the Silver Knights. Borini Kitten's bow wasn't excessive or insufficient. I'm Sieghart's Heavenly Blade Division leader, Cheryl. Cheryl returned his greeting and nodded since she was pretty much the party's leader. I'm honored to meet the Heavenly Blades Division leader. The pitch of his voice turned higher than before, showing that he really meant it. And who is he? Don't worry about him. He looked at Rimmer, who was still covering his side, but Cheryl covered his view. I'm Rayon Sieghart, the Light Winds Vice Squad leader. Since Rayon was the next in line, he went next to Cheryl and bowed to Borini Kitten. I finally figured out where I saw him before. Once he got closer, he remembered when he felt Borini's presence. It was during the battle against the white blood religion he had on a hill nearby Cameloon. The presence that had appeared in the distance back then was the exact same as that of Borini Kitten, who was standing in front of him, Rayon Sieghart. Borini Kitten's eyes wavered violently. He grew up so much. He'd observed Rayon in the past when he was secretly guarding the third prince. Rayon was already extremely powerful and elegant for his age, but he looked like a completely different person from that time. This is absurd. Even though there used to be multiple large mountains between Rayon and himself back then, every single one of them had been breached. The young swordsman who hadn't even reached his 20s had already caught up to him, right under his nose. How is this even possible? He heard about the great stories of the Frostfire Sword of Valor, but he had actually somewhat disregarded him because he was kidnapped by Eden. However, the meeting with Rayon made him realize that no one could possibly underestimate the warrior called Rayon. The might he possessed was unimaginable for his age. Other people won't even realize it. He wouldn't even have noticed Rayon's skills if he hadn't learned Owen's special detection technique that allowed him to discover his opponent's power, or if his might was lower than what it currently was. His head started to spin. Sir Borini, yes. As the third prince called his name, Borini Kitten barely managed to come back to his senses and nodded. Welcome to the Silver Knights. The captain is unfortunately absent right now. I'll be guiding you instead, although I might be inadequate. Borini Kitten bowed politely and told them to follow. Rayon kept staring at his back instead of the training grounds equipment or the knights that he introduced. I wonder there was a huge difference in skills before he went to Habon Castle, to the point that he could barely feel Borini's presence, but that wasn't the case anymore. His realm was still higher, but Rayon managed to catch up close enough that he might be able to win in an all-out fight. I'm glad to be here. Rayon smiled while tapping on his scabbard. I should be able to gain a lot from this. Translator, Kyungi. Proofreader, Harley. Darius Roberts smiled gently after taking a sip of the tea. It surely has a nice taste and fragrance. The bitter taste in the beginning and the sweetness at the end show how well the velvet coral dried. He put down his teacup and briefly licked his lips. Velvet coral tea of this quality would be difficult to acquire even for me, as someone from House Robert. This is truly amazing. I'm glad for the recognition. King Lekros smiled with his eyes. He nodded, rejoicing over Darius recognizing the tea's tastin' like Glen. By the way, I met the Frostfire Sword of Valor on the way here. Darius raised his teacup once again and looked at Glen. I understand why the head of house looks so much happier than before. He's the most outstanding among all the young swordsmen I've seen before. The Sky Sword Saint agrees with me after all. King Lekros smiled, saying that he thought the same thing. Everyone's bound to agree since he even reached the intermediate master at the age of 19. He even managed to notice the difference between our martial art types. The types, yes, since he said he got nervous upon feeling your majesty's sharp and straight pressure, he must have correctly figured it out. King Lekros gasped and shook his head. That's truly a frightening amount of talent. Yes, I'm sure he will grow even more splendidly in the future. Darius examined Glenn's expression while complimenting Rayon. He's emotionless. No, is he slightly glad about it? Glenn's expression looked as cold as during their first encounter, but the corners of his lips were slightly raised. He was pretending he wasn't, but it looked like he cherished Rayon. Even against the 12 stars of the continent, he should be able to prevail against the 4 weakest ones and put up an equal fight against the 4 intermediate ones. Darius offered even heavier compliments to check Glenn's reaction. Maybe not. Even though they were all called the 12 stars of the continent, they naturally weren't exactly equal in strength. Because of the difference in age, talent, and martial arts, they were divided into the 4 weakest, the 4 intermediate, and the 4 strongest. Although the 4 intermediates were veteran warriors whose names were already known throughout the continent, Glenn's expression remained unchanged when Rayon was compared to them. I felt the same way. King Lekros slowly nodded. Our Borini is an intermediate, and I think he would put up a good fight against him. Yes, it would be an interesting match if he ended up fighting our caddies. Darius examined Glenn's expression once again while mentioning caddies. His eyes had turned even colder than before. I guess I was mistaken. The level of fame and achievements of Borini Kitten and caddies Robert were incomparable to Rayon. Considering the fact that his expression wasn't changing at all despite his grandson being compared to them, Glenn didn't seem to cherish Rayon that much. I guess that cold-hearted man would never cherish anyone. The Glenn he knew didn't even care about his children, let alone a grandson. The previous attack on Eden must have simply been from the anger of Eden underestimating Sieghart, and it was obvious that he had no intention of saving Rayon. It should be fine to start my plan. Darius smiled faintly and put down the teacup. Since this is a nice occasion where we've all gathered in one place, how about holding an interesting contest? A contest? What contest are you talking about? Glenn and Lekros turned their heads toward Darius at the same time. Since this is a rare occasion where the young warriors are gathered in one place, let's hold a friendly tournament. It would be interesting if we divide them between experts and masters. Darius smiled while lightly tapping on the table with his finger. Since I'm curious about what's going to happen if the Phosphor Sword of Valor really fought against the 12 stars of the continent, I'll make my child participate. The Blade of Shattering Wave, caddies. Isn't he ranked the highest among the intermediates? The Blade of Shattering Wave, caddies Robert, was the 5th strongest among the 12 stars of the continent. He was a bit too strong for Rayon. It's a friendly match anyway. There will be no danger. It shall be interesting at least. We will also get the Azure Razor Sword to participate. How about the head of house? Fine. Glenn nodded without showing any emotion. I'm looking forward to which of the future prospects will prevail in the end. Darius gathered his hands with a faint smile on his face. Sir Darius, Roan narrowed his eyes and called Darius's name. Blood is flowing from your glove. Just like he said, blood was dripping from his black glove. Darius simply smiled without being surprised in the slightest. Ah, it's not a big deal. He stroked his hand and the blood was completely cleaned up. I'll announce it during the banquet. I think we should prepare the gifts for the children. Indeed, I will take my leave now, until the banquet. Darius bowed to Glenn and King Lekros before leaving the reception room. I'm also going to leave now. Glenn put down his empty teacup before he stood up. Please make yourself at home. Glenn nodded at Lekros, who came to send him off before leaving the reception room. Roan narrowed his eyes while following Glenn through the hallway. He looks like he's suddenly in a bad mood. It was only a moment ago that Glenn was happily listening to the compliments about Rayon, yet his gaze had turned completely cold. I don't understand why. Even though he believed that he knew everything about Glenn, he was still clueless when Rayon was concerned. My lord, did something happen? Roan couldn't suppress his curiosity and created an aura barrier before coming up next to Glenn. There's no way I wouldn't be angry when he said that. What would that be? Rayon. Rayon was compared to the mere 12 stars of the continent. His talent and virtues are on a different level from them. Even his personality is way better than theirs. Glenn furrowed his brows and clenched his fist, suggesting that he was truly angry. He wasn't even satisfied when Rayon was compared to the 12 stars of the continent, who were expected to become transcenders in the future. Roan realized he'd been underestimating this grandfather, who loved his grandson too much. However, he wasn't wrong about it. Although it might not be the case at the moment, the 12 stars of the continent were bound to kneel under Rayon in the future. Roan smiled brightly and nodded. That's right. We should be able to show it to them this time. Darius Robert immediately returned to his room and called for the 2 butlers. Mardio, yes. The butler standing on his left lowered his head to heed his call. He was the butler of the underworld who never took off his mask. Can you recognize the assassins you've raised? Of course. Mardio nodded without hesitation. The assassins have a characteristic gesture and atmosphere around them, and that can't be erased no matter how much time has passed. If it's someone I've raised myself, I'm confident I can recognize them. Even if 20 years have passed and they learned a different martial art, I use the bird's imprinting method in my education techniques, and it would be impossible to overcome it even if they were reborn. He declared as much, his eyes brimming with confidence. Darius smiled faintly and took off his glove. The blood that spilled from the scar on the back of his hand had already dried up. He looked towards the window while still holding the glove. Did anything happen? Never mind. Darius narrowed his eyes and turned his head back. Do you remember Rayon by any chance? Is this about the Rayon I'm thinking about? Yes, of course I remember him. Mardio nodded with serious eyes. There was no way he wouldn't forget about the hunting dog that left an unremovable scar on the back of his master's hand, even though he'd raised him ever since his childhood. Observe Rayon Zekart from now on. Darius tore off the blood clot from the back of his hand and smiled coldly. Try to find the traces of an assassin that you've raised yourself. Understood. It was such an absurd order, as he was implying that Rayon Zekart was related to the Shadow Rayon, yet Mardio didn't question him. His reaction was the exact same as that of a dog that simply obeys its master's order. Darius put his glove back on with a frightening smile on his face. I already made the opportunity for you. Rayon returned to his room and changed into his formal suit. Aren't you going to rest? Wrath tilted his head, asking why he was changing clothes. There's going to be a welcoming ceremony. HMPH, humans always hold those annoying ceremonies. The King of Essence can't understand. There will be all kinds of food since it's a banquet. What are you waiting for? Wrath was snorting, but he was in front of the door before Rayon realized with a frown on his face. The King of Essence really loves banquets. Let's go already. The food is getting cold. It's not the time for it yet. Rayon shook his head. He never thought he would get the impression that he could never get bored of watching the Demon King. Ha, Rayon sighed deeply and lay on the bed. Wrath, food time. It hasn't even been a minute yet. Although it hadn't even been a minute since Rayon told him it wasn't time for the banquet, Wrath was already asking for food. Considering the way he was deceived by the last stew story earlier, Rayon realized once again that Wrath was truly crazy for food. It's not because of that. You remember the king we saw today and my archenemy, right? Of course. Which one of the two is stronger? Darius must have been stronger judging from what Wrath had said, but Rayon asked just in case. The King of Essence can answer that question without any doubt. The thief that took away your last dish is stronger. I see. Rayon frowned. He leaped into another realm. Darius used to be considered the weakest leader among the 6 kings 20 years ago. It was a natural course of action, since he was the youngest among them, but he seemed to have overcome that difference. Rayon was aware that he had an excellent talent despite his shitty personality, but he didn't expect him to catch up to another leader of the 6 kings despite the difference in the length of time they had lived. Don't worry. The King of Essence will open the path of your revenge. Wrath patted his shoulder while looking like a frowning cotton candy. It must have been his fault that you turned into a madman who can casually eat Nadine bread and ignore delicious food to train instead. He wasn't exactly wrong. The reason he didn't care about the taste was because of the assassin training he went through. The wrath from food is the King of Essence's wrath. He shall help you smack the thief's face. Food was all he was talking about at that point. Rayon couldn't believe that he was the monarch of wrath. Are you planning to give me some stats or traits? No, that's not it, I thought so. Rayon chuckled. There was no way Wrath would volunteer to give them up, not when he was stingy when it came to the stats and traits. Then when he was about to ask one more time, he was able to sense a small movement under the window. He turned his head and saw a juvenile squirrel in front of the window. A squirrel. He saw small animals like squirrels in the sword graveyard in the garden, but it was abnormal for a squirrel to approach a window because they were normally afraid of people. Tap, tap. The squirrel tapped the window. It looked like it was asking him to open it. Is it someone's pet? He tried spreading his aura perception, but he couldn't feel any special energy from the squirrel. Did you just say you found some strange energy from that squirrel? It looks like an ordinary squirrel, but there's an extremely faint presence of mana inside. It's probably been tamed over a long period of time. Wrath frowned, telling him that he couldn't tell for sure. Rayon placed his hand on the blade of Requiem's hilt and walked up to the window. He opened the window while staying alert, planning on cutting it down if it did anything dangerous. Tap. The squirrel pushed itself into the small gap in the window and entered the room. It casually jumped down to the drawer located right underneath it. Who are you? Why did it take you so long? The squirrel was talking in the human language. Its speech was clear despite being awkward, and the tone reminded him of a certain person. Rayon's eyes widened as he looked at the squirrel's grin, which looked rather human. Merlin. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon rubbed his eyes before looking at the squirrel on the dresser. It's really a squirrel, though. Am I in a dream right now? There was nothing special about it no matter how he looked at it. It was an ordinary squirrel without any sign of magic, sorcery, combative energy, no aura around it. He couldn't believe that such a squirrel was talking. It's a bit embarrassing if you stare at me like that. The squirrel turned her head slightly with a gentle smile on her face. Who the hell are you? You already called me by my name. The squirrel smiled faintly and lowered her extremely small hands. It looked like the squirrel was embarrassed. Rayan realized for the first time that a squirrel was capable of such a detailed expression of emotion. It's been a long time, Rayan. Merlin. Rayan bit his lip. His first impression was correct. Merlin's soul really was dwelling in the squirrel. It's so exciting when you call my name with your voice. Merlin swept her hair up. Well, she was trying to sweep her hair up, but she looked like she was rubbing her fur around her head because she was just a squirrel. Is it that clingy woman? Wrath freaked out and ran away from her. I knew she didn't die back then, but she followed you all the way here. She's so crazy that it's unbearable. His chin was trembling from the shock. I'm getting PTSD. Wrath grasped his head and fell on the bed. You should have told me if you knew she didn't die. Rayan frowned at Wrath, who was writhing on the bed. Where are you looking when I'm right here? Merlin bobbed her finger, sitting on the dresser. She was apparently trying to look seductive, but her fluffy, wavering tail was drawing too much attention. You were alive. Were you worried about me? I'm so happy, huh? Rayan could only sigh. The fact that it was impossible to communicate with her confirmed that it was the real Merlin. How did you even survive? Even rabbits create a hole to escape. It's normal for humans to prepare means for survival. Merlin shook her hand, saying that it was an obvious question. Her expression turned bitter as she continued. The expressions of happiness and sadness made Rayan wonder how she could express so many emotions as a squirrel. Is Unfaceable Snake also alive? Unfaceable Snake is dead. Her tone was slightly strange, but Rayan simply nodded. Did you turn into a squirrel then in order to survive? No, my body is currently at a different place. Why are you asking? Do you want to see me? Of course not. Rayan sighed deeply and shook his head. He was already feeling exhausted even though he'd only spoken to her for a short time. Then why are you looking like that? When I heard the news about the conference of the Six Kings, I used a very slow method to transfer my thoughts into this squirrel. I didn't interfere with this one's body or soul, so that's why no one noticed me. It must have been because she didn't use any mana or magic and had no intention of harming anyone as a squirrel that everyone believed that she was a normal squirrel. But how did you know that I was going to participate in the conference of the Six Kings? Moreover, the location of the conference must have been kept secret until recently. I figured you would participate because you are directly involved with the topic of the conference. I've also scattered animals small enough to avoid suspicion all over the Six Kings just in case. Merlin smiled bashfully while covering her mouth with her finger. What the hell? That was the only thing Rayan could say. This is getting scary. He was getting goosebumps because she'd predicted his movements and even scattered the small animals all over the Six Kings to prepare herself for all kinds of situations. Wrath covered his ears, showing that he didn't want to listen to her anymore. He must have suffered from someone's obsession in the past. So why are you visiting me? It's only natural to stay with family. Merlin smiled as if it were the natural thing to do. I'm just sad that I can't hug you like last time because I look like this. What kind of bullshit? Who else do you think laid you on the bed? You even slept on my lap when you were wearing the mask. Rayan actually didn't remember that. All he remembered was that he lost consciousness in the chair and was lying on the floor when he woke up. Stop the useless talk and tell me honestly, why are you here? I was worried about you. Merlin's excited voice turned serious for the first time. I have my head of house with me, and he can easily defeat your boss. There's nothing to worry about. The Fallen is targeting you. When Rayan was trying to mention Glenn, Merlin shook her head. He's targeting me. Rayan frowned at Merlin. Is it because the head of house came to retrieve me and delivered a devastating blow to Eden? No. Merlin firmly shook her head. Rayan was getting used to her appearance. It's because of your future. The Fallen believes that you will become the biggest obstacle in achieving Eden's ideal, and he's planning to use this opportunity to kill you. This opportunity. He can't move freely right now because he's exhausted his power in multiple ways. She smiled, saying that everything would be okay as long as he overcame the oncoming crisis. I'm not sure when exactly he's going to attack. It won't be when the heads of the Six Kings like your grandfather are nearby, at least. Rayan agreed with her, as the Fallen couldn't avoid Glenn's eyes no matter how stealthy he was. Did you go as far as borrowing an animal's body to warn me about that? Rayan narrowed his eyes while pointing at Merlin, who turned into a squirrel. Of course I did. We're family. Merlin nodded while rubbing her head. Rayan bit his lip. What should I even tell her? He already thought she was crazy when she did her best to stop the white blood religion in Eden, and he could have never even guessed that she would tell him so much information. He could somewhat understand why she was doing it, and he felt sorry for her. One more thing. Merlin raised her finger. I heard this on the way, but Darius Robert mentioned your name. What? Rayan raised his head violently because he didn't expect that she would suddenly talk about Darius. I casually approached him because the way he was looking at you bothered me, and he mentioned your name twice in a single sentence. Rayan and Rayan Sieghart. Isn't that strange? What did he say after that? I couldn't hear it because of the aura barrier. This body would have been shattered into pieces if I got any closer. She licked her lips, saying that she should have enhanced the squirrel's hearing ability a bit more. Rayon and Rayon Zekart. He mentioned me twice. Rayon swallowed nervously. No way. People usually didn't mention a person's name twice in a single sentence. Moreover, the fact that he said Rayon and Rayon Zekart was a dangerous sign. Does that bastard actually suspect that I'm related to my previous self? It should have been impossible, but that was the most likely scenario considering what Merlin had said. I need to think about this. How many times have I used assassination skills in this life? The first time was when he attacked the Green War Demon from behind, but there were no unrelated witnesses to the incident. The second time was when he had slain the fourth apostle, and many people had witnessed it, but that's not enough to give me away. He'd used the swordsmanship he'd learned in order to assassinate the fourth apostle, instead of the assassination technique of House Robert specifically to avoid any suspicion. The warriors who were present on the scene should have been too weak to recognize him, which means he should still be uncertain. If Darius was certain about it, he would have definitely tried to sound him out during their last encounter. Considering the situation so far, Darius's suspicion couldn't be that big. I get it now. The reason Darius was acting strange despite them only just having their first encounter was because he suspected that he was the Rayon from the previous life, not because of the incident at House Yanan. Why is he suspecting me? He shouldn't be crazy enough to compare me to him just because I have the same name. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out why Darius was suspecting him of being the Rayon from his previous life. No, that's not the important part right now. I need to figure out how to avoid his suspicions. Rayon exhaled all the oxygen from his lungs and closed his eyes. Since he's suspecting me, his next move is it's obvious. He's going to order Mardio to check if I still have the traces of an assassin. Mardio was Darius's closest vassal, and the butler of the underworld and the one who brainwashed Rayon and oversaw his assassin training. Darius was definitely going to order him to observe every single move to find traces of that training. It will be pointless, though. A cold smile appeared on Rayon's face as he bit his lip, because I've erased them all already. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Once he realized Roan was an assassin, he removed every single habit of an assassin in order to avoid giving him any reason to suspect him. But just in case, he imagined his actions in the future. He examined the way he moved his body in various ways before he nodded. Did you finish thinking about it? Merlin was smiling awkwardly while nibbling on the dresser. She was apparently unable to perfectly control the squirrel's instincts. Rayon bowed to Merlin. It happened because of her misunderstanding, but she was extremely helpful to him. He thanked her from the bottom of his heart. You shouldn't say that to your family. Merlin said the exact same thing Sylvia had told him in the past. Rayon's heart felt heavy. You don't need to say that. She came down from the dresser and put her small hand on Rayon's. He could feel her warmth through her extremely small fingers. Rayon considered taking advantage of her misunderstanding for a very brief moment. After all, a Grandmaster Magician's one-sided affection was bound to be extremely helpful. No, I shouldn't be doing this. Rayon violently smacked his own cheek. The tearing sound of his flesh resounded throughout the silent room. Rayon, have you finally gone insane? Merlin and Wrath widened their eyes. Yes, that would be insane. If he took advantage of Merlin's feelings, he would be no different from Darius Robert, who was still inciting his desire for revenge even after his reincarnation. Even though she was an enemy, mocking a person's life wasn't an option. Rayon honestly told Merlin about what happened in the mental world. He doesn't exist in the world anymore, and I'm your archenemy. You shouldn't be helping me like this. Did Lochter say anything before he parted? Rayon closed his eyes. His last word was still engraved in his memory. It wasn't anything special, but he would never be able to forget about it for the rest of his life. Was worried about you. He told me that you've committed sins, but there was a reason behind them. I see, that's what he said. Rayon waited for her resentment in return, but she didn't say anything for a while. Rayon, you are really Lochter after all. Merlin smiled happily. She looked like a squirrel that had filled its belly with sunflower seeds to its heart's content. Because Lochter never brings shame to himself since he's a knight. I told you I'm not Lochter. I said this before. Since Lochter's soul is dwelling inside you, you are Lochter to me. I'm Rayon Zekart. I'll call you by that name. Rayon. Rayon bit his lip. She was starting to insist once again, even though he thought she was getting better. I don't mind it even if my love ends up being one-sided. That's what family is, after all. I'm not your famil. The time is up now. Merlin's voice started to tremble and the squirrel's fur stood on their ends. Keeping my thoughts here would strain this one. I'll be praying for your survival. She smiled for the last time and waved her hand. She looked like a cute squirrel, but Rayon felt like the real Merlin was waving at him. Please feed this one after I'm gone. That was the trade we had. After she said that, the squirrel's eyes turned clear. Squeak. The squirrel that returned to normal stared at Rayon for a while before hiding in a corner. That was a crazy amount of obsession. It was almost frightening. Wrath's chin was trembling as he looked at the dresser where Merlin was standing. You might be right. The King of Essence doesn't understand why everyone around you is so crazy. Rayon couldn't bring himself to tell him that he was the strangest one of them all. Knock, knock. Rayon shook his head, and when he was about to call, the squirrel who had gone under the bedan knocking sound could be heard. Vice Squad Leader, why are you not coming? It's time for us to make our entrance. Dorian was hurriedly calling him. Dorian, come inside for a moment. What? Dorian opened the door and entered the room. Do you have any nuts? Of course I do. What do you want? Peanuts, almonds, walnuts, pistachios, sunflower seeds, pine nuts, pumpkin seeds, cashew nuts. I've got them all. Rayon took notice of his amazing level of preparedness, which he hadn't come across in a while. Sunflower seeds and peanuts. Yes. Dorian nodded and took out a cylindrical box filled with nuts from his belly pocket to give him the sunflower seeds and peanuts. Come over here. Rayon slowly pushed the peanuts and the sunflower seeds under the bed, and the squirrel put them in its mouth one after the other and came out from under the bed. A squirrel. Why is a squirrel here? I was hungry for affection. Rayon smiled bitterly and picked up the squirrel, which filled its cheek pocket with all of the sunflower seeds in his hand, before putting it down next to the window. The squirrel turned its head for a moment and tilted its head before disappearing towards the garden. Rayon put on his coat after watching the sunset for a moment. Let's go. Once he followed Dorian into the banquet hall, the Sieghart swordsmen were the only ones who were waiting in front of the door. We were the last ones after all. Since the people with lower rank and age were supposed to make the first entrance to the banquet, Sieghart was the last in the line. Wow, Rayon, look at how much you've grown up. You even made me wait for you. Rimmer swaggered towards him with a frown on his face. How dare you make a squad leader wait when you are just a vice squad lead-ack? You are the one wasting our time here. He ended up getting smacked by Shirl and shrunk to the side. Rayon, did anything happen? Run-On walked up to him and tilted her head. No, nothing special. Rayon shook his head with a faint smile on his face. The matter was worrying him, but he couldn't exactly tell others about it. My lord, everyone is here. Shirl bowed towards the waiting room on the right side, and the door opened as Glenn made his appearance. He was wearing his uniform instead of a formal suit, but he looked even better in it. Let's go. He narrowed his eyes while looking at Rayon for a moment before he nodded. Yes, with Shirl as their leader, the Sieghart swordsmen responded and followed Glenn to the banquet hall's door. Welcome, Sieghart's heroes. The knights guarding the door slammed their spears on the ground before opening the door. At the same time, the majestic shout of the Master of Ceremonies resounded throughout the banquet hall from inside. The Conqueror of North, Glenn Sieghart, and the Sieghart heroes are making their entrance. The hectic atmosphere of the banquet hall went silent at once, and everyone turned to look at them. That man is the destructive king of the North, Glenn Sieghart. This is no joke. How can a human being's pressure be so? Arg, I can't breathe. So it was true that he crushed the white blood religion's leader and the fallen on his own. He's even stronger than before. I can't even meet his eyes. As Glenn made his entrance, people were overwhelmed by his powerful pressure and couldn't even raise their eyes or meet his gaze. They were simply standing there with trembling chins. It must be frightening. Although powerful people usually controlled their pressure, Glenn usually revealed it instead, which made everyone turn pale. This is nice. Rayon smiled faintly upon noticing that the excitement had died down, because no one will be interested in me. Since everyone was focused on Glenn, Rayon didn't even need to try so hard to hide his presence anymore. He figured he would be able to achieve his objective at that rate. Please come this way. King Lekros, who was sitting on the platform as the host, smiled at him while pointing next to him. Darius was already sitting on his left side. Rayon examined Darius while pretending to watch Glenn's back as he walked up to the platform and met his eyes. Darius smiled at him as if he were glad to see him again. His fake smile made Rayon's head heat up once again. You idiot. Wrath frowned upon noticing the wrath boiling in his mind. Don't worry about it. I'm okay now. Rayon suppressed his emerging wrath with the Ring of Fire. He bowed to Darius with a flawless smile on his face. Once he raised his head, Darius's face had stiffened slightly. Rayon examined the two butlers behind him with a neutral expression on his face. The one on the right. The old butler on his left was nothing but a servant in charge of lawful activities, and the friendly-looking middle-aged butler on his right must have been Mardio in disguise, one who had the actual authority. This is why the world is so unpredictable. Rayon turned away from them with a cold smile on his face. It's been a while, instructor. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Yeah, Wrath shouted in excitement. Excellent, the great taste dances in the mouth. I'm glad to hear that. Wrath chuckled while putting his fork down on the empty plate. This is how food should be, truly artistic. People nowadays only follow a recipe and can't incorporate their devotion and philosophy into food. Rayon thought it had to be hard to be a chef if they even had to incorporate philosophy into their cooking. Bring more food. The King of Essence is still hungry. Wrath pointed at the buffet in the outer area of the banquet hall while patting his bloated belly, which served to make him look even more like cotton candy. This is already the 10th dish, though. It's only the 10th dish. Ha, this is endless. Rayon shook his head and went towards the buffet. He's watching me again. He could feel Mardio's gaze from where he was standing behind Darius. Even though he'd been watching him in a natural manner before, his gaze had turned more blatant. He must have been trying to test his reaction. Rayon turned back to look at Mardio in a neutral manner. Mardio lowered his head with an awkward expression on his face. This is the best way to deal with it. Ignoring such a powerful gaze was a bad move. The best solution to that situation was to pretend to be curious about why he was watching him instead of acting like he was suspicious. Merlin ended up being really helpful. Grr. Wrath ground his teeth and glared at Darius, who was savoring his wine on the platform. It's all because of that beanpole that you became such a small eater. Resentment over food shall never be forgiven. He showed his teeth and growled at Darius. He must have been serious about helping him. That's why you should take that pie over there. The blueberries are seducing the King of Essence right now. Rayon chuckled and put the pie on his plate before returning to the table. Are you sure that's enough for you? You should eat more. This is the 11th dish, though. It's only the 11th. Martha narrowed her eyes while saying the same thing as Wrath. No one but you's even coming over here. She was right, since Run-On was treating the ice cream stand like her home and Burren was talking to the Owen Knights with a smile on his face. Leave them alone. Rayon shook his hand and took a bite of the pie. The sweet taste of blueberry smeared into the crunchy crust filled his mouth. Whoa, this taste is brimming with the confectioner's devotion. The King of Essence wants to bring him to his castle. Rayon watched Wrath shouting in satisfaction for a while before he closed his eyes. Even though 20 years had passed, and he'd even reincarnated since then, he still remembered the old days whenever he closed his eyes. He wasn't even treated as a human being as he learned assassination techniques in his previous life. He wasn't even allowed to sleep for over a month because the hunting dogs or the senior assassins chased him around during his training, and he had to leave on a mission with a dagger in his hand, even though he was young enough that he should have still been in the parents' embrace. Although Darius Robert was the one who ordered everything, the butler of the underworld, Martio, was the one who'd carried it out. He'd threatened him with violence during his childhood and threatened him with freedom after he was brainwashed. Rayon remembered Martio's false face as he taught him as a dog. I won't let him live. Darius Robert wasn't the only target of his revenge. Those who worked for him in the underworld were also included in it. Rayon wanted to thoroughly destroy everything he possessed, but it's impossible for now. Martio's realm was no less than Roan's, and he was even more difficult to deal with because of his assassination techniques. The best thing I can do for now is analyze his energy. Rayon focused on probing into his energy through his gaze. When he even activated the ring of fire to feel his energy, Wrath suddenly turned his head to look behind him. Two more have arrived. Wrath mumbled, and the outside became noisy at the same time. Thud, the door was opened alongside the sound of the knights outside the banquet hall slamming the floor with their spears. Sir Chamber, the Archmage of Eternal Flame and Balkar's heroes are making their entrance. People's gazes focused on the entrance upon hearing the shout. Magicians and knights entering the banquet hall were wearing robes and armor instead of formal dress. They must have just arrived at the castle. Many people were entering at the same time, but everyone's gazes were focused on the beautiful woman with short red hair at the center. She confidently strode through the center of the banquet hall with sparkling golden eyes. Despite how young she looked, the mana wavering from her was as huge as the ocean. I'm here. The red-haired woman waved her hand at the leaders of the 6 kings on the platform and smiled brightly. She's the Archmage of Eternal Flame, Chamber. She was one of the 3 Archmages of the continent, and the Transcender who led the Royal Mages of Balkar. She looks even younger than me. Powerful people tended to age more slowly, but Chamber was an extreme case. She looked like she was in her early 20s, even though she should have been older than Owen's king or Darius. Mr. Glenn really came. Chamber went on the platform while referring to Glenn as Mr. You are as loose-tongued as before. I guess so. Glenn frowned, but Chamber didn't even seem to care and sat next to him. Rayon's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe that she actually said Mr. Glenn. All the Transcenders are strange. He shook his head and examined the people who entered after her. That was when he noticed a familiar face. She's also here after all. It should have been obvious, but Jaina was participating in the banquet as Balkar's princess. I guess she didn't know I would be here. He guessed that she didn't know about his attendance. After all, she wouldn't have been there if she did. Jaina was walking as confidently as Chamber, but let out a brief scream upon meeting Rayon's eyes. Jaina, princess. The people around her stopped walking and stared at her. It's nothing. She leaned forward before walking forward. Unlike her previous demeanor, her hands were trembling violently. This is going to be another gain. While Rayon was thinking about what to extort from the bitch princess with a smile on his face, a fierce and powerful pressure surged from the entrance. Now that I think about it, Wrath said they were 2, not 1. Rayon hurriedly turned his head. We haven't introduced you yet. I don't need such a thing. The gigantic man who created a tremor with his entrance wasn't wearing a shirt under his coat. He looked over 2 meters tall. His eyes were as sharp as those of a savage beast, and his solid pressure felt like he wouldn't bleed even from a needle poking into his skin. The Beast Union's leader, the Beast King Agram. Judging from his beast-like ferocity, attitude that didn't even care about courtesy, and the lion emblem engraved on his sky dragon coat, he was definitely the Beast King Agram. He was the one who united the countless tribes of the West and became the leader of the Beast Union. The entire banquet hall fell silent from the wild energy wave spreading from him. Glenn Sieghart. Agram walked up to the platform and stood before Glenn, not even looking at anyone else. It's been a while, Agram. Glenn calmly nodded. Your face is as haughty as before. The same goes for your arrogant eyes. Kuhahaha. Agram burst into cheerful laughter and nodded. And your personality is also the same. I never believed it when people said you were washed up. He jumped on the platform and sat next to Darius. Even though Chamber and Agram's entrances were both peculiar, Glenn, Darius, and King Lekros didn't really care about it. It felt like they were used to it. 5 of the 6 kings are here. Every single one of them could cause an uproar in the continent, and having the 5 of them together made it feel like the banquet hall was trembling even though they weren't doing anything. Interesting. Wrath grinned while looking at the 5 transcenders. They managed to gather so much power despite being paltry humans. The King of Essence will have to acknowledge your potential for a race with such a short lifespan. He gave a big nod of admiration. Potential. Rayon licked his lips and examined the people from the Balkar Kingdom and the Beast Union. There's a member of the 12 stars of the continent in each of their camps. Both the Balkar and Beast Union had a genius who rose to the 12 stars of the continent's seat among their ranks. I can gain even more now. The appearance of new faces signified that he would be able to gain even more in the social meeting. In particular, he wanted to witness the Beast Union's martial arts no matter what, since they were rumored to have the strongest bodies. You should be bringing more food right now. It won't last long since there are even more people now. Rayon turned his head upon hearing Wrath's shout. While the magicians and knights from the Balkar Kingdom were having a light meal in their seats, the warriors from the Beast Union were chowing down on the food with the intention of finishing off all of it just like Wrath had said. Quickly, since he'd already promised that he would eat to his heart's content, he was about to move towards the buffet when the Transcenders' voices could be heard from the platform. That sounds interesting, I agree. Chamber raised her hand while swaying her legs and agreed to Darius. I don't mind it. My kids are going to win all the trophies. Agram grinned while chewing on a big leg of pork. That settles it. Darius nodded, his hands gathered together to express his relief. Your Majesty, can you announce it to everyone? He smiled at Lekros, who was sitting at the center. All right. King Lekros stood up from his throne and moved to the edge of the platform. Even though he hadn't said anything yet, everyone focused on him because of his presence. Is everyone enjoying the banquet? Yes, everyone in the hall answered and bowed to him. Since this is an extremely rare occasion where 5 of us have gathered in the conference of the 6 kings, we've prepared a special event. What would be that special event? We decided to hold a martial tournament for the young warriors and magicians who would stand at the peak of the continent in the future. Everyone in the banquet hall looked at him with sparkling eyes upon hearing the news about the tournament. It will be divided between experts and masters. The winner will be granted the honor of the title of the strongest warrior, as well as an extra reward from us. The preliminary will start in 2 days, so those who wish to participate should register until tomorrow. King Lekros smiled gently and looked around at the warriors in the banquet hall. Since we will be watching the finale, I hope you all get good results. He returned to his seat after that. Martial tournament. Moreover, the 6 kings are spectating it. They've even prepared a present. This is crazy. I'm definitely going to participate. The warriors from the 5 factions started talking about the tournament amongst each other. It sounds interesting. Martha's eyes were blazing with passion as she crumpled the fork she was holding. It's going to be so fun to trample upon the elites. She was smiling a toothy smile even though she was also an elite herself. This is a great opportunity to see the other factions' martial arts. I'm glad to be here. Buran also clenched his fist with excited eyes. Runan wasn't really interested in the tournament, and which ice cream to try out first seemed to be the only thing on her mind. Rayon, the King of Essence, wants it too. Give that to the King of Essence. Wrath stuck his tongue out like a puppy while looking at the mint chocolate that was forming the first floor of Runan's ice cream pile. Rayon shook his head at Wrath. He was such a childish demon king. I'm guessing the Frostfire Sword of Valor is obviously going to participate. Am I right? When he started walking towards the buffet in order to get the ice cream, a silver-haired young man blocked his path. He was Caddy's Robert, the son of Darius in the 5th rank of 12 stars of the continent. I'd like to witness the might that defeated Eden, the White Blood Religion, and even the South-North Union. I'm hoping for your participation. Caddy smiled gently. Although it looked like a friendly smile from the side, it looked like a sneer from the front because his eyes weren't smiling. I'm afraid it wouldn't be good enough for the blade of shattering wave's eyes. Rayon smiled while meeting Caddy's eyes. It should be plenty unless the rumor was a fake. I'm sure it will be fun. It is a sneer after all. Caddy's was completely looking down on him. His egoistic personality from his childhood hadn't changed at all. I should accept his challenge here. Since Caddy's had an arrogant and impertinent personality, he was a hypocrite who couldn't bear with other people's provocation. Rayon decided to try provoking him in return. I enjoy fighting opponents at the same level as me, but I'm not sure that's even going to happen here. Rayon smiled while taunting him by saying that, someone like you can't even be an enjoyment for me. That's an amazing amount of confidence. Caddy's fell speechless because Rayon returned his own words right back to him. I'll be looking forward to facing you in the finals. He said those words while stressing each one. I'm not sure if that would be possible, but sure if you can manage it to make it fun for me. Rayon nodded and moved past Caddy's. His expression didn't change, nor did he spread his pressure, but the calm atmosphere around him became turbulent. He's so obvious. He was trying to taunt Rayon, yet he was speechless from being taunted in return despite being much older than him. It was as clear as day that he must have been boiling in anger. Rayon was about to put the ice cream on his plate, but suddenly stopped. What are you doing right now instead of dishing up? Wrath pounded his shoulder, urging him to continue. Rayon smiled coldly while looking at the ice cream's mixed colors together. Maybe I can, translator Kyungi. Proofreader Harley. After the banquet. Darius Roberts' room. Mardio was standing in front of Darius, who was sitting on his chair with his legs crossed. How was he? I can't confirm it yet, but it seems to be a no from what I've seen so far. Mardio lowered his head apologetically. A no. The assassins have characteristic footsteps. They always walk with the tip of their toes instead of the back to stay ready for assassination. However, it looks normal on the outside because they shouldn't give off their identity. He continued while pointing at his own shoes. However, Rayon Zieghart's shoes were completely worn out, and his footsteps were that of an ordinary swordsman or knight. Even his shoes. Darius narrowed his eyes. He could have changed his footsteps because so many people were around, but the fact that his shoes were worn out accordingly signified that it was his usual way of walking. That's not the only reason. Assassins secretly stay alert even when they are eating, but he wasn't doing that at all. He did over 10 round trips to the buffet to enjoy his food. He was eating like a horse. Mardio furrowed his brow because of his unexpected behavior. Lastly, he didn't show any unnatural reactions when I blatantly stared at him. I haven't seen him fight yet, but his usual behavior was far from an assassin. Darius licked his lips while supporting his chin on his fist. He looked displeased as he stared out the window for a while before he nodded. Will you be able to confirm after watching Rayon Zieghart's battle? Yes, he definitely won't be able to hide it during an all-out battle. I've appointed you as the referee for the martial tournament. Make sure to determine his identity from up close. Understood. Mardio nodded before he disappeared from the room. A knocking sound could be heard soon after. Enter. Darius waved his hand and the door opened as Caddy's Robert entered. I'm here. I saw that you got taunted in return when you were trying to taunt him. You even heard all that. That's embarrassing. Caddy smiled without changing his expression at all, but his eyes were boiling in anger. You can win, right? Darkness was dwelling in Darius's eyes as he asked his question. I didn't expect the Beast Union to be present, but it doesn't matter. I'm ready to defeat even the 4 strongest of the 12 stars. In that case, I'll add one more request. Please do. Cut Rayon Zieghart's arm if you end up encountering him. Caddy's mouth curved into a long smile. Are you sure about that? Even though Glenn is around. I would have smashed your mouth if you mentioned any other name, but Glenn is different. Darius nodded with a faint smile on his face. I've already probed his intentions. Killing him would be a different story, but cutting his arms off wouldn't be enough to cause any reaction from Glenn. Use a severing strike to leave a disability forever, even if he manages to reattach it. I'll follow your orders. Caddy's bowed politely despite his tone before leaving the room, if I'm not sure about the answer. A frighteningly cold smile appeared on Darius's face as he stared outside the window where the moonlight was entering the room with no one else around. Removing the problem itself can be a solution. After the banquet ended, Rayon brought the light wind squad to the castle's outskirts. Where are we going? Are you sure we're allowed here? Burin reluctantly looked around him. The friendly match is in 2 days. We need to train in preparation after a small rest. Martha furrowed her brow, saying that she wanted to sleep in order to check her swordsmanship the next day. Run-On looked like she was thinking about the ice cream she had eaten earlier. She looked extremely satisfied as she kept humming. We've arrived. Trying to relieve the light wind swordsman's anxiety, Rayon stopped in front of the door near a small garden. He removed the hard latch from the door before opening it, and a properly maintained training ground could be seen. This is training ground. Did you reserve this for our training? They seemed glad, as they needed a place to train before the friendly match anyway. I asked the 3rd prince to let us use an empty training ground. Rayon smiled while watching the light wind squad rejoice themselves. Wow, you are really the only person who cares about us, Vice Squad Leader. We can all use this together since it's large enough. The Light Wind Squad looked around the training ground and smiled in satisfaction. Since it's already getting late today, I guess we should start tomorrow. Yes, let's start training at daybreak. I need to get my training outfit and equipment. Thud, the Light Wind Squad members were talking about the next day's training when they heard the sudden slamming sound of the door. They flinched in surprise and turned to look at the door. Rayon was latching the training grounds door. Rayon, why is the door locked? Why did you lock the door? The Light Wind Swordsman swallowed nervously because of Rayon's sudden behavior. Tomorrow, there's no such thing as tomorrow. Rayon raised his head while saying that. Crimson flames were burning in his eyes. Losing to House Robert is one thing I can't tolerate. Since teaching them about how to counter House Robert's swordsmanship could end up revealing his identity, awakening their bodies and minds through a powerful attack was the best method available. What's wrong with him now? Why did he go crazy this time? Those eyes are the same as when we did the focus enhancement training. Martha and the Light Wind Squad stepped backward with trembling chins. I am fine with training, but let me rest beforehand. We just finished eating a moment ago. That's right. We should start it tomorrow since it's already too late. We didn't even bring our training outfits or training swords. On the other hand, a few swordsmen including Burren were shaking their hands, trying to convince him somehow. Don't worry. Rayon snapped his finger and Dorian quickly stepped up next to him. You got them right? Yes. Dorian sniffled before putting his hand in his belly pocket. The Light Wind Swordsman's training outfits and training swords came out from the pocket one after the other. You know you missed something. He wiped his tears away and took the black converter from his belly pocket and put it on the ground. The black converter, haven't they destroyed it yet? God damn it. The Light Wind Squad started freaking out once they saw the black converter and stepped away. Even though they'd hardened their resolution, the black converter was still scary for them. Rayon stared at the black converter for a while before he shook his head. I made a mistake. The Light Wind Squad's pale complexions turned slightly brighter. They wanted to train, but they all wanted to avoid the hellish training with Rayon. Why yes, you were too impatient. I like the idea of training, but we shouldn't go too hard because we are having the match right after. Let's take it slow. The Light Wind Squad took the opportunity and wiped their cold sweat away while walking up to Rayon. No, that's not what I meant. Since 5 out of the 6 kings are participating, you are most likely going to encounter the others before fighting House Robert. The pressure spreading from Rayon turned as sharp as a needle. That's why we need to make enough preparations against all 4 of them. Wow. The swordsman finally realized that they'd completely misunderstood his intentions and their jaws dropped. But you don't need to worry about it. 2 days will be enough. The Light Wind Squad's faces froze, but a frightening smile appeared around Rayon's mouth in contrast. He bobbed his finger while holding Heavenly Drive and its scabbard. Let's start the training. I am really going to die. Everyone's going to die at this rate. Dorian crawled on the floor of the training ground with a trembling chin. His eyes didn't have any focus. It's already morning. Kukekekek. Burren was lying flat on the ground and burst into laughter while watching the rising sun. He looked a bit crazed in contrast to his usual composure. Shit. Martha was rhythmically swearing towards the sky at the same pace as her breathing. Her voice was getting weaker and weaker from her exhaustion. Rayon is the ugliest person in the world. Ranan kept calling him ugly with her head slammed on the ground. She sometimes murmured that she missed the ice cream from the previous night. How the hell is his training always so difficult? I can never get used to it. The intensity increases whenever I'm getting used to it, and it's really killing me. It's partly because of the black converter. I told you to destroy it already. It's pointless to destroy it. It gets multiplied inside that Dorian bastard's belly pocket. In that case, let's destroy Dorian. The Light Wind Swordsmen were also lying on the training ground. They looked like they had finally lost it since they kept saying nonsense. Rayon stood in front of the Light Wind Squad with the exact same appearance as when he started the training session. Listen while you rest. What are you trying to do this time? Dorian's eyes were completely terrified and his hands were trembling. I'll teach you theory from now on. Rayon straightened his back like the instructors who used to teach them when they were trainees and folded his hands behind his back. Let's start with the Owen Kingdom. The characteristic of Owen's swordsmanship is its sharpness and precision. It won't miss the smallest opening and will pierce through without fail. Opening. Precision, moreover, they have a great perception. Their ability to notice their opponent's weakness and flow are the best among the 6 kings. You can't be careless against them even for an instant. The Light Wind Squad swallowed nervously upon hearing that they had the best eyes among the 6 kings. Next up is the Beast Union. Rayon raised a second finger. The Beast Union's warriors have the best physical abilities among the 6 kings and the 5 demons. Their bodies can even withstand a sharpened sword without using aura. Aren't they just monsters then? You said it, they are monsters. Rayon nodded at the swordsman who called them monsters. People in the continent usually call them monsters. Their bodies are as sturdy as steel, their super strength can even tear a boulder apart, and their martial art has been polished through their beastly instincts. Even though they don't use any weapons, they are many times more dangerous than warriors who wield a weapon. But they looked like simpletons. Yeah, they felt similar to monsters. The swordsmen licked their lips while thinking about the beast union warriors they saw in the banquet hall. They are even more fearsome because they are simple. Your knees will be shaking when you see them charging towards you like wild boars while enduring aura blades with their bodies without any strategy. Rayon smiled coldly and created his aura on his fist. His fist was engulfed in fire that expanded to the size of a boulder. If anyone were to be hit by it, injuries would be the least of their worries. It was powerful enough to burst their bodies. This is how the Beast Union uses their aura. Wow. That's a bit scary. That's going to kill me if it hits me. Chills ran down their spines and their bodies started to tremble. Rayon raised the third finger and briefly clicked his tongue. On the other hand, Balkar's knights are mainly focused on protecting their magicians, and that's why their swordsmanship and aura are focused on defense. It won't be easy to break through their defensive swordsmanship. It's even harder than steel. Magicians were the main forces of the Balkar kingdom, but that didn't mean the knights were weak. Even the warriors from the other 6 kings had a hard time breaking through their defense when they protected the magicians. Lastly, Rayon used the Ring of Fire in order to stop the rage he felt as he mentioned Robert. Their swordsmanship is similar to the Southern Ocean. Isn't the Southern Ocean clean and calm? Dorian asked while raising his eyes. Yes, it's even calmer than Gazel River, which we've been before. Their swordsmanship took after that ocean and is characterized by its softness and fluidity. It's even capable of removing the aura and flow from the opponent's swordsmanship. They can remove the aura and flow from swordsmanship. Aren't they practically invincible in that case? The light wind swordsman's jaws dropped upon hearing that they could remove the flow. It's even worse. The waves of the Southern Ocean rise high enough to reach the sky for about a month every year. Just like that wave, Robert's swordsmanship can create a destructive wave upon finding an opportunity after defending with softness and fluidity. You need to be careful about it, as their attack becomes even more powerful than the other 6 kings when that happens. Rayon quietly sighed after explaining about House Robert's swordsmanship. It's frustrating because I can't tell them more than the basics. He wanted to teach them how to completely counter Robert's swordsmanship, but that would only aggravate Darius's suspicion. The Light Wind Squad had to defeat them with their own skills. But how do you even know about all of this, Vice Squad Leader? You've never been to the other 6 kings before. Dorian tilted his head. The squad leader taught me. Rayon pondered for a short time, but he just blamed Rimmer like always. See, can I really win against those monsters? All of them are older than us. Arg, I'm feeling nauseous. Their lips were trembling in fear after they heard the 4 factions' characteristics. You cowards, Martha stood up while wobbling. Do you really believe there's anyone in the world who's experienced more difficulty than us? They are just shitters. She ground her teeth while glaring at the swordsman behind her. You are right for once. Burren snickered and nodded his head. We've overcome life and death crises multiple times already. Even though they are 6 kings, it's unlikely for them to have experienced something like that. He clenched his fist and smiled. We already decided that we won't be protected forever. Runon's eyes were sparkling like stars as she looked at Rayon, unlike her usual blank expression. That's true. Yes, we are Sieghart's Light Wind Squad. We won't be frightened before the fight even begins. Let's think about how to defeat our opponents. The Light Wind swordsmen were encouraged by the team leaders and stood up to get into their positions. I like your eyes. Rayon smiled while looking at the passionate eyes of the Light Wind swordsmen. Let's start with Owen. What would be the best way to deal with their sharp and precise swordsmanship? First strike for the win. It should work if we attack faster than them, right? Crane raised his hand and answered. Or we could also focus on defense until they get exhausted and attack. Burren stood up and licked his lips. They are both decent, but I have a better way. A better way. Martha's voice was trembling. She must have noticed something bad was coming. Yes, you just need to not have any openings. Are you telling us to remove our openings? Is that even possible? We've only got 1 day until the match, though. Of course it's possible. A cold smile appeared on Rayon's face. Even though the sun had already risen, his smile looked even darker than during the night. Humans definitely get better if they are pushed to the brink of death. I know it because I've done it before. Be brink of death, P push them. H's eyes flipped over. They flipped even harder than yesterday. His eyes are gonna pop out. Dorian crawled back on all fours. He started taking out boulders and sand from his belly pocket to build a wall. You are just imagining things. Rayon walked up to the Light Wind Squad with a gentle voice. Flames burst from Heavenly Drive as he destroyed Dorian's wall. Slam. Rayon's red eyes sparkled in between the falling rubble. Kaya. Dorian wasn't the only one. Every single Light Wind member was screaming in fright. I'll kill I'll draw your true potential until tomorrow. I think he's drawing out their inner rabid dog rather than their true potential. Rimmer gasped while secretly observing the training ground where Rayon and the Light Wind Squad were practicing. His lips were trembling as he watched Rayon's eyes burning even more intensely than the sun itself. Tut, I'd rather not have them called the Mad Dog Squad. I like it though. Cheryl smiled faintly while watching the Light Wind Squad, who could only tremble in fear since they couldn't even run away. Crazy dogs that bite anything in their path are better than cowards that tremble in fear even before the fight starts. Don't you agree? She turned her head to ask for agreement. I concur. Roan slowly nodded. It's better to bite the head off and die together instead of losing. He was saying something frightening despite his gentle appearance. Everyone here must have gone insane. Rimmer shook his head and turned his head towards Glenn, who was standing right next to him. What do you think, my lord? Rayon's training method consists in drawing out the hidden potential from their bodies and minds. It's not about a martial art they haven't learned before. He's trying to surface the parts of them that they've already learned but haven't gotten used to yet. Glenn nodded while watching Rayon corner the Light Wind Squad. How does he even know about such a training method? I don't even understand how he grew up to be so smart and wise. What? Look at how kind he is. He's teaching his companions instead of minding his own business right before the tournament because he cares so much about them. He really is a flawless boy. Kind, you say. Rimmer frowned and turned his head towards the training ground. He's being kind. He's literally a demon. Rayon's face looked like an evil spirit as he kept beating up the Light Wind Squad. Rimmer couldn't understand which part of him looked kind at all. You can see that his eyes are flipped. He must be tired from teaching the kids all night long. No, but they are screaming. I like their shouts of concentration. They all seem to be enjoying it. Nothing was going through Glenn's head because he was already blinded by love towards his youngest grandson. Rimmer, yes, I didn't expect you to teach him all that knowledge about the Six Kings. I guess you do your job sometimes. Glenn patted Rimmer's shoulder to praise him before jumping down from the tree. You aren't completely useless. Hoo-hoo. Cheryl and Roan followed Glenn with smiles on their faces. Ahahaha, that's how good I am. Rimmer scratched the back of his head with a grin on his face because he was complimented for once. But he narrowed his eyes and tilted his head while looking at Rayon. Did I actually tell him about that? Day of the Martial Tournament Preliminaries. Although there was still an hour left until the start of the preliminary, the arena was already jam-packed with spectators from various places. Wow, I never thought I would see the fight between warriors from the Six Kings with my very eyes. Nothing's going to make me cry ever again. You can never watch something like this if you miss this priceless opportunity. Even though they are just future prospects, it feels so exciting because they are carrying the names of the Six Kings. I can't wait anymore. When are they starting? The spectators in the stands were happily talking to each other in anticipation of the matches they would get to witness. Who is going to win, I wonder? Owen is obviously going to win. The hosting party is bound to have an advantage when it comes to a suddenly organized competition like this, but there are too many outstanding participants to conclude that. I'm guessing His Highness, the Third Prince, is going to win the tournament between the experts. You won't know until it happens. Malker from the Beast Union shredded a bishop from the white blood religion with his bare hands. Don't forget Princess Jaina from Balkar. You can't stop her magic even if she casts it right in front of your eyes. Every single swordsman from House Roberts is also excellent. The spectators licked their lips while guessing who was going to win the tournament. Some people had even started gambling while hiding from the knights. Then what about the battle between the masters, which is the main dish today? That's obviously the 5th rank of the 12 stars of the continent, Caddy's Robert. I guess you are right, as no one participated between 1st and 4th place. No, I heard the 7th place, Borini Kitten, has gotten a lot better than before. Don't forget Garona, the dragon-slaying beast from the Beast Union. I heard he's pretty much an advanced master, even though he's not one of the 12 stars of the continent. Ah, my heart is beating too fast. I wish they would start already. The spectators clenched their fists while imagining the duels between the masters that were planned after the experts' matches. How about Sieghart? They aren't too bad, but it's difficult to say that they can win. First of all, they lack experience and age compared to the others. 2 years is a huge difference at that age. It's too early for them to catch up to the other participants. Honestly, they are easy opponents. It would have been a different story if that guy was participating, though. You know, the 2nd place of the 12 stars of the continent. I admit that Sir Glenn is the strongest among the 6 kings, but the other swordsmen are honestly not good enough. Because Glenn got all of the spotlight recently because of his achievement, everyone was focused on him and the other swordsmen were hardly noticed. But they have Rayon Sieghart, the Frostfire Sword of Valor. He'd been doing pretty well, but he ended up getting kidnapped by the enemies. That's right, he didn't even manage to escape on his own, and the house had to help him. He's just too young. It's impossible for him to fight against the Azure Razor Sword or the Blade of Shattering Wave, who are rumored to have reached Advanced Master. The spectators shook their hands, saying that Rayon wouldn't have a great result from the Masters tournament since he was still too young. Thud. While everyone was looking forward to the preliminary with different thoughts in their heads, the arena's main gate opened up. clack. Along with a tense sound of metal clashing against each other, Owen's knights clad in silver armor entered the arena. The knights walked towards the center with proud gazes coming from their eyes. Whoa, Owen, 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 they are the Blue Eagle Knights. The straightest Cloud Knights are also here. Azure Razor Sword. Since they were inside Owen's domain, the spectators filling the arena shouted their heads off. Whoosh, a cool breeze brushed past them like a tidal wave. The second to enter were swordsmen from House Robert. Robert's swordsmen were wearing blue uniforms, going to the right with gentle smiles on their faces. Whoa, House Robert, the Swift Lotus Sword Division is here. That's the Blade of Shattering Wave. Caddy's Robert, the Blade of Shattering Wave, 12 stars of the continent. Although their cheers weren't as loud as when Owen made their entrance, it was still loud enough to match their fame. Slam, the footsteps were enough to tremble the land. The Beast Union warriors, who weren't even wearing any protective equipment, entered the arena while spreading wild energy waves from their bodies. The Beast Union is here. Woo, the dragon-slaying beast is at the light. There are so many of them from the evil-eyed tribe. This is going to be so interesting. The Beast Union, who fought violent battles with their strong bodies without using any equipment or weapons, was almost as popular as the Owen Kingdom. Kring. Along with a resonance of refined mana, Balkar's magicians entered the arena. A visible blessing of mana was surrounding the magicians, who were clad in silky robes. Whoa, Balka, I knew Salaman would be here. Princess Jaina, you are killing me. It's the magician of Annihilating Strike. Since Balkar was located near the Owen Kingdom, they were extremely famous as well. Step. The resonance engulfing the arena was different from before. It wasn't as proud as Owen, nor as soft as Robert, nor as heavy as the Best Union, nor as mysterious as Balkar. Step. There was nothing but toughness in those steps, but it was strangely making everyone prick up their ears and turn their attention towards them. Step. Along with footsteps drawing everyone's attention, Rayon and the Light Wind Squad passed through the gate. Golden madness was boiling from their eyes, which were as deep as the abyss. Whoa. I is this. Sieghart they feel different somehow. Who called them easy? The ferocious madness emerging from Sieghart's swordsmen was oppressing the spectators, and they couldn't even cheer for them. Those guys. What the hell? The warriors and magicians from the other 6 kings were also swallowing nervously upon feeling the frightening pressure coming from the Sieghart swordsmen. Heir. After bringing silence to the arena, Sieghart's swordsman went to the left and exhaled roughly. It looked like gray smoke was surrounding them. Rayon turned around after everyone got into position. He smiled in satisfaction while watching the heated murderous aura and cold madness enveloping their eyes. You've done well following my instructions for the past 2 days. While watching the Light Wind Squad, who were insulting him with their eyes, he destroyed the invisible chain that was binding them. It's time to bite. Rayon smiled coldly while feeling gazes coming from all directions. They are underestimating us. Although they were briefly intimidated by the Light Wind Squad's madness when they entered the arena, the spectators were still blatantly looking down on them. They were belittling the Light Wind swordsmen because of their ages, experience, and fame. It's understandable. The Light Wind Squad was younger than the warriors from the other factions. They were the youngest among the ones present in the arena. Since the difference in age signified the amount of time they spent training, Rayon could understand why they would underestimate them. However, age isn't all that matters. Our experience is on a whole different level. The battles and the training the Light Wind Squad had to experience didn't lose to any other faction. The hellish scenes they went through were more than enough to make up for a couple of years of experience. The King of Essence is almost scared of you at this point. Wrath came out of the ice flower bracelet and furrowed his brow. The King of Essence is also the type of king who doesn't let the subordinates have an easy time, but he's not as bad as you. Even that envy bastard who is supposed to be the harshest towards his subordinates would be amazed by you. Wrath's chin was trembling in fear after watching the Light Wind Squad's training for the past 2 days. Really? Rayon chuckled while looking at Wrath's surprised expression. They shouldn't lose now, since they went through a training that even managed to impress Wrath. Even though the training's intensity was even higher than back at the house because they didn't have much time, none of the Light Wind members fell behind and managed to draw out the potential hidden under their bodies and minds. The match was bound to be decided in an instant if their opponents underestimated the Light Wind Squad that was clad in madness and capable of utilizing their full potential. Rayon smiled in satisfaction and looked into the Light Wind Squad's eyes. The golden madness was dwelling faintly in the middle of their eyes. I don't even know if I should be happy or sad about it, because that madness is directed at me. The Light Wind Squad looked like they wanted to beat Rayon up instead of the 6 Kings warriors they were about to face, as Rayon was the one who made them go through all that hardship for 2 days. We are revealing the list of matches now. The Master of Ceremonies shook his hand, and the magicians revealed the list of matches for the experts bracket in the air. There were 128 rounds because of the huge number of participants. Woa, the 3rd prince, is in the 6th match. He's fighting against the Beast Union. Princess Jaina, please win. Look at all those names. There's not a single match that doesn't look interesting. Since most of the participants were famous warriors and magicians, the spectators burst into cheers as they waited for the tournament to start. The first one to fight among us is, Rayon looked for the first match for the Light Wind squad while the others were cheering. Burin. Since Burin was pretty much the eldest brother of the Light Wind members, Rayon was satisfied with him getting the first match, and his opponent is Rickle Robert. Although he wasn't a member of the direct line of House Robert, he was a swordsman in his early 20s who managed to get somewhat famous with his flashy swordsmanship. It would have normally been difficult for Burin to fight him, but Rayon guessed that it would be fine since the previous training made him stronger. That person looks way stronger than me, though. I'm screwed. The Light Wind swordsmen hardened their faces upon seeing their opponents from the list of matches. The spectators saying that the match was already decided in their opponent's favor intimidated them, and they seemed to agree that their reputation was a lot shabbier than those famous seniors. Focus, everyone. Rayon clapped his hands to gather their attention. You must have realized it by now. No one in this arena is expecting Sieghart to win. Damn it. The Light Wind squad ground their teeth. Even though they were half mad, it still managed to hurt their pride. You shouldn't be angry about it, though. Rayon shrugged his shoulders while watching their anger. What do you mean? Burin tilted his head. His cheeks had become hollow after the 2 days of training. This is a stage prepared for you. Rayon opened his arms and pointed at the spectators crowding in all directions. It will be fun to fill those arrogant faces with astonishment since they are underestimating you and expecting you to lose, don't you think? That's. The madness disappeared from the Light Wind swordsman's eyes, and a flame of passion was ignited instead. They clenched their fists tightly while looking at the spectators. You are right, it sounds fun. Martha licked her lips while looking at the spectators. She had huge bags under her eyes. I won't even need any side dishes for dinner if I can see those idiots dropping their jaws. I definitely want that to happen. My heart is pounding. The Light Wind squad bit their lips while looking at the spectators. Their excitement seemed to have surpassed their madness. I need them a little bit hotter. Their state wasn't too bad, but they needed a little more madness in order to show their best performance. From what I see, all of you have opponents that you can win against. Rayon raised his chin at the Light Wind squad. If you even end up losing before fighting another Light Wind member. His lips rolled up into a smile, madness burning in his eyes even more powerfully than the Light Wind squad. You will have to repeat the training we did over the 2 last days for a whole month after we return to the house. Kua. Huff. A breathtaking groan could be heard from the Light Wind squad. The madness that was dying down from their eyes rose back up like wildfire. Rumble. Rayon smiled while facing their madness, which was even more frightening than a murderous aura. It's hot enough now. Victory goes to Charlie Weebin from the Owen Kingdom. Woa. The Owen Kingdom's young knight raised his hands to answer the spectators' cheers after winning against a Balkar knight. He enjoyed the moment of his victory for a short time before he left the stage with a smile on his face, and the defeated knight bit his lip, his face pale. We will start the next match. Burin Sieghart versus Rickle Robert. Yuwu, it's Sieghart versus Robert, a match between the swordsman houses. But I think it will be a short match. That's true. Rickle reached the highest level of expert a long time ago. He's even gained the name Sword of 100 Beasts. The spectators were already acting as if Rickle had won even before the match began. They didn't even hesitate to do so because the more famous one had always won so far. Rickle Robert exhaled briefly after entering the stage. I'm against Burin Sieghart. It will be an easy win. He was just a 19-year-old kid who he had never even heard of. He was still a team leader, but that was probably because he was a member of the direct line, and there was no way he could match up to him. It's Sieghart anyway. Glenn carries that entire house. That house was considered the weakest among the 6 kings until Glenn overwhelmed the White Blood Religion's leader and the Fallen on his own. He believed Glenn was the only strong one there, and the others were nothing but weaklings. That's why he had no doubt of his victory. Since it was a tournament, he didn't want to waste any stamina against a greenhorn from Sieghart. He wanted to finish it as fast as possible in preparation for the next battle. The boy called Burin entered the stage from the opposite side. He must have been nervous because his name was called a while ago. It should be even easier if he's nervous. He smiled faintly and examined Burin. With thin blue hair, his eyes. What's wrong with his eyes? The colors have completely changed. The madness burning from Burin's eyes was even more intense than when he entered the stage. Rickle felt like he was facing a real battle instead of a spar, and a life-and-death battle on top of that. Hey, are you both ready? The master of ceremonies was swallowing nervously. He must have also noticed that something was wrong. Yes, Burin nodded. He looked like he was possessed by something. I'm ready. Rickle Robert nodded with narrowed eyes, and the master of ceremonies left the stage. The 6th match is starting now. As soon as the master of ceremonies lowered his hand, Rickle Robert kicked the ground. As fast as possible, Burren's gaze was making a chill run down his spine. Rickle charged from the left and swung his sword down with the intention of finishing the match in a single strike. 100 Wave Sword's powerful attack imitated a tidal wave and struck diagonally towards him. Clang! Even though it was a surprise attack, Burren simply turned his sword to deflect the 100 Wave Sword's technique. It's pointless. Rickle turned his wrist to connect into the second strike. The attack contained a slightly more powerful aura and flow than the previous one, and it was a technique called the Tiger King of 100 Beasts of the 100 Wave Sword. Kring. However, Rickle's strike failed to pierce through Burren's defense once again and faded away. Not bad, I guess he has at least one trick in his sleeve. He was still a member of the direct line of Sieghart despite his young age. Rickle realized he shouldn't underestimate him. Rickle calmly caught his breath and took out more than half of his aura from his energy center. Try stopping this now. He pounced from the left and swung down his sword. The sword strike that was targeting Burren's wrist was even faster and more powerful than before. Hop! Burren remained composed even though his slash was on a different level from before. He lightly stepped aside and unleashed a strike that was surrounded by cold wind. Clang! The two strikes were equal in power. Burren was staring at Rickle without even taking a single step back. How is this possible? Rickle's chin was trembling. He couldn't push that Burren guy back even though he'd used more than 60% of his power. He couldn't understand what was happening. I'm sorry, but Burren's breath looked like dark smoke. I have a reason why I can't lose. It's even more true against you guys. He ground his teeth and dashed towards him. You arrogant bastard. Rickle gathered all of his remaining aura and thrust his sword. The silver blade wavered to create a powerful tidal wave of aura blades. You won't be able to block this. He was using the 100 Wave Sword's special technique, which got stronger if the enemy tried to defend or evade. He was saving it for the next opponent, but he couldn't afford that anymore. It's over. Rickle widened his eyes. Burren was charging at him through the powerful aura blade instead of dodging or withdrawing. How do you know how to counter this technique? Counter? I don't know anything like that. A shout of madness burst from Burren's lips. I'm going to die if I lose this match. His sword fell down at the same time. Wham! The tremendous resolution and energy dwelling in his sword destroyed Rickle's special technique and cut into his shoulder. Kua! Rickle screamed and sank to the ground. He even dropped his sword, his eyes trembling like a sailboat on a turbulent ocean as he looked up at Burren. What? Did Rickle just lose? How is this even possible? But he's way older than him. What the hell? The spectators' chins were trembling violently upon witnessing that unbelievable scene. They were all staring at Burren with wide eyes. How did you? Rickle was talking to Burren with trembling hands, but Burren was simply staring at his own hands. What is going on? All he did was swing his sword in the midst of his madness because he didn't want to die from taking on Rayon's training, but Rickle was defeated before he knew it. How did I even win? Rickle was a pretty famous swordsman. Although he wasn't expected to win the tournament, people guessed he would easily reach the quarterfinals at least, yet Burren had defeated him way too easily. The victory goes to Burren Sieghart. Burren turned around to look behind him while listening to the declaration of his victory. The faint smile on Rayon's face looked like he was praising him. What did you do to us this time? You damn demon king. Wham! Unlike Burren, Martha charged at her opponent from the beginning and started attacking him. Although the Balkar Knights were supposed to have the best defense, his armor was torn apart from her attack, which was even fiercer than one from the Beast Union, and he rolled on the ground. This makes 10 wins out of 10. If Martha ended up winning, the Light Wind Squad would score 10 victories out of 10. They were the only ones who emerged victorious in every single match. Is this really happening right now? Was the Light Wind Squad always this powerful? They are still kids, but how? I know I shouldn't be saying this, but don't the Sieghart swordsmen look like rabid dogs? I know, right? They should be called Mad Dog Squad instead of Light Wind. The spectators couldn't even gasp anymore because of their violently trembling lips. Wrath narrowed his eyes while watching Martha sever the knight's breastplate in two. The growth you've achieved through training and battle usually doesn't get converted into your skills right away. It stays at the deepest part of your body and mind, slowly appearing later. You are right, might increases step by step. Rayon nodded. Most warriors improved step by step unless they had stats like himself. They didn't immediately get better, and they needed enough time to get used to it in order to get stronger. However, you plastered those incomplete steps to drag them up. People can't normally do it even if they knew how it worked, but how terrible. The instructor's efforts weren't enough to draw out people's skills. It was because the Light Wind swordsman managed to follow his teachings that they got stronger. Hard work, they almost died. Wrath looked at Martha in the arena with a trembling chin. Beef Girl has always been ferocious, but she wasn't that bad. She's not even human at that point, she's just a rabid dog. Rayon looked at the arena. Although she'd already won the match, her black eyes were still glowing gold. It's perfect. Rayon nodded with a smile on his face. A little bit of madness is necessary for humans. A little, Wrath shook his head. That's not a little. She's literally a crazy bitch. On the highest floor of Owen Castle, 5 transcenders were gathered in the conference room, which was usually used for discussing important matters of the royal family. The quarterfinals were supposed to end today, right? The Archmage of Eternal Flame, Chamber, licked her lips while twisting her red hair with her finger. Yes, the semifinals and the finals will be held tomorrow. We will be watching them when that happens. Darius smiled faintly as he nodded. Those matches are pointless. I'm sure our kids will be in the finals both for the expert and master divisions. The Beast King Ogram chugged his wine down in an instant and smiled a toothy smile. It won't be that easy. The others weren't playing around either. King Lekros casually shook his hand. His eyes were also brimming with confidence. You've always been powerless against us throughout history. Chamber sneered at Ogram. You are probably gonna get thoroughly defeated once again, don't you think? Shut your mouth. Ogram smashed the glass in his hand into powder and glared at her. Our swordsmen aren't going to lose that easily either. Darius tapped the table with his finger with a faint smile on his face, because some of them got enlightened recently. Enlightened. An average enlightenment won't be enough to pierce a trained body with a stick. Ogram twisted his lips while looking at Darius. Those proud bodies of yours have always been pierced by our magic, though. Chamber giggled at Ogram. You shut up. Ogram couldn't refute it because it was true that they were weak against magicians. Well, that might be the case. However, I'm confident we will win the Masters tournament. Unwavering trust was dwelling in Darius's eyes, which were as clear as the ocean. You must be talking about the blade of shattering wave. It's true that his growth was remarkable, however. King Lekros continued after slowly nodding his head. Sir Borini Kitten has also reached another realm. It would be interesting if those two ended up fighting each other. HMPH, those kids weren't half bad. However, Garona will smash their limbs like squeezing a mob if he manages to catch them. After all, he tore apart a drake with his bare hands. Ogram raised his huge hand as he made his confident declaration. You haven't changed even though you got older. Don't you ever get tired of it? Chamber swept her hair up from her forehead and chuckled. She looked at Glenn, who'd remained silent so far. How about you, mister? They were called the Light Wind Squad, right? How far do you think they are going to reach? Glenn didn't respond, instead remaining still while supporting his chin on his hand. He looked completely disinterested in the topic. You are no fun. Chamber briefly clicked her tongue before turning her head. It can't be helped. After all, he should know better than anyone that they have no chance of winning. Ogram smiled coldly at Glenn. Even the boy named Rayon, who is participating in the Master Division, has been kidnapped before. How can a warrior even get kidnapped? I would have bitten my tongue to kill myself if I was him. I'm sure none of the kids with Sieghart's name will be in the semifinals. They all looked naive after all. That couldn't be helped. Since Merlin and the 10th Apostle were involved, no one would have been able to easily escape that situation. Darius licked his lips while defending Glenn. However, it's true that it's unlikely for the Frostfire Sword of Valor to reach the semifinals in his current state. It might be a different story in a few. I have a slightly different opinion, but let's talk about the matches later. King Lekros shook his hand and looked behind him. The servant who had been waiting off to the side brought the documents and placed them on the table. Semifinals. You sure love to talk rubbish. Once the documents were placed in front of the leaders of the 6 kings and the servants left the room, Glenn opened his mouth for the first time. The experience that Rayon and the Light Wind Squad went through transcends their age. Their determination is blazing even more fiercely than before after experiencing defeat. The other leaders shut their mouths upon hearing his cold voice, which almost sounded threatening. They definitely won't lose, not in terms of might nor in terms of willpower. Moreover, the leaders' hands trembled slightly because of the frightening look in Glenn's eyes. Our kids are the cutest. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. The royal conference room fell silent. None of the 6 kings' heads nor the assistants behind them could say anything as they stared at Glenn. Chambers' lips parted about 10 seconds later. Did I hear that correctly? Did Mr. just call them cute? Her eyes were trembling in disbelief. Hoo-hoo. I didn't expect the destructive king of the north to say such a thing either. King Lekros laughed bitterly with an awkward smile on his face. Q-ha-ha-ha. Geezer, did you go senile in the meantime? Cute. Cuteness is meaningless for warriors. You should know that better than anyone else. Ogram started laughing like a madman while covering his forehead. The fact that he was intimidated by Glenn's pressure must have hurt his pride, as the entire conference hall was trembling from his loud laughter. Is it? Darius didn't immediately react, staying silent for a little longer before he started speaking. Because the Beast King said they had a naive appearance that you called them cute, he narrowed his eyes while thinking about what the Beast King had said before Glenn spread his pressure. Chamber clapped her hands and nodded. That's it. The muscle brain did say something like that. She chuckled and leered at Ogram. It's true that the light wind babies are a lot cuter than their kids, who are as plump as a balloon. I told you to shut your mouth. Ogram ground his teeth while glaring at Chamber. Leave my mouth alone and mind your own business. Chamber confronted his gaze without falling back. Hoo-hoo, that was what you meant. It's true that they have a spectacular appearance. Rayon, in particular, was one of the most handsome men I've seen before. King Lekros smiled while stepping between Ogram and Chamber. He was noticeable even in the banquet hall. It's true that he has an amazing appearance, as it's uncommon for humans to be more handsome than an elf. Chamber nodded in agreement with King Lekros. Ahem. Glenn covered his mouth and cleared his throat while easing the powerful pressure engulfing the conference hall. Appearance, I already said this before, but might is the important aspect of a warrior, not their appearance. Overwhelming and simplistic violence is what determines their true value. Ogram clenched his fist on the table. That simple action made the entire castle tremble as if an earthquake were occurring. You keep rambling so much. Glenn smiled coldly while looking down on Ogram. Even in terms of strength that you love so much, our kids are stronger than your kids with fashion muscles. He was certain that the Light Wind Squad was going to win against the warriors of the Beast Union. Kaya ha ha ha. Chamber came up on the table and burst into laughter while swinging her legs. Fashion muscles, he said. Fashion muscles. He's so right. Their size is the only advantage they have. How did you become so funny, mister? That's... King Lekros was trying to stop her but couldn't suppress his laughter and had to cover his mouth. Ha, Cheryl sighed faintly while watching the situation from behind Glenn. No one would believe that they are the leaders of the Six Kings. They didn't hesitate to make fun of each other. If anyone who didn't know about them was present in the scene, they would have believed that they were ordinary old men and women having fun with idle chatter. The head of house is really similar to Rayon. Rayon had called the Heavenly Blades Vice Division leader, Ekin, a fashion muscle when he showed off his strength before. The grandson and the grandfather must have had something in common. Geezer. Ogram glared at Glenn fiercely. The powerful pressure bursting out around him almost seemed to be limitless. If you're so confident about them, make a personal bet with me. A bet, yes. Since you said you believe in the Light Wind or Mad Dog or whatever squad, let's make a bet on who is going to win the match. He took a small wooden box from his inner pocket and placed it on the table. This is an elixir made with our tribe's secret technique, the Four Clouds elixir. It can increase the aura and even the size of the body. It's a highest grade elixir even by your standards. All right. Glenn untied Heavenly Tremor from around his waist and placed it on the table without the slightest hesitation. The sword, that's Heavenly Tremor. What the? King Lekros, Chamber, Darius, and Ogram's jaws dropped as they looked at Heavenly Tremor on the table. Huff, the sword. Even the assistants who'd been standing still like dolls had to widen their eyes in surprise. Since Cheryl and Roan had absolute trust in Glenn, they didn't show any reaction, their hands clasped behind their backs. Mister, are you really betting that? The price is incomparable. Chamber tried to stop him, but Glenn simply shook his head. This much is obvious if you're confident about it. Are you betting an elixir? You sure love to show off your small caliber. Ogram bit his lips tightly and slammed the table. Fine. He took off the coat that was wrapped around his bulky body and placed it on the table. An elixir wouldn't be a match for that sword. If your grandson wins the tournament, I'll give you as many elixirs as the number of your kids along with this coat. It's far from enough, but I accept the bet. Glenn nonchalantly nodded. Wow, can I also participate? Let me in. I love this kind of stuff. Stay out of this already. Chamber threw her staff on the table, asking them to let her join the bet, but they didn't accept it. Well now, let's start the conference. Please remember why we've gathered here. King Lekros lightly tapped the table and handed over the documents. Darius didn't say anything until the bet was established, continuing to stare at Glenn with serious eyes. Clang, along with the powerful sound of clashing swords, Run-On and a knight from Owen took 5 steps away from the center of the arena. HMPH, the knight who'd introduced herself as Jenna, dashed like the wind to thrust her sword towards the left side of Run-On's waist. The sharp strike was piercing into her like lightning. Waist. Run-On blinked her eyes while looking at the sword's tip approaching her shoulder and abdomen. It's slower than Rayon's. When she was training, Rayon's sword kept piercing into her opening at a frightening speed and power. It didn't even feel like he was piercing it at that point, since it was shattering it instead. Compared to that terrifying attack, Jenna's attack was nothing but a twig. Clang. Run-On lowered her body and slammed Snow Flower down. The blade that was enchanted with blue frost easily fended off Jenna's strike. Not bad, but I'm only getting started. Jenna smiled coldly and dashed at her once again, swinging her sword. The prevalent flow of her strike connected like a river. Me too. Run-On casually nodded and unleashed her frost. I'm also getting started. She lightly kicked the ground to charge towards Jenna. She advanced faster than her opponent's stab and slashed down with Snow Flower. Clang. The two swordswomen unleashed various techniques to continuously target their opponent's opening at a frightening pace. Jenna seemed to have the upper hand by far in the beginning, but she was gradually pushed back once Run-On started using a swordsmanship that looked like moonlight. It's not over yet. Jenna was bounced back by Run-On's strike, and she was trying to charge back in like a bull when she suddenly stopped. Ice, her armor and boots were completely frozen, and she couldn't take them off the ground. The armor and boots weren't the only problem, since her arms and legs weren't moving as she wished either. When did you do this? From the beginning, Run-On removed the frost rising from her sword and blinked. Jenna tried to force them to move, but she had to stop because even the inside of the armor and her body were filled with coldness. I lost. She lifted her left hand, which was the only part she could move to admit her loss. It was a good fight. Run-On nodded and walked up to Jenna to remove the ice that was binding her. Whoa, Run-On, 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 Azure Lunar Blade, she won again. Zekarts are so crazy. They never lose unless they fight against each other. Who could have known the Light Wind Squad was so powerful? Although the spectators had been looking down on Zeekart before the tournament started, they cheered their heads off at Run-On's victory. But they are a bit scary, aren't they? I know, right? They are all seasoned fighters. They never fall back. Rather than seasoned fighters, they are more like dogs. Mad dogs. Mad Dog instead of Light Wind. I like that name better. It's so cool. The Light Wind Squad quickly turned into the Mad Dog Squad even faster than Rimmer was concerned they would. However, they liked them even more because they all loved their martial arts. Good job. Rayon nodded at Run-On, who left the arena after winning her match. By the way, Rayon. Run-On puttered up to him and lowered her eyes. I don't need the focus enhancement training anymore, right? That's not true. Rayon shook his head firmly. I'm not sure yet because you've only met opponents weaker than you so far. Upon hearing that it wasn't enough, Run-On frowned very slightly. You are so ugly. I know, Run-On kept talking about his appearance, probably from Encia's influence, but it was completely ineffective against Rayon because he didn't really care about it. HMPH. Run-On wrinkled her nose and went towards the other Light Wind members. Rayon watched her back for a moment before turning his head towards the spectators. The quarterfinals are about to start, so what is that guy even doing? Unlike Cheryl and Roan, who were supposed to assist Glenn, Rimmer should have been there with them, but he never showed up. Rayon couldn't understand what he was even doing when he should have been with the squad. Wow, I won. Rayon was shaking his head when he heard the familiar voice shouting from the spectator seats. He's over there. He's over there. Even Wrath furrowed his brow upon noticing that Rimmer was among the spectators. Someone like him needs to be taught a lesson. The King of Essence will He started raising his fist but gave up on it. Why you are more suited to the job. Wrath remembered the inhumane training the Light Wind Squad had to go through and powerlessly lowered his hand. His chin was trembling as he called Rayon even worse than a demon king despite being a human. Don't worry. As soon as I reach a higher stage than him, I'll kill teach him a lesson. Rayon smiled coldly as he glared at Rimmer. Then the next up is, Rayon turned his gaze to look at the list of matches floating in the air. Everyone's doing well. The Light Wind Squad never lost unless they had to fight with each other or their opponent was clearly stronger than them. Burin, Run-On, and Crane had already reached the quarterfinals, and Martha was also going to reach it soon enough. 4 out of 8 in the quarterfinals, only 2 of them are going to reach the semifinals. Unfortunately, Run-On and Burin had to fight each other, and Crane's next match was against the third prince. He would probably lose that match. The only ones who could reach the semifinals were Martha and the winner between Run-On and Burin. Shall I tell them to lose on purpose? He turned around while thinking about whether he should ask one of them to lose in order to guarantee victory in the tournament. Burin and Run-On were polishing their focus in preparation to meet their opponent. I don't need to do that, I guess. Victory wasn't the only important part. It was an excellent occasion to develop their abilities, and there was no reason to ask them to lose on purpose. I also need to start getting ready now. The quarterfinals were the last matches for the day. Since the semifinals were scheduled for the next day, he needed to get ready for the Master Division's matches. He narrowed his eyes while looking at the man wearing a referee's clothes under the list of matches, Martio. The fact that Martio was assigned as a referee implied that Darius was planning to thoroughly observe him. His secretive gaze was probing into Rayon instead of the arena. He's not the only dangerous one. The Fallen. According to Merlin, he was also targeting him. Since the leaders of the 6 kings were supposed to spectate the next day's semifinals and finals, the Fallen was bound to attack him before then. Since the futures of the other 6 kings were also participating in addition to himself, Rayon was certain that Fallen was going to attack that day. Oh, wait. Rayon lowered her gaze from the sky to look at Martio, who was a referee, and licked his lips. I just need to decide the moment of the Fallen's attack. Since the Fallen was bound to aim for an opening, he could bait his attack by creating an opening. Rayon clenched Heavenly Drive's hilt and smiled in excitement. I can blow up all of the annoying ones. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. After a brief rest, a different Master of Ceremonies entered the stage. His shout was slightly more cheerful than the previous Master of Ceremonies. He must have been trying to liven up the mood. Unfortunately, the Balkar knight Ricky Rarin has forfeited the match, and the swordswoman Martha Sieghart has advanced to the semifinals without a fight. Martha automatically advanced to the semifinals because the Balkar knight who was supposed to be her opponent forfeited from injury. Damn it, he ran away. Martha ground her teeth violently. She looked frustrated that she couldn't fight before reaching the semifinals. You should die on the stage if you are a warrior. She stomped on the ground while insulting Ricky Rarin, who should have been unconscious in the medical room. We will start the first match. Wow, we got a double. It's a fight between the swordsman Burin from Sieghart and swordswoman Runnan from Sieghart. The master of ceremonies shouted, and Burin and Runnan entered the arena from the left and right sides, respectively. Who do you think will win? Martha moved next to Rayan and narrowed her eyes. Let's see. Rayan sighed faintly while watching Burin's intense gaze and Runnan's composed eyes. It could be either of them. Martha was clearly the strongest one in the light wind squad, excluding himself and Rimmer. However, the matches between Burin and Runnan, who were right beneath her, had never been decided. Ever since they were trainees, neither of them had managed to get the upper hand on the other. This won't be fun. Even though they are mad dogs, they should still recognize their companion. I know, right? No matter how crazy Sieghart is, they have the semifinals right ahead of them. One of them should give up. Is Burin going to advance? He was absurdly fast. Runnan wasn't any worse. She already mastered the art of stopping her opponent's movement with the ice. Since it was a fight between Siegharts and the next match was the semifinals, the spectators were convinced that they wouldn't go all out during the match. What a bunch of idiots. Martha snorted at the spectators. Idiots who don't do their best in an incoming fight aren't allowed to wear the Light Wind Squad's name of Sieghart. Am I right? It's so true, of course. The Light Wind swordsman nodded in agreement with Martha. Rayan turned around to look at their eyes. Their eyes were completely convinced that they obviously had to fight to the best of their abilities. They grew up so nicely. Although their martial arts were still immature, they had taken another step forward in terms of a warrior's mentality. The satisfaction of that face created a smile on his face. The first match of the quarterfinals is starting now. The master of ceremonies came down from the stage and raised his hand. Thud, Burin and Runnan started moving at the same time before his hand pointed at the sky. Clong, their swords powerfully crashed at the center of the arena, and an extremely cold wind surged into the air. Blue ice was raining down around the stage. Crack, they attacked each other once again at point-blank distance. The dropping blade of wind and the soaring blade of ice clashed against each other to radiate a majestic blue light. Hop, Burin and Runnan looked like they were facing an enemy they had to kill at all costs instead of a companion from Sieghart as they unleashed all of their martial arts. Wham! The endless clashes between the wind and ice created a deadly storm bursting from the stage. What's going on? They are on the same side. Why are you fighting with everything you have? You have the semifinals tomorrow. They aren't just fighting with everything they have. They are trying to kill each other. They don't even care who it is as long as they can bite. They really are mad dogs. The spectators' jaws dropped as they watched Burin and Runnan thrusting their swords against each other without any hesitation. They were completely shocked because they didn't expect them to fight so seriously amongst themselves right before the semifinals. Clang. Regardless of what they said, Runnan and Burin didn't stop swinging their swords. They kept slashing at each other at point-blank range, where they could hear each other's breathing, with the intention of ending their opponent's life. Whoosh. The frozen blade with a slowing effect dominated the space and severed the barren wind, while the wind blades tore the atmosphere apart to crush the coldness. Their determination for victory was dwelling in those sword strikes, and which attribute was supposed to have the upper hand in that matchup didn't even matter anymore. As they kept fighting to the best of their abilities, they were rising towards a higher realm. Clang. After clashing for a long time, Burin and Runnan were bounced back at the same time and stood at the borders of the arena. Huff. Ho. Their rough breathing showed their exhaustion, but their eyes weren't wavering at all. I've wanted to defeat you ever since we were trainees. Burin clenched his teeth and brandished his sword. The sharp, barren wind of the northern sea burst from his silvery blade. Let's finish this match. I'll be the winner. Runnan nodded before holding Snowflower with both hands and pulling it back like a bowstring. The blue frost twisted like moonlight to create a magnificent energy wave. Whir. The spectators fell silent as their energy waves intensified. Once the seats turned as silent as a library, one of the spectators dropped his beer glass from his nervously trembling hand. Tap. The moment the beer glass shattered into pieces, Burin and Runnan kicked the ground at the same time. Ching! The barren wind that was capable of severing the northern sea burst from Burin's sword, and the moonlight glimmering from Runnan's sword seemed powerful enough to freeze the entire continent. Wham! The clash between the two powerful aura blades with different attributes created a huge wave of aura that soared into the sky. Whoosh! Once the storm of ice and wind subsided, the arena could be seen once again. Runnan and Burin both collapsed at the center of the arena with their eyes closed. They must have been enduring the impact of that huge clash of power to unleash their techniques until the last moment. Ha. Rayon breathed out a sigh of relief after examining their conditions through the ring of fire. They weren't wounded too badly. They were just exhausted from mustering every last bit of their auras. There were no serious injuries to be found on their bodies. Buren and Run-On have been incapacitated. There's no winner in this match. The Master of Ceremonies swallowed nervously because of the unbelievable situation and announced their elimination. Stretcher, bring it right away. The healers who'd been standing by took them to the medical facility. Whoa, this is crazy. For real, are they really from the same house? Why did they fight so desperately? Zeekhart, Light Wind Squad, Light Wind Squad. The spectators who originally underestimated Zeekhart and looked down on them were shouting their heads off after witnessing their powerful might and indiscriminate fighting spirit. In the end, Zeekhart got the loudest cheers from the spectators among the six kings. Azure Lunar Blade, Blade of Tempest, Blade of Tempest. The spectators gave the nicknames of Azure Lunar Blade and Blade of Tempest to Run-On and Buren respectively, and kept cheering loudly enough for them to hear despite their unconscious state. Are they really insane? Why would they even do that against their own companions? They are the real mad dogs. The warriors from other factions were also surprised by their actions and watched them with trembling eyes. Even that guy was surprised. Rayon smiled while looking at Mardio's awkward expression. You should watch as hard as you can right now. Today will be the last day you can be a referee. Are you planning to get rid of him? How? Wrath narrowed his eyes in confusion. Yes, I won't be able to kill him, but I can get rid of him at least. But how? Let poison deal with poison. Rayon smiled coldly while looking up at the sky. Yes, poison shall take care of poison. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. Thud, the Beast Union warrior, was scorched black, and his body witch was as large as a bison collapsed on the ground. Princess Jaina smiled coldly at him from the opposite side of the arena and raised her chin. Princess Jaina from the Balkar Kingdom is the last one to advance to the semifinals. The Master of Ceremonies entered the stage and raised his fist. Whoa, Princess Jaina, you are killing me. Balkar really is the natural counter for the Beast Union. She defeated that monster effortlessly. She is perfect in every aspect, beauty and skill alike. The participants for the Expert Division semifinals have been decided. It's unfortunate that one of the slots turned out to be vacant, but you are probably satisfied after watching an exciting fight that was enough to make up for it. The Master of Ceremonies mentioned the dynamic match between Buren and Run-On once again, before telling the audience to look forward to the next day's matches. Rayon slowly nodded while looking at the list of matches, so it has come down to this. The first position for the semifinals ended up being empty. Owen's third, Prince Greer, was in second position, Martha in the third, and Jaina in the fourth. Zeekhart's swordsman could have had 2 out of 4 positions in the semifinals, but Rayon didn't feel bad about it because Martha was going to win anyway. Rayon smiled coldly and looked at Jaina, who was enjoying the crowd cheering for her. As soon as she noticed his gaze, her shoulders trembled violently and she hurriedly left the stage. Wrath licked his lips while watching Jaina's back. That bitch, you were holding her on a leash, right? Yes, that's why she's being so careful of me. Since she had to sign a special contract that stated that she had to grant 3 of his wishes, Rayon was pretty much holding her leash. Can't you make her forfeit using that? I can, but Martha would kill me if I did that. Even in the past, when she used to be so stubborn, she already hated petty tricks. She was going to create a huge ruckus if he forced Princess Jaina to forfeit, and she can win even without that. I'm sure you know that. She would have been in a disadvantageous position compared to the third prince, who got a free pass to the finals, but Rayon believed in Martha's victory. The King of Essence just wanted to give Beef Girl a slightly better chance. For real, though, Rayon chuckled. Wrath really cherished his subordinate despite being a demon king. Rayon thought once again that he really was an interesting guy. That was today's last match for the Expert Division. However, you shouldn't be sad about it. The Master Division matches are about to follow. The Master of Ceremonies stretched his hand towards the sky, and the magicians created lines of mana in the air to draw the list of matches. Although the Expert Division had been 128 rounds, the Master Division only had 16 participants. No, 16 was already a big number. Since all of the 16 masters participating in the tournament were youngsters who hadn't even reached their 40s, it would have never happened if it weren't for the gathering of huge organizations like the Six Kings. Woa, Blade of Shattering Wind, Blade of Shattering Wind, Azure Razor Sword, Azure Razor Sword. It looks like those two are going to fight at the finals. Nonsense. Garona is right there. He even tore a dragon apart. Can't you see Mattis the Black Armor's name? Ordinary swordsmanship techniques will be snapped like twigs in front of him. The spectators raised their voices while calling the names of the ones who they believed would win the tournament. Rayon Zeekhart should be pretty decent, don't you think? I know, right? After seeing how the Zeekhart kids fought in the Expert Division, I've got high expectations for the Frostfire Sword of Valor. Huh, that can't be true. Master is a whole different story from expert. He's right. The Frostfire Sword of Valor got kidnapped by enemies and was rescued like a princess. Even without the kidnapping, he is just less skilled than the rest. A few spectators tried saying that Rayon could potentially win, but they soon fell silent because of how famous the other participants were. Rayon didn't care about them and flicked his finger while reading the list of matches. My first opponent is Mattis from Balkar, whose alias is the Black Armor. As the armor in his alias implied, Mattis specialized in defense and had a legendary reputation. No magician had ever died when he was on guard. The next match should be against Borini Kitten. The favorite of the tournament, Borini Kitten from the Owen Kingdom, seemed to be the next opponent after the Black Armor. Rayon figured that he should encounter the dragon-slaying beast Garona in the semifinals and the blade of Shattering Wave, Caddy's Robert, in the finals the next day. The powerful people are mostly on the first half of the list. Because most of the powerful participants were concentrated in the first half, Caddy's Robert was going to fight a relatively easy opponent. Is this also your doing? It could be a coincidence, but Rayon thought that it could have been Robert's doing because Mardio had become a referee. Martha frowned while looking at the list of matches. Isn't this too disadvantageous for you? She frowned while reading the names of the powerful people he had to fight. The other side is so mild. It almost looks like they cheated for this. I'm actually glad this happened. Rayon smiled softly while reading the list of matches once again. What? They are giving me the opportunity to fight powerful people. I almost want to pay them for the effort. Since his original purpose for participating in the social meeting was to fight powerful people from the other factions, he was glad for the opportunity that was presented to him. And I have the perfect opponent for today's final match. Since Borini Kitten was a powerful warrior even by his standards, he was the perfect opponent to bait out the Fallen's attack. Seriously, you. Martha simply sighed since it wasn't her first time seeing him act like that. She watched the spectators for a moment before she twisted her lips and turned her head. But isn't this strange? What is? There's so few people who are expecting you to win. I know the squad's reputation was at rock bottom, but why are they also underestimating you? It's because I got kidnapped by Merlin. Rayon shrugged his shoulders. The kidnapping? What the fuck? What kind of bullshit is that? It was Merlin and the 10th Apostle who decided to kidnap you. Who else could stay safe in that situation? I don't see anyone on that list at least. She pointed at the list of matches and got angry in his stead. That doesn't matter to them. All they see is the result, which shows that I was kidnapped and got rescued by the house. Martha was right. No one else in the tournament would have been able to resist the kidnapping, but he was the one who got kidnapped in the end. It was meaningless to tell them about it. Rayon calmly looked at the arena. It's my turn now. Rayon held Heavenly Drive's hilt and smiled coldly. Martha unconsciously swallowed from nervousness. I'll bring Sieghart's name to the peak. It's boring, the conference is so boring. Chamber was sitting on the table, pouting while swinging her legs. Seriously, that mouth of yours just won't stop running. Agram ground his teeth while glaring at Chamber. We are having a conference to prepare countermeasures. Did you think it would be fun? I forgot because it's been such a long time since the last time we had won. I should have just sent the king instead. Chamber smiled while mentioning Balkar's king as if he were some errand boy. Since I'm getting bored, let's check the results. She briefly blinked her eyes and connected the line of mana into the air. The Expert Division's semi-final list of matches and the Master Division's list of matches appeared on the table. They were the same ones that were floating in the arena. Oh, the Mister's granddaughter and our princess managed to advance, and your third son is winning by default. He's going straight into the finals. He got so lucky. The others were ignoring her, pretending they weren't interested in it. However, their eyes turned clear as they looked at the list of matches once it appeared. God damn it, Agram and Darius frowned, noticing that their names weren't included in the Expert Division's semifinals. It looked like the Siegharts fought each other in the quarterfinals and both got eliminated. Chamber brought the previous list of matches and started giggling. They are such idiots. Why did they even fight each other to both get eliminated? They could have just yielded. No. Glenn shook his head. He was looking at Buran and Runon's names with a satisfied smile on his face. This is enough. HMPH, I don't understand swordsmen who have nothing but swords in their heads. Chamber gave him a sidelong glance before bringing the Master Division's list of matches up. It's the same here. Mister's grandson is fighting our boy once again. She grinned while pointing at Mattis's name. You are in big trouble. Mattis's nickname is the Black Armor. Black Armor. He's armor, not a sword. It means that he's as sturdy as armor made of black steel, which is an extremely hard metal. Chamber licked her lips while looking at Rayon's name next to him. Mattis even managed to withstand an advanced master's sword. I wonder if Rayon will be able to break through his defense. And their next opponent seems to be our knight, Borini Kitten. King Lekros smiled while looking at Borini Kitten's name. Since his opponent was way weaker than him, Lekros considered it a given that Borini would advance to the quarterfinals. It will be a fun match regardless of who his opponent might be. All of that is pointless. Agram slammed the table with his fist and showed his sharp teeth. Garona will tear them apart tomorrow no matter who manages to win among the three. The deep smile in his eyes was brimming with confidence. My son is getting easy matches. He got rather lucky. Darius licked his lips while looking at Caddy's name at the last position of the 16 matches. Hey, geezer, I'll give you a chance to take back what you said. Agram raised his chin with a cold smile on his face. Do you really expect him to win after defeating the black armor, the azure razor sword, and even the dragon-slaying beast? I admit he's a genius, but this is just impossible. He shook his hand, saying that it couldn't possibly happen. You should take it back now. You will be put to shame and even lose your sword otherwise. Agram, you became such a blabbermouth in the time we haven't seen each other. Glenn pushed Heavenly Tremor on the table even further towards the center with a composed smile on his face. Is that how much confidence you have for your son? He nonchalantly shook his head. I believe in Sieghart's children. Along with Glenn's casual voice, warmth spread into the conference room instead of the powerful pressure. Wow, mister, you got even cooler in the meantime. Chamber came up next to Glenn with a cheerful smile on her face. I can feel your tender nature behind that cold appearance. I also prefer the current Lord Glenn. King Lekros nodded while smiling. It's indeed nice to see. Darius smiled brightly as he looked at Heavenly Tremor on the table. However, his eyes weren't showing any sign of smiling, unlike his lips. Translator Kyongi. Proofreader Harley. The first match of 16 is starting now. The Frostfire Sword of Valor, Rayon Sieghart, versus the Black Armor, Mattis Kaiselm. Rayon went to the arena as the Master of Ceremonies called his name. A knight of average height but extremely sturdy build, much like a dwarf, entered the stage from the opposite side. His pressure is solid. He looked older than the 12 stars of the continent participating in the tournament, but his skills didn't lose to them. He was an intermediate master. His aura blade showed that he trained himself properly. Are you both ready? The Master of Ceremonies looked at them one after the other with sparkling eyes. Yes, I'm ready. Rayon and Mattis nodded at each other without even looking at the Master of Ceremonies. Well then, the second match is starting now. The Master of Ceremonies left the stage and raised his hand. Although he signaled the start of the match, neither Rayon nor Mattis made any moves. They silently increased their pressure while staring at each other. He's strong. Rayon couldn't see any openings at all. Mattis almost looked like a shield or armor crafted by a master blacksmith. That doesn't mean that he's impenetrable, though. Rayon was confident that an all-out attack from the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's special technique, or a technique he'd made, would be able to pierce through his defense. However, that would defeat the purpose of coming all the way here. The reason he came to the Conference of the Six Kings was in order to witness other people's swordsmanship and develop the Fangs of Insanity and the Blizzard Sword art even further, since they were still incomplete. He definitely didn't want to miss that perfect opportunity. It will be fun to pierce through his defense. The Fangs of Insanity was an intuition sword that specialized in creating an opening from an opponent, and the Blizzard Sword art was a severing sword capable of cutting off an enemy's flow and breath. Mattis was the perfect opponent to improve those two techniques. By the way, it's annoying how hard he's staring at me. He could feel Martio's blatant gaze from behind him. He wasn't trying to disturb the fight, but his gaze alone was irritating him. I really need to get rid of him. He would be able to get rid of his annoying gaze during the next match against Borini Kitten if everything went according to plan. Since you seem to be ready. Rayon focused on Mattis once again and kicked the ground. Let's get started. He pierced into Mattis's left side and slammed into him with the beastly strike of the Fangs of Insanity. The strike fell like lightning and looked like a savage beast piercing its prey with its fangs. HMPH. Mattis raised his blade diagonally without showing any sign of panic. His unshakable aura followed it naturally. Clang. The clash between the swords filled the air with crimson sparks. Creak. Both Rayon and Mattis withstood the shockwave and pushed their swords against each other. Is he completely unaffected, although it was the Fangs of Insanity's maximum output? Martio's balance remained firm. It almost felt like he'd slammed a boulder with his sword. He's even sturdier than he looks. Rayon twisted Heavenly Drive to lower it before striking upwards with the Blood Fang Slash of the Fangs of Insanity. The technique was originally supposed to be used downwards, but he became capable of using it in all directions after getting used to it. Whap! The ferocious blade, enchanted with the power of raging fire, ignited Mattis's aura. However, he unleashed an even more powerful astral energy in that split second to block the Bloodfang Slash. Wham! The severed astral energy fell to a corner of the arena. If the arena hadn't been protected by magic, it would have created a hole in the floor. You are only 19 years old, yet your strike is even sharper than Owen's and even stronger than the Beast Union's. Mattis's trembling lips parted. This is absurd. I'm not that amazing. Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. A mere kidnapping incident shouldn't have put a dent in your reputation. Mattis swirled his sword and got into his stance, but it's not enough yet. I won't yield this victory to you. We won't know until we try. Rayon lowered his posture. He unleashed the 10,000 flames cultivation and used the supreme harmony steps. The trail left behind as he charged at Mattis from the front looked like a fire demon's footprints. Wham! The barrage of the fangs of insanity's consecutive strikes turned into a firestorm to assault Mattis. Clang, clang, even though the fangs of insanity's attacks became gradually fiercer, Mattis didn't step back nor was he pushed back. He managed to defend against all of his strikes without moving an inch from the spot. His prowess was truly befitting his name as armor. It's time to change. Rayon controlled Glacier to unleash the blizzard sword art. The icy wind fell down like a waterfall. Clang. Even though the swordsmanship's flow became the complete opposite, Mattis's defense still remained solid. Are you trying ice now because fire didn't work? How simple. You should say that again after the match ends. Rayon's smile was as cold as the frost dwelling on his blade as he kicked the ground. Mattis narrowed his eyes while blocking Rayon's endless barrage. How crude. Rayon seemed to have changed his technique because he couldn't pierce through his defense, but he was a lot less experienced with it compared to the fire technique he'd used before. He's just a child after all. Rayon must have gotten impatient because he couldn't penetrate his defense and ended up using an even weaker technique. Even though he had amazing skills, the lack of experience was inevitable. No, this is the natural outcome. Mattis had been wielding his sword for even longer than Rayon's entire lifetime. The difference in skills was inevitable, and the gap was obviously even bigger in terms of experience. In fact, he was amazed that a 19-year-old boy managed to get that far against him. It's about time I finished this match. Even though Rayon's swordsmanship was still inexperienced, its power couldn't be underestimated. It could influence the next match if he took any damage, so he decided to quickly finish the fight. Now then, he was trying to neutralize Rayon's swordsmanship with a perfect defense before going for a counterattack, but he couldn't see any openings for some reason. What is happening? He had to correct himself. Being unable to see his opening was the least of his problems, as Rayon's technique started to shake his defense. Clang! His wrist was pushed back from the powerful impact. Did I get pushed back just now? However, he couldn't even afford to be surprised. Rayon's sword was still assaulting him. Clang, clang. The impact from the consecutive sword clashes reverberated throughout his arms and his legs started to falter. Did he get better during the fight? He wasn't simply using more strength. It was like his swordsmanship's proficiency was increasing at a ridiculous pace. What did you? Not yet, I still have a long way to go. Rayon wasn't sneering at him or taking him lightly. His eyes were serious. He was completely focused on that instant, swinging his sword. Thud, Mattis forcefully turned his sword to the side to create the blood metal shield of the heavy straight sword, but Rayon's frigid blade cut through the aura's flow to deal powerful damage to his insides. Mattis tried to endure it, but the groan fell from his lips because of the pain of his tearing muscles. What the hell is wrong with this guy? His swordsmanship was definitely crude. He was confident it wouldn't work against him, yet his technique and aura started to create a perfect sort of harmony at some point, and it became difficult to defend against. I'm going to lose at this rate. I need to try something. He felt goosebumps rise on his skin upon realizing he was going to lose before he tried anything if he kept defending himself. Mattis stomped the ground with a war cry. He raised his blade, which was pointing at the ground, and burst out every last bit of his aura. Defense was the best defense. An extremely powerful flow was unleashed from his sword as he stood in a defensive posture. It was the heavy straight sword's special technique, the heavy flow cannon. The astral energy advanced in a spiral towards Rayon's abdomen. Thud, Rayon's steps didn't falter. He pierced into his space even faster and slammed his sword down with both hands. A blue lightning burst from the blade to clash against the heavy flow cannon. Creak. The coldness surrounding his blade spread out like an aurora to refract the heavy flow cannon in a different direction. What the hell? He just twisted the flow. Mattis finally understood why it was so difficult to defend against his attacks, why Rayon's strikes were getting harder and harder to block. Rayon's swordsmanship was powerful, but that wasn't the only characteristic it had. It was actually capable of messing with his opponent's flow. It was the severing sword's ability, which was extremely rare nowadays. Damn it. Mattis stepped back and unleashed the heavy straight sword's defensive technique, but Rayon was faster than him. He closed the distance in an instant to shatter his incomplete defense and punched his abdomen with his left fist. Smack! The black steel armor was crushed, and a huge amount of impact was transferred to his abdomen. He couldn't even breathe, but that was the least of his concerns since he couldn't even think. What is this strength? His head was going blank from the pain, even though he'd focused his aura around his abdomen to defend against his strike. It was even more powerful than a Beast Union master, who was supposed to pack the strongest punches in the world. Wham! Rayon didn't miss that opportunity, smacking the back of his neck with the side of his sword. Mattis couldn't even scream before he collapsed in the arena. Rayon casually nodded at him to show his respect. His uniform was slightly dusty, and that was the price he paid to defeat the Balkar master called the Black Armor. The spectators, referee, and the master of ceremonies alike fell completely speechless as they kept staring at Rayon standing on the arena. What did I just witness just now? How could the Black Armor Mattis be defeated so easily? No, but Mattis had the upper hand throughout the fight. How did it even end up this way? His swordsmanship looked crude, though. He improved his swordsmanship during the battle. I don't even know anymore. The spectators gasped, their faces blank from disbelief. Unbelievable. I've never seen anyone break through Mattis's defense like that. Did he really improve during the battle? Wasn't he simply hiding his abilities? The participants who were waiting for their turn were also narrowing their eyes in disbelief. The swordsman Rayon Zeekhart emerges victorious from the first match. He didn't even get a single injury, so I can't even tell if I should call this an easy win or a difficult fight. The master of ceremonies announced Rayon's victory with a trembling voice. Rayon gave him a small nod before leaving the stage. The next match is between the Azure Razor Sword, Sir Borini Kitten, versus the Metal Core Spear, Sir Grattan Boran. Although the warriors for the second match had already entered the stage, the spectators were still talking about Rayon's fight. Rayon licked his lips while watching the arena, where the fervor still remained. The Fallen should target me during the next match. His opponent for the quarterfinals was going to be Borini Kitten, who had just entered the stage, and the match wasn't going to be as easy as the first one, which makes this the perfect opportunity for him. The participants weren't the only ones that would be focused during a frontal clash between two powerful people. Since everyone else would be extremely focused on the fight, it was the perfect opportunity for an ambush. There was no way the Fallen would miss the chance to blow up everyone in the area. Of course, I won't let that happen. Rayon watched the start of the second match with a cold smile on his face. I'll take advantage of your ambush perfectly. Translator Kyongi. Proofreader Harley. Rayon narrowed his eyes while looking at the list of matches after the round ended. Nothing unexpected has happened so far. Borini Kitten the Azure Razor Sword, Garona the Dragon-Slaying Beast Garona, Caddies the Blade of Shattering Wave, and Ron the Magician of Annihilating Straiku was the 9th rank of the 12 stars of the continent that all won their matches. The rounds went exactly as he thought they would when he first saw the list. It will be interesting. Got excited thinking about fighting Borini Kitten, Garona the Dragon-Slaying Beast after that, and even Caddy's Robert in the finals. Don't forget your plan before then. Wrath crawled up on the ice flower bracelet. Indeed. Rayon licked his lips while looking at Mardio standing under the list of matches. He was Darius's direct subordinate. I need to take care of him and the Fallen's ambush at the same time. How are you even planning to achieve that? The King of Essence is really curious, with skills. Wrath ground his teeth violently, a creaking sound following it while he glared at Rayon. People with many secrets don't get to live for a long time. You have the glory of the King of Essence listening to you. Just say it right now. He must have been really curious since he kept asking while suppressing his wrath. I'd rather have many secrets and have a short life. How dare you insist, you damn bastard. Wrath couldn't hold himself back anymore and started attacking him while spreading his coldness. I'll play with you later since I have the quarterfinals waiting for me. Rayon tapped on Wrath's face to push him away. Ah, Wrath. Rayon grabbed him from the back of his neck instead of pushing him. He wanted to make sure of his prediction. What do you want? He briskly turned his head. He seemed to be sulking. You remember the purple magic that the Fallen used last time, don't you? Of course. That halfling's magic suited a halfling like him. Wrath slowly nodded. It's a harmony of light and darkness. The power is called Chaos, I see. Rayon nodded with a faint smile on his face. Do you know how to stop that? It's impossible with your skills, so you were planning to borrow the King of Essence's power in the end. The King of Essence has no intention of helping an arrogant bastard like you. Wrath clicked his tongue and grinned, finally getting the chance to make fun of him. You are right. It's impossible for me to stop. Chaos, however, I can just deal with it before it gets mixed up when it's still separated as light and darkness, can't I? Live. Chaos was too powerful for him to stop. He just needed to deal with it before the light and darkness combined. Wrath's jaw dropped in the middle of clicking his tongue. That's actually true. He started nodding with a vacant expression on his face before he stopped himself. And no, that won't be an out. All right, that's it. Why, you idiot? You missed an important detail. What if that halfling has chaos from the start? That's not going to happen. Chaos was extremely powerful. The heads of the 6 kings were bound to come out immediately if he used that as it was, so the fallen was definitely going to send the light and darkness separately and mix them in the arena. Rayon patted Wrath's head, which was protruding like a small bundle of cotton candy. Why, you are definitely going to receive divine punishment. If the gods don't punish you, the King of Essence will. You really love to talk about gods when you are a demon king, huh? That again, you are being prejudiced again. But it's true that you aren't even a human. Demon kings also have rights. While Wrath was shouting at him, the Master of Ceremonies entered the stage. The quarterfinals for the Master Division are going to start now. Whoa, the quarterfinals are finally happening. It was such a long wait that I thought I was going to die. Please start already. This is suffocating. The Master of Ceremonies waved his hand at the spectators to answer their cheers and pointed at the first slot of the list of matches. The first match of the quarterfinals is Rayon Zeekhart, the Frostfire Sword of Valor, versus Borini Kitten, the Azure Razor Sword, who is ranked 7th amongst the 12 stars of the continent. He announced the match and the entire arena started shaking from people's cheers. Rayon, Frostfire Sword of Valor, Azure Razor Sword. Azure Razor Sword, Azure Razor Sword. The Frostfire Sword of Valor was a lot more amazing than I thought, but he can't hold a candle against the Azure Razor Sword. Did you even watch his match? He literally destroyed the black armor. Most people still expected Borini Kitten's victory, but the number of people rooting for Rayon had increased drastically compared to during his match. Rayon entered the stage while listening to the spectators' cheers, which felt like they were pushing against his back. Borini Kitten entered the arena from the opposite side with steady steps, with his blue hair fluttering in the air, eyes as sharp as a spearhead, and a proud pressure surrounding him. He almost looked like a humanized version of an old pine tree. He's on a whole different dimension compared to Mattis. Unlike Mattis Kaiselm, who was an intermediate master, Borini Kitten was clearly an advanced master. Rayon would be defeated in an instant if he underestimated him. This is our first time personally talking to each other. I'm looking forward to a great match. Borini Kitten nodded at him while walking towards him. His quiet voice was brimming with righteous spirit and politeness. It looks like the others are underestimating you, Swordsman Rayon, but I have a different opinion from them. He slowly spread his pressure. The energy wave emerging from the bottom of his feet felt as sharp as an awl piercing into the skin. I consider the Swordsman Rayon to be the most dangerous favorite to win among all of the participants. He must have been serious about it, as his pressure didn't decrease at all. That must have been his declaration about going all out from the start. No, I believe you are on the same level as them. That's a slightly excessive amount of expectations. Rayon confronted Borini Kitten's pressure with a faint smile on his face. Although the match hadn't even started yet, the clash between Rayon and Borini Kitten's energy waves made the rubble and sand float on the arena. It's already getting so heated up. The Master of Ceremonies broke out into a cold sweat and swallowed nervously upon facing their pressures. 2 more layers of protective magic will be added from the quarterfinals onward. You can show your skills without reserve. He left the stage and raised his hand. The first match of the quarterfinals is starting now. The moment the Master of Ceremonies pointed his hand at the sky, Rayon and Borini Kitten disappeared from the stage. Clong! They had unsheathed their swords in a blink of an eye and clashed at the center of the arena. Their sword draws had connected in an attack in an instant. Ferocious and sharp sword resonances were bursting from the 2 swords pressing against each other. I knew you would be able to react. Borini Kitten nodded, saying that he expected it to happen. I shall meet your expectations for me. Rayon nodded and unleashed the Fangs of Insanity. The diagonal slash falling down upon Borini Kitten seemed capable of severing the atmosphere itself. HMPH. Borini Kitten didn't panic, raising his sword. The astral energy surrounding his blade became even sharper as it clashed against the Fangs of Insanity. Clong. The second clash was also equal. It was such a close match, one where neither of them was getting pushed back at all. Rumble. Rayon strained his left ankle to push Heavenly Drive forward. Even though Borini Kitten's aura was sharper and more powerful than his, he was confident he could overpower him because his physical abilities were way better than Borini Kitten's. Kring. Borini Kitten realized he was losing in terms of strength and deflected his blade to withdraw. You have this much strength despite your build. Isn't this pretty much cheating at this point? He frowned while turning his wrist. He looked like he had taken some damage. I haven't even started yet. Rayon smiled coldly and kicked the ground. He slashed upwards with the Fangs of Insanity while advancing towards him. He looked like a viper on the ground that was baring its poisonous fangs against a falling bird. It was the Fangs of Insanity's Viper's Flow. Clang. Borini Kitten took 1 step back with his left foot to create a space to work with before smacking the center of the Viper's Flow. Rayon narrowed his eyes and quietly groaned. The powerful impact was reverberating throughout the bones of his arm. He hit the right spot. I was rather confident with Fangs of Insanity. He managed to strike the extremely small opening of his swordsmanship, which was even harder to find than a person's opening. The Azure Razor sword's reputation as one of the 12 stars of the continent wasn't exaggerated at all. Whoosh! It was time for Borini Kitten's counterattack. His sword was raised to the left after parrying. Viper's flow, and he slashed downwards with it. The strike falling on Rayon's head was fast and sharp at the same time. Thud! Rayon twisted his ankle. He thrust with the physical strength he mustered from the gastrocnemius muscles and the 10,000 flames cultivation's heat that he gathered from his energy center. Wham! The raging flame erupted like a volcano around his blade to clash against Borini Kitten's strike, falling down like lightning. Zap! The competition between the two astral energies created crimson sparks and spread throughout the arena. Did he really manage to target my opening in that short time? Borini Kitten managed to decrease his output by hitting the opening of the rising strike. It was an absurd amount of observation and sharpness. Ha! Rayon licked his lips. I need to get those. Rayon decided what he was going to learn from the match against Borini Kitten. His instantaneous decision-making, ability to precisely target his opening, and his proficient sharp sword and straight sword that was capable of piercing into that opening. Those three aspects were what he decided to get. Aren't you being too greedy? It's better than not being greedy at all. Greed will want to be friends with you once he meets you. I like more doormats. Rayon fixed the grip on Heavenly Drive and smiled. You have a different atmosphere around you. Borini Kitten narrowed his eyes and wielded his sword around the height of his stomach. I still won't be careless against you. I'll attack with everything I have. He pushed the ground to close the distance to scatter his strikes. The frightening sensation of the blade piercing towards his neck sent chills running down his spine. It was Borini Kitten's Razor Blood Sword art, which was a martial art of the highest tier. Rayon made them. Rings of fire resonate. The consecutive resonance between the 7 rings made the world around him slow down. Whoosh! The tip of Borini Kitten's sword could be seen. It was advancing straight towards the opening he found without the slightest sign of wavering. For now, I don't see any. He couldn't see any openings in Borini Kitten's attack, even though he was using the Ring of Fire. However, that didn't really matter. I just need to create one if he has no opening. He lowered his center of gravity and clenched his grip. The coldness bursting from the ground was signaling the Blizzard Sword art and Glacier's energy. Clong. The Blizzard Sword art's azure cloud torrent became distorted as it clashed against the Razor Blood Sword art. Rayon and Borini Kitten brushed past each other and their eyes met. Swoosh! Borini Kitten quickly turned his ankle to unleash the second strike. Rayon simply stretched his left foot instead of taking immediate retaliation. 3 openings. The Blizzard Sword art's distortion had created 3 openings from Borini Kitten. However, not all 3 of them were real. It was necessary to filter out the fakes and find the real one, right side of the waist. The wavering in his neck and heart were too straightforward. It almost felt like they were asking to be stabbed, and they had to be fake openings, as there was no way Borini Kitten would expose those vital spots. Rayon quickly decided and thrust Heavenly Drive at Borini Kitten's waist. He mixed the straight sword with the sharp sword in order to perfectly hit the opening. Borini Kitten redirected his attack into defense to block the blade from his waist. Kring! Borini Kitten was pushed back, then straightened his back with a frown. It feels like your nature has completely changed from before. He narrowed his eyes while clenching his sword. It almost feels like I'm fighting against my own reflection. I just happen to enjoy targeting my opponent's openings. In that case, we need to find out who is better at it. Borini Kitten gritted his teeth and dashed at him. Even his footwork was sharp. He was moving like a blade to pierce into him from behind. Bring it on. Rayon smiled coldly and thrust the Blizzard Sword art. Borini Kitten also charged at him by unleashing the Razor Blood Sword to the best of his abilities. Crack! The red and blue aura blades severed the setting sun. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. The waves were gently rolling on the sandy beach. Under the orange light of the sun setting towards the horizon, 2 masked men were sitting in front of a wooden table. Are you really doing it? The man who asked the question while watching the setting sun was wearing a red snake helmet with 2 horns attached to it. Of course I am. The fallen was wearing a handsome young man's mask, which looked even younger than when he fought against Glenn. He smiled gently and tapped on the map placed on the table. He was pointing at the central area of Owen Castle on the mapped arena. I can't possibly leave him alone, since he might reach Glenn's level in the future. Rano. I should say that he could become even stronger than him. Moreover, I can remove the other futures of the 6 kings. This is truly a golden opportunity. Rayon Sieghart. Ah, that reminds me. He's defeated you before, Red Demonic Snake. That wasn't me. Oh, I misspoke. The fallen smiled faintly. He said it was a mistake, but he didn't seem apologetic at all, and that doesn't matter. The The red demonic snake slowly shook his hand. I'm glad to hear that. The fallen nodded his head before he looked away. The soul-severing sword was staring far into the ocean with his feet immersed in the shallow water. Hoo-hoo. He briefly smiled while watching the soul-severing sword's back before he raised his index and middle fingers. Sparkling white and black lights emerged from his fingers. Although the 6 kings are in the conference room, there should be powerful people in the arena. People tend to miss other things when they are focused on something. That is human nature. The fallen smiled while looking at the white and black lights floating above his finger. Once their battle reaches its peak, they won't even notice the light and darkness descending high up into the sky. It's even more true since the evening glow will be overshadowing them. It's time to say goodbye. The fallen lowered his hand, and the 2 lights on his finger rotated in a semicircle to seep into the map. Since today will be the last day for the 12 stars of the continent and Rayon Zeekhart. Along with an innocent, childlike laugh, a magnificent light spread out from the map. Kring, the resonance spreading from the red storm of astral energy, sounded like a saw blade scratching a lump of metal. The ear-splitting sound was the result of the barrages that Rayon Zeekhart and Borini Kitten were unleashing at each other. The astral energies bursting from their blades were as sharp as an awl. Their astral blades were polished to the extreme in order to pierce their opponent's weaknesses with the highest precision and sharpness. Clang, clang. Clashes between the astral energies created powerful shockwaves, but neither Rayon nor Borini Kitten took a single step back. Even though they should have been feeling a huge amount of pain from the astral energies scorching their lacerated wounds, they were solely focused on unleashing their sword arts with the intention of ending their opponent's life. Crimson light sparked from Rayon's eyes, right shoulder and left knee. The knee is the real one. He could tell which one was real as soon as he saw the opening. He hacked the blizzard sword art towards his left knee. Borini Kitten couldn't perfectly cancel out the cold strike and had to take 2 steps back. Thud. Rayon stretched his right foot to stomp the ground. He added a powerful heat to the power surging from his femoral muscles and made them rotate. It was the 10,000 Flames Cultivation's revolving sky. A tremendous amount of power was dwelling in that flaming saw blade that snapped down toward his opponent. Wham! Borini Kitten was unable to handle that power and had to step back towards the edge of the arena. The powerful attack even managed to leave footprints on the arena despite the protective magic. Whoosh! Once the astral storm subsided, the 2 warriors could be seen in the arena. Multiple parts of Rayon's clothes were torn apart and smeared with red, while Borini Kitten's armor was also crushed and shattered, blood flowing down from it. Who the hell said that it would be a one-sided match? This is so close. No, Rayon even seems to have the upper hand now. Is that the true power of the Frostfire Sword of Valor? Now that I think about it, the kidnapping couldn't be helped. He had to deal with the 10th Apostle and Merlin. Yes, we shouldn't have been concerned about the kidnapping. It didn't mean a thing. If you think about it, the Frostfire Sword of Valor has already defeated 2 apostles. The spectators dropped their jaws as they watched the equal fight Rayon put up against Borini Kitten. Lots of them were even drooling from their mouths from surprise. I haven't had such a fun fight in a long time. Borini Kitten's hands were trembling slightly as he fixed his grip on his sword. He said it was a fight instead of a match or a spar. That meant that he was taking it seriously, like a real battle. Indeed, Rayon nodded with a smile. It was a really educational spar. Rayon learned a lot from the close-quarter fight against him. How to discern between real and fake openings, how to decide which opening to prioritize, and he even gained proficiency with the sharp sword and straight sword. Borini Kitten was pretty much teaching him everything by showing him his techniques. I heard there are monsters in the world who get better while fighting, but it's truly frightening to see one right in front of my eyes. Borini Kitten's personality was also perfect as a knight. Rayon thanked him from the bottom of his heart instead of being sarcastic. It's regrettable, but we should put an end to this fight now. Borini Kitten smiled. He raised his sword above his head and pulled his left foot backward. He mustered every last bit of his aura with the posture of a spearman dealing with an enemy from medium range. The astral energy engulfing him decreased as his aura got stronger. He was literally turning into a single spear by polishing his astral energy over and over. Rayon's heart tightened from the pressure that seemed capable of tearing apart any kind of shield. Rayon bit his lips and smiled. He mustered the 10,000 Flames, Cultivation, and Glacier at the same time. Using them in such a way was bound to create a huge burden on his mana circuits, but he couldn't afford to care about that. Whap, he ignited the 10,000 Flames Cultivation on Heavenly Drive from his right hand to point it at Borini Kitten and clenched the blade of Requiem's hilt with his left hand behind his back. Rumble. The entire arena started to tremble as if an earthquake was occurring from the clash between their all-out energy waves. Huff. Rayon licked his lips while inhaling. It's so hot. He could feel Borini Kitten's intense gaze. He could also feel that Mardio was watching him with widened eyes. The master of ceremonies was swallowing nervously, and all of the spectators were extremely focused on their fight. It should be coming soon. Since everyone's gazes and minds were focused on the fight, it should have been the moment the Fallen was looking for. Kring, he increased the ring of fire and the perception of the snow flowers outputs to the maximum. Time slowed down even further. His senses became detailed enough to even notice the weight of a speck of dust on his finger, and he used that to observe the sky. It's here. The extremely polished perception managed to pinpoint the light and darkness secretly falling down from high up in the sky. His prediction was correct, and the Fallen was sending the light and darkness separately to mix them later on. I need to do it right now. Rayon clenched his teeth. He'd already gathered his power to fight Borini Kitten, and he compressed it even further. Thud, the heat surrounding Heavenly Drive was compressed in an instant, and Borini Kitten charged at him at the same time. He must have been attacking because he thought Rayon finished getting ready. I can't block this. He wouldn't be able to stop the Fallen's energies falling from the sky if he tried to defend. They would get mixed up to complete the chaos. I'll endure. He twisted his body while using the Supreme Harmony steps. Borini Kitten widened his eyes. He tried to withdraw his sword upon realizing something was going wrong, but it was already too late. PSSH, a long laceration was created on the right side of his waist and red blood gushed from it. Why? Borini Kitten's chin was trembling violently. He must have been asking why Rayon suddenly stopped fighting. I'll deal with the intruder first. Rayon smiled weakly and kicked the ground to soar into the sky by unleashing the power he'd been gathering. Whoosh, as he advanced towards the light and darkness that were getting closer to each other, Rimmer came out from the stand on the right side. Has the squad leader also been waiting for this? Rayon thought he was just gambling, but he must have been standing by in case of an incident. Rimmer asked a question with his eyes with a smile on his face. He seemed to be asking whether Rayon could do it by himself. Rayon nodded and his smile deepened. Come back safely. Zap. In the midst of the evening glow signaling the border of day and night, the light and darkness were approaching each other like magnets. Purple sparks of chaos started to flare up between the two powers. However, the sparks spreading in Rayon's red eyes were even more powerful than them. He unleashed the flame bursting from Heavenly Drive and the frost emerging from the blade of Requiem towards the two lights. Wham. Translator Kyongyi. Proofreader Harley. We are finally making progress. King Lekros smiled faintly, covering up the thick pile of documents. He looked delighted that the slow conference was finally coming to an end. The Magic Tower will be in charge of creating the Mana Network to exchange information about the White Blood religion and Eden. Are those lazybones from the Magic Tower really doing such annoying work? Chamber's eyes widened because she didn't expect them to do so. Yes. The Tower's master mentioned that he would take care of it in return for being unable to participate in the conference. Now that you mention it, why are they absent this time? She tilted her head while looking at King Lekros. How come you only got around to asking that question now? What have you been doing? Agram laughed bitterly at Chamber. I wasn't really interested in the others. I only came to see the mister. Chamber smiled cheerfully, pointing at Glenn. I wanted to see how much stronger he got, and he didn't betray my expectations. She moistened her red lips with her tongue. So why are those Magic Tower guys absent? As King Lekros was about to answer her question, Glenn's eyes suddenly widened while he was looking over the documents, and he turned his head towards the window. My lord, what's the matter? Oh shit. While Shirl and Roan tilted their heads at Glenn's reaction, Darius, Chamber, Agram, and King Lekros turned their heads in the same direction Glenn was looking. That scum. Glenn destroyed the window of the conference room and ran outside. The other heads of the 6 kings hurriedly followed him. Whap. Their eyes grew distorted upon finding the light and darkness falling towards the arena from afar. Light and darkness. Is it the Fallen's doing? It's too far away. We will be too late. Agram ground his teeth and King Lekros bit his lip. They are interfering with the coordinates. I can't teleport. Chamber furrowed her brow after finishing her calculation. I'm going to shoot it down from here. She pointed her staff at the falling light and darkness, and Glenn raised his hand to stop her. Mister, wait. Glenn's cold eyes were staring at the falling light and darkness. Even before they had time to breathe in once, a swordsman hair glowing golden in the evening glow-jumped up between the light and darkness. That boy is your grandson, geezer. Agram narrowed his eyes while watching Rayon fly toward the Fallen's mana. Did you really go senile? There's no way that kid can remove the Fallen's magic. I'm also against this. It's still impossible for him. I also believe we should deal with it first. Chamber and King Lekros also shook their heads in disagreement. Darius was silently staring at Rayon without saying anything. Rayon has witnessed the Fallen's power from behind me. Glenn slowly lowered his hand to reassure them. He watched Rayon's flight with a faint smile on his face, and he wouldn't act for no reason. Rayon bit his lips tightly. He used his full power while smacking the light and darkness with Heavenly Drive and the Blade of Requiem, but he was still getting pushed back. The mana wasn't that big, but his hands were trembling as if he'd punched a huge lump of metal with his bare fists. It was such a powerful rebound. I won't be able to destroy it at this rate. His plan required him to blow up more than half of the light and darkness in front of him, but it was more powerful than he thought. At the rate he was going, the light and darkness would merge into one, and chaos would explode, killing everyone in the arena. I wanted to keep it hidden, but it can't be helped. Rayon fixed his grip on the blade of Requiem and exploded the 10,000 flames, cultivation, and glacier's energies. I'm counting on you. The powerful sword resonance burst out from the blade of Requiem and covered the sky. It almost looked like the blade was answering his call. Whap! Rayon turned his body mid-air to scatter the heat and coldness at the same time. The two energies spread out like a fountain and turned into hundreds of flower petals fluttering into the sky. He was using the flame spirit by utilizing the 10,000 flames, cultivation's heat, and glacier's coldness at the same time. Rayon endured the intense pain in his mana circuits to slash until the end. The red and blue shards of astral energy spread under the evening glow, covering the entire sky. That's not enough. Wrath snorted while looking at the flame spirit that he'd unleashed towards the light and darkness. Even the King of Essence recognizes that halfling's abilities as a magician, even though chaos isn't complete yet, his power isn't something you can deal with him. Despite his confident declaration, the flame spirit's flower petals started to chip away at the fallen's monstrous light and darkness. Creak, a large amount of light and darkness got torn apart as if a carving knife were cutting through a piece of wood. How? Did you already forget about it when you got so angry back then? Rayon pointed at the blade of Requiem's blade. The golden ghastly energy had carved letters on the red blade. The magic force field. It's the ghastly flow of mana. Though ghastly flow of mana was a unique trait for the blade of Requiem that he had obtained from destroying the fourth apostle's black sword. It was capable of shoving ghastly energy in between the flow of mana to suppress the magic's activation. Even though Fallen's light and darkness were magic, he couldn't suppress them because they had already been activated, but obstructing them was still possible. It's still not enough. Although the flame spirit had cut off a significant amount of energy, the light and darkness were still approaching one another. It was necessary to confront them directly. Creak. Rayon clenched the blade of Requiem's hilt as hard as he could and gritted his teeth. I need to cut off the flow. It wasn't just the light and darkness that he needed to remove, but also their tendency to combine with each other. And in order to achieve that, he quickly turned his wrist to unleash Blizzard Sword Art, which had reached a whole different realm. The Blizzard Sword Art's special technique, Silent Wind of Silvery Ocean, was unleashed between the light and darkness alongside the ghastly flow of mana. Rumble, the light and darkness were on their last legs, but they wouldn't be defeated easily. Rayon's wrist felt like it was being snapped, but he endured the pain to finish unleashing the strike. Slice. The ghastly flow of mana merged into the Blizzard Sword Art and managed to sever the light and darkness in their desperate struggle. The Fallen's two aspects started to scatter into the air without merging, but it wasn't over yet. Rayon smiled coldly at the light and darkness sticking on Heavenly Drive in the blade of Requiem. I knew it. He was wondering about it when he saw the faint traces of light and darkness on Glenn's sword during his previous battle against the Fallen, and it confirmed his suspicion. The power wasn't the only problem with his energy. It was also capable of dealing damage a second time by sticking to the opponent. The Fallen must have devised that adhesion to allow him to attack his enemy, but Rayon was about to use that to his advantage. Darius must be watching me right now. The Transcenders like Glenn and Darius must have already noticed the situation and should have been watching him. It was necessary to take advantage of the situation in a way they wouldn't notice. Rayon looked around with a frantic expression on his face. I need to show them that I have nowhere to get rid of this energy. He wasn't simply acting. It was true that there were people everywhere, even outside the arena, and the energy was bound to cause casualties no matter where he tried to dispose of it, which means there's only one possibility left for me to deal with it safely. Rayon looked below him with a cold smile on his face. Since the stage was protected by multiple layers of protective magic, it was the safest place around him. He bit his lips, pretending to endure the pain coming from his waist, and turned around. With an expression that looked like he couldn't handle the power dwelling in the two swords, he slammed the swords at the arena's corner, the spot Mardio was standing right in front of. Arg! Mardio hurriedly tried to defend himself, but it was already too late. Even though it was reduced in power, there was no way the Fallen's energy would be easy to deal with. Zap! The light and darkness between the swords combined and burst, an extremely small scale of chaos aimed towards Mardio. Wham! The 6 protective magics surrounding the arena were destroyed completely, and Mardio was sent flying back violently. He slammed into the ground, his arms and legs snapping backward and blood flowing from his eyes and nose. I never thought the day would come where I would see him lying flat on the ground. Rayan examined Mardio's expression while pretending to falter. Seeing his usually expressionless face distorted from pain and confusion was making all of his pain disappear. Why? Mardio narrowed his eyes with a pained expression on his face. The hit was super effective. Huff. Rayan lowered his head at Mardio while spitting the blood from his mouth. I couldn't send it anywhere else because there were people everywhere. This location was the safest one since there were barriers around it, and I figured you would be able to take it on. I'm sorry. He lowered his head once again while suppressing the urge to burst into laughter. Oh no. Mardio couldn't finish his sentence as he closed his eyes. He unfortunately didn't die and only fainted from the extreme shock. What's going on? What happened just now? Why did the Frostfire Sword of Valor just soar into the sky, and why did he even attack the referee? I think someone was attacking from the sky. I couldn't see it too well, but there was a tremendous clash of powers. Does that mean the Frostfire Sword of Valor jumped up in order to stop that attack? That's really amazing. The spectators were unable to comprehend the situation and kept looking around them. Someone tried to attack, but was it really necessary to try defending against it? The protective magic should be able to fend off most of the attacks. I know, right? The referee ended up fainting for no reason. Maybe he jumped up because he figured he was going to lose the match. That's so cheap. Wow, people are really insulting him when he just saved your asses. The deriding voices from the spectators that kept happening even before the Master Division's matches had started were put to an end by a cold voice. If that pretty boy didn't act up, all of you would have been goners, not leaving a single bone behind. Chamber was there before anyone knew it and was floating above the stand. After all, it was the Fallen's magic. Fallen, the Fallen from Eden. I am possible the Fallen was attacking us. The spectators' chins started to tremble upon hearing that the magic falling from the sky was the Fallen's doing. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. Glenn's blazing pressure felt like he could tear people's hearts apart with his gaze. He was standing in front of the stage and was sending his murderous aura towards the people who were laughing at Rayan. Kua, Arg. What? They got crushed by Glenn's pressure and fainted while foaming from their mouths, their eyes rolling back. Frostfire Sword of Valor, that's a perfect name for him. King Lekros smiled gently while watching Rayan, who was still standing there while faltering. HMPH, he's a crazy one. However, he's crazy in a good way. Even Agram burst into laughter. He seemed to admire Rayan's actions despite the fact that he didn't exactly like him before. Darius kept staring at Rayan without even giving the smallest attention to the unconscious Mardio. The Fallen, she said. She's right, light and darkness sparked between the evening glow. The Fallen is the only one who uses that magic, which means the Frostfire Sword of Valor. Yes, he let the Azure Razor Sword stab his waist and jumped up in order to save everyone. Everyone here would have died if it weren't for him. It's amazing that he managed to stop it, but Sir Rayan was also the only person among all of us who noticed that attack. Is that Rayan Sieghart's true nature? The spectators finally realized the situation and clenched their fists while feeling admiration and appreciation towards Rayan. Their lips were trembling in excitement. Rayan breathed out roughly and walked up to Mardio before turning his head. Healers. The dumbfounded healers ran up to him and started examining Mardio's condition upon hearing his call. He has broken bones and a severe internal injury, but his life is not in danger. Bring him to the medical facility. How about you, Sir Rayan? It looks like you are severely injured around your waist. One of the healers walked up to him, trying to bring him with them. I'm fine. Rayan shook his head and turned around. Borini Kitten was staring at him with astonished eyes. The match isn't over yet. Although he was severely injured around his waist and his mana circuits felt extremely painful, he couldn't give up on the match. He wanted to win the match and keep fighting the next day in order to improve the Fangs of Insanity and the Blizzard Sword Arts proficiencies. He's worrying about others despite his condition. Is he planning to keep fighting in that state? Valor, I've seen many warriors with honorable names, but I've never seen anyone like him. The Frostfire Sword of Valor. That name and the rumors weren't exaggerated at all. The spectators gasped in admiration for Rayan's willpower, even though he was younger than them. Rayan, Frostfire Sword of Valor, Frostfire Sword of Valor. Whoa, I'm from Owen, but I'm definitely going to root for you for the rest of my life. The spectators filling the arena started shouting Rayan's name. The way they kept yelling Rayan's name gave the impression that they were in Sieghart instead of the Owen Kingdom. How about Darius? Rayan looked at Darius while pretending to look around the spectators. Darius wasn't showing any emotion at all, his face as blank as a piece of paper. I like his face. Other people would think that it was an expression of confusion, but he was actually suppressing his anger. Rayon couldn't stop himself from smiling upon realizing that he was the one who turned his expression like that. Let's get started again. Since he managed to see Darius's angry face, it was time to finish the match. Rayon caught his breath, and just as he was about to enter the arena, Glenn stopped him on the stairs. "You are severely injured." Glenn narrowed his eyes while looking at the laceration on Rayon's waist and his trembling hands. Even though heavenly tremor was at stake, he stopped Rayon without the slightest hesitation. "You don't need to fight any further. He's right. You should stop now." Chamber descended from the sky and stood next to Glenn. "No one will blame you for stopping now." She shook her head, telling him to stop. "I'm fine." Rayon smiled faintly and shook his head. "I'm here under Sieghart's name. I can't be defeated by such a small incident." He'd been following Glenn's back, the back of a man who was capable of overpowering the Fallen and the White Blood religion's leader on his own. Regardless of his condition and his swordsmanship's proficiency, he didn't really want to step back yet. "I see." Glenn stared into Rayon's eyes before he nodded and stepped away. Rayon nodded at Glenn and Chamber before entering the stage once again. "You." Borini Kitten bit his lip tightly while holding the sword that was still smeared with Rayon's blood. "I'm such an idiot." While he was solely focused on the fight on hand, Rayon was watching much further away. While he was thrusting his sword, Rayon didn't even counterattack, instead enduring it in order to stop an enemy ambush. Once he realized that he was being a hindrance when he should have been helping him, his shame became unbearable. Blood was still dripping from Rayon's waist, his face was pale, and his grip seemed to be weakened. Even though he could faint at any time, he returned to the arena to finish the match. He'd earned his honorable name at such a young age for a good reason. The emotion Borini Kitten felt towards Rayon couldn't be described as admiration anymore. It was reverence that was welling up in his heart. "Swordsman Rayon." Borini Kitten sighed deeply before looking at Rayon. "I lost this match. I wouldn't have managed to win against you even if we continued that fight. I'm thoroughly defeated both in terms of might and warrior spirit." He hung his head. He must have been feeling that way from the bottom of his heart. "I'm going to forfeit the match." "Are you sure about that?" Rayon's voice was colder than ever. "Regardless of the situation, I returned to the stage in order to fight against you. Does your knighthood truly exist if you can disregard your opponent and forfeit the match? I was simply faster to notice and acted accordingly. I'm sure you've done the same if you noticed it before me. Am I wrong?" Borini Kitten was unable to respond right away. Acting when push came to shove was an entirely different story from talking about it. "Our match isn't over yet." As if the time had reverted to before the Fallen's magic assaulted them, Rayon held Heavenly Drive with both hands and mustered every last bit of the 10,000 Flames cultivation. "Come at me, ha." Borini Kitten sighed deeply towards the sky. He stared at the dim sky for a while before he lowered his gaze. The wavering in his eyes had subsided. He must have realized something. He bowed politely. "I'll save my gratitude for later. I shall defeat you using the best of my abilities for now." The azure astral energy bursting out around him was as clear as the ocean. He raised his sword above his head before pulling it behind his back. The pressure surrounding him was even sharper than before the Fallen's magic assault as he took a step forward. "That's perfect." Rayon smiled in satisfaction while feeling Borini Kitten's pressure, which was making his hair stand on end. "Awesome." Stopping the Fallen's magic and taking his revenge against Mardio was a whole different story from resuming his fight in order to get stronger. Rayon had no intention of missing anything. "You are seriously even greedier than greed." Wrath shook his head in irritation. "I need to be greedy because I'm not even at the starting line yet." Rayon smiled and condensed the 10,000 Flames cultivation's heat on his blade. The astral energy became sharply refined instead of getting thicker and burst out like embers. "The technique I'm about to use is the Razor Blood Sword Art Special Technique, Bloodstar's Ultimate Slash." Despite telling the name of his technique, his frightening pressure felt like he was facing an archenemy that he needed to kill at all costs. "As for me, I'll be using a technique called Crimson Slash." The Crimson Slash was the 10,000 Flames cultivation special technique. Rayon was planning to end the match with the Crimson Slash. "Crimson Slash, that's a nice name." Borini Kitten nodded before he narrowed his eyes. The pressure spreading from him became even sharper. He was giving off the same feeling as Rayon's first encounter with King Lekros, where Rayon felt like his entire body was getting stabbed by blades. PSSH. While they were gritting their teeth to endure each other's pressures, the edge of the arena that was affected by the Fallen's attack ended up collapsing. Thud, Borini Kitten made the first move. Kicked the ground to advance and thrust his sword. The magnificent light burst from the tip of the sword like a spearhead to coil around Rayon's body. Thud, Rayon stomped the ground and raised Heavenly Drive above his head. The crimson flame bursting from the silver-white blade was intense and profound at the same time. 10,000 flames cultivation, 100 flames, crimson slash. The blade of raging fire bore its fangs to sever the sun setting under the western mountain and the blue light at the same time. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. The Fallen snickered while looking at the map of Owen Castle on the wooden table. It failed. He even distorted the space coordinates in order to make sure to eliminate them, but chaos didn't manage to form. Not a single person had died, let alone Rayon. It went without saying that the attempt ended in absolute failure. Did you just say it failed? The red demonic snake's eyes widened as he turned around to look at the Fallen. He clenched the table in disbelief. Was it Glenn Sieghart? No, it was because of Rayon Sieghart. He removed the light and darkness before the chaos was formed. The Fallen smoothly raised his hand, and light and darkness crawled up from it. The battle against Glenn should have been the only time he witnessed it, yet he managed to understand the flow of chaos. He's truly an extraordinary one. That's the most terrifying part about him. The red demonic snake nodded heavily. When he tried to fight me, his skills visibly improved every single day. His power isn't a threat to us yet, but he's bound to reach another realm soon enough. Rayon kept asking for a fight every single day before the branch collapsed, and his might reached a new height every single time. It was as if he was a completely different person. Even though the red demonic snake had witnessed many warriors before, it was his first time seeing such a crazy growth rate. The Fallen smiled faintly and turned around. The sun had already set on the horizon and darkness was covering the ocean. The soul's severing sword was still staring at the ocean with the exact same posture as before. What are you planning to do now? We should do it as quickly as possible if you want to eliminate him. The red demonic snake's serious eyes were staring at the Fallen. Rayon Sieghart was growing at a completely unpredictable rate. Drastic measures were necessary if they wanted to kill him. Unfortunately, I can't exactly afford to do that. I've exhausted too much power recently. The Fallen slowly shook his head and raised his eyes. Let's see further into the future. He closed his eyes while looking at the moon rising above the ocean. He flicked his fingers as if he were enjoying music, and once he opened his eyes once again, two different colors were gleaming within them. We need to change the way we deal with Rayon. What do you mean? Let's use him instead of eliminating him. The Fallen's lips rolled up into a thin smile. I have a feeling he will be able to contribute to our cause. Klong Borini Kitten's longsword shattered like glass under. Crimson slash ray of heat. The heat falling down after that turned the arena as hot as a furnace. Whoosh. Even though his sword was shattered, Borini Kitten's eyes showed no sign of surrender. He twisted his fingers to hold his half-destroyed longsword and dashed through the arena where heat hazes were rising. The light bursting from the broken blade was the brightest so far. The astral energy gushed out like a ray of light towards Rayon's neck. Rayon's pressure didn't fade away either. He bent his knees and lowered his body before slashing upwards with heavenly drive like a soaring swallow. Whop! The inextinguishable flame on the blade created a crescent shape to mercilessly shred Borini Kitten's astral energy, which he formed by mustering every last bit of power he had left into pieces. PSSH. Borini Kitten's sword crumbled to dust without even leaving the hilt behind, and his shiny silver armor fell apart after being crushed. Rayon swirled heavenly drive to remove the heat from the arena in order to avoid further harm. Borini Kitten took off his destroyed armor and sighed deeply. I lost. He admitted his defeat and bowed to him. It feels pretty nice to lose after doing my best. Just like he said, his clear eyes said he was satisfied after fighting to the best of his ability. I've learned a lot. Rayon smiled and bowed back at him. No, I've learned even more from you. Borini Kitten shook his head. His eyes weren't reflecting the slightest sign of malice. The first match of the quarterfinals. The Frostfire Sword of Valor, Rayon Sieghart, emerges victorious. The Master of Ceremonies, who was trying to read the atmosphere, entered the stage and announced the results of the match. Whoa, Rayon, Frostfire Sword of Valor, I always believed in you. You showed a true warrior spirit. I'll be rooting for you forever, Rayon Sieghart. The spectators shouted Rayon's name and the entire arena trembled from their cheers. Because they were all raising their voices at the same time, people even started hearing a ringing sound in their ears. Rayon looked at the heads of the 6 kings under the stage. Glenn gave him a small nod. Since he usually didn't express himself, that small gesture signified that he was satisfied with his performance. It was a nice match. You are crazy in a good way. You are a handsome madman. Both of them are proper warriors. King Lekros applauded at him. Chamber was giggling, and Agram seemed to have taken a liking to him, a cool smile on his face. That was such a delightful sight. Darius was also smiling. The others would see it as an entertained smile, but he was actually being pretentious. He was definitely trying his best to suppress his boiling anger. Damn Robert, Rayon remembered the memories of his previous life. While his hands were smeared in blood and all kinds of filth from the underworld, Darius was being cheered on by everyone from the outside. While Rayan was killing the people who tried to rebel against House Robert in the underworld, Darius saved people and earned himself the name of Sky Sword Saint. While Rayan was attacking the millionaires to steal their money and information in order to raise the house funds, Darius gave food away to the people and was praised as the wise lord. While Rayan and the shadows worked their asses off, Darius grew his power and gained a reputation, only to boil the hunting dogs in a cauldron even though they were the ones who allowed him to achieve everything. Rayan could never forgive him for what he'd done, even after his death and even after his rebirth. I'm the one who allowed you to earn all that power and fame, and I'll be the one to take them away from you. Rayan bit inside his cheek while tightly looking at Darius's smile. I'm only getting started. The real revenge hadn't even begun yet. He was planning to thoroughly defeat his son Caddies during the next match, and that was going to be the starting point of his revenge. Rayan bowed to the heads of the 6 kings, including Darius, while thoroughly concealing his intention. Sir Swordsman Rayan. As he was about to leave the stage, Borini Kitten started talking to him. He even added sir on top of calling him swordsman. Yes, can you wait a moment, please? He told him that he couldn't decide by himself because he was affiliated with the kingdom and went to King Lekros. He talked with him for a moment before returning to the arena. Sir Swordsman Rayan. Borini Kitten walked up to him and went on one knee, lowering his head. The knight Borini Kitten solemnly pledges that he will grant 3 of your requests, whenever and whatever they might be. What? Rayan's eyes turned round from the unexpected situation. What are you talking about right now? I've gotten 3 enlightenments from the match against Sir Swordsman Rayan. I'll repay the favor of enlightening this idiotic self by granting your request with my life on the line. Borini Kitten raised his head. His bright face almost gave the impression that the sun had risen again. What are the 3 enlightenments? First was the fact that the situation doesn't matter when it comes to saving people. The second was the path of the true warrior you've shown to me. And the third one was that it can be helpful to encourage your enemy. He opened his fingers one after the other with a smile on his face. Actually, I should be following you for the rest of my life regardless of all that because you saved everyone's lives, including mine, but please understand I can't do that because I already have a king that I've pledged to serve with my life. Rayan narrowed his eyes. Borini Kitten was bound to get even stronger in the future. Having the ability to ask him to work 3 whole times was a priceless advantage. His Majesty has already given his approval. Please accept it. Borini Kitten lowered his head once again. He must have been discussing that pledge with King Lekros earlier. He actually approved of it. Rayan thought that King Lekros must have really taken a liking to him. What are you waiting for? Wrath popped out from the ice flower bracelet with a frown on his face. He's working for free. You should accept it right now. He loved free stuff, as expected of brainless cotton candy. Wait a moment. Rayan shook his head and took a step forward to meet Borini Kitten's eyes. May I ask you a question? Sure. What if I requested something that goes against the knight's honor, or even something that anyone with a humane appearance shouldn't be doing? Why would you make such a pledge when I could make such a request? Rayan was honestly curious. He just wanted to make Darius angry, and that was why he felt uncomfortable about Borini Kitten's pledge. It's because you said that just now. What? I might sound arrogant, but most people would immediately accept the pledge if I said I would grant their request. Since they can think about what to request later on, they would be focused on accepting it. Borini Kitten smiled gently and raised his head. However, you are worried about my honor as a knight instead of accepting the pledge. That's the exact reason why I thought I could trust you. He slammed his chest with his right hand. I believe that you won't make any request that makes me abandon my humanity or honor. Please accept my pledge. Rayan exhaled faintly before closing his eyes. Accept it already since he's saying all that. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence had countless people like him, but you have no one, please go away. Rayan pushed Wrath away because he got the feeling that he was starting a long speech. I'm not sure yet. He had no intention of impressing Borini Kitten. All he did was provoke him in order to get stronger himself, yet that was the result. However, his trust was warming his heart. It was the first time that someone he recently met was trusting him so much. Rayan made up his mind and opened his eyes. I accept. He met Borini Kitten's eyes. I'm also going to offer a pledge. I'll never request anything that will stain your honor, Sir Borini Kitten. I believe in you, Sir Swordsman Rayan. Rayan stretched his hand. He grabbed Borini Kitten's hand and made him stand. Whoa, this is a real battle of warriors and real friendship of warriors. So cool. Azure Razor Sword, Frostfire Sword of Valor. The spectators burst into cheers once again and called Rayan and Borini Kitten's names. Rayan raised his hand to respond to their cheers before leaving the stage. He licked his lips after looking at Darius's fake smile and Borini Kitten's wholehearted smile one after the other. I think I still don't understand the people or the world. That's right. You are as good as a demon king at making fun of people, but your humane side is even worse than the King of Essence. You shut up. Translator, Kyungi. Proofreader, Harley. Even though the quarterfinals had ended, people kept talking about Rayan and Borini Kitten. It almost felt like Rayan and Borini Kitten were the protagonists of the Master Division tournament. Glenn smiled while watching the spectators go wild. He couldn't help getting excited because everyone was talking about his beloved grandson, and all of them were complimenting him. I should be patient. He was planning to ask Roan to assassinate the spectators who were talking shit about Rayon, but he decided to forgive them because he was happy. Let's return. Bring me with you. When he was planning to visit Rayon's medical room along with Cheryl and Roan, Rimmer jumped down from the stand. What have you been doing so far? And where have you been? Cheryl gave a sidelong glance at Rimmer. She looked like she was about to smack him if she didn't like his answer. Hoo, don't tell me you were gambling again. Roan was smiling gently, but his eyes flashed sharply. Oh, no way. Rimmer hurriedly shook his head. You shouldn't be aware of it, but I'm the biggest contributor to Rayon's reputation right now. He raised his finger with a grin on his face. Everyone would have been blown up by the Fallen's chaos if I didn't push Rayon up for him. Glenn stared at Rimmer for a while before turning around to head towards Rayon's medical room. Bullshit. Cheryl clicked her tongue at Rimmer. She was literally treating him as a pathetic man. There's no other choice. You are going to need a good beating before getting sent flying. I'm telling the truth. Sir Roan, you trust me, right? Hoo, I need to follow my lord right now. Roan bowed politely before he followed Glenn. There's no way you would have helped. It's obvious you were just gambling around. I'm sure I'll find dozens of gambling tickets if I search your pockets. You aren't squirming your way out, Toda. Heavenly Blade Division Leader. Glenn turned around when Cheryl was about to smack Rimmer. Let's leave it there and keep moving. What? Yes. Cheryl tilted her head before she followed Glenn. She narrowed her eyes because of the unexpected order. Ha. Rimmer sighed after everyone else left. What a relief. He grinned while checking the many gambling tickets he was holding all over his body. I thought she was going to take all of them away. Shring, he went to the center of the training ground and unsheathed Heavenly Drive. No way. Wrath swallowed nervously and raised his head. Are you really about to train again? That's obvious. Why are you even asking? Rayon immediately nodded. You have to review lessons. The Fangs of Insanity and the Blizzard sword arts had improved, and he even gained proficiencies for sharp sword and straight sword through the matches against Mattis and Borini Kitten. He was going to lose that progress if he didn't check the improvement before going to bed. The boredom isn't even the problem at this point. You are almost scary. Wrath shook his head and sighed. You need to put up with that boredom to become an excellent warrior. That's not the issue here, you dreadful bastard. He yelled and sat on Rayon's shoulder with a frown on his face. He looked like he was getting tired of talking. I'll stop once Dorian brings her. Rayon swung Heavenly Drive without responding to his question. Fangs of Insanity's ferocious and sharp technique cut through the night air. Nice. The increase in the sharp sword and the straight sword's proficiency allowed the Fangs of Insanity's sharpness that of an unleashed beasto gained precision. Every single one of his strikes contained a frightening amount of sharpness, and the Blizzard sword art has improved even more. Although he used to lack first-hand experience with the Blizzard sword art because he'd been training on his own, it managed to gain frightening fangs. The sharp blade that could bite off the enemy's flow to tear it apart left a deep trace on the training ground. It's not over yet. I can get even better in the future. Rayon lowered his sword after unleashing the Fangs of Insanity and the Blizzard sword art one after the other. He was smiling in satisfaction when a small crow tit flew down from the tree to land on the side of the blade. This one. He remembered hearing that a highly proficient swordsman's sword was so natural that the wild animals approached on their own. Did I manage to reach that realm? I should still be far away from it, though. He found it strange because he didn't even know what a natural sword meant, but he felt slightly better. Training at this late hour paid off. Good job, Rayon was smiling faintly when the crow tit tilted its head and started talking in a human language. Ah. Rayon's lips parted. He realized who she was from the way she was talking. He quickly created an aura barrier to stop the sound from getting out. Merlin, you can recognize me right away now. Merlin made a small, round smile with the crow tit's mouth. I thought you left. Why would I leave when you were still in danger? She turned her head to the other side, saying that it wasn't even a question. Huff, Wrath shuddered upon seeing Merlin. A crazy bitch. She's the real crazy bitch. She has the blade of obsession piercing through her brain. He swallowed nervously before hiding inside the ice flower bracelet. You've shaved away the mana before it turned into chaos. That was the perfect counterplan. It was beautiful. Rayon's head started to hurt. He thought he wouldn't see her for a while because of the last greeting they'd exchanged, but she was already back. The fact that she looked like a crow tit was making it even more ridiculous. He seriously couldn't understand her. You've even earned Borini Kitten and King Lekros' trust. This is probably the best outcome you could have had. Merlin was grinning. Getting goosebumps and observing the cuteness at the same time was a truly interesting experience. The Fallen won't be able to make any reckless moves anymore. You really did a good job. How long have you been watching? From the beginning to the end. I'm always watching you. Goosebumps appeared on his forearm upon hearing her gentle voice. I can't stay here for a long time because I've been watching your fight through this one. The crow tit's wings were shivering with Merlin's thoughts. I'll be looking forward to you flying up to reach even higher. She raised her shivering wing to say goodbye. However, Rayan got anxious because he had the feeling that she would appear again soon enough despite what she did. Ah, please share some grain with this one. It was the promise we had. Why do you keep pushing your promises on me? Chirp. Rayan tried to argue against her, but the crow tit looked up at him with black eyes. The soul must have already been switched. The crow tit hopped on the side of his blade towards him and tilted its head. It looked like it was asking him for the grain. Ha. Rayan sighed and hung his head. That was when Dorian opened the training grounds door and entered. Vice squad leader, I've called her. She should be here soon. Perfect timing. Rayan bobbed his hand toward Dorian with an awkward smile on his face. Do you have some grain? Grain, of course. Dorian smiled brightly and took out 10 cylindric boxes from his belly pocket. Which one do you want? Barley, rice, millet, beans, sorghum, wheat, or corn? I have even more, so just tell me which one. I'm getting tired of this. Rayan sighed briefly. It was probably Merlin's fault for appearing so often that the fact that Dorian was carrying everything with him felt so exhausting. I need to feed this little one, so can you pick something suitable? Rayan pointed at the crow tit. He'd previously heard that birds like feeds made from millet and sorghum, but he wasn't sure what a crow tit liked, so he asked him to give it all of them. Oh, you were trying to feed this bird. Dorian opened the box to take out all of the grain while watching the crow tit, which had reached Rayan's hand. He scattered the grain on a table to make a buffet for it. Chirp. The crow tit flapped its wings to savor the delicious grains of its liking on the grain buffet. This guy is so cute. While Dorian was smiling at the crow tit that was lying on the table with its belly turned round, the training grounds door opened silently. Rayan turned around with a cold smile on his face. You are here. Translator Kyung-yi. Proofreader Harley. The one who opened the training ground door and entered was Balkar's Princess Jaina. She walked up to Rayan while looking like an irritated cat. Why did you call for me? Why did I call for you? You need to be taught another lesson. No, maybe you are just stupid. Rayan stretched his hand towards Dorian with a cold smile on his face. Dorian, yes. Dorian immediately took out a white paper from his belly pocket and gave it to him. It was so convenient that he didn't even need to say what he wanted. Rayan spread out the paper he got from Dorian. It was the special contract that he used as a leash to bind Jaina after saving her in Porvan City. Princess Jaina's lips trembled violently upon seeing the special contract. She didn't seem to have forgotten about it since she looked furious, so she didn't forget about it. It was just frustrating for her. The reason she spoke like that when she arrived wasn't because she forgot about the special contract, but because she wanted to rebel against him to vent her frustration. He could somewhat understand her feelings because that Balkar princess in front of him had everything her way so far, with no one stopping her. However, you can't behave that way in front of me. Others would have shown their understanding because of Jaina's appearance or background, but Rayan was different. The appearance was nothing but a human skin for him, and he had no goodwill nor memories with Jaina. There was no reason for him to look at her with favor. Tusk. Wrath frowned while looking down at Jaina. She can't even suppress her feelings, and she exposed them completely. She's a truly foolish human. Rayan wanted to rebuke him by saying, "Are you really the one to blame her for that?" But he managed to suppress his urge. "I must have told you before to speak politely towards me at all times." Rayan shook the special contract with a smile on his face. Jaina's eyes rolled to follow the special contract. "Why did you call me, sir? I don't really like it." "Arg, why have you summoned me, sir?" It must have hurt her pride, as Jaina clenched her fist and hung her head. "I wanted to give you a bit of useful information." "Information? Yes, it's information about Martha Sieghart, who you are going to fight tomorrow." "What do you mean?" Jaina's eyes widened so much that they looked like they would pop out. Her reaction was telling she couldn't understand his intention at all. "Let me ask a few questions before then." Rayan raised his chin slightly and bobbed his finger. Jaina furrowed her brow and came one step closer to him. "I heard House Robert and Balkar had frequent contact recently. What was that all about?" That information was mentioned by both the leader of the Shadow Agents and Denning Rose. It wasn't strange for him to ask that question since Sieghart was careful about those two factions. Say it, it's about a mine, sir." "A mine? At Robert. They are digging a mine at the coast near Robert territory, and they asked us to invent a magic spell to carefully dig out the soil and the mineral in order to prevent a collapse because it's located under the sea." Jaina immediately told him about the mine. She didn't seem to consider it a big secret. A subaquatic mine, I don't think there was anything like that. He'd visited all of the coastlines near House Robert's domain during his assassin training. He could tell for sure that there was no such thing as a mine under the ocean where he ran a lap countless times. What is he planning? Ah, is it because that dungeon opened up? There was an unknown dungeon under the ocean near House Robert, but it was impossible to open the door no matter what they tried. Judging from the situation, they must have managed to open the door. Didn't they request any magicians to be sent by any chance? We also told them that it would be easier for us that way, but they asked for a spell to be invented because they wanted to deal with it themselves. Jaina slightly furrowed his brow, saying that they were being annoying. He must be trying to keep it a secret. Robert and Balkar were on good terms. He would have requested specialists for it if he was really trying to dig a mine. The reason he requested a magic spell instead of a magician must have been because he was trying to hide the dungeon's secret. When did you give them that spell? During this conference, sir. Jaina told him that Chamber's assistant gave the magic tome to Darius's assistant during the conference. I see. Rayon clenched his fist and smiled. It means that I still have a chance. Rayon figured that he had another chance to mess with Darius. It's fine if I can't get whatever's lying there. I just need to prevent him from getting it. He had no information about the dungeon, but it didn't really matter. He could just destroy the dungeon if he felt like he wouldn't be able to get the treasure to prevent Darius from getting it. It was a chance with no drawback for him. Was there anything else? They also asked for some other spells and solidified the alliance. Jaina told him a few more things, but they weren't exactly important. It's my turn to tell you now. Martha has the Earth attribute. However, she has a different tendency from the other Earth attribute swordsmen. She likes to barrage her opponent with attacks as sharp as fire or wind, while still retaining the heaviness of the earth. You should be most careful about her technique, the devastating heavy sword, which is focused around power and speed. Rayon told Jaina about Martha's current realm and the flow of her swordsmanship. He didn't tell her every single detail, but it was enough to influence the outcome of the match. Jaina bit her lip tightly after hearing all of the information about Martha. What are you plotting, sir? Plotting what? I thought you were going to ask me to forfeit when I heard you called me sir, but you're giving me the information about Martha instead. That's why I can't help being curious about what's going on in your head, sir. Stop with those ellipses. Where's your answer? All right, sir. Her pride must have been hurt once again since she lowered her gaze. The reason why I'm giving you the information about Martha is... Rayon's eyes reflected the moonlight, sparking with a crimson light, because hardships are necessary for humans to get stronger. So are you making that hardship by yourself? Jaina's lips were trembling violently. She looked like she couldn't understand him at all. And during this match, where the 6 factions are fighting for their pride, yes, Rayon nodded without any hesitation. What if she loses? It's still going to be meaningful. There's a huge difference between someone who has never been defeated and someone who has experienced defeat. Martha would likely be able to reach even higher by defeating Jaina, who knew about her weaknesses, and winning against the third prince after that. I really can't understand you. I don't need your understanding. Rayon simply shook his hand to swing the special contract in front of her eyes. I gave you the information, so you'd better put up a good fight. This contract might end up doing something if you show a poor performance. Arg. What shall I ask you to do? Maybe I should order you to bring me some national treasures from Balkar. Damn it. Jaina pouted and clenched her trembling fist. She didn't seem to know how to react because it was her first time getting one-sidedly abused. It felt so good to see her like that, probably because she'd been acting all haughty ever since their first encounter. She let out a deep sigh before raising her head. She quickly recovered from her emotions since she was still a member of the direct line of the 6 kings. This removes the 2 of the orders you can give me, right? 2 of the orders. I told you about the trade between House Robert and Balkar, and you gave me orders about the fight against Martha Sieghart tomorrow. That makes it 2, right? You seem to be misunderstanding something. I never once said that I was ordering you to do any of it. Rayon snickered and spread the special contract. It was still written that he had 3 orders to give her. Why? Jaina's eyes crumpled like paper in a grasp. Why, you did ask me to tell you. It says order on the contract. I asked you to tell me, but never ordered you to do so. It was true. He simply asked her to do it while showing her the contract. He never mentioned that it was an order, not even once. Arg, she bared her teeth while spreading her mana around her. She looked like she was about to attack him at any moment. You fiendish bastard. There's no way you are an honorable warrior. You are a demon who came from devildom. There's no one like him even in devildom. Wrath shook his head while responding to Jaina. A demon from devildom. That's a compliment for me, since both Wrath and the Light Wind Squad had been recently calling him a demon king. Demon and fiend wasn't even an insult for him anymore. We are done with the talk. Rayon gave the special contract back to Dorian. Dorian put the contract in his belly pocket with his neck trembling in fear. Then I'll be looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Rayon patted Jaina's shoulder as she violently ground her teeth, then left the training ground. Damn it. Jaina's swearing voice burst out like a storm from the training ground as he was returning to his room. Is this really okay? Dorian swallowed nervously while looking back at the training ground where she was still screaming. It's fine. I didn't even kill her. Moreover, she's the one who started it. Jaina was the one who picked a fight with him 2 whole times even though he gave her a chance. Since she still didn't seem to regret her actions, it must have been a good lesson for her. Ah, that was a problem, but I'm also worried about Lady Martha. It's fine, she has too much in her arms, so she needs to win that match at least. Rayon stopped walking and smiled while looking up at the dark sky. She should resign as the Light Wind Squad's team leader if she can't even do that. Translator Kyungyi. Proofreader Harley. Darius Robert bobbed his chin while sitting in front of Mardio's bed. Mardio looked like a corpse on the bed, but he opened his eyes upon hearing his call. Anger was briefly reflected in his composed eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Yes, Mardio responded while enduring the pain that could make him faint at any moment. His mind remained cool despite his hoarse voice. What was your impression of Rayon? I couldn't watch him until the end, but he didn't move like an assassin at all from what I saw. Are you sure? Darius narrowed his eyes while looking down on Mardio. Yes, he had the classic nature and movements of a swordsman from Zeeghart. Mardio's chin was trembling as he answered. He seemed to be in a lot of pain. His posture sometimes looked like an assassin, but it can't serve as proof since swordsmen can also use those postures. He couldn't be seen as an assassin at all. Then what do you think about his assault on you? Ha. Mardio briefly closed his eyes before opening them again. It was an assassin's inclination to get rid of his emotions and calm himself down in order to draw an objective conclusion. Just like he said, the arena was the safest place in that situation, since he had received a deep cut on his waist from Borini Kitten, and he didn't have a choice because he had to remove the Fallen's magic. I honestly don't think that his decision to slam his swords in front of me was a strange choice. Despite his anger towards Rayon, he said that Rayon's behavior wasn't strange at all. Instead, he added that it was a wise move. From what I've seen so far, I believe Rayon Zeeghart isn't related to Rayon. Is that your judgment as Rayon's instructor? Yes, it's an objective judgment without involving my emotions. Mardio nodded while enduring the tearing pain of his body. All right, you should rest. Darius nodded and shook his hand, and Mardio closed his eyes and turned his head away. Darius took off the glove from his hand. The scar on the back of his hand was neatly reduced. Let's return for now and let Mardio rest. My lord. As Darius was about to stand up, the butler in charge of legal affairs, Regil, opened his mouth. It would be better to cancel the order to the young master, wouldn't it? Regil apologetically bowed his head and continued. From what we've seen today, Glenn Zeeghart clearly cherishes the Light Wind Squad. It could become a problem if the young master ends up cutting off Rayon Zeeghart's arm. You saw it correctly, and Rayon seemed to be his favorite among the Light Wind Squad, in that case. That's why it's better this way. Darius Robert snickered and shook his hand. I can't miss this rare opportunity where I can finally learn what Glenn Zeeghart is thinking. Let's find out if he really cherishes Rayon and what he's going to do if Rayon's arm is cut off. Even though it could endanger his son's life, he made his declaration with a cold-hearted smile on his face. It should be better to provoke him even further rather than stopping him. He looked really angry already. Darius watched outside the window with a cold smile on his face. Caddy's Robert was extremely irritated because he barely got any cheers from the spectators despite the overwhelming performance he showed during his match because they kept calling Rayon's name. You should provoke Caddy's even further. Understood. Even though Regil was worried about Caddy's, he got rid of his emotion upon hearing his master's order and simply nodded. Even though they were acting on different sides, Mardio and Regil were both nothing but marionettes who had to obey Darius's orders no matter what. Did you check the spell that Balkar gave us? Yes, it was exactly as we requested. Regil straightened his back and nodded. It doesn't matter how long it takes. It's fine even if hundreds end up dying. Bloody greed was glowing in Darius's eyes. You just need to bring me the treasure buried underneath. Chirp, chirp. Rayon was sitting on his room's floor, and he opened his eyes upon hearing the chirping sound. He nervously raised his head, but it was just a normal chirping sound announcing the start of the day alongside the morning sun. It wasn't Merlin. Do I have to be nervous for the rest of my life? He laughed bitterly because Merlin could pop out anytime from anywhere. You coward. Wrath smiled coldly and shook his head. You got nervous from the fear. You are even worse than a chicken. But you are the one who is most afraid of her. It was such nonsense coming from Wrath because he was hiding from her obsession back then. The King of Essence just has trauma from obsession, trauma. The one who left a trauma on Wrath must have been an extraordinary demon. They must have been really strong since you're so afraid of them. He's not afraid. It's not because I'm afraid that I avoid her. It's because I don't want her dirt rubbing off on me. That's true, Rayon snickered. Devildom was apparently the same, and they preferred avoiding crazy people instead of dealing with them. She must be pretty strong then. She's just annoying and is no match for the King of Essence. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence was the strongest demon king, and his invincibility was unmatched. Wrath suddenly started bragging about himself even though he was trembling from the memory of that obsession a moment ago. It was truly a demon king's moodiness. Ha! Rayon examined his condition while Wrath's bragging went in one ear and out the other. The injury on his waist and his swollen mana circuits weren't completely healed yet, but he could fight just fine. It was the result of continuously using the Ring of Fire and the 10,000 Flames cultivation instead of sleeping. Lots of demons should still be missing the King of Essence. Why do you think they are missing him? That's right, it's because of his powerful might. His mana is as vast as an ocean and they fell, he never stops. Rayon ignored Wrath as he kept bragging about himself. When he started changing into the uniform, messages appeared in front of his eyes. You've slashed the eternal tear spell, Yin Yang. You've won against an opponent at a higher realm while being injured. The Blade of Requiem's trait. Ghastly flow of Manas rank has increased by 2. The Blade of Requiem's ghastly energy has increased. The trait. Array analysis rank has increased. All stats have increased by 8. He finally got the reward for cutting the Fallen's magic and defeating Borini Kitten in an injured state the day before. The system must have been waiting for his body and mind to be healed. 2 ranks at once. The Ghastly flow of Manas rank leaped to 3 stars from shaving off the Fallen's chaos. The Array analysis also increased, and the Blade of Requiem even gained more ghastly energy, which was almost excessive for a single slash on a spell. The Blade of Requiem's clear sword resonance told him that it also liked it. What's going on? Wrath was still bragging about himself, but suddenly dropped his jaw. Why would you even give so many rewards for cutting through weak magic like that? What about the King of Essence? Are you trying to give away every last bit of his pow, but you said you were one of the strongest in devildom? Aren't you actually weak if you're worried so much about this amount of reward? No, but for the merciful Demon King, this should be as much as a single cup of water from the vast ocean, isn't it? That's right, that's how it is. Since Wrath had been bragging so far, he nodded his head while suppressing his tears. Even that aspect about him was just like the giving tree. Rayon turned his head around from Wrath, who was smiling awkwardly, to look at the last part of the message. The rank ups for the traits are great, but I'm not sure about the stats. It wasn't because it was bad. The extra stats could be a source of error since he was almost perfectly used to his body, and the fact that it was added right before a difficult battle wasn't too great. Actually, no. My first opponent is the dragon-slaying beast. Since he had to fight the dragon-slaying beast before crushing caddies, he had the perfect opponent to get used to his enhanced body. A contest of strength, I like it. Rayon figured that it would be interesting to fight against a Beast Union warrior with sheer strength since they were supposed to have the strongest bodies among the 6 kings. Rayon put his coat on and looked outside the window. He clenched Heavenly Drive while watching the gently waving sunlight. Today is the day where Sieghart's name will stand at the peak of the 6 kings. Let's eat something before then. The King of Essence's stomach is feeling empty because you took away his stats on top of not giving him any sleep. Wrath was rubbing his stomach with rounded eyes. Please read the mood. Rayon sighed and shook his head. Rayon entered the arena alongside the Light Wind squad just like the day before. Whoa, Sieghart has arrived. The Frostfire Sword of Valor is here. The Blade of Tempest is also right next to him. Azure Lunar Blade, I want to see your smile. The spectators' reaction was the complete opposite from the day before. Even though they used to look down on them and laugh at them, their cheers as they shouted Sieghart's name were loud enough to rupture eardrums. Rayon walked up to the platform with the Light Wind squad behind him. Unlike the day before, the heads of the 6 kings were sitting on the platform. I can see their personalities. Glenn was completely expressionless, King Lekros was smiling gently, and Chamber was continuously asking questions directed at Glenn, who wasn't responding to her. Agram looked like he was bored as he was yawning, and Darius was still maintaining his fake smile from the day before. Your presence is an honor for us all. Rayon and the Light Wind squad bowed politely before heading to the waiting area seats on the left side. They keep calling the name Blade of Tempest. Who the hell is that? Burin looked around him and tilted his head. You. Rayon chuckled and pointed at Burin. Me. Burin widened his eyes, which were half closed before because he was still not completely healed. Yes, the Blade of Tempest is your nickname. They started calling you the Blade of Tempest after they saw you using the wind coming from your sword. Nickname, my own nickname. His neck was trembling as he clenched his fist. Burin kept mentioning that he wanted a nickname for himself, and he must have been moved by the nice nickname that people gave him. Run-on, you are the Azure Lunar Blade. They said that the azure frost emanating from your blade looked like the moonlight in winter. Azure Lunar Blade. Run-on murmured the name Azure Lunar Blade a few times and nodded. Her lips were very slightly curved into a smile. She seemed to like that beautiful nickname even though she didn't tend to express her feelings. How about me? You got none. Why and what? It had been a while since the last time Martha's tongue got twisted. You didn't weave a strong impression like Burren or Run-On because you won by default. Rayon giggled and copied Martha's accent. It's only natural that you didn't get a nickname since you didn't show them anything. He raised the corners of his lips into a sneer. He said that with the intention of provoking her, but it wasn't exactly wrong. Martha's impression wasn't as strong as Burren's or Run-On's because she reached the semifinals without fighting the previous match. Damn it, I didn't win by default because I wanted to. She bit her lip. She seemed irritated that she was the only one without a nickname. You will get one even if you don't want it if you manage to defeat Princess Jaina and Prince Greer today. Rayon's eyes turned serious as he lowered his gaze to look at Martha. Can you do it, of course? Martha immediately nodded without even considering it. Aren't you going to tell her about it? Tell her what? That you told that bitch all of Beef Girl's strengths and weaknesses. I'll tell her, but later. It will be more fun to tell her when she notices that something's going wrong during the fight. Revealing the secret when Jaina was getting the upper hand by exploiting her weakness would be even more effective. Wrath dropped his jaw while blankly staring at Rayon. Don't tell anyone that you are a demon. Why? No one is as crazy as you even in devildom. The master of ceremonies went onto the stage and raised his finger towards the sky. His voice was filled with aura and resounded throughout the entire arena. Woa, it's finally starting. I didn't even sleep last night. Third prince, I believe in you. Princess Jaina, bring honor to Balkar. Martha, destroy them all like the other Ziegharts did. The festival got even more heated because of the spectators' cheers. We unfortunately only have a single match for the semifinals, but I'm sure it will be even more exciting than 2 matches combined. The first match of the day, Martha Zieghart versus Jaina Ruin Balkar. Please enter the arena. Martha briefly exhaled and entered the arena upon hearing his call. Jaina looked like she was still frustrated from what happened the day before as she entered from the other side, glaring at Rayon before jumping onto the arena. Are you both ready? Yes, I'm ready. They both nodded and the master of ceremonies left the stage. The first match of the semifinals for the Six Kings tournament is starting now. As soon as he raised his hand, Martha kicked the ground. She violently charged at her opponent like a wild boar and slammed down her sword. Jaina quietly watched her before getting out from Martha's distance by leaping through the space. The technique she used was Folding Wind, a movement skill utilizing space magic. Wham! Martha used the power of her sword, slamming onto the ground to turn around. She chased Jaina once again and applied even more aura to increase her speed. Thud! Martha's footwork rapidly increased her speed right before she entered Jaina's range to close the distance in an instant. HMPH. Jaina wasn't surprised and used the Folding Wind to move to the other side as if she knew it was going to happen. It really was true. Rayon hadn't lied about Martha's movement and flow. The explosive footwork could have reached her if she hadn't heard about it in advance. I don't understand his intentions, but I'll use this in my favor. Jaina smiled coldly and dodged Martha's fierce strike. Mirror reflection. She grasped thin air with her right hand and pushed it towards her left, and Martha was bounced back violently, as if she had been struck by an iron hammer. Martha wiped the blood flowing out from her lips away with the back of her hand and charged at Jaina once again. The speed was even faster since she had warmed up, but the flow of her martial arts remained the same. By utilizing Rayon's advice, Jaina used the Folding Wind multiple times in a row to escape from Martha's attack before she flicked her finger. Kring! The space folded into a thin shape and red blood gushed from Martha's shoulder and arm. It was a cutting spell with increased power through space magic. Hoo-hoo. Jaina smiled coldly while looking down at Martha, who was frowning at her. You are going to lose because your vice squad leader is crazy. Wham! Martha bit her lip while escaping from the space that Jaina had ripped apart. What the hell is wrong with her? She was aware that Jaina's space magic was dangerous, but she didn't know that she was also talented at moving her body. She couldn't hit Jaina at all because it almost felt like Jaina knew all of her movements and aura flows. Moreover, Jaina's movement spell, which she could use at the most dangerous moment, prevented Martha from taking her by surprise through a feint. It almost felt like Jaina had already seen through all of her cards. Tusk. Martha briefly clicked her tongue and kicked the ground. She predicted Jaina's next move and charged at her while blocking the left side, but Jaina used a spell similar to Blink to escape to the right. Martha tried to chase again, but the space magic cast on the floor halted her footwork once again. Kring! Martha frowned and severed the space magic that emerged around her ankles and above her head before scattering her aura blades one after the other. Wham! She blocked Jaina's vision with aura blades and charged from the left side. She also gathered her aura on her left hand, just in case Jaina had withdrawn to the back. Since she was attacking her from all directions, she was certain it was going to work as she slammed down her sword. Too slow. Jaina snorted and jumped into the air that wasn't affected by the aura blades. She grasped thin air and pushed it back, which teleported her to the opposite side. Did she even notice that I was planning to attack from behind? Considering the fact that she immediately teleported to a different location, she must have noticed that she was planning to attack from behind at the same time as the left and right sides. It almost feels like she knows all the flows of my attacks. I didn't show enough yet to be analyzed, though. First team leader. As Martha was biting her lip while finding it strange, she could hear Rayon's aura message. What? I'm busy right now. Don't you think that the bitch princess knows you too well? Huh. Martha's chin started to tremble upon hearing his playful voice. Don't tell me you. Yes, you guessed right. It was me who told her about you. Martha turned her head while gritting her teeth. Rayon was winking at her with a smile on his face. Seriously, that damn bastard, do your best then. Rayon waved his hand to cheer for her. Martha got the urge to pluck his stupid hand off. Rayon's blabbering mouth was making her even angrier than Princess Jaina, who was swaggering in front of her. Are you done struggling? Jaina smiled coldly and lowered her hands in. The space folded down from both sides of Martha and started pressing down on her shoulders. Struggle, struggle, you said, you dirty bastards. Martha unleashed all of her Titan's aura with exploding anger. The yellow energy bursting from her energy center pushed Jaina's space magic back and created a huge flame. White steam was flowing from her mouth. Try as much as you want. Your magic is even weaker than rusted scissors, and it's not going to work against me. How dare you? Jaina frowned and increased the intensity of her space magic. The folding space became even longer and larger, but it was unable to push Martha's aura back. Wham! Martha stomped the ground with a fire burning in her eyes. The floor of the arena collapsed despite the 2 layers of protective spells covering it, and fissures appeared all around her like rice paddies in a drought. Jaina only lost her balance for an instant, but it was enough time for Martha. She instantly leaped to reach in front of Jaina. Blink, Jaina didn't have time to use the folding wind, instead having to use blink to reach behind Martha. It's now my turn to attack her. She was planning to attack Martha's leg with space magic once again, but a large fist was already in front of her eyes. Die. Martha had immediately followed up by predicting the blink's simple movement pattern. You will lose your arm if you keep stretching it. I don't care. Jaina managed to set up space magic in that short period of time since she was a member of Balkar's direct line after all, but Martha didn't care about the scratch on her hand and continued to punch Jaina's chin. Smock, the tearing sound of a drum resounded throughout the arena. Jaina's eyes rolled back upon getting hit by Martha's fist. She rolled on the floor. Oh. The master of ceremonies was staring blankly at them, then came back to his senses upon hearing Jaina's groan. Martha Sieghart emerges victor. You crazy bastard. Martha jumped down the stage before the master of ceremonies even finished to announce her victory and grabbed Rayon by his collar. What the fuck is this? Why did you sell my information to her? What did she even give you? She gave me nothing. Then why? You managed to increase your aura and realm by a large margin, didn't you? Rayon calmly smiled, even though he was grabbed by his collar. What are you talking about? Martha released his collar and fell silent. They did increase, and they increased quite a lot. She'd mustered all of her power because she got so angry from Rayon's betrayal despite how much she trusted him, yet her aura and realm had clearly increased when she thought about it. You've been suppressing your anger recently in order to maintain your reason while using Berserk, right? How did you know? Anger is one of the origins of your power, and there's no way you can properly use your strength by suppressing it. Reason is important, but you have to unleash it sometimes. Rayon chuckled and shook his hand. Just like the head of house said, you are too focused on one thing most of the time. Berserk is nice, but you should widen the range of your thoughts. After all, you should be looking for more possibilities right now. Is that why you told that bitch about me? Just get treated for now. Rayon pointed at the temporary medical center next to the stage instead of answering her question. Martha couldn't say anything and absent-mindedly stood there. Team leader, let's get treated for now. The first team's vice team leader, Yeti, brought Martha to the healer. Ha. Martha looked at Rayon while getting her shoulder and hand treated by the healer. Did he really give my information to Jaina in order to make me stronger? That was the only possibility considering the composure in Rayon's voice and behavior. He must have done that in order to help her reach a higher realm. Seriously, he must be an idiot. He should have had his hands full with his own fight and his own business, yet he was still caring about her and the other light-wind swordsmen. It almost felt foolish to her. Idiot, foolish, who am I even calling a fool? Martha bit her lip tightly while looking at the ground. Blood dripped from her lip and soaked into the ground. I'm the real idiot here. The gratitude pulled her heartstrings, and the tingling sensation she got felt like sandpaper was rubbing against her heart. This isn't the only time he helped me, yet I have never done anything for him. I've only been bothering him instead of giving him something in return. Back when they were trainees, she'd even attacked Rayon, laughed at him, and kept picking fights with him. It was immature behavior stemming from her sense of inferiority over being an adopted daughter, with her anger towards the white blood religion added on top of it. but it didn't change the fact that she had attacked Rayon. Moreover, I've never apologized to him. She avoided confronting the issue after she lost to Rayon and had never apologized to him for making fun of him. Ha. Martha slapped her cheeks and looked at Rayon and the Light Wind Squad. Just looking at them filled her heart with warmth. Even though she couldn't even stand the sight of them in the past, they had become family to her, and she could even risk her life for their sake. Is it about time? It felt like the time was ripe for her to open her heart and tell her story to her companions, just like the head of house had advised her. If I managed to win today, she decided to defeat the third prince in the finals and tell her story to everyone in the Light Wind Squad afterward. And Martha clenched her fist while looking at Rayon. I'm going to apologize no matter what. Ahahaha! Chamber burst into laughter while looking at Rayon standing next to the arena. She must have really found it fun since she was even swinging her legs on the chair. He sold the information about his companion without getting anything in return. She was aware of their entire conversation. She must have read the aura message that Rayon had sent to Martha. That guy is really nuts. He's so funny. Chamber was grinning on the chair while swinging her legs. He's definitely a peculiar one. King Lekros laughed like an old man while stroking his beard. His face was also expressing his joy. I can tell that he's always watching over his companions. I thought he was a real man, but he was just a madman. Agram twisted his lips while suppressing his laughter. Even though he called him a madman, he looked even more interested in Rayon. Hoo-hoo. Darius silently stared at Rayon. His smile was excessively deep and made him look like a doll. Mr. Chambers stood on her chair and called out to Glenn on the opposite side of her. How did you even raise him? How do you make someone like him? Tell me all about it, including how you made him so handsome. I've done nothing. Glenn even used his aura to suppress his trembling lips and shook his head. Ever since he was small, he's always decided and solved his problems by himself. Neither myself nor the others did anything for him. It might be because he'd always been thinking on his own that he managed to grow up like that. His might isn't even a question, and his insight, righteousness, and even his appearance. Glenn's voice was originally composed, but it gradually became faster and more enthusiastic. Mr. Geezer, Chamber and Agram tilted their heads as they looked at Glenn. They looked rather surprised because they'd never seen him acting like that before. Glenn cleared his throat and stopped speaking. Anyway, that's how it is. They couldn't understand what it was exactly, but they simply nodded because Glenn said so. Since there was only a single match for the Expert Division semifinals, and the swordsman Martha Sieghart has been injured, we will continue with the Master Division's semifinal instead of the Expert Division's final. The Master of Ceremonies announced that the semifinals for the Masters would come before Martha's match in order to give her some time to heal. Oh, does that mean that I'm getting to see Rayon with a crazy mind and face right away? Q-ha-ha-ha. Agram burst into loud laughter and looked at Glenn. How unfortunate, Geezer's kid is getting eliminated now even though he's been working so hard by himself. He raised his chin while pointing at the dragon-slaying beast, Garona, who was standing on the opposite side. Some sloppy swordsmanship isn't going to work against him. I see. Glenn looked back at Agram with a cold smile on his face. Then he will just destroy him in a non-sloppy way. What? Open your eyes and watch. His red eyes were sparkling like Rayon's. That boy is about to destroy your son's fashion muscles. Woa Rayon, Garona, Garona, Garona. As the two participants entered the stage, the spectators waved their hands while shouting their names. I'm so nervous. I wonder who's going to win. This is pretty much a battle between a spear and a boulder. Did you say a boulder instead of a shield? That's because Garona's defense isn't the only good part about him. The game's over once he gets a single hit in, but the same goes for Rayon. His astral energy even managed to destroy Borini Kitten's sword. Even Garona won't be able to endure that. So it's a match between Rayon's sharp sword that managed to defeat Mattis and Borini Kitten and Garona's heavy fist that sent all his opponents flying so far. A match between strength and technique, I see. Indeed, Rayon's going to target Garona's openings. The spectators licked their lips while expecting the match to be a fight between strength and technique. Strength and technique, Rayon smiled while listening to the spectators' cheers. Unfortunately, I won't be granting that wish. Technique wasn't what he was trying to obtain from the fight against Garona. Rayon Sieghart. Garona raised his head while warming up his fingers, which were as long and thick as a wooden sword's hilt. Let me give you a warning. His teeth looked as sharp as a beast as he smiled a toothy smile. You will get shredded apart in an instant if you rely on that stick. Energy waves burst violently from Garen's body, as if they were trying to prove his words. That tremendous power was the concentration of his extreme prowess. Let me give you a warning as well. Rayon drew Heavenly Drive with a cold smile on his face. You will get a hole in that body of yours that has nothing but size to boast if you underestimate this stick. Q-ha-ha-ha. All right, do it if you can. Garona slammed his chest, telling him to bring it on. Are you ready? The Master of Ceremonies must have gotten scared, as he was already outside of the arena. Started already. Yes, Rayan and Garona nodded, and the Master of Ceremonies pointed his trembling hand at the sky. The first match of the Master Division semifinals is starting now. The moment his hand fell, Garona's body disappeared from the stage. No, it wasn't just Garona. Rayan also disappeared from the stage. Bam. The astral energies clashed at the center of the arena, and a tremendous shockwave engulfed the entire area. What's going on? What is this wind? The spectators couldn't even open their eyes and had to lower their heads to protect themselves. Whoosh, the gray smoke covering the stage faded away to reveal the two participants' appearances. Rumble, Rayan and Garona were pushing each other at the center of the stage with sheer strength, with a tremendous amount of astral energy spreading around them. What's going on right now? Rayan isn't getting pushed back. It wasn't a fight between technique and strength, but strength against strength. Moreover, he's not even getting pushed back. The Frostfire Sword of Valor isn't getting pushed back by the dragon-slaying beast. The spectators widened their eyes as they watched Rayan stand his ground against Garona. Wham! The tremendous clash of powers created endless yellow sparks between Rayan and Garona. Rayan rolled his lips into a smile while watching Garona's growl. Rumble, as Rayan and Garona's powers intensified, the outrageous pressure weighing upon the arena only got stronger. 5 of the protective magics around the arena were destroyed, and the thick floor began to shred, but the two participants didn't move a single inch. Their feet were rooted in the ground. You bastard. Garen glared at Rayan with his eyes distorted in disbelief. What have you even done? What have I done? Rayan responded while smiling casually. You are fighting back right now with your physical strength instead of aura. So what? It's impossible for your small body to stand against my strength. He stomped the ground while letting out an ear-splitting battle cry. He used his over 2-meter-tall body to crush Rayan from above. Rayan silently groaned and focused his strength on his lower body. Indeed, I've never experienced such a powerful strength before. Although Garona was simply pushing him with sheer strength without even using any martial arts, Rayan felt like his bones were getting crushed. It almost felt like he was fighting an ogre instead of a human being. You should give up already. Ferocity burst from Garona's eyes, and he started pushing down even more powerfully. The rumor about him tearing a drake's head off with bare hands must have been true since the stage started to collapse and Rayan's feet started to sink into it. If you refuse to give up, you will be crushed before even having a chance to swing your stick. Is this your full power? What? It would be rather disappointing if this is all you've got. Rayan didn't stop smiling even though his hand was trembling from Garona's pressure. How dare you bluff when you are about to get crushed? Garona's eyes distorted fiercely. Is it because of those cheers? He rolled his lips into a smile while looking around the spectators, shouting Rayan's name. I'll give you advice as your senior. Fame and popularity are poisons that lead warriors to death. Poison. When you are too focused on cheers and praise, you become unable to understand your own limits and you can't even discern between what you should do and what you shouldn't. And that's exactly how you are right now. Wisdom sparked from the ferociousness of Garona's eyes. Unfortunately, this is going to be the end for you. The power emerging from his rough hands exploded once again. The impact made it feel like his skin was being torn apart and the bones all over the body were getting crushed. Rumble. Even though Rayan looked like he was about to get crushed in everyone's eyes, his eyes were as clear as the sunlight reflected on a spring water. His strength is certainly exceptional. Garona's strength was simply powerful. Even though he wasn't using any technique, and there were no distinct characteristics in the way he was pressing in on him, Rayan felt like his body was about to burst. It wasn't excessive to call him as strong as an ogre lord instead of a normal ogre. However, this is not what I wanted to see. He wanted to see the utilization of that strength instead of simple pressure through tremendous strength, because I'm stronger than him in terms of sheer strength. Rayan smiled coldly and strained the front part of his left foot. His leg muscles expanded explosively to crush the floor and 5 layers of protective spells were destroyed at the same time. Rumble. He straightened his spine while pushing with his right leg. Once the power surging from his lower body reached his upper body, Garona's huge hands were pushed back for the first time. Rayan noticed the panic in his ferocious eyes. What? There's still a lot more to come. Rayan mustered all of the strength and agility from his body that he'd been keeping sealed. Rumble. Heavenly Drive's blade felt like it was being weighed down by a huge mountain as he crushed Garona. Although Garona's hand seemed at least twice as big as the average adult man's hand, it was trembling violently. His knees lowered and were about to reach the floor. This is impossible. Garona gritted his teeth in disbelief. How can you be so strong with those thin limbs? This can't be happening, no matter how good you are at controlling your aura. Impossible, you say. It wasn't impossible at all, since it was a natural result. His strength and agility were close to 300 and had transcended the human limits. Even though the Beast Union warriors were supposed to have the strongest bodies, there was no way they could compete against him. I said this before to someone, but... Arg. Rayan smiled coldly and took one of his hands off Heavenly Drive. Even though he was only using one hand to push him, Garona was still unable to push the sword back. My perfectly compact muscles are practical muscles, and yours are just for show because they have nothing but size going for them, you bastard. Rayon pointed at the respective arm muscles with his finger, and a crimson flame started burning from Garona's eyes. In short, my muscles are compact and practical muscles, and yours are fashion muscles. Shut up. Garona couldn't suppress his anger anymore and raised his arms. Although his strength had only been applied in a straight line, it twisted into a spiral to create a powerful impact. Wham! Rayon and Garona were pushed back to opposite sides of the arena from the huge explosion. I don't know what kind of black magic you've used, but I admit that your body is stronger than mine. Garona bit his lip and lowered his posture with his left arm to the front and his right arm to the back. However, you aren't good at using it. I'll show you that strength isn't everything. Sure, Rayon nodded with a smile. Perfect. He was fighting him in order to see how the Beast Union used their stronger bodies, so he was simply glad that Garona was willing to show him without even being asked. I'll erase that irritating smile from your face. Garona kicked the ground. His huge body multiplied into 3 like an illusion as he charged at Rayon. A footwork with the illusion sword's principles. All of them look real. Rayon didn't have much time to think since Garona was charging forward at a tremendous speed. Thud, Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's first step. When he was about to leap through the space towards the left side, Garona's movement suddenly changed. The 3 Garonas combined into one at the left side and caught up to him in an instant. Whoosh, Garona's fist was already there and covered his vision. His martial art supported the instinctive judgment he made in the split second. His punch was fast and brutal at the same time. Creak, Rayon hurriedly bent his body backward. It felt like the wind pressure coming from Garona's fist was tearing the skin of his face. You idiot. Garona followed up by slamming down his left elbow in order to keep his advantage. I predicted that much. Rayon pulled his left foot back. He straightened his back and slashed upwards with heavenly drive. Bomb! The clash between the astral sword and fist created a tremendous shockwave that engulfed the surrounding area. Rayon's hand that was holding heavenly drive was trembling as he was pushed back, although he'd increased the 10,000 flames cultivation output to the maximum. The impact had even reached his arm through his hand. His bone would have been fractured if he'd used less power. Is it rotation? Garona's fist from the earlier clash contained a powerful rotation. However, it was different from normal coiling power or spiral power. Moreover, rotation wasn't the only unusual part of Garona's punch. His punch had hit twice in total. Rayon had endured the first hit, but the second hit followed up right after to impact the bones. Interesting. Rayon licked his lips while rotating the rings of fire as fast as he could. His footwork could multiply him into 3. His punch incorporated a strange rotation, and he even managed to hit twice. There were so many things to learn from him. You shouldn't look so calm anymore, dare smile. Garona's mouth twisted upon seeing the smile on Rayon's face. I'll finish you off in an instant. He inhaled and stomped the ground. The arena was falling apart as if an earthquake was happening as he charged at Rayon. He used the footwork to multiply himself into 3 and punched with his huge fist. Rayon narrowed his eyes and used Supreme Harmony's fourth step to withdraw like flowing water. At that moment, the 3 Garonas combined into one at the center and pierced into him at a speed that couldn't be seen with eyes. The reason he multiplied into 3 is simple. The footwork must have been created through instinct and reason in order to react to the enemy's movement wherever they went, and it's made possible through an elastic ankle. Rayon looked at Garona's ankle. His thick ankle kept shaking left and right to create smooth rotations. Aura wasn't the only thing Garona was using. He was making the best of the joints and muscles inside the ankle to achieve that crazy speed and variation of footwork. Whoosh! Garona was already right under his nose and thrust his fist. The fast and powerful pressure made blood spurt out from the back of Rayon's hand, which hadn't even been hit by the punch. The best move in this situation is, Rayon slashed heavenly drive downwards to create the firewall from the 10,000 flames cultivation's 100 flames. The wall of red flame clashed against Garona's fist. Wham! The powerful rotation of his punch created an opening in the firewall's flames, and the second impact pierced through it. Thud! Rayon was unable to withstand the second impact and was bounced back. He strained his faltering legs and exhaled roughly. The powerful impact was making him nauseous, but he could only smile because he managed to learn the secret behind Garona's martial art. Rotation was the key once again. The coiling power and the spiral power applied the rotation to the aura as it passed through the mana circuits in order to increase the technique's power and penetration. It was a martial art that had similar principles everywhere, but Garona's technique was different. It's the rotation of muscles. Garona's punches didn't only use the rotation of aura and joints, but also the muscles inside the waist, shoulder, arm, and wrist. His martial arts combined the rotation of aura, joints, and muscles. I never thought about using the rotation of muscles. It was such a surprising method, moving the muscles one more time than they usually function naturally. The new enlightenment filled his brain with excitement. However, not all of the secrets had been revealed. He still didn't manage to find out how he was hitting twice. You tenacious bastard. Garona charged like a ray of light to pound with his fist from above. It must have been another martial art from the Beast Union, since his muscles, his wrist, and his aura rotated together to create an impact reaching through his bones. The punch was simple and ferocious, but Rayon wasn't watching the punch itself. He endured the first punch and even the second punch that followed. Slam. Rayon got pushed back to the edge of the arena, and blood flowed down from his lips. It was a natural outcome because he kept taking Garona's punches head-on when they were even capable of penetrating through astral energy. I see. The secret behind the second impact was the fist itself. When Garona thrust his fist, he lightly clenched his fist as if he were holding an egg and clenched it tightly at the moment of impact to explode his aura, which must have been the source of the second impact. Ha. Rayon wiped away the blood flowing down from his lips and straightened his back. Even though he had to take internal injuries, he managed to discover all of the secrets behind Garona's moves. He could only smile in satisfaction. You bastard, why aren't you wearing your ring? Wrath popped out from the ice flower bracelet and sat on his shoulder. The blue and red ring. Yes, I'm not wearing it because I wanted to win this with my own skills. HMPH. Even though you are usually even worse than a fiend, you are being unexpectedly fair. Even though he was making fun of him with his words, he seemed to be satisfied with Rayon's answer as steamed from his nose. The King of Essence is also like that. Equipment, artifacts, they are great, that's fine. But the most important part is your own might. Back in Devildom, the King of Essence. Keep it for later because I'm busy right now. Rayon pushed Wrath away with the back of his hand because he was starting to ramble. He focused on Garona instead. The fight isn't over yet. Even though he managed to discover that rotation was the secret, learning it from him was a different story. It was necessary to continuously clash against him in order to learn the principle. I have the perfect technique for that. 10,000 Flames, Cultivations, Revolving Sky. The revolving sky consisted of rotating the wrist and aura to create spinning flames like a saw blade. It was the perfect technique to learn the Beast Union's martial art. You are the first one who has lasted this long in a frontal clash against me. Garona's face had an ambiguous expression on it. Even though he looked frustrated, he was also smiling faintly. I didn't know clashing with sheer strength would be so fun. I'm looking forward to finding out how long you are going to last. He smiled brightly while warming up his fingers. He seemed to believe that he would be the winner in the end. Rumble. Garona opened his arms and mustered all his aura. The endlessly burning energy was powerful enough to create a red heat haze on his shoulders. The real fight begins now. He charged at a tremendous speed and slammed his fist down. Thud. Rayon stomped the ground and unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation at the maximum output. He followed Garona's movement according to what he saw with the Ring of Fire and rotated his body, aura, and muscles at the same time. Wham! Unlike Garona, who took 3 steps back, Rayon took 7 steps back and his hands were trembling. I can't do it immediately after all. It was difficult because he had to copy the body's movement instead of an aura's. It was actually even worse because it was muscle movement specifically. However, I think I understand how. His first attempt was a failure, but he was starting to understand how Garona moved his muscles. Aura. He was creating those detailed movements of muscles through his aura. We are just getting started. Garona charged at him once again. The ferocious power dwelling in his fist was rushing Rayon's body. The joints, muscles, and astral energy rotated in the same direction, and they created a huge shockwave as a result. All right. Rayon licked his lips and created a crimson flame on Heavenly Drive's blade. Let's fight until the end. The clash between Rayon and Garona created fissures in the arena floor like rice paddies during a drought. The magicians were continuously casting protection magic, but they kept getting destroyed in an instant, and it was pretty much meaningless. Is this really a fight between human beings? What is this match? Why is the Frostfire Sword of Valor even fighting him head-on? He has those skills that can dodge his moves to target his openings. I know, right? Why is he fighting with Garona's specialty instead of using that to his advantage? The spectators kept exclaiming in a panic because Rayon was fighting Garona face to face. Isn't he getting blackmailed or something? Look at him, he's smiling right now. That's definitely not the case. He's crazy. I've never seen such a crazy match in my life. My heart is throbbing so hard. This is the true men's duel. Rayon, hang on until the end. Garona, you must not lose. People kept cheering their heads off for Rayon and Garona, who were thrusting their sword and fist against each other. I wasn't expecting this development. Chamber was sticking her head out to watch the arena below. Did anyone here expect this to be a brawl like this? She asked while turning her head, but no one responded. Who could have expected this? King Lekros shook his head as Rayon blocked Garona's punch. I thought he would target his opening just like when he defeated Borini Kitten, but he's actually fighting against Garona head-on. He laughed bitterly. He looked like he still couldn't believe his eyes. The Frostfire Sword of Valor's physical abilities have far surpassed my expectations. I don't even understand how he's so strong despite the size and shape of his muscles. Darius Robert also seemed surprised by it as he watched the match with narrowed eyes. However, his eyes remained cold, unlike the other heads of the six kings. Kuhahaha. Agram swept his hair up and started laughing like a madman. That kid, I'm liking him even more now. He pointed at Rayon, who was charging ahead to unleash the revolving sky at Garona with a grin on his face. Muster all your strength to clash from the front. It's a simple task, but not just anyone can do it. That guy is a true warrior. Agram turned his head around to look at Glenn. He's brimming with beastly blood, unlike you, geezer. I almost want to bring him to the Union. The Beast Union will disappear from the world if you try. Glenn was glaring coldly at Agram. You even got better at joking. Agram started laughing even louder. He seemed to believe that Glenn was joking. Shirl shuddered upon noticing Glenn's cold pressure. I don't think that was a joke. Agram seemed to believe that it was a joke, but Glenn was being serious. If Agram tried to take Rayon away, the Beast Union really could end up disappearing. I'll give him my applause for standing his ground while facing Garona with that small body of his. However, that's the limit of his abilities. Agram stared at Rayon with his eyes turned serious. It was as if he hadn't been laughing before. Garona's true strength isn't the destructive power, but his regeneration and durability. If they keep destroying each other from the inside, that kid will be the first to collapse. Agram licked his lips and leaned his back in the chair. The winner was already decided the moment he decided on a head-on clash. He's refusing to yield for now, but that won't last long. Your eyes are as useless as before. What? Look at his sword. Glenn raised his long finger to point at Rayon. Whap! Rayon's waist, arm, and wrist were rotating strangely. His flame used to simply burn like a saw blade, but it was getting concentrated around the tip of his sword to create a red sphere that looked like the sun. That's. Agram's chin was trembling in disbelief as he watched Rayon's move. The Black Beast tribes. That boy starts slowly, but... Glenn rolled his lips up into a satisfied smile. Victory always awaits at the end of his path. Garona's punch fell down like lightning. His astral energy was spinning violently as it stormed at Rayon. Hop. Once again, Rayon didn't withdraw. He stomped the ground to slam his feet into the completely destroyed arena, unleashing the maximum output of the 10,000 Flames cultivation's fire and controlling the spiral power. Bomb. The countless clashes between the violent astral energies created a red whirlwind that burst into a strange shape. Huff. The scent of blood was mixed into Rayon's breath as he exhaled. He looked at Garona, who was preparing his next punch in the midst of the vortex of astral energy that was capable of tearing the skin apart. I've finished analyzing his martial art. He had already learned all of Garona's martial arts during the head-on clashes. He was even confident that he could unleash the exact same punches as him. However, that's not what I want right now. No matter how good an imitation was, it couldn't be better than the original. It could blow Garona's mind for a moment, but winning like that was meaningless, because I'm not looking for a single victory. What he wanted was the foundation to reach an even higher realm. His goal was to reach even higher by making Mattis, Borini Kitten, and Garona's strengths into his own. That was the only reason he was still standing there while enduring such headaches. You finally stopped smiling. The astral energy bursting from Garona's fists became distorted as it compressed itself. You finally reached your limits. You are such a brute. Despite what he said, his lips were curved into a smile. It could have been Rayon's mistake, but he got the impression that Garona had taken a liking to him. Everything that has a beginning is bound to end eventually. I've recognized you as a man, and I'll finish you off accordingly. Garona pulled his right fist behind his shoulder and grabbed the right wrist with his left hand. Rayon could only see his back and his eyes, but the powerful pressure emanating from him almost reached the sky. I don't need your recognition. Rayon fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. He got into the middle posture, which was the fundamental of swordsmanship, and unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation to the maximum. Flames shimmered up from the destroyed floor of the arena and covered the entire space. I'll finish you off with this one. Garona destroyed the arena as he charged at Rayon. It only took an instant for his fist to reach close enough to cover Rayon's entire vision. Rumble. The punch was powerful enough to shatter the sky. It was going to crush all of the bones in Rayon's body if he failed to defend properly. Rayon made the rings of fire resonate. The clear resonance coming from the 7 rings increased his focus and the level of his existence. Rayon extended his left foot in the midst of the slowed flow of time. He rotated the joint and muscles of his ankle and stepped on the ground. Kring. He connected the rotation surging from the ground to his leg muscles before it passed through his arm to reach his wrist. The rotation started as weakly as a breeze, but it had turned into a tornado as it burst from his blade. Whop, aura, joint, and muscle. Majestic flames burst out from the combination of the 3 spins that cycled in the same direction. The extremely powerful spiral power created by the 10,000 flames cultivation's fire condensed around his blade's tip, and it was different from the previous revolving sky. Is that, Garona's eyes widened upon witnessing the sphere shining as brightly as the sun above the sword's tip. Brace yourself if you don't want to die. Rayon clenched his back teeth and slammed Heavenly Drive down. The revolving sky of the 10,000 flames cultivation fell upon Garona's punch alongside a powerful rotation and explosive power. You are making this interesting until the end. Garona's eyes flashed as he thrust his fist towards the revolving sky. It was a fight between powers. Neither Rayon nor Garona even tried to think about dodging their opponent's attack just like they'd always done during the match, instead unleashing their attacks to the best of their abilities on their opponent. Wham. The drastically improved revolving sky clashed against Garona's all-out special technique. Their powers became condensed upon impact before exploding to spread shockwaves in all directions, crumbling the land and removing the clouds from the sky. Kring, Rayon and Garona were still pushing each other with their sword and fist in the midst of that impact. Their sword and fist were equal in power, but Garona had one more weapon up his sleeve. Rumble. Garona strengthened his grip, which used to be weakly clenched. The second strike followed the first one. The powerful astral energy was assaulting Rayon like a tidal wave. It's over. Garona smiled a toothy smile. He seemed to be convinced of his victory. Spark. It was at that moment that Rayon's eyes glittered. Of course, I didn't forget about it. Rayon smiled coldly and twisted Heavenly Drive. Since it was impossible to add extra impact to the sword by clenching it like a fist, he turned the blade to create the same result. Wham! It was a clash between second strikes. However, there was a difference between them. Unlike Garona's strike, which was only using his physical strength, Rayon had rotated the joints and muscles of his wrist. It was an extremely weak rotation because he couldn't use the other joints and muscles, but that was enough to make the difference. Crack. The second spread of the revolving sky shattered Garona's astral energy and slashed his chest. PSSSH, red blood gushed from the laceration on Garona's chest. He couldn't overcome the shock and fell to his hands and knees on the destroyed arena. Although his organs weren't hurt, his body couldn't withstand the tremendous power of the strike. Why, you bastard, that last attack. Did you replicate mine? Yes. Rayon nodded. After all, he did indeed come up with that attack after watching his punch. He didn't mention the rotation of his muscles because Garona would be shocked if he said it. What a frightening talent you have. Garona breathed roughly as he raised his head. The blood gushing from the scar on his chest had already stopped. He's almost like the white blood religion. It was a frightening amount of regeneration and durability. He looked more like a troll than a human. Huff. Garona shook his head to come back to his senses and raised himself up. I lose. He grabbed Rayon's hand without any hesitation and raised it. You won, Rayon Sieghart. Garona's declaration made sound return to the silent arena. Whoa, Rayon, it was the best match of my life. I've never seen such a passionate duel before. Garona, you were really cool too. It was a duel between true warriors. The voices they'd been suppressing so far exploded at once, and they kept cheering for them endlessly. Brother, I'm so glad that they are cheering for you. Garona smashed Rayon's back with a grin on his face. Brother, Rayon's lips parted. He couldn't understand what that troll guy was even saying. It's the Black Beast tribe's custom to recognize an opponent as a brother after fighting all out with body and heart. Your full power reached my heart. That's why we are brothers from now on. Rayon Sieghart. Garona slammed his own chest with a smile. Rayon's jaw dropped because the chest he slammed was slashed a moment ago. I have no intention of being your bro. Don't be like that. I'm sure my heart has also reached you. We will become even closer than real brothers who share the same blood running through their veins. The Black Beast tribe never abandons a brother once it's decided. He burst out into cheerful laughter and grabbed Rayon's shoulder. Brother, since the match is over, let's go eat Tojith. Brother Rayon sighed and shook his head as he left the arena. Everyone's abnormal around here. There are no exceptions. Huhahaha, Agram started laughing like a madman while crushing the armrest of his chair. Great, this is great. Even though Garona had lost and Rayon had copied the Black Beast tribe's special technique, he was still happy about it. He fought as good as our tribe. He deserves to be his brother. Agram shook his hand. He looked satisfied with the fact that Garona and Rayon had become brothers. Geezer, you've got a really nice grandson. He's the first among the Siegharts that I've taken a liking to. You are being too noisy. Shut your mouth already. Glenn shook his hand and turned his head to where no one was watching. His lips secretly curved into a smile. My heart is pounding from watching their match. I feel like I've gotten at least 20 years younger. King Lekross's face had also flushed from the excitement as he nodded. The match indeed far surpassed my expectations. I'd like to watch it again if I could. Darius was smiling in surprise, but his eyes were still immobile. Is that what they call alpha male nowadays? Chamber swirled her finger while whistling. Mister, you must be so happy to have such a nice grandson. Everyone's calling that pretty boy's name. She smiled cheerfully as the spectators kept calling Rayon's name. Their praise is meaningless. Glenn snorted without turning his face around. Even the tip of his fingers were trembling because he was trying his best to stop the corners of his lips, which were trying to soar into the sky. Roan shook his head while watching Glenn's shivering cheeks from behind. He should just admit it at this point. Rayon was treated at the medical center before returning to the arena. The second round of the semifinals was only getting started, probably because it took them a long time to fix the arena. The arena was completely returned to its previous state, and Caddies and the Magician of Annihilating Strike, Ron, were facing each other on the stage. Rayon started by examining Ron, who was standing on the right, Magician of Annihilating Strike, Ron was also one of the 12 stars of the continent, but he occupied one of the lower ranks since he was ranked 9th unlike Caddies and Borini Kitten, who were ranked in the middle. He was definitely an excellent magician, but he was also clearly less skilled than his opponent, and the match could only have one outcome. It would be nice if Ron lost without doing anything. What did you say? Wrath tilted his head at his ridiculous statement. But he's the son of your archenemy over the stew. Yes, he is. Since you aren't in a great condition right now, it would be better for you if he has a difficult fight right now before meeting you, wouldn't it? That's not how it works. Rayon shook his head. I have to beat him when he is in the best condition both in terms of aura and body after easily defeating Ron for the best effect. He won't even be able to raise his head from shame if I did that. A simple victory was meaningless. He wanted to defeat Caddies at his best while having spent lots of stamina and aura himself in order to crush his pride even further. Seriously, your mindset isn't human or demonic. It's similar to those from that nasty heavenly realm. Wrath's shoulders were trembling in disgust. Rayon narrowed his eyes as he watched Caddies. He looks upset. His expression was as cold as ice. His face was blatantly showing his displeasure at the situation. I guess he would be. Caddies cared about reputation, loving it even more than Darius. He must have been extremely irritated because Rayon and Garona took everyone's attention just like the day before. Don't worry about it. Rayon clenched his fist with a cold smile on his face. Your irritation is soon going to turn into despair. He was already curious about what face he would make after losing to him in the finals. The second match of the Master Division semifinals is starting now. The Master of Ceremonies left the stage and lowered his hand. The Magician of Annihilating Strike, Ron, was the first one to move instead of Caddies. He opened his hands and orange-colored mana was unleashed. Annihilating Strike signified that his strike could make things disappear. Ron's orange mana of Annihilating Strike was a bloodline magic capable of annihilating objects and even auras. Kring. According to the movement of Ron's hands, the mana of Annihilating Strike turned into a sharp spear and was fired at Caddies. Caddies slashed downwards in a curve without showing any sign of surprise. The aura dwelling on his blade smoothly wavered to deflect the power of Annihilating Strike. It was House Robert's pride, the azure cloud's flow of stars swordsmanship, which was both a slow sword and a soft sword. The astral energy swimming throughout the atmosphere looked like it was drawing a picture as it deflected each and every one of Ron's attacks. In fact, it looked more like the power of Annihilating Strike was avoiding Caddies on their own. He's perfectly mastered the azure cloud's flow of stars. Caddies was clearly more powerful than the other mid-ranked 12 stars of the continents. The astral energy spreading like flowing water from his sword was heavy and soft at the same time. Hop. Ron chanted rapidly and opened his fingers from his gathered hands. Whop. The orange mana that was scattered in all directions because of Caddies' sword started to move at once. Rayon licked his lips while watching the energy of Annihilating Strike that was moving on its own like a living creature. Even though he's at a low rank, he's still one of the 12 stars of the continent. Has he been planning this? He thought that the Annihilating Strike lost too easily against Caddies' sword, but it must have been a preparation for that surprise attack. The energies of the Annihilating Strike numbered over the hundreds, and they rained down on Caddies at the same time. It should have been difficult to fend off all of them, even for Caddies. Thud. Caddies lowered the tip of his sword and rotated his ankle to slash upwards. The swarming mana of the Annihilating Strike was dragged like magnets toward the flow of astral energy he created. No matter how powerful a river's stream was, it was bound to be engulfed by the ocean in the end. The energies of the Annihilating Strike were devoured by Caddies' astral energy and returned right back at Ron as a tidal wave. How is this happening? Ron tried to endure somehow, but there was no way he could defend against the crashing wave. He was sent flying from the stage violently and slammed onto the ground. Kua. Ron shook his head while coughing up blood. I lost. The winner is the blade of shattering wave, Caddies Robert. Caddies raised his hand upon hearing the Master of Ceremonies' announcement. He left the stage and examined Ron's condition as he bowed at him. Whoa, that was a landslide victory. That's the 12 stars of the continent for you. He couldn't overcome the difference in rank after all. This match was pretty cool too. I expected nothing less from the upcoming Sword Saint. Every single scene of this match was great. Wow, it was also nice that he cared about the loser after winning. The spectators sent a round of applause to Caddies, who appeared to care about the loser after his crushing victory. Rayon was watching Caddies' back, but he turned around and their eyes ended up meeting. Caddies was smiling just like Darius. It looked warm on the outside, but it was actually a sneer. Rayon returned the smile by rolling up his lips, and even his eyes were smiling, unlike Caddies. I'll erase that smile from your face soon enough. After the participants finished resting, the spectators gathered in the arena once again. Even though the resting time lasted for 4 hours to give them time to recover from their injuries and aura, more than half of the spectators didn't leave their seats in order to keep the nice spots they had. The master of ceremonies thought that their passion was frightening as he entered the stage. He spread his arms and bowed at the spectators. The final matches for the Six Kings tournament are starting now. Whoa. I've been waiting for this. I stayed here for 4 whole hours without even eating. Started already. The spectators violently waved their hands, pleading for him to start the match already. They looked like they were going to kill the master of ceremonies if he delayed it even further. Ahaha, this burning passion is scorching me. All right, the master of ceremonies nodded while wiping the cold sweat from his face. We are going to start with the final match for the expert division. Martha Sieghart versus Greer de Owen. Please enter the stage. Whoa, Martha, your highness, please win. The spectators cheered loudly once again upon hearing the announcement. There were bound to be many people cheering for the third prince, but just as many people were cheering for Martha. Martha entered the stage and clenched her fist. This is enough. She raised her head to look at Owen's third prince in front of her. He was an annoying weasel when she first saw him, but he grew up to be a dignified man. I've always wanted to compete with you from the first time I saw you. The third prince smiled faintly and straightened his shoulders. I remember it. You told me you wanted to fight me after defeating Rayon. When Owen's envoys came to Sieghart, he underestimated Rayon and designated her as his next opponent. Indeed, and I was thoroughly defeated by the swordsman Rayon. I'm still embarrassed whenever I think about what happened back then. The third prince smiled awkwardly in embarrassment and scratched the back of his head. However, that experience allowed me to get stronger. The atmosphere around him suddenly changed. It was the sharp and proud pressure, characteristic of the Owen Knights. His eyes were also glowing in a profound light. The same goes for me. Martha clenched her sword and nodded. I also learned my lesson after he wiped the floor with me. The third prince smiled gently and turned serious. The swordsman Rayon has already reached far above me since I saw him last. I'm planning to win this match no matter what in order to take a small step towards him. Same goes for me once again. Martha looked at the third prince coldly. I can't lose here no matter what because I have something I need to achieve. They slowly unleashed their pressure while looking at each other. The energy waves clashing against each other were weaker than the masters, but their spirits had reached the sky at least. Are you both ready? Yes. Martha and the third prince nodded, and the master of ceremonies exhaled deeply before leaving the arena. The final match of the expert division is starting now. As soon as he lowered his hand, Martha kicked the ground and charged. She seemed to be planning to quickly end the match, as she pierced into the third prince's space in an instant to unleash her strike. Her heavy and fast swordsmanship assaulted him from left and right consecutively. Kring, the third prince narrowed his eyes and lowered his body's center of gravity. He thrust his aura blade in that state to pierce through the opening of Martha's strike. Martha narrowed her eyes. I expected no less from Owen's eyes. He managed to pierce the opening in an instant. It wasn't an overstatement to say that he was a completely different person from the one who visited Sieghart in the past. Even so. Martha thrust her sword from the left upon noticing that the third prince's sword was coming from the right side. However, the third prince took an unhurried step back, as if he expected Martha's move, before swinging his sword down to defend himself perfectly. Even though Martha had the advantage in terms of strength, the precision and sharpness of his technique were in the third prince's favor. The match was bound to drag into a long fight at that rate. Martha sighed and withdrew. Since her aura wasn't in the best condition, she had no choice but to use that move. Are you already done? No, I'm only getting started. Black breath was coming from her red lips. Her black eyes glowed red and the light brown aura covering her body violently burst from her. Wham! Along with an earth-splitting sound, Martha's shape disappeared from the stage. She was piercing into the third prince's space more than twice as fast as the previous clash. Clang. The third prince quickly built a wall with his aura blade, but Martha violently destroyed it and kept charging at him. Arg! The third prince bit his lip and twisted his blade to deflect Martha's slash. Is it berserk? Considering the way that Martha's eyes had darkened and how much her physical abilities and her aura's quantity had increased, it must have been berserk, the skill that the Saiyan Canyon's warriors were supposed to use against monsters. Bomb. He felt like his shoulder was being dislocated just from defending. He forced himself to endure the pain and used footwork. I can't fight her head on. He wasn't Rayon Zeekhart. Every bone of his body would be broken if he tried confronting that power and speed from the front. The only relief is that she won't last long in that state. The berserk skill of the Saiyan Canyon's warriors only multiplied their abilities by 1.5 to 2 times. Since Martha's abilities had been multiplied by almost 2.5 times, she couldn't even last a single minute in that state. Since her movements became simpler than before, he was confident he could last for that long. Kua, Martha shouted like a monster as she slammed her sword down. It was difficult to believe that the strike was coming from an expert as it crushed the floor. It was a frightening amount of power, but her technique was extremely simple, just like the third prince had expected. I just need to last a bit longer. He turned around in order to dodge Martha's second strike, and her face was right in front of him already. The third prince swallowed nervously upon seeing Martha's eyes. Why does she have clear eyes? The third prince stopped the sword that he was about to thrust. It's dangerous. There was no real reason behind it. It was just instinct. He trusted the chill running down his spine upon witnessing Martha's clear black eyes and quickly withdrew. Wham! As soon as he stepped back, Martha's sword struck like lightning. The arena floor shattered like a biscuit being smashed by a fist. It was powerful enough to crush his shoulder if he had tried defending head-on. Huff. The third prince exhaled roughly as he raised his head. The red color had returned to Martha's eyes once again. What's going on? I'm sure she is using berserk, though. The berserk skill of the Saiyan Canyon's warrior could amplify the physical abilities and aura by 1.5 to 2 times for a short time at the cost of their sanity, leading them to only attack the enemy in front of them. Even though it was certainly a powerful technique, the drawback was also huge. Although she should have been following her instinct, Martha was clearly maintaining her sanity. How is she even? He believed that he could have an easy win because Martha decided to use berserk, yet the situation became dire instead. Bomb! Martha stomped the ground and charged at him. She closed the distance in an instant. Her speed had already transcended human limits. Clang! The third prince deflected Martha's strike from above by twisting his longsword. It's so heavy. Even though he managed to deflect it, he felt like his bones were crushed. The strike was powerful enough to be called the ultimate final blow, but her attacks weren't over yet. Whoosh! Martha bounced her sword back from below like a rubber band to strike upwards. Her movement was more similar to a beast. I can't deflect this one. She changed the direction way too quickly, leaving him no other choice than to block it head-on. He clenched his teeth in order to withstand the strike and unleashed his aura. Rumble. The impact reverberating all around his body made it feel like he had been hit by a hammer instead of a sword. He felt dizzy. Still, that should be the last one. Because he managed to defend from the front, Martha's sword had stopped moving, which meant it was his turn to attack. Whoosh! He raised his center of gravity and thrust his sword. The strike directed at Martha's left shoulder was frighteningly sharp. Arg! Martha raised her sword vertically in order to fend off the blow directed at her shoulder. I got her. The attack on her shoulder was a feint. He distracted her with that fake attack and mustered all of his strength on the aura blade to attack the right side of her chest. Martha was bound to be deceived by it because she was in the berserk state. When he was certain about his victory, Martha's sword turned in a semicircle to violently parry the aura blade. The third prince's eyes widened. The black color had returned to Martha's eyes. Her acute senses were sparkling in her gaze. Was it not a coincidence? He couldn't believe she managed to maintain her sanity while using berserk to improve her abilities more than twice. Since he'd never heard nor seen anything like that, she almost looked like a monster to him. Martha's eyes turned red once again and her aura expanded. Is everyone like this in Zeekhart? Rayon was already so far up into the sky that he couldn't even reach him anymore, and even though he believed Martha was at a similar level to him, she managed to perfectly make another tribe's technique her own. It felt like Zeekhart was full of monsters. I still need to endure. The loss of sanity wasn't the only drawback from the berserk. Since it increased the output, it also exhausted stamina and aura more than twice as fast. He should have been able to find a way to win as long as he kept enduring her attacks. I can't lose here, no matter what. We are at Owen Castle right now. More than half of the spectators were Owen citizens. An unsightly loss while they were watching wasn't an option for him. The third prince lowered his posture and fixed his grip. His sharp eyes were glowing with determination. Even if I have to use that technique. Martha bit her tongue to the point that she started to bleed. 2.5 times really isn't easy. She had gotten used to maintaining her sanity while amplifying her physical abilities and aura by 1.5 times through berserk, but 2.5 times was still difficult. It felt like a savage beast was piercing into her head. Her instincts were going to take over the moment she got slightly careless. This is so hard. She honestly never thought she was going to use berserk at 2.5 times. Even the warriors from the Saiyan Canyon only increased the output to 2 times at most. That crazy bastard was the one who destroyed the idea that 2 times was the limit. Rayon Zeekhart. That madman told her that there was no way 2 times was the limit of berserk's abilities and used her as a lab rat, which allowed her to reach 2.5 times with Berserk. He even enlightened me. She was originally unable to maintain her sanity while using Berserk at 2.5 times, but the previous enlightenment allowed her to retain a small amount of her sanity. That's why I need to win this match, for the sake of that idiot at least. She couldn't allow herself to lose that match for Rayon's sake since he spent his own precious time helping her grow. Thud, Martha kicked the ground as hard as she could. Her vision narrowed, and the third prince got closer. Even though her sanity was hanging by a thin thread, she managed to maintain it and unleashed the Golden Lotus Sword's special technique, Golden Light Art. The third prince used footwork and swung his sword in a curve. It was done in preparation to deflect her strike. I need to gain the upper hand. He focused and managed to twist Golden Light Art's trajectory. The strike that was falling upon him in a straight line shifted diagonally and smacked the third prince's opening. Whack. Despite the crisis, the third prince managed to create another variation on his sword to reduce the impact to the minimum. Fortunately, the third prince's condition wasn't normal either. He couldn't even move his legs anymore, and he was only using his upper body to swing his sword. Wham! Deadly sparks scattered from the clash between the aura blades to cover the entire arena. The third prince still managed to shoot his aura blade into the Golden Lotus Sword's opening to reduce the impact. It was a frightening amount of tenacity. The third prince looked calm on the outside, but he couldn't hide his faltering legs and arms. This is the last attack. Martha inhaled deeply and mustered all of her remaining Titan's aura. She unleashed the white misty stream without leaving a single drop of aura in her energy center. Wham! Creak. Blue flame burst from the third prince's eyes at that moment. Martha's hair stood on end upon seeing his eyes. Thud! The third prince stomped the ground with his faltering legs and thrust his sword. The blue current condensed around the tip of his sword, and the powerful energy bursting out as a result was far more powerful than an aura blade. Was he waiting for this moment? The third prince must have been waiting for the right moment to counterattack despite the huge amount of damage he'd received. The frightening sharpness emanating from his sword was on a different level from before. I'm still seeing the end of it. A paltry trick was meaningless at that point. The only thing left to do was to clash against him with all her mind and body. Rumble, the extremely powerful strike from Martha clashed against the third prince's agglomeration of sharpness. Although their swordsmanship wasn't as complete as a master's, their spirits didn't lose to them. Clong. Their swords shattered like glass, unable to withstand their power. Creak, the blade shards surrounded by aura blades were scattered in all directions. It was a time of crisis where aimless blades were scattered all over the place and their reactions differed. The third prince stepped back in surprise and Martha charged into the blades. Thud, even though the auras dwelling on the blades were tearing her cheeks, the skin around her eyes and her ears, she stepped forward instead of stopping. That single step. That unyielding step, despite the danger of the situation, decided the winner of the match. Smack! Martha's fist, holding the hilt of her sword, violently smacked the third prince's temple. The third prince couldn't endure the impact and was sent flying from the arena, slamming into the ground. Martha fell on her knees in the arena with trembling limbs. I am dying. She couldn't even move a single finger from the exhaustion. A tremendous amount of pain was assaulting her from head to toe, but she still felt happy for some reason. She couldn't fight against the exhaustion and pain anymore and lay flat on the ground. She could see the clear sky above her. Is this the scenery that he always sees? Rayon had always refused to withdraw in any situation and took another step forward. The fact that she'd been watching his back was the reason she charged into the blade shards. He ended up helping me once again. Martha weakened her grip while smiling from the bottom of her heart for once. This is nice. The King of Essence has never seen that smile on Beef Girl's face. Wrath was smiling at Martha, who was grinning on the ground. Indeed, Rayon chuckled while watching Martha's trembling hands. She must feel refreshed. It was a feeling that could only be understood by those who had experienced it before. Since she overcame her disadvantage by clashing with everything she had, there was no way she wouldn't be feeling great about it. Greer de Owen out of bounds. The master of ceremonies raised his hand with a trembling chin. The winner has been decided after a bloody match. The winner of the Six Kings Tournament's expert division is Martha Sieghart. Whoa! The spectators exploded into the cheers that they'd been holding back upon hearing that declaration. Martha, 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 Martha. I always believed in you. I never expected that my hands would be sweating from watching a match between experts. How come such a swordsman is still nameless? What's wrong with Sieghart? Your Highness the Third Prince has also done great. I'm moved to tears. The spectators applauded for both Martha and the Third Prince who had such a close match. But she's a little. Yes, she's scary. She ran straight into the blades. Is she really human? Look at those cuts all over her face. It's not something that a human being can do. However, a significant number of spectators were trembling after watching how she ran straight into the blades to punch the Third Prince. Rakshasa, Miss Rakshasa, that's perfect for her. It also sounds good. The way she has her hair down literally looks like the Rakshasa. That's a great nickname. Miss Rakshasa Martha, Miss Rakshasa, Miss Rakshasa, Miss Rakshasa. They finally decided on Martha's nickname. Even though she wanted to have a cool name, she was being called by a scary and creepy name, Miss Rakshasa. She did look rather scary. Even Rayon himself would hesitate before running straight into shattered aura blades to punch an opponent. It was understandable that the spectators were afraid of her because she'd charged in there without even minding her face. Oh no, Rayon looked aside upon hearing a carefree voice like a mischievous child. Chamber was examining Martha's face and furrowed her brow. I don't normally do anything unnecessary, but I dislike the idea of leaving a scar on a gem. She gently stroked Martha's face and the scars on her face started to shine. It seemed to be a spell with a maximized regenerative ability. You should be perfectly fine now once you apply ointment on it. You should entertain me again next time, both of you. Chambers smiled while patting Martha's head. She turned around and winked at Rayon before returning to the platform. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching Chambers back. How unexpected. The relationship between Balkar and Sieghart was the worst, and Balkar's transcender chamber was known for her self-centered nature. That was why Rayon didn't expect her to go out of her way to treat her. Martha sighed deeply and left the arena. She still didn't seem to care about her face as she frowned. Why are those guys saying Miss Rakshasa over and over? They are so noisy. It's because you are Miss Rakshasa. It's you. Rayon pointed his finger at Martha, just like when he explained it to Buran. They said that the way charged in like a madman with your hair hanging loose was frightening. He smiled while even adding the explanation that the spectators never said aloud. What the fuck? Martha stomped the ground and went towards the spectators. Why am I Miss Rakshasa? Give me a cool or cute name instead of a shitty one like that. Ooh, she's literally the Rakshasa. I've never seen anyone with such a perfect nickname. If you don't like Miss Rakshasa, how about the Sword of Rakshasa? That's even better. Sword of Rakshasa, Sword of Rakshasa, Sword of Rakshasa. The spectators started shouting Sword of Rakshasa even louder as Martha got angry at them. It couldn't be changed anymore. Her nickname was decided, and it was the Sword of Rakshasa. You fuckers, do you have a death wish? Martha barged toward the spectator seats in her injured state. Martha, Heir, team leader. The Light Wind members, including Buran, had to stop her before she finally calmed down. Rayon turned his head upon hearing the exclamation. The third prince who got slammed on the ground was blushing while watching Martha's back. She's beautiful. Rayon closed his eyes and shook his head. Seriously, not a single normal person here. After a short break to repair the arena that Martha and the third prince had destroyed, the Master of Ceremonies came out once again. Woa. The Master of Ceremonies raised his fist and an ear-splitting roar burst from the spectators. Rayon, 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 I believe in you. Frostfire Sword of Valor. Rayon, you are going to make history. Blade of Shattering Wave, you are the only one left. Please protect the honor of the 12 stars of the continent. Let's get started. Rayon stood up from his chair while listening to the endless cheers. When he was about to enter the arena, Garona appeared and stood in his way. Brother. I already told you I'm not your brother. I thought I was going to be the one fighting caddies in the finals. Garona ignored Rayon and continued what he wanted to say. Caddies is strong, to a point where even I couldn't guarantee my victory against him. Just like a river becoming an ocean, his swordsmanship becomes increasingly dangerous over time. You should be careful. All right. Rayon nodded. I'm perfectly aware of it. He knew better than anyone how fearsome and annoying Robert's swordsmanship was. You look as confident as when you were fighting against me. Garona patted his shoulder with his large hand. I'll be watching from right next to you and look forward to my brother standing at the peak. I already said I'm not your brother. You can do it. I'm not your broth. I believe in you, please. He didn't even listen until the end, just like the last time, and went away after saying whatever he had on his mind. He talked so damn much despite his large body. Wrath clicked his tongue while watching Garona as if he were pathetic. Ever since ancient times, being taciturn has always been a virtue. Countless people brought harm to themselves by running their mouths. There's even a saying in devildom, silence is golden. I see. Fact that the ever-talking Demon King was saying such a thing was ridiculous. Seriously, no one is normal around me. Rayon sighed before walking towards the arena. Martha was waiting for him in front of the stairs. I've done it. She snorted with bandages covering all around her face and body. That short sentence had many meanings behind it. It's your turn now. All right. Rayon smiled faintly and walked past her. There was no need for words. He just needed to show her with his actions inside the arena. Caddy's Robert was already in the arena. Cold anger welled up inside Rayon upon seeing his face, which looked extremely similar to Darius. I did mention in the banquet hall that I wanted to witness the Frostfire Sword of Valor's martial art, but I didn't expect it to actually happen. Caddy smiled gently and greeted him with his eyes. He's sneering at me. When he said he didn't expect it to happen, he must have meant that he believed a weakling like Rayon wouldn't be able to reach the finals. I was lucky to encounter powerful people as opponents in every single round, which allowed me to get stronger as I reached the finals. Caddy slightly furrowed his brow. He must have noticed the meaning behind it. Regardless of the outcome of this match, you will become one of the 12 stars of the continent. Congratulations, swordsman Rayon. I have no intention of becoming one of them. Rayon shook his head firmly. What do you mean? Caddy's eyes widened, unsure of what he meant. I heard that the 12 stars of the continent are the star candidates who will be the transcenders of the next generation. It's definitely a great name, but I'm not planning to stop there. Even though the 12 stars of the continent was a glorious name that everyone looked up to, it wasn't where he was planning to register, because I need to reach even higher. Since he wanted to stand in the same position as the current transcender instead of being the next generation's transcender, he had no intention of joining the 12 stars of the continent. How should I say it? You sound a bit arrogant. Caddies bit his lips slightly and narrowed his eyes. His face was full of irritation, like a puffed-up pufferfish. I can't lose to you after what you said, definitely not. He drew his sword and a huge amount of power burst from him endlessly like a clean wave on the ocean. Since the spectators asked for it, Rayon unsheathed Heavenly Drive. Lightning sparked in his red eyes in contrast to the silver blade. I'm going to make history today. Woa set up Zieghart's flag. Show me Robert's sword. Frostfire, sword of valor, sword of shattering wave, sword of shattering wave. The entire arena was filled with the spectators' cheers. Most of them just wanted to witness a great duel and a cool fight, but it was a matter of life and death for some of them. I'm so nervous. Don't tell me Rayon's going to win, is he? Caddies has to win no matter what. I even bet the money to buy soup for my baby. Their reputations are on a whole different level. We should believe in the sword of shattering wave. Correct. Caddies is an advanced master. He definitely won't lose. Rayon's dividend is way higher than his too. Caddies is clearly going to win. There is a saying that you should watch the dividend of gamblers if you want to guess the outcome of a match. It was true that Rayon's popularity had surpassed Caddies, but most people were still betting on Caddies. There actually weren't that many people who went as far as betting money on Rayon's victory. He's so powerful despite being 19 years old. Rayon Zieghart is definitely an unprecedented monster. However, even monsters have limits. He's no match for Caddies yet. He piled up lots of injuries from his fights against Borini Kitten yesterday and Garona today. Since it must have drained lots of stamina, he won't even be able to fight until the end. I agree. On the other hand, Caddies is in his best condition because he had it relatively easy. He's the 5th rank of the 12 stars of the continent. He's the most trustworthy one out there. The majority's bet always prevails. The gamblers shouted Caddies' name while clenching their gambling tickets tightly. Caddies, 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 blade of shattering wave, blade of shattering wave, blade of shattering wave, you are a bunch of fools. Rayon is definitely going to win. A different opinion barged into the gamblers' desperate shouts. Huh, who said that? It's me. The gamblers turned their heads around to look at the person who called Rayon's name. An elf was grinning there with his long hair tied back roughly. Zieghart's sword of light. He won every single bet yesterday. He even guessed that Burin and Runan would have a draw correctly. He's the gambling god, the real god. I heard he was a shitter in the gambling house, though. No way did you actually bet on Rayon. Of course I did. Rimmer nodded and waved his gambling ticket. They couldn't perfectly see the number, but it looked like he had bet at least 500 gold coins. Gasp, did you really bet that much money? You are insane. But you should know better than anyone that Rayon's realm is lower than Caddies. The gamblers' chins were trembling in disbelief. Of course I do. I'm also fully aware that he's exhausted and injured. Then why? Because he's Rayon. Rimmer smiled cheerfully while watching Rayon focus on Caddies. As long as he's in the arena, he's never lost a single time before. And he's never made me lose money. He gathered his hands and started to pray. I've always believed in you and still believe in you, my god of fortune. The master of ceremonies swallowed nervously after looking at Rayon and Caddies one after the other. Even though the match hadn't even started yet, their pressure felt like blades tearing his skin apart. Are you both ready? Yes, I'm ready. Rayon and Caddies nodded while staring at each other. The master of ceremonies left the arena while grasping his pounding chest. We are now starting the final match of the Six Kings tournaments, the Master Division's final. Yeah, Rayon, 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 Caddies. Caddies, Caddies, people started shouting like raging thunder as soon as he pointed at the arena, but the arena itself was completely quiet. Rayon and Caddies weren't moving an inch, they were simply glaring at each other, just like before he signaled the start of the match. Just like horses that warmed their legs up to reach the highest speed, they were probing for their opponent's opening while slowly gathering their aura. As their focus started to reach its peak, the spectators also fell silent one after the other. Eventually, the entire arena fell as silent as a library. Tap. Right before Rayon and Caddies' pressures reached their peaks, a young magician's wooden staff fell on the ground. The small noise that echoed throughout the arena was so small that no one would have even cared about it any other time. However, it was precisely when a flame that seemed as hot as the sun itself burst from Rayon's sword, and the astral energy, incorporating the ocean's will, surged from Caddies' sword. Thud. Rayon kicked the ground and examined Caddies while he advanced. He must have also noticed that the sound was the signal, as he was also approaching with swimming footwork. It must be the shattering wave's stride. The shattering wave's stride represented the ride on a wave, and it was an advanced footwork that allowed him to move freely even in midair. Kring, Caddy's sword reached him in no time, engulfed in sharpness and softness at the same time. The swordsmanship was dominating the space with a continued flow, and it was House Robert's famous swordsmanship, the azure cloud's flow of stars. How nostalgic, so damn nostalgic. The swordsmanship that Rayon couldn't learn even though he wanted to was exclusive to Robert's bloodline, and he felt nauseated at the sight. Ha, Rayon exhaled roughly. My body definitely isn't in good condition. His internal injuries from severing the Fallen's energy the day before and from the fight against Garona a moment ago both still remained, and a large amount of his aura and stamina were already drained. However, facing Robert's bloodline was making strength surge through his body and made his head cool down. He felt like he could achieve anything. That sword of yours, I'll destroy it. Rayon smiled coldly and swung Heavenly Drive down. The principles of the fangs of insanity dwelling in the silver blade bared their sharp teeth. Clang! The entire arena trembled from the clash between the astral energies, but Caddy's didn't waver in the slightest. He connected the azure cloud's flow of stars as naturally as flowing water to thrust his sword once again. I'll try this now. Rayon lowered his chin slightly and extended his left foot. He connected the rotation of joints and muscles from the ankle to the waist, and all the way to the waist to unleash the blood fang strike of the fangs of insanity. Whap! The sharp slash targeting Caddy's chest looked like a savage beast's claws, clad in fire. HMPH. Caddy swirled his sword to place it in the middle of the blood fang strike. His movement was as fluid as drawing a circle with a brush. Clang! Despite the fangs of insanity's huge momentum, it failed to unset Caddy's sword and posture. He connected the flow of the azure cloud's flow of stars with a face that looked like he was enjoying tea time instead of having a match. This is how it should be. Rayon smiled and nodded his head. This is the azure cloud's flow of stars that I know. The azure cloud's flow of stars was similar to the river's flow. It flowed and connected endlessly, and eventually reached the ocean to create a huge wave. It also meant that the wave was bound to drown him to death if he failed to cut off the solid flow. It was truly a perpetual swordsmanship. It's difficult to achieve through the fangs of insanity, just as I thought. Caddy's was already highly versed in the azure cloud's flow of stars. The fangs of insanity could hardly cut off his flow when a huge aura, like the vast ocean, awaited him at the end. However, I have a technique that can make it happen. The Blizzard sword art he'd learned from Lochter had the principles of the severing sword, which had the ability to cut off a martial arts flow. It wasn't impossible to cut off the huge flow that Caddy's was making. Ha! Rayon exhaled faintly and switched his posture and aura. He cleansed the ferocity on his blade with the frozen wind and used the supreme harmony steps. He leaped through the space and reached Caddy's left side. It's an obvious trick. Caddy snorted and continued the azure cloud's flow of stars. It was already the fifth technique. The overflowing astral energy was all over the place. You will be engulfed by the waves and collapse. In that case, I should leave the ocean before the waves arrive. Rayon clenched his grip and slashed with the Blizzard sword art's first technique, Silver Cyclone. Whoosh! The rotation starting from his oblique muscles passed through the joint to create a powerful spiral power. The silver wind's advance looked like an extension of the blade, and it bent diagonally to slam down on Caddy's astral energy. Smash! The resonance sounded completely different from the previous clashes. It almost sounded like it was cutting through a thick piece of paper as it severed the flow Caddy's was making. How is this happening? Rayon could see Caddy's violently trembling eyes through the gap of the severed astral energy. It's a mere coincidence. However, he recovered from his shock extremely quickly, as expected of one of the 12 stars of the continent. Caddy's regained his composure in no time and tried to continue the azure cloud's flow of stars once again. I won't let you. Rayon used the Supreme Harmony's second step. He charged like lightning and unleashed the Blizzard sword art's second technique, White Saint's Whirling Stab. Clang! The White Saint's Whirling Stab was a dot marked by a saint from heaven. The falling astral energy looked like a straight brush was marking a dot as it pierced through the center of the azure cloud's flow of stars. Arg! Caddy stepped back and created another wave of astral energy. He was trying to reconnect the azure cloud's flow of stars flow somehow. It's pointless. Rayon exploded Glacier's frost at once and twisted his sword. Kring! The Black Beast tribe's secret technique that he learned from Garona created a second impact and completely stopped the flow of the azure cloud's flow of stars that had just managed to resume. This is so easy. Rayon turned his wrist softly. He was literally overwhelming his opponent. How? Caddy's jaw dropped in disbelief. You just need to get good. While the azure cloud's flow of stars could be compared to the flowing river, the Blizzard sword art was a dam of wind blocking it. Swordsmanship that relied on flow to connect was bound to be countered by the severing sword. And I got even better than before. The Blizzard sword art managed to achieve multiple levels of progress through the matches against Mattis, Borini Kitten, and Garona. On top of the principles to sever the flow, even its power and speed had improved. That was why he managed to cut off the Azure Cloud's flow of stars despite the fact that Caddies was at a higher realm than himself. I heard you saying something about a wave or whatever. Don't tell me you are already giving up. Rayon tilted his hand and bobbed his finger. You should at least show that you aren't all talk. Shut up. His severing sword got even better. Agram grinned as his back parted from the chair. He's so proficient with the severing sword, even though the people nowadays don't even bother looking at it. I expected no less from Garona's brother. I like him even more the more I watch him. Even though the fight was still ongoing, he applauded for Rayon. Did kids nowadays stop learning the severing sword? Since Chamber was a magician, she tilted her head in bewilderment. Yes, it's pretty rare for knights or swordsmen to acquire the severing sword. King Lekros stroked his chin and nodded. Why? Because it's difficult to learn. Cutting off the opponent's flow obviously requires a high realm in martial arts, and they also need to have good eyes and hands. You have to invest more time, effort, and talent than other techniques. It takes far too long to get results. That's why most warriors don't try learning the severing sword. He licked his lips, saying that there weren't even that many severing sword techniques around. Even though our knights are supposed to have the best eyes among the 6 kings, there are only a few of them who have learned the severing sword. But a youngster like him is actually using it. It's truly a frightening amount of talent and dedication. I'm jealous of the head of house at this point. It's nothing special. Glenn nodded casually with his arms crossed. Anyone can do that much. He was pretending it wasn't a big deal as he shook his hand, but his fingers were trembling slightly. I don't even understand how he has such high standards. Shouldn't he be proud of that boy no matter what? There was that guy. Chamber smiled while drawing a circle with her finger. I see. Agram slowly nodded in acknowledgement. He wasn't as good as that boy, but he was nothing short of a genius. I didn't exactly like him, though. He briefly clicked his tongue and turned his head. The match is going to be over so easily at this rate. Chamber wagged her finger like a pendulum. Judging from her eyes, she wasn't being serious, but was trying to stir up others' reactions. That's not certain yet. King Lekros shook his head with his arms crossed. The Azure Cloud's flow of stars gets stronger over time. Even though the flow was cut off, it can still reach the ocean eventually if he keeps connecting it little by little. We should watch and see how it goes. The reason the Azure Cloud's flow of stars became House Robert's signature swordsmanship, despite being well known by the public, was because it was capable of connecting the flow even if it was countered. And that's not the only reason. Agram frowned while looking at Darius, because the blade of shattering wave must know more than a single technique. Am I right, I wonder? Darius slowly turned his head to look at Agram. His mouth was curved into the usual smile. I don't really care who wins as long as they fight to the best of their abilities. He smiled gently, saying that he was fine with either outcome. You are no fun. Chamber briskly turned her head away and looked at Glenn. Mister, who's going to win in your opinion? Rayon is going to win. Glenn immediately voiced Rayon's name without even thinking about it. Oh, are you sure? He responded with his confident gaze. Wow, mister, how have you become so much cooler since the last time I saw you? Chambers smiled cheerfully and stuck right next to Glenn. Darius watched Glenn for a while before turning his head. A cold smile appeared on his face. After the flow of the Azure Cloud's flow of stars was completely destroyed, Caddies was pushed back to the edge of the arena. What? Caddies' hand was shivering as he lowered his sword. He looked even more surprised than the first time. He must have realized that Rayon didn't cut off his flow by sheer luck. What have you done? What did you do just now? He screamed for the first time. He looked like he couldn't understand how it was happening at all. You finally revealed your true nature. What, you were pretending to respect me while sneering at me with your eyes. That was really disgusting. You arrogant. Caddies violently ground his teeth and raised his sword. His sword was pointing at Rayon's heart. He's so easy. Unlike Darius, who maintained his composure in all situations, it was extremely easy to shatter Caddies' mask. However, I can't let it end like this. I'm planning to learn even more from you. There was no way the Azure Cloud's flow of stars was the only technique Darius taught Caddies. Rayon wanted to experience an even better swordsmanship in preparation for the future. Do you truly believe you've defeated the Azure Cloud's flow of stars just because you managed to stop it a few times? Ferocious pressure emerged from Caddies' serious eyes. But I did. Rayon shrugged his shoulders. The Azure Cloud's flow of stars is a late bloomer. The match is only getting started. It was a piece of advice on my part, though. It's so sad that you aren't even listening. I told you to shut your mouth. No, you told me to shut up, you bastard. Caddies glared violently and swung his sword. His swordsmanship created an even more detailed flow despite his anger, engulfing the space. His personality was regrettable, but Rayon had to acknowledge his skills at least. Whoosh, the river reached the ocean in no time and created a huge flow. The wave of astral energy was covering the entire land. It was the Azure Cloud's flow of stars special technique, Azure Cloud's white wave. It's so powerful. The wave of astral energy devouring the space as it approached was so powerful that it was difficult to evade or block it. It's not going to work, though, because he just needed to shatter it if he couldn't block or evade. Thud. Rayon stomped the ground and unleashed the Blizzard Sword Art's special technique, Silent Wind of the Silvery Ocean. The silver storm that even managed to annihilate the Fallen's light and darkness clashed against the wave of astral energy soaring to the sky. Wham! The azure cloud's white wave's aura was superior in terms of density and quantity, but the silent wind of the silvery ocean was the one that gradually prevailed. The principles of the severing sword dwelling in the storm devoured the wave of astral energy to expand in size. Oh no, this is as far as you go. Bullshit. When Rayon's silent wind of the silvery ocean was about to engulf Caddy's after swallowing the azure cloud's white wave, a powerful light radiated from his sword. Wham! A powerful shockwave devastated the arena, and the silent wind of the silvery ocean melted down completely. The majestic blue light surging from Caddy's sword was completely different from before. The Starlight Sword Art. The Starlight Sword Art was an extremely high-level martial art that only the best from House Robert could learn. The will of light and stars dwelled in the swordsmanship, and it was one of Darius's weapons. Rayon licked his lips as if he were hungry and fixed his grip on Heavenly Drive. Can't you eat real meals so happily? Wrath suddenly interfered despite being silent so far. Please stop. Rayon pulled his lower jaw back while carefully watching the majestic blue light emerging from Caddy's sword. Who knew I would get to witness that technique like this? Darius was the creator of the Starlight Sword Art. Even though he didn't show it to many people, it still became known as one of his signature moves, the Saint's famous special techniques, because well-known villains lost their lives whenever he used it. He had likely created other swordsmanship, or learned them since it had been 20 years since then, but it was still true that the Starlight Sword Art was one of Darius's most used techniques. Understanding the principles behind it would allow him to take another step towards his revenge. Moreover, if I manage to destroy Caddy's while he uses the Starlight Sword Art, Darius's pride will be destroyed at the same time. Rayon's heart was pounding in anticipation of Darius's false smile while he hid his extreme irritation. I didn't expect to use this swordsmanship against a weakling like you. Caddy's bit his lip tightly while holding his sword around waist level. However, the outcome of this match is obvious now that I decided to use the Starlight Sword Art. You should have put an end to it before it happened. You just said that the azure cloud's flow of stars was only getting started. Are you really switching to another technique? Rayon snickered at Caddy's. Don't you think you are being unsightly? I don't mind being unsightly. Despite what he said, his eyes were brimming with wrath, because it's better than losing. I guess that's true. Winning is all that matters in the end, you bastard. Rayon nodded in agreement, and Caddy's pressure intensified. He almost looked like he could kill people with his eyes. He is so easy to provoke. Even though Caddy sneered at him from the first encounter, he was unable to hide his emotions. It was probably because he was raised in a sheltered environment. No, I guess it should be expected. Caddy's was one of the biggest geniuses who was born with an excellent talent from an excellent house. He must have been the protagonist wherever he went, and it wasn't exactly strange that simple mockery was enough to provoke him. Simple mockery. That was nasty mockery right there. Wrath sighed deeply. Your tongues are way too excessive. Even the King of Essence is angry even though he's just watching. He ground his teeth, saying that even he got angry. The light bursting from Caddy's sword intensified. He made his move once the astral energy turned into an ocean blue. Whop! He closed the distance in an instant and slashed down the blue astral energy diagonally. The flow was majestic and swift. It was similar to the azure cloud's flow of stars, but superior in every way. Kring. Rayon controlled Glacier to the best of his ability and unleashed the Blizzard Sword Art's silver cyclone. The rotating wind blade pierced into the Starlight Sword Art's blue light. Wham! The powerful rebound caused a wrist-splitting pain. Rayon forcefully clenched his trembling hand and raised his head. Caddy's flow of the Starlight Sword Art was still connected despite the severing sword's attempt to cut it off, so it's different from the azure cloud's flow of stars. Unlike the azure cloud's flow of stars, which was defeated by the silver cyclone, the Starlight Sword's light remained. It was proof of its incomparable superiority. He almost looks like a different person now. This is so fun. Rayon was finally starting to feel the tension. The real match was getting started. Caddy's raised his sword with a cold smile on his face. He seemed to believe he had the upper hand. You will never manage to sever this technique. We won't know until I try. You arrogant bastard. Caddy's frowned and charged at him. He wasn't hesitating anymore because he managed to determine that the Blizzard Sword Art was incapable of cutting off the Starlight Sword Art's flow. Whoosh! He closed the distance in an instant through the shattering wave stride and slashed down with the Starlight Sword Art's technique. Thud! Rayon resonated the ring of fire to the maximum. He advanced along with the throbbing sound of his heart. I'll be pushed into a corner if I withdraw now. The Starlight Sword Art specialized in dominating the space just like the azure cloud's flow of stars. He definitely couldn't withdraw since doing that would only make it stronger. Kring, Rayon lowered his center of gravity and unleashed the Blizzard Sword Art's silent breeze. The weak yet rapid wind was dwelling in his blade as it smacked the center of the Starlight Sword Art. Clang. Even though it was a preemptive strike, it felt like the muscles in his shoulder were getting torn apart. Arg. It was painful, but he gritted his teeth to endure the pain and consecutively slashed down with the Blizzard Sword Art. Bone-numbing pain filled his brain each time the swords clashed. However, the pain wasn't the problem. Even though he was unleashing the Blizzard Sword Art to the best of his ability, he couldn't interrupt the Starlight Sword Art's flow. Instead, its influence kept expanding and started to dominate the entire arena. I still have to continue. Rayon breathed roughly and extended his left foot. With Glacier's maximum output, he used the Blizzard Sword Art's special technique, the deadly wind of extinguishment. Wham! The astral energy of extreme coldness rained down like a meteor shower, but the Starlight Sword Art's radiance didn't fade away. Even though it was distorted, it still kept flowing endlessly and increased in intensity. Slam. Rayon was unable to block the upright strike coming from the Starlight Sword Art, getting pushed back to the edge of the arena. The nausea became even worse. The internal injury he had received from Garona had clearly opened up. Rayon wiped away the blood flowing from his mouth and straightened his spine. What's the difference? The azure cloud's flow of stars and the Starlight Sword Art shared the same core. They both revolved around the idea of connecting the flow to get stronger over time. The azure cloud's flow of stars took after water, and the Starlight Sword Art took after stars and light, but that wasn't enough to explain the difference between them. I need to figure out the difference. He shook his head to dispel the pain and used the Supreme Harmony steps. He moved behind his opponent and unleashed the 10,000 Flames cultivation. The blade was clad in a powerful heat as it fell down upon Caddy's head. It's pointless. Caddy's turned his ankle and nimbly slashed upwards. The dazzling light soared alongside the blade's trajectory. Wham! The flame beast that used to dominate the land melted down inside the blue light. It's pointless even if you switch your swordsmanship. Caddy's rolled his lips into a smile while pointing his sword at Rayon's throat, because the match has already been decided. He provoked him in return with an arrogant gaze in his eyes. Did you know that? Know what? Everyone who said that to me in the past had been slammed into the ground without exception. Rayon jumped into the Starlight Sword Art's blue radiance with his eyes sparking crimson. The Starlight Sword Art. Is he really using the Starlight Sword Art of the Sky Sword Saint? He's been hiding that secret weapon all along. As expected of the blade of Shattering Wave, he's on a whole different level. The gamblers let out triumphant cries as Caddy's overwhelmed Rayon. This is why the favorite always prevails. Blade of Shattering Wind, Blade of Shattering Wind, Blade of Shattering Wind. I'm finally winning. Renat, Dad will bring some delicious food home. They were grasping their gambling tickets and rejoicing as if the match was already over. Sir Rimmer, you must be so anxious right now. It wasn't even a small amount. You are gonna be so sad if you lose all that money. Stop making fun of him. He won't be able to sleep tonight even if you don't. It's already over. Let's get our money. Over. Rimmer's expression didn't change even though the gamblers were laughing and making fun of him. His eyes were even more composed when he turned his head. Which part about this says that it's over to you? He shrugged his shoulders, brushing it off as nonsense. The Frostfire Sword of Valor's fire and ice are both ineffective. It's pretty much over, isn't it? That's right. He managed to defeat Mattis, Borini Kitten, and even Garona with those techniques, yet they are proving completely ineffective. The gamblers shook their heads, saying that the match was already over. You guys are so ignorant. Rimmer snickered and raised his finger. Does his face really look like he's driven into a corner right now? His long finger was pointing at Rayon's face. Even though Rayon was knocked back by the Starlight Sword Art, his eyes were sparkling as if he were entranced. He looked exactly like a kid who had found a treasure. Why is he smiling right now? Is he a pervert? What the hell is wrong with that boy? The gamblers swallowed nervously upon noticing that Rayon was smiling, even though blood was gushing from his mouth. My student is a mad lad who smiles in a crisis. Rimmer swept his hair up. His eyes were brimming with confidence as he watched Rayon with a smile. He definitely won't lose if he's wearing that expression. The gamblers weren't the only ones discussing the outcome of the match. He's even using the Starlight Sword Art. The blade of Shattering Wave must be determined to win. King Lekros smiled while watching the majestic light radiating from Caddy's sword. It's getting even more interesting. Agram also nodded in satisfaction. My hands are itching. His fingers were fidgeting because he also wanted to fight. Please sit still, you muscle idiot. Chamber shook her hand at Agram and floated in the air. Caddy's has the upper hand now. I really can't tell who's going to win. She blushed while murmuring how interesting. Indeed. Darius Robert nodded with a serious look in his eyes. The Frostfire Sword of Valor's eyes haven't yielded yet. It's too early to tell the outcome. Even though he saw that caddies had the upper hand, he didn't jump to conclusions. "Mister, what do you think now?" Chamber asked the same question to Glenn, the same as before. Glenn responded without even looking at Chamber. "Rayon is going to win, it must be love." Chamber chuckled and withdrew. Darius watched Glenn for a while before turning his head to look at caddies. Caddies. He used his will instead of an aura message to prevent others from hearing him as he transmitted his intentions. Caddies lowered his eyes. He seemed to be apologizing for using the Starlight Sword art. "It's fine. Destroying him takes priority." Darius continued gently. "Agitate him and cut off his right arm." He gave the order, and caddies gave him a small nod. Darius smiled while looking down at Rayon with cold eyes. "I won't miss this opportunity to see Glenn's reaction." Spit. Rayon spat out the black blood welling up in his mouth. His internal injury intensified, and the dead blood came up because he continuously clashed against the Starlight Sword art that was filled with astral energy more powerful than his own. "I still don't understand." He tried using both the Fangs of Insanity and the Blizzard Sword art, but he didn't manage to determine the Starlight Sword art's weakness or cut off its flow. The technique looked pretty much perfect from what he was looking at. But a perfect technique doesn't exist in the world. It might have been a different story if his opponent was Darius Robert, but there was no way that Caddies' swordsmanship was perfect. There was definitely an opening somewhere that he could take advantage of. "You ran your mouth so hard, yet look at how you ended up." Caddies raised his chin and looked down on him arrogantly. "We are in a different league. You won't be able to break through the Starlight Sword art." He rolled his mouth into a smile to provoke Rayon as he pointed his sword at him. Rayon narrowed his eyes while watching the magnificent light radiating from Caddies' sword. "It can't be helped. I have to destroy it with sheer power." He relaxed his shoulders and slowly caught his breath. He fixed his grip on his sword while controlling Glacier to the maximum output. Whoosh! Caddies kicked the ground. He pierced into his space like an orca riding the wave and slashed. The blade brimming with the Starlight Sword art's principles engulfed the space. Murderous intent. Rayon noticed the murderous intent his sword was hiding. It was so inconspicuous that he was the only one who would have noticed since he used to be an assassin and was facing him at the moment. "Is he targeting my arm?" It looked like he was planning to cut off his arm at the shoulder after taunting him. Darius must have ordered it. Caddies' sudden change was enough for him to understand the situation. "I won't let you get me." Rayon snorted and slashed Heavenly Drive in a straight line through the arena. The blue blade, clad in extreme speed, clashed against the Starlight Sword art. Crash! The strike was unable to cut through the Starlight Sword art's radiance, but it wasn't over yet. Cring! The ice thorn dashed through the blade's trajectory and pierced into the light. Creak! The Starlight Sword art's flow wavered significantly from the powerful coldness, but he still didn't manage to cut it off. Even Frostpond didn't work. Even the 2 slashes of Frostpond were unable to sever it. The Starlight Sword art's flow was so huge that it almost looked like the real ocean. "Is that all you have?" Caddies was already confident in his victory. He was making preparations to cut Rayon's arm off with his brimming confidence. "This is an opportunity for me." Since he was so focused on the result, it was the perfect time to figure out the Starlight Sword art's secret. Slam. Rayon stomped the ground and pulled Heavenly Drive behind his shoulder. The extreme heat burst out in an instant. He was using the Flame Dragon art, which was the strongest in terms of power alone. Whap! The Flame Dragon descended upon the deadly blade and roared, aiming towards the Starlight Sword art's light. It won't be enough to break through. Caddies brought the Starlight Sword art's flow that was already covering the entire arena to create a wall of astral energy in the Flame Dragon art's path. Rumble. The Starlight Sword art's flow still continued despite the explosive clash against the astral energy of fire. The radiance intensified instead and unleashed a majestic ocean of stars. It looked like the entire arena was surrounded by the Starlight Sword art's radiance. Rayon clenched his fist as he observed that dazzling light. Finally, it was the layout of the line. He didn't manage to cut off the Starlight Sword art's flow because it used a peculiar method. It consisted of laying out the astral energy in advance in the location of the opponent's attack. Since it took over the space in advance, it was obviously pretty much impossible to break through the flow. It was such a simple method. It was difficult to figure it out precisely because it was simple, and it also made it difficult to break through. It was a perfect method to go along with a swordsmanship that dominated the space. Ha! Rayon exhaled deeply. It almost feels like I'm in icy water. Even though his nausea intensified, and his hands and feet were trembling because of his internal injuries, a cold exhilaration washed through his mind. The harmony between the Fangs of Insanity and the Blizzard Sword art. He felt like he finally found the last piece of the puzzle to achieve that. The Ring of Fire accelerated to the point that it set itself on fire and carved countless lines of swordsmanship in his mind. His vision was brimming with endless trajectories. Caddy smiled while pointing at the Starlight Sword art's radiance that was engulfing the entire arena. The whole space belonged to him. It was impossible for anyone to escape. "This is your last chance to forfeit." He licked his lips with his tongue. The deadliness of his murderous intent could only be felt by Rayon. Even though he was telling him to forfeit, he was actually provoking him. Forfeit, was there such a word in the dictionary? Rayon smiled coldly and raised his head. I knew you would say that. Caddies nodded in satisfaction. Come at me, show me everything you got. He bobbed his hand, telling him to bring it on with all he got as if he had suddenly become broad-minded. However, it was a trap. He was ready to counterattack and cut his arm off the moment Rayon attacked. I know that fact yet. I still have to do it. It was necessary to take a step forward in order to complete the swordsmanship that was making a mess in his head. Just like Martha, who jumped into the shattered blades without hesitation, it was his turn to advance. Thud, Rayon unleashed all of the remaining power of the 10,000 Flames cultivation and thrust his sword. He gathered the rotation of his muscles and joints from his ankles to connect them all the way to his wrist, adding it to the 10,000 Flames cultivation's fire. Whap! A violently rotating shiny sphere appeared at the heavenly drive's tip. It was the 10,000 Flames cultivation's revolving sky, which had turned into a special technique. The revolving sky condensed itself through the violent rotation, and a tremendous amount of heat emerged once it exploded. It's a nice strike. Caddy smiled coldly and rotated the starlight sword art. The ocean of stars covering the entire area removed the revolving sky's energy in an instant and approached Rayon instead. It was a counterattack. The special technique of the starlight sword art had the principles of counterattack, just like the azure cloud's flow of stars. His entire vision was filled with the majestic blue light coming from the starlight sword art. Even though the starlight he was facing should have been something to despair over, his brain didn't stop functioning. The fangs of insanity that managed to defeat Mattis, the blizzard sword art that managed to cut off Borini Kitten's flow, the true rotation and the second strike he learned through the fight against Garona, and Caddy's starlight sword art that consists of laying out astral energy in advance. All of those experiences erased all the trajectories filling his head and started to draw a single line. Creak, Caddy's strike had reached his right shoulder. His skin was getting cut apart, and when the blood was about to gush out, the line that was extending as slowly as a baby's hand reached its destination. Spark, luminance filled his brain alongside that line. Rayon weakened his grip and slashed Heavenly Drive alongside the line glimmering in his mind. Rayon Zeeghart-style swordplay fifth form. White Shadow Slash. A white shadow appeared on his deadly blade. The blade flowed alongside the white shadow and erased the ocean of starlight. The flows, astral energy, and even the breaths were nullified without leaving anything behind. King Lekros widened his eyes upon seeing that not the smallest energy remained in the arena. What was that technique just now? He was wondering whether he should stop the match or not because Caddy's slash had murderous intent, and that was when Rayon's swordsmanship suddenly changed. A strange white aura appeared and erased all of the flows of the starlight sword art in the arena. He was aware that Zeeghart had many peculiar techniques, but it was completely unexpected that such a martial art even existed. He didn't defeat it through sheer power, completely erased the astral energy itself. It almost looked like ocean water erasing doodles on the beach. Chamber leaned forward while floating in the air. Her eyes were also widened in surprise. Has he been hiding such a secret technique all along? That's not the case. Agram shook his head while watching Rayon. It's a new martial art he just completed right here and right now after watching the Starlight Sword art. He swallowed harshly and narrowed his eyes. I knew he was an amazing boy, but he even has the qualities of a founder. An excellent talent for martial arts and a talent for creating a martial art were completely different. If 1 out of 10,000 people had the former talent, 1 out of 100,000 had the latter. That was how special it was. Ah, this is great. So great. Chamber was blushing. Her eyes were a shining blue, just like a cat that had found its prey as she licked her lips. He's literally a beautiful diamond in the rough. I'd like to polish him. I agree with you for once. Agram gave her a big nod. I'm curious about what would happen if I taught him the Alliance's martial art. His eyes were brimming with interest as he watched Rayon. Hey geezer, how did you even raise him? Agram exhaled briefly and turned his head towards Glenn. Just how, geezer? It was difficult to describe the look on Glenn's face. He looked extremely happy, but seemed to be trying to suppress it to the best of his ability. Fake smiles usually resulted in a smiling mouth with immobile eyes, but it was the exact opposite in Glenn's case. His eyes were curved into a crescent shape, but his mouth was forcefully curved downward. That was why his face looked so strange as a result. Is he even breathing right now? His face was gradually becoming pale. He must have forgotten to breathe. Geezer, come back to your senses. Huff, Glenn finally started blinking and exhaled after Agram stood up and waved at him. What are you even doing right now? Nothing happened. Glenn cleared his throat and quickly shook his hand. His face returned to his usual empty expression in the blink of an eye. With what happened just now, is Rayon going to win after all? Chamber grinned at Darius. No, Darius simply shook his head. Caddies hasn't given up yet. He turned his eyes to look at Glenn and the other leaders of the Six Kings and smiled faintly. A duel like this is extremely helpful for the children's growth. I think it's better to leave them, even if it gets a bit violent. Of course we should, I'm having fun. Fine by me. Agram nodded as if it wasn't even a question, and Chamber also raised her finger to draw a circle. All right. King Lekros seemed a bit worried, but briefly sighed since it couldn't be helped. Yes, you can't stop them. Glenn slowly nodded. The trembling in his lips had stopped, and a confident smile had replaced it, because his technique is still incomplete. Rayon clenched his left fist. It's gone. Caddy's astral energy, which had seemed like it could cover the entire world, was erased like bubbles in the water. Not even the smallest trace of mana remained, as if it didn't exist to begin with. So that line was. The single line that managed to erase the countless trajectories filling his head wasn't an ordinary path. It was a swordsmanship with the power of void, capable of erasing an opponent's aura, principles, flow, and even breathing. It could erase everything from the opponent in an instant. How did such a technique even come to be? He just wanted to mix the Fangs of Insanity's ability to create an opening and the Blizzard Sword Art's ability to cut off a martial arts flow, yet the result was way too advanced, far exceeding his expectations. He couldn't even laugh because of how ridiculous it was. The most important part is the fact that it's not even complete yet. He had to stop midway because the strength left his body, but erasing his opponent's attack wasn't the finishing line of the White Shadow Slash. It was a counterattack. Just like the special technique of the Azure Cloud's flow of stars and the Starlight Sword Art, the true nature of the White Shadow Slash was to perform a counterattack after erasing all of the opponent's power, but it has a huge rebound. His brain felt like it was burning the moment he used the White Shadow Slash, and he was still feeling dizzy to the point that he felt like he could faint at any moment if he didn't focus. The aura consumption was also unprecedented, and it was definitely not a technique he could use casually. Even so, I need to do it one more time. He couldn't even begin to guess how long it would take him to complete the White Shadow Slash if he didn't do it while his focus and senses were at their peaks. It was extremely painful. The 10,000 Flames cultivation was completely exhausted, and Glacier wasn't in a good condition either, but it was still necessary to draw out the true form of the White Shadow Slash in his current state. I also need to take revenge. He looked at his shoulder. The sword had deeply lacerated his flesh. Even a 0.01 second of delay would have been enough to remove his arm. Since he couldn't let it end after all Caddies did to him, he was definitely going to pay it back. Rayon suppressed his nausea and raised his head. Caddies' hand was trembling in panic, and Rayon tilted his head while looking at him. You should forfeit. Your sword isn't going to work against me. It was his turn to lay a trap. Caddies scratched his temple violently with his nails. What's going on? What happened just now? He was planning to cut off Rayon's arm by using the Starlight Sword Art special technique, Azure Light's Overflow, the moment Rayon performed his technique with a powerful heat. No, I definitely reached him. Blood was still gushing from Rayon's shoulder. It was proof that his sword had reached him. And yet, why did everything disappear? His astral energy was filling the entire arena and undulating like an ocean, and it completely disappeared alongside the principles of slow sword inside it and the breathing that caused those principles. It was the Starlight Sword Art. It wasn't the Azure Cloud's flow of stars, but the Starlight Sword Art that I learned from my father. Unlike the Azure Cloud's flow of stars that was well known to the public, the Starlight Sword Art still remained a secret. It was an extremely high-level swordsmanship that couldn't possibly disappear so easily. Gulp. Caddy swallowed nervously and looked at Rayon. His sword was completely empty without the slightest trace of any energy. What have you done this time? I removed it. Rayon's casual voice sounded like he was stating the obvious. I simply removed it. His eyes were also clear and straight. Even the sarcasm behind his pretense of respect had disappeared. He looked like he was done playing around. You should forfeit. You have lost, Caddy's Robert. Rayon shook his hand as if the match were already over. Bullshit. Caddy's violently ground his teeth. There's no way someone like you can defeat the Starlight Sword Art. He screamed and unleashed all of the aura that he'd been hiding to challenge the higher ranks of the 12 stars of the continent. Wham! The entire arena trembled from Caddy's tremendous power, and the shattered pieces floated in the air. I must not lose here. It would have been a different story if he only used the Azure Cloud's flow of stars during the match, but losing after using the Starlight Sword Art would bring humiliation to the house. He had to risk his life if it meant he could win. Caddy shouted in anger and unleashed the Starlight Sword Art. The blue starlight started to waver alongside the sword's trajectory. Is he not planning to move? Instead of dodging or blocking like before, Rayon remained immobile. He was simply standing at the center of the arena with his eyes closed. His composure made Caddy's even angrier. I need to keep my temper. Rayon was clearly trying to make him yield to his wrath. It was necessary to destroy his technique while holding tightly on to his cold head. I'll make you unable to use your right arm for the rest of your life. he decided to cut his tendons and mana circuits completely so that even healers and priests wouldn't be able to completely heal him. He unleashed the Starlight Sword art to the best of his abilities. Swa, the combination between the highest degree of the Starlight Sword art and the Shattering Cloud Stride turned the small light reflected on the blade into a blue ocean of starlight in no time, covering the entire arena. That state was called the Azure Silver, and it signaled that the preparations for the Starlight Sword art's special technique were done. Caddies. When he was about to create the flow of a special technique by raising his sword, Darius's will was transmitted to him. Use the brilliance of 1,000 stars. The brilliance of 1,000 stars. The brilliance of 1,000 stars was the finishing move of the Starlight Sword art. It wasn't excessive to say that the entirety of the Starlight Sword art dwelled in that special technique. It's fine even if the technique gets revealed. Instead, you should make sure to cut him off. Make sure that he won't be able to reach even higher. He was telling him to cut his arm off in a way he wouldn't be able to recover from. He was glad that his father was thinking the same thing. Caddies nodded slightly to show his acknowledgement and tightened his grip on his sword. Rumble. He swirled his sword before pointing it at Rayon. Majestic starlight spread above the blade and the azure silver overflowed from the arena and expanded, large enough to reach the spectators' seats. I'll finish you off. Caddies took a step forward, and when he was about to unleash the Starlight Sword art's special technique, Rayon made his move. He looked like he was panicking because he didn't expect such a huge amount of energy. Kring, flower petals made of ice bloomed one after the other on top of his blade. The frozen shards, clad in astral energy, started to spread towards the ocean of starlight. The Starlight Sword art's true nature resided in its counterattack. It was the perfect situation to cut off his arm at the shoulder. As the return became even more powerful, the stronger the opponent's strike was. Rumble. Caddies waited until Rayon's ice flowers began to cover the entire arena before he swung his sword. The ocean of starlight covering the arena started to move alongside the blade's trajectory. Swa, the astral energy's ocean of light, devoured the ice flower's storm in an instant and expanded even larger. Do it now. Caddies slashed in a cross. The ocean of stars, glimmering like a galaxy, spread in all directions to dominate the entire arena. It was the Starlight Sword art's special technique Azure Light's Overflow, which he had used a moment ago. The tremendous power of the Azure Light's Overflow moved according to the blade and fell upon Rayon's shoulder. PSSH. Right before the blade reached Rayon's shoulder, a white shadow appeared on his blade even though it should have been impossible. This is the one. That strange energy must have been the martial art that removed the Azure Light's Overflow during the previous clash. It won't work a second time. Caddy stomped the ground and twisted the sword's trajectory. The smooth flow of the sword briskly bent to create a majestic light. The ocean of stars filling the surrounding area concentrated on the blade to create a tremendous wave. It was the ultimate technique of the Starlight Sword art, the brilliance of 1,000 stars. You won't be able to stop this. It wasn't a simple astral energy anymore, as it grew even stronger from devouring the space itself. No matter how amazing Rayon's technique was, it was simply too powerful to be removed. Rumble, a tremendous power that a human being couldn't possibly withstand, was about to completely annihilate Rayon's shoulder, and that was when he thrust his sword, carrying a white shadow. Its pointil it wasn't fast, nor slow, nor light, nor heavy. The sword was approaching him as if it were a simple phenomenon. Whap! The moment he faced that strange sword, the brilliance of 1,000 stars came to a halt despite the concentration of all the energy dwelling in it. The ocean of starlight was torn apart, the astral energy melted down, and the sword's principles were erased. Nothing could survive the white shadow of the void. It looked so surreal, and it almost felt like a dream. PSSH. Violent cutting sound, blood started gushing from his right shoulder. He turned his head and his arm was already on the ground and red blood was gushing from his shoulder like a fountain. He returned to reality from the dream. Extreme pain was welling up from his severed arm. Erig, Caddy screamed while grasping his shoulder. The time that had once come to a halt started to flow once again alongside his shout. Rayon exhaled. He sounded like he was about to die. I've completed it. I've completed the true white shadow slash. He understood the truth behind the technique from using the white shadow slash a second time. The white shadow slash didn't simply consist of erasing the opponent's technique, but also performed an unavoidable attack to the area that the opponent was targeting. The martial art's true nature was the counterattack. That's why. He raised his head to look in front of him. Caddies was screaming like a monster while holding his bloody shoulder tightly. His arm got cut off. It was because Caddies was targeting his right arm that the white shadow slash counterattacked by cutting off his right arm. The technique really hated to lose since it returned the exact thing Caddies was trying to do. It serves you right. Honestly speaking, Rayon was capable of stopping it midway. However, he purposefully didn't do it. Eye for an eye, blood for blood. Cutting off his arm was completely intentional, moreover. He even focused his coldness on causing devastating damage to his tendons and mana circuits. Caddy's right arm wouldn't function like before even if he managed to reattach it. You brought it upon yourself. Since Caddy's was also trying to leave him disabled instead of simply cutting off his arm, Rayon didn't feel the slightest pity for him. I guess it's time to act now. Rayon exhaled roughly and fell to his knees. He went towards Caddy's and grabbed his shoulder. Sir Caddy's. He made his eyes waver and his chin tremble. I'm sorry. I couldn't control my strength during the counterattack because I was too exhausted. He bit his lip while putting it in a way that suggested that he didn't do it on purpose, that he only did it because Caddy's was the first one to show his murderous intent. Because of the mental shock and physical pain of his severed arm, Caddy's had a seizure and fainted, his eyes rolling back. Healer. Move. Rayon called for the healer, and the healers who were staring blankly at them ran into the arena. We need to quickly treat Haikua. Rayon passed Caddy's to the healers and coughed up blood. It mixed into the blood that fell from Caddy's arm and the floor turned completely red. Sir Rayon also needs to go with us. You have severe internal injuries. One of the healers tried to grab his shoulder. No, please take Sir Caddy's first. It's an emergency. Rayon turned his face pale by using the small amount of aura remaining in him and gave him Caddy's severed arm. Please reattach it no matter what. But Sir Rayon isn't looking good either. Please, you understood. Rayon bowed at him, and the healer nodded while biting his lip before standing up. He looks impressed. The healer looked deeply impressed by the way Rayon was worrying about Caddy's even though he was also severely injured. He's worrying about his opponent despite his state. He is the true warrior. He has a knight's spirit. Rayon Sieghart, you are so cool, I'm so impressed. The spectators were surprised when the arm got cut off, but they grew deeply impressed by Rayon's sacrifice and started to cheer for him instead. You really are a demon. Wrath's entire body was shivering violently, like cotton candy fluttering in the wind. How can you call yourself a human when you spout such lies? He bit his lip tightly while watching the spectators who were waving their hands. It's because I can't leave yet. Rayon grabbed his lacerated shoulder. He used the pain to come back to his senses and raised his head to look at the platform. Agrem and King Lekros were giving him a loud round of applause while nodding their heads, and Chamber was licking her lips while staring at him with some kind of desire in her eyes. And Glenn, what does that face even mean? He wasn't sure if it was all right to describe him in such a manner, but he looked like a puppy that was being trained and was ordered to wait, with food right in front of it. He looked like he was trying his best to suppress something. Is he unwell? Rayon figured that might be the case and looked at the last person. The others were just an appetizer before looking at him. Darius Robert. His smile was completely gone from his face, and he was as expressionless as a doll for the first time. He wasn't worried about his son. His mask was cracked because he was so angry that his plan went awry. It didn't look like a big deal, but Rayon could tell. Darius was gritting his teeth in order to suppress his boiling anger. This is what I wanted. I wanted to see that face from him all along. His heart pounded violently. It was so loud that he was getting worried that other people might hear it. He was getting excited. Darius's angry face was the biggest reward for him, even better than the reputation, elixir, or weaponry that he would get during the award ceremony. It's too early to be surprised. Rayon clenched his back teeth and narrowed his eyes. Because I'm only getting started. I'll take away everything you possess.